To recharge or not? Reborn as an abyssal dragon, Sarro finds himself on the verge of becoming a mere steed for the noble humans, destined to be possessed by the Abyssal Demon. With a perplexed expression, he gazes at the dragon's tooth, scales, and blood in his hands. To recharge or not? Years later, Sarro clutches a massive planet. Recharge. Chapter 1. The soon-to-be steed of a short-lived young dragon. Roar! In a picturesque forest, atop a small hill, a plaintive cry echoes. A young dragon, over 2 meters in length and adorned in dark golden scales, is being hoisted into the air by a burly man clad in white armor, who grips its neck tightly. The man, exuding strength, causes the young dragon's neck to indent beneath his grasp. You little dragon, I am Solon, a count and elite warrior of the Sarro kingdom. Now, I demand your submission. Sign the master-servant contract. Otherwise, I shall sever your head, feast upon your flesh, and grind your soul to eternal oblivion. Solon speaks with grave seriousness. Yet, the young dragon, in pain and rolling its eyes, shows no sign of submission. It futilely batters Solon's arm, intent on vanquishing him. However, Solon is far too powerful, his armor impervious. The dragon's claws merely leave faint scratches upon the armor. Seeing the dragon's obstinacy, Solon remains unsurprised. Dragons often deem themselves superior, looking down upon mere humans. Taming such a proud creature requires considerable effort and time, which is entirely expected. I shall give you 3 days to ponder. Should you refuse to submit by then, your fate is sealed. With that, Solon tosses the young dragon to the ground and departs. Upon closer inspection, one can see that soldiers clad in white armor surround the hill, all loyal subordinates of Solon. Cough, cough. The young dragon glares with resentment at the receding figure of Solon, gritting its teeth. Damn human, despicable wretch. I will never submit to you as a mere steed. I would rather die. Its stubbornness stems not only from its pride as a dragon, but also from its identity as a transmigrator. Sarro, a fortunate soul, after perishing in his previous life, found himself in this fantastical multiverse, where he was captured by the abyss and transformed into a young abyssal dragon. Yet, his new life had barely begun, and it seemed his fortune had already run dry. 3 days prior, the resplendent god of light invaded the forbidden abyss, waging war against the abyssal barbarians. When deities clash, mortals suffer. Numerous regions of the abyss faced devastation, and countless unfortunate demons met their demise. Sarro, the young dragon, was among them before he could comprehend the chaos. He lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself atop a serene hill, far removed from the evil and chaotic world of the abyss. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he felt relieved upon discovering no immediate threats and decided to settle there for a few years, allowing himself to mature into a young dragon, at which point he would possess sufficient strength to navigate this fantastical realm. However, his misfortune was far from over. Upon his arrival, a farmer spotted him and subsequently informed the neighboring Count Solon. Upon hearing the news, Solon felt his luck had turned. He hastily gathered his troops and rushed over, intent on capturing Sarro to become a dragon knight. Little dragon, do you desire a life of grandeur? A peculiar whisper suddenly resonates within Sarro's mind. With a crack, a small opening appears on Sarro's forehead, revealing a blood-red eye. I am the abyssal barbarian god. Fortunate little cub, were it not for me, you would have perished in the abyss. The strange voice continues, in gratitude, surrender your body to me. In your name, I shall wreak havoc upon this world, and I can even eliminate that human wretch for you. Sarro's expression shifts, unable to restrain his anger. Damn it, my plight is your doing. I was thriving in the nurturing zone of the abyss, but your divine war nearly brought my end. You wretched creature are no savior. You wish to take my body? Dream on. Even in death, I will not grant you that satisfaction. Under normal circumstances, Sarro would never dare to speak thus to a deity. Yet, these are not normal circumstances, especially since the abyssal barbarian god is anything but typical. As Sarro perceives it, a lofty deity would never deign to negotiate with a mere young dragon. Their demeanor would be far less accommodating. Now, the abyssal barbarian god's diminished status suggests a prior defeat against the god of light, leaving it gravely wounded and near death, stripped of its divine powers. It is merely a paper tiger, unlikely to pose any threat to him. Of course, the most crucial point is that even if Sarro were to cower, the Abyssal Barbarian God would harbor no benevolence. In such a scenario, why should Sarro yield? Yet the Abyssal Barbarian God does not express anger. Instead, it chuckles. Ah, your fate is already sealed. Can you not sense the mysterious force eroding your body? Sarro's expression darkens, and he becomes still. After a few seconds, his countenance grows even graver as he realizes that indeed, his body is being infiltrated by an enigmatic power. Anxiously, he inquires, "Is this your doing?" Of course, the Abyssal Barbarian God calmly admits, "You have 1 year. After a year, my power will completely consume your body, transforming you into the most suitable vessel for me. Even if you refuse me now, soon enough, your body will belong to me. However, should you willingly surrender it, I could grant you some dignity. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might even resurrect you." Sarro falls silent, an overwhelming sense of despair flooding his heart. He cannot even contend with Solon, let alone this half-destroyed Abyssal Barbarian God, which is far superior. How cursed am I? After a few seconds, Sarro, filled with rage, stamps his foot, indenting the ground beneath him. Such a dragon life is indeed tragic. I refuse to be a steed, I refuse to die. Sarro protests defiantly. The Abyssal Barbarian God retorts, "Then you shall become a mere steed, enslaved and toyed with by those lowly humans." Seeing Sarro's obstinacy, the Abyssal Barbarian God ceases its persuasion. Now, it merely needs to await the outcome. In the next moment, the great eye on Sarro's forehead closes, vanishing. "No, I will not give those humans the chance to humiliate me, nor will I grant you that opportunity." In despair, devoid of hope, Sarro's body and spirit endure unprecedented torment. Under such circumstances, he descends into madness. "I want to die. Ha 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 ha. If I die, then none of you will obtain me." Sarro laughs maniacally. The eerie murmurs of the abyssal deity echoed, proclaiming, "In your gravest injuries on the brink of death, or even in the afterlife, your corporeal form presents no resistance to me. I can effortlessly seize it, thus attaining a new existence. However, a battered and broken vessel will demand a greater expenditure of my divine energy, rendering my rebirth all the more frail." Upon hearing these words, Sarro's entire being froze in place. Chapter 2. The Microtransaction System Ding Dong. Suddenly, a voice, cold and indifferent, unlike that of the Abyssal Barbarian God, resonated in Sarro's mind. "Qualified host detected, binding microtransaction system." What on earth is this? Sarro, still reeling from the blows dealt by Count Sorang and the Abyssal Barbarian God, felt utterly confused. His reaction to this unfamiliar voice was notably sluggish. Ding ding ding, system binding successful. Accompanied by a series of prompts, a personal data panel appeared before Sarro, visible only to him. Name, Sarro. Race, Abyssal Dragon. Age, 0, 1 years, just over a month. Extraordinary Realm, low level 7. Extraordinary Abilities, 1-star level 3, Abyssal Dragon Breath. Special reminder, Abyssal Dragon Breath, a unique bloodline ability that evolves automatically with each advancement in Extraordinary Realm. 1-star level 2, Fireball. 1-star level 2, Windblade. 1-star level 1, Invisibility. 1-star level 1, Weight Reduction. Remaining upgrade points, 0. The system did not end there. A brief and rather irresponsible usage guide of the microtransaction system was automatically transmitted into Sarro's mind. For detailed usage methods, please research on your own. The microtransaction system then fell silent, appearing rather unintelligent and dismissive. Microtransaction system. Recharge wealth to exchange for upgrade points to elevate one's realm and extraordinary abilities? Is this my golden finger? Sarro pondered foolishly. Yes, this is the usage guide he received. Frankly, it was quite rudimentary. Ha ha, I have a golden finger now. Sarro finally reacted, laughing with excitement. I still have hope. I am still saved. This time, Sarro's thoughts stirred the Abyssal Barbarian God lurking within him. Has this little brat gone mad? The Abyssal Barbarian God wondered, perplexed as to why Sarro, who had just been contemplating death, had suddenly transformed. It appeared that the energy level of the microtransaction system was exceedingly high, possessing a mysterious power of concealment. Thus, this deity did not sense the arrival of the microtransaction system. Moreover, Sarro soon recalled the presence of a barbarian god beside him. He quickly restrained his exuberance to avoid revealing the truth to the abyssal barbarian god. Ugh! Sarro raised his hand to cover his mouth and retched violently. With a clatter, a small pile of gold and silver coins was expelled. These coins were collected slowly during his time in the abyss. Would you like to recharge? The microtransaction system prompted. Recharge. Sarro nodded eagerly. In an instant, a wondrous, intangible force enveloped the coins, and before he knew it, they vanished from sight. The abyssal barbarian god remained unresponsive, whether due to ignorance of the scene or perceiving it as inconsequential. More likely, it was because the microtransaction system was supreme and unnoticed by the abyssal barbarian god. Upgrade points, 15. Remaining upgrade points, 15. The exchange rate is rather low. Approximately 10 gold coins for one upgrade point. Sarro couldn't help but grumble. His focus shifted to Extraordinary Realm, low level 7, to upgrade. Ding dong, upgrade points minus 10 ding dong. Extraordinary Realm 1, accompanied by several alert sounds. Sarro's Extraordinary Realm transitioned from low level 7 to low level 8. Within the broad scope of this realm, does every small upgrade require the expenditure of 10 upgrade points? Following the patterns of my past gaming experiences, I suspect that the required upgrade points will increase exponentially in the future. Furthermore, is upgrading a 1-star extraordinary ability similar to ascending the extraordinary level? Sarro fell into contemplation. Regrettably, his upgrade points were too scarce to validate his hypotheses. Returning to the matter at hand, crackling sounds emerged as the effects of the upgrade became evident. Sarro's body trembled violently, his wounds healing rapidly, and broken dragon fangs and scales fell to the ground, replaced by pristine scales and fangs. Simultaneously, his size increased by over 10 centimeters. This sensation was exhilarating. Thank you, Great Abyss, for bestowing upon me power. Sarro insidiously praised the Abyss, intending to deceive the abyssal barbarian god into attributing his transformation to the Abyss. This way, the existence of the Golden Finger would be concealed. The Great Abyss truly dotes on this little creature. It seems this little one has potential. Such a fine body will belong to me in the future, the abyssal barbarian god. 2. Noticed Sarro's transformation and was, indeed, deceived by him. In the deity's eyes, only the Abyss had the power to inexplicably elevate this little dragon cub. TSK, not enough. My current strength is still far from adequate. After regaining his composure, Sarro began to feel anxious. Ignoring the half-damaged abyssal barbarian god, he could not even contend with the soldiers and Count Sorang below. Count Sorang was a formidable warrior of high extraordinary rank, and his subordinates were all low-level extraordinary beings. Sarro could only manage the weaker soldiers. I need more wealth to exchange for upgrade points. But I am out of money. Curse it, I have found hope. Yet I cannot grasp it. Sarro's expression grew increasingly grim as he desperately scanned his surroundings for wealth. Unfortunately, in this desolate wilderness, where could he find riches? He sank helplessly to the ground, forced a bitter smile, and lamented, Fate is indeed cruel to dragons. Am I truly unable to alter the impending sorrow? Unconsciously, his claws fell upon the discarded dragon scales and fangs. Would you like to recharge? Suddenly, the voice of the microtransaction system echoed. Sarro jumped in shock. Is the system malfunctioning? How can I possibly have money? With a resigned sigh, he lowered his gaze, inadvertently spotting the dragon fangs, scales, and blood. He froze in realization. Wait. Taking a deep breath, he recalled that the system required wealth for recharging, right? But wealth does not solely refer to money. Anything of value could be considered wealth, couldn't it? Sarro's heart raced, filled with trepidation and anticipation as he picked up the dragon fangs and scales. Would you like to recharge? The prompt of the microtransaction system resounded once more, a fervent smile gradually adorning the youthful dragon's face. Recharge. He scrambled to gather the dragon fangs and scales scattered around him. An invisible, mysterious force surged forth, causing these items to vanish. Upgrade points. 3. Upgrade points. 2. Upgrade points. 1. You foolish system, you truly are a nuisance. If you had bound a simple-minded host, they would have no way to utilize you. Do you understand? Sarro felt elated, yet he could not help but grumble about the microtransaction system. At that moment, he despised the accompanying usage manual with a fervor that made him grind his teeth. Before long, the area around him was cleared of dragon fangs and scales. Remaining upgrade points, 16. Upon seeing his assets, Sarro felt a tinge of disappointment. However, After careful reflection, he realized it was only natural, being so young. His scales and fangs were indeed of little value. Sarro cautiously crouched down, pressing against the ground, and declared, "Recharge." The microtransaction system remained unresponsive. The mountain was indifferent, showing not the slightest change. "Damn it, isn't this mountain mine? I have made my home here. Why does this foolish system not recognize that?" Sarro felt a profound sense of regret. "Great Abyss, grant me strength," he cried out, his face contorted with anguish. Ding, Extraordinary Realm, Level 1. Ding, upgrade points -10. Current, Extraordinary Realm, low level 9. Remaining upgrade points, 6. Sarro glanced at super ability, invisibility. Upgrade. The system remained unresponsive, clearly indicating that his upgrade points were insufficient. It seemed that my previous assumption was erroneous. Within the same realm, the points required for upgrading at minor levels did not increase. However, upon entering a new major realm, each upgrade would undoubtedly demand more than in the lower realms. Sarro mused. His claws silently rested upon his chest, gripping a dragon's scale tightly. With a sharp crack, the scale detached, and dragon blood gushed forth. "Would you like to recharge?" Recharge. The pain was intense for Sarro, yet to enhance his power and avoid becoming Solong's steed, he had to be resolute. "It's all right. By the next upgrade, this injury will heal considerably," he reassured himself. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, the dragon scales were forcibly removed, and the blood flowed uncontrollably, staining his chest crimson. "Would you like to recharge?" Recharge. Upgrade point 1, upgrade point 2, upgrade point 1. As his upgrade points multiplied, Sarro's heart blossomed with optimism, filling him with hope for the future. However, upon reaching remaining upgrade points, 20, he could no longer endure the agony. Huff, huff, huff. This pain is akin to slow slicing. He realized he must pause and rest for a moment. Crystal clear dragon tears slowly trickled from his eyes. "Great Abyss, once more, bestow upon me strength." Ding, Extraordinary Realm, Level 1. Upgrade points -10, current, Extraordinary Realm, low level 10. With this upgrade, Sarro's wounds had healed somewhat, yet perhaps the upgrade was too modest, for his injuries had not fully mended. Continuing to upgrade. The system again failed to respond. Clearly, the current 10 upgrade points were insufficient to elevate him to Intermediate Extraordinary Level 1. Sarro, seeking a compromise, shifted his focus to his extraordinary abilities. Upgrade. Weight Reduction Technique, Level 1. Upgrade points -10, current. Weight Reduction Technique, 1 star, Level 2. Remaining upgrade points, 0. A magical luminescence shimmered upon the surface of his dark, golden dragon form. Sarro moved his body, feeling a slight reduction in weight, which significantly enhanced his speed. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to flee into the skies. Well, just a chance. After all, the humans down the mountain were not to be underestimated. They possessed ranged attacks as well. Flying did not guarantee invincibility. Chapter 3. Deception. I cannot allow myself to be thwarted. I must devise an alternative strategy. His eyes darted about, gleaming with cunning and ingenuity as he cast a glance down at the Sorang Legion. "O great abyssal barbarian god, a matter of significance weighs upon my heart that I wish to discuss with you." After a brief pause, Sarro spoke with a countenance that radiated solemnity and reverence, resembling a devoted acolyte. The abyssal barbarian god, however, appeared to be less than attentive, seemingly drifting in and out of consciousness. "Damn that abyssal god. It is high time you roused yourself. The sun is upon us." Sarro's impatience flared as he observed the deity feigning slumber, and he could no longer contain his ire. "Cursed little dragon, before a divine being of such stature, you ought to learn humility and respect." At last, the abyssal god stirred, responding to Sarro's outburst. "You speak true. I apologize for my slumber. Please, forgive my rudeness." Sarro, ever perceptive, immediately acknowledged his fault. Yet the abyssal god, having seen through the facade of this wretched young dragon, impatiently inquired, "Why have you summoned me?" Sarro smiled gently, exuding a graceful demeanor. "Noble god, after considerable contemplation, I have resolved to acquiesce to your demands." The abyssal god, taken aback, could not comprehend Sarro's sudden change of heart. Sarro continued, "However, I must stipulate a condition." The abyssal god, realization dawning, understood that Sarro was not as benevolent as he had initially appeared. "Speak your piece. Provided it is not excessive, I may grant your request." The deity replied. Sarro inhaled deeply before articulating his desire. I implore you to bestow upon me precious treasures, artifacts of divine origin, elixirs of godly potency, arcane knowledge. And, of course, a few trillion gold coins would also be acceptable. My lord, I am still in the bloom of youth, yet to savor the pleasures of this world. I fear for my demise, thus I wish to indulge before my time comes. Rest assured, after a fortnight of enjoyment, I shall return your gifts, and they will remain yours. Sarro revealed his true intentions, coveting the wealth of the abyssal god. The riches of a deity are undoubtedly immense, and should they be channeled into the system, they would yield copious upgrade points. This would allow Sarro to elevate his own prowess to staggering heights, rendering him capable of easily vanquishing the likes of Sorang. Absolutely not, came the unexpected reply from the abyssal god. Sarro was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Surely, you are a being of great stature. Can it be that you doubt my sincerity? How can you act thus? I am incensed. I shall not be placated unless you offer me divine treasures. The abyssal god, exasperated by Sarro's incessant clamoring, bellowed, silence. I possess nothing. Even if you were to perish before me, I would still have nothing. Sarro begrudgingly accepted this reality. Musing to himself about the cunning and treacherous nature of the abyssal god, he realized that he, a mere youth, could not deceive such a being. It seemed that he would have to resort to trickery instead. Sarro turned his gaze down the mountain. In truth, the abyssal god was not miserly and had no intention of deceiving Sarro. When he claimed to have nothing, it was indeed the truth. Having been grievously wounded by the god of light, he had lost all that he once possessed, now left with only remnants of his spirit. The wealth Sarro sought was simply beyond his reach. Otherwise, in his eagerness to revive, he would have willingly offered it. Down below, in a freshly erected grand tent, Sarang sat leisurely at a table laden with an array of delectable dishes, facing a middle-aged man clad in a black magical robe. Lord Sarang, I have heard that you granted that young dragon a mere 3 days. Should he refuse to submit, you intend to slay him? The man inquired. Where there is wisdom and emotion, even the noblest of dragons can be subdued by the endless tortures devised by humanity, Sarang replied. Sane, having listened intently, nodded in agreement. Indeed, this young dragon must not be dispatched lightly. He is a treasure. As long as he exists, he can bestow immeasurable benefits upon your family. Your waning lineage shall surely be revitalized, and with a stroke of fortune, you may even ascend to kingship. Sarang laughed heartily. You speak the truth. Your reasoning is impeccable. Sane continued. In the future, I would like to procure some dragon blood, scales, and flesh. As a mid-tier mage, I harbor great interest in the legendary dragon race. Should I glean insights into their power, we could achieve remarkable fortune together. Of course, you are my friend. Sarang agreed readily. The two engaged in amicable conversation, their camaraderie evident. Suddenly, a youthful roar echoed nearby, interrupting their discourse. Sarro, having descended from the mountain, stood at a distance from Sarang's grand tent, calling out, Sarang, come forth to meet me. Around them, numerous soldiers approached, alert and vigilant. Perhaps recognizing Sarang's intentions, they refrained from attacking Sarro, the young dragon. Is that the voice of the young dragon? Has he come to submit? Sarang pondered with surprise, hastily rising to greet the young creature. Ah, it seems Lord Sarang is on the verge of becoming a dragon knight. How enviable, Sane remarked, a tinge of envy lacing his tone as he too hurried outside. You have come to submit, young dragon? A most sagacious choice, Sarang observed, noting the subtle transformation in Sarro's demeanor. This young dragon seems to have matured. Even the essence within him appears elevated. Sarang marveled, truly, a dragon of such lineage exhibits growth far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Sarro, overhearing, scoffed dismissively. Do you truly believe I am so spineless? You have yet to earn my submission. Sarang's expression darkened, and sensing the shift in mood, Sarro hastily added, I am a precious, destined, true dragon. The onlookers exchanged glances, bemused by his self-aggrandizing declaration. They acknowledged the immense potential of dragonkind, yet the path to divinity was fraught with challenges. If it were otherwise, dragons would have long since populated the heavens with their divine progeny. In summary, if you wish to call me your master, you must demonstrate sincerity, Sarro proclaimed, undeterred by their skepticism. As long as I am present, your lineage shall endure. You and your kin may thrive under my auspices, potentially becoming a divine race traversing the cosmos. Sarang found merit in Sarro's words, yet he mused. However, This young dragon is excessively self-absorbed and arrogant. To speak of becoming divine, I would be content if my family could produce a single legendary extraordinary being capable of founding a nation. How does that sound? Quite advantageous. Would you not agree? Sarro eagerly inquired, eyeing the conflicted expression on Sorang's face. Sorang shook his head. 10,000 gold coins is simply too steep. Sarro's demeanor turned frosty. You are a count. How can you be so impoverished? Sorang distinctly sensed Sarro's disdain for him. If you are willing to submit, I shall bestow upon you all my wealth, Sorang declared. However, his response was tangential. Sarro, once disdainful, now transformed his demeanor with eager anticipation. How much do you possess? Sorang retrieved a dark-hued jade bracelet from his pocket and tossed it towards Sarro, saying, examine it for yourself. Sarro extended his claws and caught the flying bracelet. As a dragon, he harbored ancestral memories. Though some may be antiquated, the majority remained invaluable, preventing him from becoming an ignorant creature. Is this akin to a spatial storage ring? Sarro gazed at the bracelet with fervent expectation. A surge of mental energy flowed from his eyes into the bracelet, and in an instant, he beheld a vast chamber. Over 100 cubic meters in size, brimming with an assortment of copper coins, silver coins, and a modest collection of gold coins. In addition, there were various provisions and essentials. You have acquired what you desired. Now, sign the master-servant contract and accompany me. I hope you will be reasonable and not compel me to take drastic measures, Sorang asserted. Sarro nodded in agreement. Observing this, Sorang could not suppress a smile. Yet, Sarro promptly shook his head, inciting Sorang's fury. He felt deceived. His eyes blazed with rage. You wretched little dragon, I have shown you sufficient mercy. If you continue to dally, I shall have no choice but to end your existence. With a resigned sigh, Sarro implored, please, allow me to finish speaking. Sorang, albeit reluctantly, found some satisfaction. He recognized that Sarro, much like a child, exhibited a natural inclination for home. 2 days is excessive. I shall grant you but 1 day. Tomorrow at this hour, I shall ascend the mountain to retrieve the master-servant contract. While Sorang understood Sarro's sentiments, he nonetheless curtailed the time allotted to him. Sorang believed that excessive indulgence would lead to complications in the future. I hope you will not provoke my ire, for if you do, you shall find yourself in a predicament from which escape is impossible. His final words brimmed with menace, causing the surrounding air to turn frigid. Sarro, displaying wisdom, expressed heartfelt gratitude. Yes, I understand. You need not worry, my master. Upon hearing the term master, Sorang's heart raced with exhilaration, as if he had reached the pinnacle of existence. Sarro, equally exhilarated, eagerly scampered towards the mountain peak. Sane observed Sarro's retreating figure and inquired of Sorang, my lord, are you not concerned that he might abscond with your wealth? Sorang responded confidently, even if he could truly fly, I would not be afraid. Chapter 4. Escape from the Abyss. The astonishment of the savage god with a melodious chime, Sarro was suddenly bestowed with wealth. I can undoubtedly ascend to the intermediate extraordinary realm. His heart brimmed with exhilaration. Great Abyss, grant me your power. In the near future, I shall offer you bountiful sacrifices. He eagerly anticipated upgrading his extraordinary status. Ding. Intermediate extraordinary realm 1 achieved. Ding. Upgrade points -100. Current extraordinary level. Intermediate level 1. Ding. Ding. Special bloodline talent. Abyssal Dragon Breath evolved. Ding. Abyssal Dragon Breath 14. Current Abyssal Dragon Breath 2-star 7 level. A series of alerts resonated, accompanied by a faint rumble from within Sarro's young dragon form. His body surged in growth, his scales gleaming more vibrantly and robustly. Deep within his bloodline, a plethora of new knowledge surfaced, including extraordinary spells. How deeply favored is he by the Abyss? The savage god of the Abyss was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Sarro's transformation. It was undeniable that this elevation to a new realm had significantly strengthened Sarro. Among these new abilities, the Abyssal Dragon Breath brought him the greatest joy. His streak of misfortune seemed to have come to an end, as if the goddess of luck had come to kiss him. He felt the encroachment of the savage god of the Abyss slow slightly with his newfound strength. Previously, he had a full year to contend with, but now he had a year and 15 days. This meant that if he grew strong enough, he could surely rid himself of this nuisance. Sarro's heart swelled with relief and elation. Having discovered a path to survival, he felt considerably lighter. Half a minute later, his transformation concluded. He now measured no less than 4 meters in length. According to the system's previous rules, ascending to the intermediate extraordinary realm required 100 upgrade points for each level. Name, Sarro. Race, Abyssal Dragon. Age, 0, 1 years. Extraordinary realm, intermediate level 1. Extraordinary abilities. Abyssal Dragon Breath, special bloodline ability, automatically evolves upon reaching a new major realm. 1 star, 2 level Fireball. 1 star, 2 level Windblade. 1 star, 2 level Weight Reduction. 1 star, 1 level Invisibility. Remaining upgrade points, 100. Although his level had significantly increased, most of the abilities still resembled his previous ones. Sarro could not help but frown. His mind was undeniably enriched with a wealth of magical knowledge, yet this system's data panel failed to display it. Why was that? Sarro began to ponder the distinction between his existing extraordinary abilities and the new extraordinary knowledge that had yet to manifest. After half a minute, he widened his eyes in realization. Was it because he had not yet learned them? This hypothesis seemed plausible. With time pressing, he set those thoughts aside for now. Once he was safe and had leisure, he would delve into new magic to confirm his suspicions. He gazed at his remaining upgrade points, musing that they were sufficient for one more ascent in extraordinary status. However, gaining a level would not significantly enhance his capabilities. He was still no match for Sorlin. With the additional warriors, his chances of defeating Sorlin dwindled even further. Sarro felt that in combat, his advantages were too meager, and thus, he should refrain from confrontation. Instead, he would upgrade those extraordinary abilities that could enhance his chances of escape. He focused on weight reduction and invisibility. The weight reduction spell would allow him to become lighter, enabling him to fly more effortlessly and swiftly. The invisibility spell would help him conceal himself, making him less detectable. Thus, he resolved to upgrade these two extraordinary abilities first. Ding. Weight reduction 4. Ding. Invisibility 6. Upgrade points -100. Remaining upgrade points, 0. Current, weight reduction, 1 star, 6 level. Current, invisibility, 1 star, 7 level. A profound sense of transformation coursed through Sarro's being. He felt as light as a feather, akin to a small swallow, yet imbued with the terrifying power of an intermediate extraordinary dragon, his speed undoubtedly extraordinary. Time flew by as dusk descended. The brilliant light that illuminated the starry sky began to fade. Nightfall arrived. Sarro spread his dragon wings, leaping lightly into the air, his dragon form vanishing as he ascended. The sensation of flying was exhilarating. Sarro inhaled deeply, gazing down at the mountains and forests below. He veered westward, swiftly arriving above the warriors' defensive line. Though night had fallen, many warriors remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. Sorlin, you wretched fiend, once I ascend to the higher extraordinary realm, you shall witness true cruelty. Sarro glared at Sorlin's large tent with disdain. He glided silently through the night sky, navigating the encirclement. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically as he sensed an invisible wave brush against him, stirring an ominous premonition. Beep, beep, beep. As expected, an alarm sounded from the forest below. It seemed to be some form of detection magic array. Sarro realized the gravity of the situation. An enemy attack was imminent. The warriors erupted into a frenzy, their battle auras surging. They scanned their surroundings suspiciously, but failed to spot the concealed young dragon, Sarro. Has the magic array malfunctioned? One pondered, perplexed. Impossible. This detection magic array could never fail. There must be an extraordinary creature detected. Where could it be? Sorlin burst from his tent. Who triggered the magic array? Was it that young dragon? His eyes scrutinized the surroundings and the sky, yet he saw nothing amiss. Fortunately, I possess the invisibility spell. Sorlin is merely a warrior and cannot breach my magic. Otherwise, this escape would have been thwarted. I must flee. Initially startled, Sarro soon relaxed. He quickly flapped his dragon wings and soared into the distance. Shulk, take a team of soldiers to the mountain and investigate the young dragon, Sorlin commanded a nearby warrior. Understood. Sane approached with a smile. Allow me to assist you, Lord Sorlin. He produced a green magic wand and pointed it at Sorlin. 2 star, 1 level auxiliary magic, Eagle's Eye. Sorlin nodded. Thank you. Sane replied. No need for thanks. We are friends. In the next moment, dark magic radiated from Sorlin's eyes, transforming his human pupils into those of an eagle. Darkness and many ordinary obstacles could not hinder Sorlin's vision at this moment. He swiftly scanned his surroundings. A few seconds later, he spotted the retreating silhouette of the young dragon. "Sane, my friend, hasten my speed," Sorlin urged. Sane wasted no time and cast the spell on Sorlin. 1 star, 9-level magic, wind acceleration. With a thunderous roar, a gust of wind erupted beneath Sorlin's feet. He leaped lightly, soaring into the sky. His legs moved rapidly, treading the air as he pursued Sarro, leaving a flurry of afterimages in his wake. The air cracking under the force of his speed. "Damn the dragon hatchling, do not flee. Otherwise, I shall end your life," Sorang bellowed fiercely. How troublesome indeed. Upon hearing the roar behind him, Sarro turned to see Sorang closing in rapidly. The distance between them was swiftly diminishing. With a roar, Sarro opened his mouth, releasing a dark breath of dragon fire that transformed into a laser beam. Stubborn and unyielding, "If you seek death, I shall grant it." Sorang, witnessing Sarro's defiance, conjured a cyan bow and arrow from thin air. "Though I excel in close combat and am mediocre in aerial combat, this will suffice to deal with a whelp like you." He drew the bowstring and loosed the arrow. Whoosh! The radiant arrow shot forth like a meteor. The dragon fire collided with the luminous arrow, shattering with a crack. In the dark sky, a dense purple glow illuminated the surroundings, yet the arrow remained an unstoppable force. It pierced through the explosion's remnants, continuing its assault on Sarro. Whoosh! The arrow was too swift and potent. Before Sarro could react, a searing pain erupted in his right shoulder as the arrow pierced through him, flying onward. Is the gap truly this vast? Sarro clutched his wound, dragon blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he struggled to endure, his dragon wings flapping desperately. However, his flight was now unstable, resembling a plane on the verge of crashing. "Would you like to recharge?" Recharge. The flowing dragon blood dissipated. Upgrade points. 2. Not enough, still insufficient. With his other claw, Sarro began to claw at his own scales, tearing at his hide. Recharge. Upgrade points. 8. Upgrade points. 4. Upgrade points. 1. A series of system notifications echoed in Sarro's mind. Behind him, Sorang shouted, "Stop! I have shown you mercy. If you continue to flee, I will have no choice but to end you." "I am not jesting this time." Sorang's expression darkened as he saw Sarro still escaping. Simultaneously, his speed began to wane. Despite his superior realm and combat prowess, he was still a human unaccustomed to flight. Running through the air was exhausting, and he could not sustain it for long. The supportive magic cast by Sane was also time-limited. Soon, it would dissipate, leaving him unable to pursue the flying Sarro. Sorang knocked a new arrow, aiming for Sarro's head, straining to draw the bowstring. "Stop now. I will give you 5 seconds to consider. If you do not halt, I shall shatter your skull." Sorang continued to shout. 1. 2. Upgrade points. 4. Sarro appeared oblivious, as if deaf to Sorang's words. "Little dragon whelp, your doom approaches." The voice of the abyssal brutal god resounded. "If you wish to live, surrender your body to me. In this moment, I alone can save you." Although previous attempts had failed to sway Sarro, the deity sought another chance. After all, what if it truly worked? 4. 5. Remaining upgrade points. 40. Very well. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Sorang's murderous intent erupted completely. Whoosh! The glowing arrow was released. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see that Sorang's aim was slightly off, missing Sarro's head entirely, instead striking at Sarro's wings. Sorang still could not bring himself to kill Sarro. He intended to cripple Sarro's wings, ensuring he could no longer fly. System, activate weight reduction technique. Sarro gritted his teeth, contemplating. Ding. 1 star 6 level weight reduction technique. 4. Ding. Upgrade points -40, current. Weight reduction technique 1 star 10 level. Remaining upgrade points, 0, in that instant. Sarro's weight plummeted once more. Boom! His speed surged dramatically. He pivoted sharply, narrowly avoiding the incoming arrow. How is this possible? Sorang was taken aback. It should not have occurred. Earlier, he could not evade, so why now? This must be a coincidence. Panic surged within Sorang. He sensed that his dream of becoming a dragon knight was slipping away. This realization was unbearable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sorang unleashed a flurry of arrows at Sarro. Like the wind, Sarro danced gracefully through the air, each movement fortuitously dodging the lethal arrows. How astonishing, the abyssal brutal god exclaimed in shock. This little dragon whelp employs magic that is undeniably subpar, yet why does it yield power far exceeding its level in his hands? The abyssal brutal god was unaware that this was all thanks to the premium system. As the distance between Sorang and Sarro gradually widened, Sorang's speed noticeably diminished, while Sarro grew increasingly swift. Half a minute later, why is this happening? Sorang plummeted to the ground, exhausted and devoid of strength. His complexion was pale, his expression filled with trepidation. He felt utterly hopeless about the future. Sarro's final threat was no jest. Sorang believed wholeheartedly that Sarro could follow through. No. I cannot perish. I must restore my family's former glory. Sarang clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. If I cannot deal with you myself, then I shall summon others to confront you. A sinister and eerie expression crossed Sorang's face as he seemed to formulate a dark plan. Chapter 5. The savior of the dog-headed people. In a realm where darkness slowly yields to light, lies a desolate expanse in the southwestern region of the Kingdom of Char, a chaotic territory teeming with non-human creatures. This place, referred to by ordinary humans as the land of monsters, is devoid of human habitation. Alas, I have fled for over 1,000 miles. I nearly perished from exhaustion, a youthful voice echoed from the blank expanse above the sky. Moments later, a battered dark gold wormling appeared seemingly out of thin air. Indeed, it was Sarro. Let me rest here for a while. Sarro lowered his gaze towards the distant hills below. However, before that, I must deal with these mutts. My sanctuary does not permit their presence. He turned his head towards the slopes beneath him. Heavy panting accompanied by copious sweat marked the arduous journey of a stout dog-headed man draped in a dark yellow robe, barely standing at 1 meter tall. Curse Bobby, you have dared to expel me from the tribe. Have you forgotten my contributions? He seethed with rage. Wait for it. I shall have my vengeance upon you, you ingrate. Despite his fatigue, he could not conceal the hatred etched upon his face. Harlan, you have no chance for revenge. Humph. Today is your day to perish. Yet, from behind him, 2 distinct male voices arose. Upon hearing these words, Harlan's expression shifted to one of terror and unease. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footfalls, 2 dog-headed warriors clad in dark gray armor, each standing at around 1.5 meters, brandished glimmering long blades as they sprinted towards him. Are you here to slay me? Why? Is expelling me from the tribe not sufficient? Harlan screeched. I am the savior of the dog-headed tribe. I transformed our once impoverished clan, devoid of food, clothing, and weapons, into a thriving community. I provided you whelps with formidable armor, ensured you had sufficient food, decent clothing, and prevented you from freezing in winter or suffering without medical care. I am the savior of the dog-headed people. Harlan's voice brimmed with defiance and resentment. Yet, the 2 warriors remained unfazed. But that does not grant you the right to covet the chieftain's position, nor is it a justification for your revenge. A menace like you cannot be spared. Harlan, you are just an ordinary dog-headed man, as weak as any common human. How can you aspire to be chieftain? The leader must be the most powerful, extraordinary dog-headed being. Haha, serving us extraordinary dog-headed beings is your privilege. Were it not for your association with the tribe, you would have perished long ago, with no hope for wealth. This is your debt to us, and thus, it is not a justification for your inflated self-importance. Harlan, you must recognize your limitations. Greed has clouded your judgment, spawning ambitions that are beyond your reach. You are merely a feeble merchant. What gives you the right to be the chieftain of the dog-headed people? The 2 dog-headed warriors exchanged barbs, and before long, they positioned themselves directly in front of Harlan, effectively blocking his escape. Damn it, you fools. You ingrates. Harlan's fury escalated at their words. You narrow-minded simpletons. My becoming chieftain would lead to greater prosperity for our tribe. What merits does that scoundrel Bobby possess? Aside from his slight strength, can he provide for you as I have? Without me, could he lead our tribe to greatness? Why can't you comprehend this? So what if I am not extraordinary? If I can bring wealth to everyone, is that not enough? You fools. Harlan, we live in a world that reveres the strong. Only extraordinary power holds significance. The dog-headed warrior raised his blade, eyes aflame with murderous intent. Harlan, your end is nigh. However, if you surrender your hidden wealth, we shall grant you a swift demise, another warrior interjected. Upon hearing the mention of wealth, Harlan seemed to grasp the implications, allowing a cold smirk to surface. What do you mean by revering the strong? Nonsense. This is merely your excuse for avarice. You are envious of my riches, coveting what is mine. In that moment, Harlan felt a surge of anger towards his past self. He realized how naive he had been, How excessively kind he had been to these tribesmen. You are truly obstinate. The dog-headed warrior, growing impatient, declared, if you refuse to speak, we shall simply kill you and search for your wealth at our leisure. Kill away. You pathetic fools, using the very weapons I provided to slay me. What fine irony. Yet, you shall be disappointed. My wealth is well concealed, far beyond your feeble comprehension. Harlan scoffed, unperturbed. This only incited the warriors further, their teeth clenched in frustration. I detest your arrogance. You are nothing but an ordinary dog-headed man, the refuse of the tribe. What gives you the audacity to look down upon us? Die, die, die. Just perish. Unable to contain their fury any longer, the warriors swung their blades at him. Suddenly, a youthful roar echoed from above. Simultaneously, an overwhelming dragonic presence surged forth. The dog-headed beings found themselves momentarily paralyzed, gazing upon the harbinger of their doom. The innate fear, terror, and despair buried deep within their bloodlines erupted in unison. They trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground in submission. With a resounding thud, Sarro descended from the heavens, landing not far from them. Despite his youth, his size dwarfed that of the dog-headed beings. The ground buckled beneath him upon impact. As the dog-headed creatures instinctively looked upon Sarro, their expressions turned to disbelief. A dragon? By the heavens, this is the legendary dragon. Our ancestors were said to be the kin of a great true dragon, blessed with dragon blood. Transformed into dragon-blooded dog-headed beings. Harlan, initially stunned, quickly regained his composure. Great true dragon, I swear my eternal loyalty to you. Accept my fealty. I, Harlan, wish to be your servant. Harlan sensed an opportunity. If successful, not only would he survive, but he might also ascend to heights he had never dared to imagine. Sarro beamed with satisfaction, his keen hearing having caught the words of the dog-headed beings. He held a certain admiration for Harlan, the cunning merchant. Lollipop, I, the great Abyssal Dragon King Sarro, accept your loyalty. Without hesitation, Sarro embraced Harlan's allegiance. Yet, to amplify his own grandeur, he bestowed upon himself a formidable title. Damn it, this wretch has stolen my moment. The two dog-headed warriors, witnessing Harlan's submission, realized they too had encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Great Abyssal Dragon King, we too wish to pledge our loyalty to you. Please accept us. We are far more useful than this feeble, rotund dog. Though late to the realization, the dog-headed warriors were unwilling to concede. They brimmed with confidence, for they were indeed powerful, extraordinary beings. If such a feeble creature as Harlan can be recruited, then surely they are even more susceptible to being gathered. Humph, once I become a favored subject of the magnificent Dragon King, I shall vanquish you, you portly beast. I am confident that the great Dragon King will not be displeased by this. A malevolent goblin warrior cast a scornful glance at Harlan. Chapter 6. Dependents, you worthless creatures do not deserve to be my dependents, Sarro declared, shaking his head resolutely. The confident kobold warrior was taken aback, his heart brimming with indignation. We are extraordinary beings. That Harlan is as weak as an ordinary human. Great true dragon, do not be deceived by this fat dog. Harlan wore a mocking smile, fully aware of the disparity between himself and the two kobold warriors. However, the advantages of the latter were inconsequential to Sarro. After all, the great true dragon was the very embodiment of extraordinary power. Although the kobold warriors were classified as extraordinary beings, they were of a lowly grade with minimal potential, unlikely to ever ascend to the ranks of intermediate extraordinary beings. Such entities were easily gathered by the true dragon. Conversely, Sarro's business acumen and ability to generate wealth in this world were commendable. Harlan had surmised correctly. Sarro had indeed recognized Harlan's financial prowess as the reason for his loyalty. How utterly noise-inducing, Sarro mused, perhaps influenced by his dragon lineage, his demeanor far more domineering than in his previous life. The overwhelming dragon might surge forth, causing the kobold warriors to roll their eyes, nearly fainting. A foul stench escaped from beneath their armor, revealing their utter fear. Pathetic. What can you do besides serve as cannon fodder? Sarro lamented, shaking his head as he raised his dragon claw to unleash two azure wind blades. With a swift motion, the kobold warriors' bodies were cleaved in twain, their blood gushing forth, tainting the air around them. Harlan's body trembled more violently, not out of fear, but sheer excitement. He felt a twinge of regret that he had not been the one to slay these two backstabbers himself. Sarro approached, gesturing towards the remains of the kobolds. Would you like to recharge? Recharge. Ding. Upgrade points. 3 remaining upgrade points. 3 The remains vanished silently. Is that all? Sarro frowned, his emotions complex. Yet, he quickly dismissed it and turned to Harlan, saying, "You must earn me wealth from now on." Harlan nodded eagerly, "Rest assured. I shall spare no effort to accumulate wealth for you, great true dragon, making you the richest of all." Dragons, though legendary creatures, were well known. And even a humble figure like Harlan had some understanding of their characteristics. He sought to curry favor, hoping to elevate Sarro's regard for him. Harlan continued, "Your Majesty, I have hidden some wealth atop the nearby hill. Please wait a moment, and I shall bring it forth as an offering." "Go quickly," Sarro replied without a hint of courtesy, extending his claw to ruffle Harlan's head, genuinely pleased by the man's actions. Yet, inwardly, he contemplated recharge. He pondered whether he could deposit living beings or sentient creatures into the system. Strange, aren't the kobolds also my wealth? Why not? The recharge criteria of this system were perplexingly complex. Regrettably, the system offered no response, leaving Harlan standing intact, filling Sarro with profound disappointment. Unbeknownst to Harlan, he was blissfully unaware of Sarro's sinister intentions and that, had it not been for the system's unexpected mercy, he would have perished. He was elated, believing Sarro to be an easily placated master. Lowering his head, he rubbed against Sarro's claw, resembling a true pet. Harlan intended to seize the wealth of the kobold tribe while realizing that having only him as a dependent was a disgrace to the dragon's dignity. He yearned for more dependence. Moreover, it was crucial that Harlan, as a mere trader, could not amass great wealth solely through his own efforts. He needed a multitude of subordinates to unleash his potential. Harlan did not dare contradict Sarro, wholeheartedly agreeing. Indeed, they dare to touch what belongs exclusively to you. They are truly foolhardy. Especially that scoundrel Bobby, who deserves the worst fate. His voice dripped with resentment and malice. Now, he harbored a chilling indifference towards his former kin, plotting revenge and exploitation instead of aiding those traitorous curs. Although Sarro was not the wisest of dragons, he could discern Harlan's intent to leverage the dragon to eliminate the kobolds. While being used, Sarro remained indifferent. After their discussion, the dragon and the dog parted ways for the moment. Sarro perched on a precarious mountainside, drifting into a deep slumber, while Harlan retrieved his hidden stash. However, Sarro remained asleep. Harlan, perceptive enough, refrained from disturbing him. Unbeknownst to them, night fell. The wounds on Sarro's body began to scab over, suggesting he would fully recover in 3 to 4 days. After a prolonged rest, Sarro finally awakened. "Your Majesty, this is the wealth I have stored," Harlan said, presenting a bundle before Sarro. "Quite good," Sarro replied with a smile. However, his dragon visage, while smiling, appeared rather fearsome. "Would you like to recharge?" "Recharge. Upgrade points. 67 remaining upgrade points." 70 Sarro was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant kobold would possess such wealth. Nevertheless, it affirmed Harlan's formidable business acumen. Upgrade. Sarro had no intention of saving upgrade points. He was eager to allocate them. Ding. 1-star level 7 invisibility. 3 ding. 1-star level 2 windblade. 4 ding. Upgrade points. Minus 70 remaining upgrade points. 0 current. 1-star level 10 invisibility. Current. 1-star level 6 windblade. With the system's notifications, Sarro's abilities significantly enhanced, particularly his invisibility, making him feel that even ordinary intermediate mages would struggle to perceive him. Exhaling deeply, Sarro grasped Harlan. Harlan remained calm, displaying an unperturbed expression. "Guide me. Let us head to the kobold tribe now," Sarro commanded. "At your service," Harlan replied with a subtle smile, appearing innocent, yet his eyes held no warmth, exuding a chilling demeanor. Chapter 7. Subjugating the goblin tribe. Approximately 30 miles away, a long, winding river flows. Along its banks lies a small village inhabited by 500 to 600 goblins. Even though night has fallen, the heart of this village remains brightly lit. A group of robust goblins is seen devouring meat and drinking from large bowls. Bobby smiles, reflecting on the incompetence of his companions. Surely, those two fools won't be slain by that gluttonous Harlan, will they? His words elicit laughter from the surrounding goblins. Huh, how could that be? Harlan can't even defeat a common goblin. One remarks. In fact, I believe Waker and Carter have absconded with Harlan's riches. The noise is overwhelming, reminiscent of a bustling market. Bobby furrows his brow in irritation, demanding silence. Be quiet. Regardless of whether Waker and Carter are alive or have fled, it is of no consequence. We must focus our efforts on developing the iron mine. This is a treasure, and under my leadership, our tribe shall surely rise. He scoffs at Harlan, who, in his arrogance, covets the chieftaincy, oblivious to his own insignificance. Does he truly believe the tribe cannot thrive without him, the savior of goblins? Huh. I am the true savior. Only I can elevate the goblin race. Bobby has discovered the iron mine, granting him a unique and valuable fortune. Even without Harlan, he knows he will not fall into poverty. Instead of killing Harlan, he would prefer to imprison him, exploiting him for profit. Led by the elder goblin Aiden, many goblins pound their chests in assurance. Rest assured, chieftain, we are reliable warriors. Bobby, pleased with their response, raises his drinking vessel and proclaims, "Let us feast and drink. We shall not return until we are inebriated." As Sarro, clutching Harlan, soared over the goblin tribe, he beheld a raucous gathering of drunken goblins reveling in their merriment. Are they celebrating my demise? Harlan mused, unable to suppress a self-deprecating chuckle. The strongest among them, Bobby, is merely of mid-tier strength, yet they indulge with such fervor. Sarro, feeling discontented, reflects on his own hardships, recognizing that these goblins lead a more carefree existence. With a roar, Sarro unleashed his formidable draconic power. "Ah, how terrifying!" the goblins exclaimed. His presence was unmistakably that of a creature of noble lineage. The goblins within the village were paralyzed with fear. Sarro descended, landing in the midst of the banquet, releasing Harlan. The proximity only intensified Sarro's overwhelming aura, rendering most goblin warriors too intimidated to resist, their hearts filled solely with dread. In the outskirts of the village resided many ordinary goblins, who, facing such terror, pretended to be lifeless, striving to minimize their presence. "Your doom is upon you, you ungrateful wretches." Harlan bellowed, emboldened. "Kneel and beg for mercy, and become servants of the great Abyssal Dragon King. Otherwise, I shall eradicate you all." It was only upon Harlan's proclamation that the goblins noticed him, astonished and incredulous despite their fright. What business does such a wretch have with a true dragon? Ha! A dragon of this size is merely a whelp. Fear not. Bobby, now thoroughly intoxicated, was losing his grip on reality. Though the draconic presence affected him, it was not enough to deter his resolve. Instead, emboldened by liquor, he laughed maniacally. "Today, I shall become a dragon slayer. From this day forth, my name, Bobby, shall echo throughout the realm of monsters. I shall devour his flesh and bathe in his blood. I am destined to transform into a dragon-blooded goblin. Ha ha ha, how splendid. I am the savior of goblins. I shall lead my kin to greatness." As Bobby grew more animated, his eyes glimmered with avarice. Yet, the goblin warriors, though trembling under the draconic influence, remained unconvinced. They shrank back, attempting to diminish their visibility. A few, however, exhibited glimmers of hope, evidently contemplating the prospect of slaying a dragon, harboring a flicker of faith in their chieftain. "Damn you, wretched creature. You dare covet the great Dragon King's attention? You are doomed. Not even the dog god can save you." Harlan, feeling insulted, raged, "Bobby, I will slay you." With a furious roar, Harlan charged at Bobby, much to Sarro's astonishment. In truth, he was merely expressing loyalty. "Ah, a cunning fool," Bobby thought, dismissing Harlan's antics. As Harlan lunged, Bobby retaliated with a swift punch to his gut, sending him sprawling. Harlan crashed to the ground, spitting blood, yet he rose slowly, defiant. "Cursed Bobby, the majesty of the Dragon King cannot be disrespected. I will slay you." Sarro's perception shifted. Whether Harlan's actions were sincere or feigned, they suggested he could be a loyal servant. "Enough. My dignity does not require a pup to defend it," Sarro stated, bemused by the audacity of these beings. "What manner of dragons inhabit this realm, that such lowly creatures dare threaten us?" Harlan, now despondent, lamented, "Oh, Dragon King, I am but a fool. Such insignificant beings should not require your direct intervention. This task should be mine as your servant." Sarro retorted, "You must possess self-awareness." Harlan fell silent. Sarro advanced toward Bobby, declaring, "It is a privilege for a cur to perish by my hand." "Oh no, I shall not perish. I am the savior of goblins. You shall die at my hands and become my stepping stone to greatness." Bobby staggered forward, claws bared, resembling a famished wolf lunging at its prey. Too slow. Sarro extended his massive claw, snatching Bobby with an iron grip. In that moment, Bobby's vision darkened as his head was ensnared in the unyielding grasp of Sarro's claw, his body dangling helplessly. Among equals, how could a mere goblin compare to a true dragon? Bobby struggled fiercely, but Sarro's grip was steadfast. With a slight squeeze, the goblin's skull caved, emitting a mournful sound. Please, do not kill me. I am willing to submit. The agony and the specter of death jolted Bobby from his delusions of grandeur, filling him with regret and self-loathing. Ah, the majesty of the Dragon King is indeed supreme. Sarro merely smiled coldly. With a resounding bang, Bobby's head exploded, and a copious amount of crimson blood seeped through the gaps of the dragon's claws. Bobby's lifeless body vanished. I submit myself. Great Dragon King, please accept my kneeling. Ha ha. Splendidly executed. Scum like Bobby is utterly unworthy of serving the illustrious Dragon King. Invincible, invincible, the Dragon King reigns supreme. Bobby's demise compelled the surrounding kobolds to confront the harsh reality. In a bid for survival, they swiftly knelt and bowed their heads. A few of the kobolds, displaying genuine sincerity, left the ground pockmarked from their fervent prostrations. Chapter 8, Kindness. Harlan's tears of gratitude this time. Sarro did not refuse the surrender of the goblins. With his head held high, he surveyed his surroundings and proclaimed loudly, "From now on, I, the Abyssal Dragon King Sarro, shall be your master. Now, hand over your wealth. As your servants, you are not entitled to possessions, for you are my property." Such a tyrannical declaration was undeniably inhumane. However, the goblins around him did not dare to object. The death of Bobby had made it abundantly clear to them that they must maintain their place and not overreach their bounds, lest they bring about their own demise. Sarro approached Harlan and announced, "From this moment forth, Harlan shall be the new chieftain of the tribe." Although Harlan had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, the goblin race, though frail, possessed a remarkable vitality. Upon hearing Sarro's decree, he leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "Great Dragon King, I am grateful for your favor. I shall not disappoint you." Sarro smiled modestly. "I hope you can keep your word." How infuriating, this fortunate fat goblin. The surrounding goblins seethed with envy and resentment, clearly unsatisfied with the turn of events. Harlan proved to be a competent new chieftain, eager to showcase his authority. He first summoned the goblin warriors to plunder the villagers' wealth. Simultaneously, he called upon a group of skilled goblins to serve Sarro. The following morning, Harlan, burdened with a satchel, walked along the village path, flanked by several obsequious goblin warriors. "Harlan, you scoundrel, why have you stolen our money?" Suddenly, a few young goblins rushed forward. "It's true, our family was already poor, and now I can't even afford to eat meat. Harlan, you used to buy me snacks. How have you changed so drastically?" The young goblins, filled with indignation, unleashed a tirade against Harlan. Upon closer inspection, some older goblins were lurking in the distance, watching intently. Harlan scoffed. In the past, he had treated these kin well, always sharing his spoils, especially with the younger goblins, whom he cherished. To him, they represented the future of their race. Yet, when he was exiled and pursued by goblin warriors, these creatures had shown no concern, not even a word of comfort, leaving his heart cold. "Scram. If you want to eat, go mine or farm. Otherwise, starve," Harlan replied coldly. His harsh words stunned the young goblins. They could not comprehend why Harlan, who had once doted on them, had transformed into such a figure. "I want candy. I want meat. If you don't comply, we'll have our parents beat you." Some cried, while others whined incessantly. "Keep pestering me, and I'll have you served to the Dragon King at his feast," Harlan retorted impatiently, moving forward. A small goblin was shoved aside and fell to the ground. The despicable Harlan, being driven away by Chief Bobby, was indeed the right decision. He is aiding that vile dragon in harming us. In the distance, the older goblins wore expressions of fury, yet their fear was palpable, their voices barely a whisper. "Hey, you little brats, get away and don't disturb Chief Harlan." Several older goblins intervened, hurriedly dragging the young ones away. "Humph, a bunch of ungrateful wretches. They didn't appreciate my kindness before. Now that I've turned cold, they finally understand their place," Harlan scoffed. The goblin warriors beside him felt a twinge of awkwardness. Before long, they arrived at the village center. At that moment, Sarro was sprawled on the ground, while goblins busied themselves cooking nearby. "Your Majesty, here is the village's cash." Harlan transformed like a master of disguise, shifting from mockery to sycophancy upon seeing Sarro. Additionally, there are some valuable items, such as tools, weapons, and clothing. I plan to procure these. These lowly goblins only deserve tattered clothes. They are not worthy of anything more. Lastly, that scoundrel Bobby had been fortunate enough to discover an iron mine 15 miles away. I intend to mobilize all the goblins in the village to mine, Harlan reported swiftly. To be honest, Sarro was taken aback. He hadn't expected Harlan to be so ruthless as to drain the goblin tribe dry. One could imagine the hardships that lay ahead for these goblins. However, the discovery of the iron mine was a pleasant surprise. Excellent. Arrange for the miners to begin extraction. I hope it is a substantial vein, Sarro said, filled with anticipation, sensing that the wealth needed for his ascension to the extraordinary realm lay within that mine. Understood. I will make preparations today and lead a team there tomorrow to commence mining, Harlan responded. Moreover, we aim to grow strong. Solely relying on oppression and torment will not suffice, Sarro cautioned Harlan, hoping he wouldn't let his resentment lead to the tribe's ruin. Harlan smiled and replied, Your Majesty, you are a benevolent and magnificent dragon. For these wretched goblins to receive your concern is truly their good fortune. Rest assured, I will not go overboard. After all, they are all your wealth. Seeing Harlan's understanding, Sarro felt a bit more at ease. He opened his mouth and expelled a drop of viscous dragon blood, which floated towards Harlan. What is this? Harlan asked, bewildered. This is the dragon's blood I have condensed, Sarro explained painfully. By consuming it, you will gain the power of a dragon and transform into a dragon-blooded goblin. As an ordinary goblin, Harlan found it difficult to envision a long-term future. Only by becoming extraordinary could he aspire to greater heights and serve Sarro better, thus generating wealth for him. The surrounding goblins gasped in astonishment. How infuriating. Harlan is so fortunate. Oh, I want to be a dragon-blooded goblin too. Their faces shifted dramatically as they struggled to contain their excitement. Harlan, the focal point of this spectacle, reacted even more dramatically. Whoa, great Dragon King, I am grateful for your gift. Harlan's eyes welled with tears as he knelt, repeatedly bowing. He could hardly believe Sarro's generosity in granting him dragon blood. It was undeniable. Harlan was moved. He felt that Sarro was undoubtedly the finest dragon among his kin. To serve such a dragon filled him with happiness and pride. Your Majesty, I swear I will not let you down. I will ensure you become the wealthiest dragon in this world, indeed in the entire universe, Harlan declared resolutely. Observing Harlan's overwhelming gratitude, Sarro felt puzzled, unable to comprehend why this goblin was so emotional over a mere drop of blood. To him, it was hardly significant. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a positive development. Sarro smiled and said, Know your limits. Do not overexert yourself. He worried that Harlan might, like the previous night, recklessly confront formidable foes, leading to an untimely demise. After all, he had gifted Harlan dragon blood. Should Harlan perish foolishly, it would be a significant loss for him. Harlan remained oblivious to Sarro's true intentions. As he wept profusely, his sobs growing ever more intense. Your Majesty, you are truly too kind. Please, do not distress yourself. I am in no way compelled. It is my honor to serve you, and I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for this cause. Sarro, a master who genuinely cares for his loyal subjects, is indeed capable of stirring deep emotions within a dog. Harlan couldn't help but feel that, in comparison to Sarro, Bobby was utterly insignificant. Chapter 9. Ambition and Aggression Enough. Stop crying. Quickly consume this dragon's blood and become a true scion of the dragon, Sarro urged, displaying a hint of disdain as the plump canine wept, an unseemly sight. Yes, yes, Harlan nodded eagerly, his anticipation palpable. As the dragon's blood coursed through him, a mysterious force erupted, invading Harlan's flesh and blood. The agony was excruciating. He felt as though he were being flayed alive. Howl! Woof woof! Despite his desire to maintain dignity, the pain overwhelmed him, and he doubled over, rolling on the ground. The dog-headed creatures nearby were taken aback, wondering if this fortunate mongrel would perish from the torment. If he dies, it might just pave the way for my ascension. One thought darkly. Sarro, however, remained unfazed, encouraging, endure. If you can persevere, you shall no longer be a mere mortal. You will become a formidable, extraordinary being. Crackling sounds emanated from within Harlan's body, and upon closer inspection, one could see his bones and flesh rapidly expanding. The excess fat on his body transformed into robust muscle, while the fur on his skin began to shed. Glimmering dark golden dragon scales slowly emerged, exuding a faint draconic aura that astonished the weaker dog-headed beings nearby. But it did not end there. Two large bulges formed on Halen's back, heralding further transformation. The greater the change, the more benefits you shall reap. As my first Dragonborn, your fortunes seem to be quite favorable, Sarro observed with keen interest. As all eyes were on Halen, the burdens he had carried quietly vanished. Upgrade points, 60. Remaining upgrade points, 80. Upgrade. Ding, Wind Blade level 4. Ding, Fireball level 4. Upgrade points minus 80. Remaining upgrade points, 0. Current, Wind Blade, 1 star. Level 10, Current, Fireball, 1 star. Level 6. After a series of system prompts, Sarro's combat prowess experienced a modest increase. It was time to learn new spells, as he felt his magical repertoire was somewhat lacking. Moments later, Halen's back bulges burst open with a loud pop, revealing a pair of dark red, malformed dragon wings. At that moment, Halen stood over 2 meters tall. Though he retained some canine traits, he now bore scales, claws, and wings of a dragon, a fusion of dragon, dog, and human. I have ascended to a supernatural being. I feel an immense power within me. Halen's torment ended, replaced by an exhilarating sense of liberation. He leapt into the air, his hands clenched as he sliced through the air with rapid motions. The air exploded with a series of thunderous sounds, akin to fireworks. With his wings unfurled, Halen landed gracefully. Quite impressive, to possess the strength of a low-ranking level 5 so soon after transformation. Sarro nodded in satisfaction. The surrounding dog-headed beings were consumed with envy, as other extraordinary beings struggled for months or even years to gain a single level, while Halen, the fortunate one, had transcended multiple ranks in an instant. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your gifts, Halen exclaimed, unable to contain his gratitude despite having thanked Sarro previously. Sarro acknowledged him with a slight nod. Continue to train diligently. Your potential is commendable. Even with normal growth, you could ascend to the intermediate extraordinary realm. With further effort, the possibility of reaching the advanced extraordinary realm is quite high. Understood, Halen replied, determination in his voice. Sarro turned to the other dog-headed beings and reassured them. Do not be disheartened. If you achieve great feats, I shall not be stingy. Both dragon's blood and magical combat techniques await you as well. Wonderful. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd of dog-headed beings erupted in fervent cheers. With the allure of treasures, they brimmed with enthusiasm, fostering a strong sense of allegiance to Sarro. Satisfied with their response, Sarro waved his hand dismissively. That will be all, Halen. If there isn't anything urgent, refrain from disturbing me. Halen nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Sarro feigned indulgence in food and drink while secretly delving into his dragon heritage's complex memories. Not all knowledge was applicable to him, but after a brief span of 10 minutes, he murmured to himself, I shall focus on these two. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days passed. Sarro's extraordinary abilities had quietly expanded to include 1 star, level 2 healing, and 1 star, level 5 acceleration. He lifted his right claw and gently placed it on the chest of the stuttering canine, who was nearly restored, whispering, heal. A vibrant green light erupted from his claw, enveloping the sturdy form. The wound appeared to be mending as though accelerated, fresh blood and flesh emerging to repair the injury, along with new dragon scales sprouting forth. The effect was remarkable. A sudden thought struck Sarro. If I were to enhance this healing spell to a certain level, could it not rival immortality? I could sell myself without limit. Alas, the fleeting thought was swiftly dashed by reality, and his expression dimmed. Your Majesty, a voice called from afar. Halen flapped his wings as he approached from outside the village. What is it? Sarro inquired. With a troubled expression, Halen confessed, we are short-handed. Sarro gazed into the distance. Inform me of the nearby factions. Today, I shall subdue them. He intended to expand his territory and strengthen his influence. For a mere dog-headed tribe could not satisfy his ambitions. Having nearly healed, he found no reason to remain inactive any longer. He aimed to use the dog-headed tribe as a base for expansion in all directions. Setting a modest goal, Sarro thought ambitiously. I shall become the sole ruler of the monster domain. Halen, well-versed in the surroundings, swiftly recounted, Your Majesty, 30 miles to the west lies a small goblin tribe. To the north, there are ratmen. Additionally, a pack of wolf demons roams within hundreds of miles. They are nomadic and challenging to pinpoint. Yet they possess considerable strength, boasting several intermediate extraordinary beings, and the remaining ordinary wolf demons are all low-ranking extraordinary beings. Many of our kin have been captured and devoured by them in the past. Your Majesty, If we wish to establish stability, the wolf demons must be eradicated. Upon hearing Halen's account, Sarro gained a solid understanding of the surrounding area. Let us first subdue the goblins and rat men, and we can deal with the wolf demons later. He planned to amass some wealth to upgrade himself before confronting the wolf demons. Halen nodded, agreeing that Sarro's choice was prudent. He did not perceive it as shameful for Sarro to fear the wolf demons, as he was still a young dragon in need of time to mature. Halen, once I subdue them, I will have them come to us. You must remember to receive them, Sarro continued. This approach, however, was not without its flaws, for it was inevitable that some slaves would attempt to escape during the process. Alas, such is the consequence of insufficient manpower. If I had enough subordinates, I could lead an assault myself. Nevertheless, at this nascent stage, he must commence anew in every aspect. It is entirely natural to encounter difficulties during this time, necessitating hands-on involvement. Once stability is attained, Sarro shall find ease. Haroun knelt and declared, "As you command, your majesty. I shall prepare exquisite delicacies in anticipation of your triumphant return." With a swift motion, Sarro ascended into the skies, departing from this place. Chapter 10. Establishment of the Dragon Abyss Merchant Guild. Not long after, Sarro came upon a desolate village teeming with goblins, who were bustling about. Goblins, such wretched creatures, are marked by their low intelligence and feeble strength. Those few who become extraordinary beings are rare, chosen from hundreds of miles. With a thunderous roar, a fierce wind swept down from the heavens, engulfing the land. Had the weather changed? Such a terrifying presence. Was the demon wolf upon them once more? The goblins in the village sensed a dreadful entity rapidly approaching, their bodies trembling in instinctive fear. A commanding roar echoed through the air as Sarro descended from the sky, landing upon the earth of the village. With a resounding crash, the ground quaked violently. The nearby goblins, unable to maintain their footing, fell in droves. What a colossal figure! This was the fabled dragon. Oh, we are doomed. We are surely finished. A dragon could devour a dozen of us in a single bite. Upon witnessing Sarro's true form, their terror only deepened. Some, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, breathless. Alas, they had been scared to death. "O humble goblins, if you wish to live, then submit to me and pledge your loyalty," Sarro proclaimed without hesitation. The goblins were left in stunned silence. "Submit to us? Does this mean we shall become true dragonkin? Oh yes, how splendid! With a true dragon as our ally, who would dare to bully us?" After their initial shock, they erupted into jubilant cheers. "Great dragon, in the name of the gods, I vow my loyalty to you. From this day forth, I shall be your most devoted servant." One by one, the goblins eagerly knelt in submission. "Now, gather all your kin and head to the Kobold tribe. Upon your arrival, the new chief, Harlan, will welcome you. On your journey, if you encounter any wandering races, attempt to recruit them for me," Sarro instructed before soaring back into the sky, leaving the place behind. "Hurry, hurry. I can hardly wait." The multitude of ignorant goblins were blissfully unaware that their submission might not entirely bode well for them. Trials awaited in the future. Sarro flitted about the skies like a diligent little bee. Those non-human races he targeted, faced with the pressure and invitation from the dragon, generally agreed with delight. As for those who dared to refuse Sarro, they would surely face his wrath. After toiling for the better part of the day, Sarro concluded his campaign of conquest. Many new members had already arrived. Harlan led a group of kobold warriors to receive them, simultaneously confiscating their meager wealth to send to the iron mines. "No, no. We are the esteemed kin of the great dragon. How dare you seize our scant riches?" they protested. "I refuse. You are all deceivers, and so is the dragon." When they learned they were required to pay fees and mine, the new recruits were left in shock and uproar. This was not what they had envisioned. Harlan, witnessing the growing unrest, remained unfazed. He called out coldly, "Silence! Do you wish to defy the great Abyssal Dragon? If you continue to disobey, I shall slay you all and serve you as food to the old workers. They have long been deprived of meat and may be eager to savor your flavors." The fearsome reputation of Sarro proved effective. The previously boisterous new members were swiftly silenced. Harlan, seizing the moment, added with a smile, "Do not be disheartened. I assure you, if you obey and work diligently, the great dragon shall bestow upon you dragon blood and extraordinary cultivation techniques, transforming you into powerful beings. After coercion comes temptation. Although this method was rather cliché, it was undeniably effective. Is it true? A chorus of astonished new members exclaimed. A shifty-eyed ratfolk inquired. You wouldn't be deceiving us in a labor, would you? With a serious demeanor, Harlan replied, You must have heard of me, Harlan. Indeed, Harlan was well known in the vicinity. He had transformed the impoverished kobold tribe into a dominant force, reigning over all surrounding races and becoming the most formidable overlord beneath the fearsome demon wolves. You are the corpulent Harlan? Impossible. I have seen Harlan before. He was nothing like this. I thought the merchant Harlan and the new chief Harlan were two different individuals, merely sharing a similar name. The crowd was incredulous, their faces painted with disbelief. Harlan, unable to contain his pride, declared, I am indeed Harlan, the one you know as the corpulent Harlan. With this admission, the crowd was compelled to accept his claim. What happened to you? A creature queried. Harlan did not conceal the truth, stating plainly, It is a gift from His Majesty. He has transformed me into a dragon's kin, bestowing upon me extraordinary power. I swear, I speak no falsehood. Therefore, if you wish to grow stronger and become extraordinary beings, work hard. Work, I shall do it. I too wish to become extraordinary. They clamored, filled with fervor. Oh, what a generous dragon. Harlan's words proved impactful. The new members brimmed with enthusiasm, evidently embracing their new reality. True to his word, Harlan had prepared a bounty of food for Sarro. Knowing the dragon's great appetite, a cadre of kobold cooks was diligently preparing even more dishes. Sarro devoured the food with astonishing speed, putting immense pressure on the cooks, who felt they could scarcely keep pace with his voracity. However, Sarro, being a considerate dragon, soon moderated his eating pace. He also diverted some of his attention to the ancestral memories of his kind, seeking new magic. Though he had not recently spent resources to upgrade, Sarro sensed that more ancestral memories were gradually surfacing from deep within his bloodline. Perhaps, in less than half a month, he would automatically rise to an intermediate second-tier realm. Unbeknownst to him, the next day arrived. The non-human races he had subdued had largely gathered and were being persuaded by Harlan to toil in the iron mines. Today, as Sarro had yet to awaken, Harlan sought him out once more. Sarro, in a good mood, bore no signs of irritation. Harlan knelt respectfully, saying, Forgive my intrusion, Your Majesty. Sarro yawned lazily. Speak quickly if you have matters to discuss. Harlan nodded. Your Majesty, I believe we have sufficient miners for the time being. Additionally, the ratfolk are numerous and skilled at burrowing. I propose we assign some of them to establish secret bases in various directions while gathering intelligence. In essence, Harlan aimed to employ the ratfolk as informants. Very well, Sarro replied with a nod. Harlan continued, Moreover, our current numbers have increased significantly. We are no longer a mere insignificant force. We must establish a formal entity. Therefore, I request a resounding name. Indeed, that is a sound proposition, Sarro acknowledged, falling into contemplation while Harlan fell silent. Half a minute later, Sarro raised his head and said, Let us temporarily name it the Longyuan Chamber of Commerce. Harlan, ever obsequious, swiftly chimed in with praise upon hearing the name. Longyuan? What a splendid name. Surely, this title will one day echo across the cosmos, becoming a legendary presence in the eyes of countless beings across myriad worlds. Chapter 11. The wolf has arrived as darkness enveloped the landscape. The chilling howls of wolves echoed ominously in the night. 50 miles away, in a desolate village, a pack of colossal beasts approached, causing the very earth to tremble beneath their weight. These were wolves towering over 2 meters in height and stretching 3 to 4 meters in length, resembling massive calves. With ravenous eyes fixed upon the village, drool dripped from their jagged teeth, pooling on the ground below. Yet, their expressions were unsettlingly peculiar. Strange. Why have all the goblins vanished from here? One of the giant wolves pondered. Could it be that these wretched creatures fled in fear of being devoured by us? Humph. Let us investigate. This entire area is our breeding ground, and its inhabitants are our sustenance. I will not allow our prey to escape. The pack erupted in furious howls, scattering in all directions. Shortly thereafter, one of the giants halted, confronted by a cluster of dilapidated houses. This place hardly qualified as a village. It appeared to be a diminutive goblin settlement. Where could they have gone? The giant wolf sensed something was amiss, believing that their breeding grounds were in grave danger. In truth, it was not only here that trouble brewed. The dispersed wolves shared an ominous intuition, realizing that nearby creatures had largely disappeared. Some ventured to the former territory of the dog-headed people, where a small number of them still lingered. The following dawn, the scattered wolves reconvened. Damn it! Our food is gone. One lamented. Mine too. It seems our breeding grounds have encountered a catastrophe. The pack murmured in dismay, their expressions darkening. One of the more robust wolves spoke up. The dog-headed tribe appears relatively unscathed. Do you think they could be behind this? It's quite possible, considering the dog-headed ones are the strongest among us. That Bobby is a particularly ambitious fellow. Perhaps all this strangeness is orchestrated by them. We should march over and demand an explanation from those vile dog-headed creatures. However, upon hearing this, the surrounding giants fell silent. After a moment's pause, a larger wolf, gritting its teeth, declared, "No, we must report this to the great king. The dog-headed tribe is formidable. Our strength alone is insufficient. Even if we could succeed, we would suffer severe losses. Only by uniting the power of our entire clan can we easily annihilate the dog-headed tribe." Meanwhile, Sarro's life was rather leisurely, spending his days indulging in food and drink or studying new spells. Harlan, in stark contrast, was preoccupied with finding ways to amass wealth. A small quantity of iron ore had recently emerged, and while Sarro wished to channel it directly into the system, he realized that doing so would hinder the growth of the Longyuan Trading Company. After all, a trading company devoid of goods is no trading company at all. Unbeknownst to him, Sarro's extraordinary abilities had been enhanced with a 1-star level 5 shrinking spell. While a larger form exuded dominance and power, it also brought about certain inconveniences. Despite his attempts at self-restraint, Harlan proved to possess some talent, managing to procure a degree of wealth for Sarro. Currently, he had remaining upgrade points, 50. Yet, despite this accumulation, Sarro chose not to further enhance his abilities, opting instead to conserve his points for a future elevation of his extraordinary realm. This decision was fueled by the intelligence reports from a nearby Ratman informant, who had discovered traces of the magical wolves. Clearly, the former overlords had taken notice of the Longyuan Trading Company. The treacherous nature of the magical wolves, coupled with their claim over this territory, posed a significant threat to Sarro's enterprise. He sensed that danger was imminent. In a bid for caution, Sarro relocated his residence near the iron mine. Should the magical wolves descend upon him, and he find himself unable to combat them, he would utilize the mine or to bolster his reserves. 2 days passed unnoticed. Within the jungle, hundreds of massive wolves congregated, at the center of which stood a formidable magical wolf, comparable to a giant elephant. This was the king of the magical wolf clan, Sao. Upon learning that their food sources had vanished, even those from afar were compelled to venture forth, seeking clarity on the situation. Not far away, an aging magical wolf pressed a rat man, about half a meter tall, beneath its claw. "Ah, it hurts. Don't kill me. Please don't eat me." The rat man cried in panic. "I'm an esteemed informant of the great Abyssal Dragon King. If you harm me, the Dragon King will surely annihilate you all." He squirmed desperately, but his diminutive stature rendered him powerless against the giant wolf. Regret enveloped him as he lamented. "If only I had been more cautious and kept my distance from these magical wolves." Initially, he had aimed to gather intelligence on the magical wolf clan to exchange for dragon blood, yet he had underestimated their might. The nearby wolves wore grave expressions. "A dragon has come here? That shouldn't be possible. This wretched place is nothing but a backwater for true dragons. Which dragon would deign to come here?" However, if that were indeed the case, everything would make sense. He had heard that dragons favored enslaving lesser beings, and perhaps the nearby races had been subjugated. Sao, the Wolf King, cleared his throat, and the previously chattering magical wolves fell silent. He turned to the rat man and commanded, "You wretched creature, tell me everything that has transpired nearby. Otherwise, I shall tear you limb from limb and consume you alive." The ferocity of his presence permeated the air, instilling further terror in the rat man. I'll talk. The rat man, not one to embrace death, quickly divulged the recent events. As an informant, he was privy to much information, especially since Sarro and Harlan had not concealed their plans. "Ah, so it's merely a young dragon." Upon hearing Sarro's intelligence, Sal not only felt no fear but erupted in laughter, a cruel green light igniting in his eyes. The surrounding magical wolves stirred with excitement. If it were a dragon of significant age, they would certainly be wary. However, a mere hatchling posed no threat. "Summon all our kin from every direction. This time, I shall lead our entire clan to obliterate this insignificant little dragon who dares intrude upon our domain. I, Sal, shall hunt a dragon." Sal's fervent declaration reverberated through the air. "How? Hunt the dragon." The surrounding giants echoed his cry, unleashing a tempest of dark and malevolent energy. The chilling aura of terror coalesced, saturating the very atmosphere. This spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. The Ratman informant, overwhelmed by the intimidation, rolled his eyes back in fear and fainted. Chapter 12. Preparing for battle. The atmosphere within the Longyuan Chamber of Commerce had grown tense and uneasy. You lot, focus. Hurry and finish constructing the walls. Furthermore, from now on, do not wander too far or stray alone. Ensure all weapons are at the ready and stockpile provisions. Dig traps beyond the walls. Numerous monsters near the mining area are industriously at work, erecting structures to bolster the local defenses. Harlan, resembling a stern overseer, roared like a demon. Although the Ratman informants are feeble, they are indeed invaluable. News regarding the demon wolves has been delivered. Upon hearing the alarming increase in their numbers, Harlan became anxious. He swiftly summoned the miners and initiated a full mobilization, embarking on various construction projects to prepare for the impending threat of the demon wolves. It must be said that strength in numbers is formidable. Before long, the landscape in the vicinity had dramatically transformed. In due time, I shall construct a town here, allowing all my followers to gather and attracting distant travelers. I aspire to transform this place into a bustling commercial city. Harlan, ever the shrewd businessman, even in the face of crisis, was still contemplating entrepreneurial ventures. Not far away, atop a grand mountain, Sarro clenched his dragon claws and unleashed a flurry of punches. The air before him exploded with force, creating waves of wind. Fragments of stone and vegetation were sent flying. Faster. More. Sarro's body was tense, his expression increasingly grave, with fervent flames igniting in his eyes. His punches became swifter, leaving a multitude of afterimages. Perhaps in his haste, he created friction with the air, igniting sparks that danced around him. As time passed, these sparks multiplied. Approximately 3 minutes later, a thunderous roar erupted as Sarro's dragon fists ignited completely. He bellowed, as the flames on his claws transformed into fiery fists, launching forth. They soared through the air, striking a large boulder over 10 meters away. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered. Sarro pivoted, directing his punches toward other directions. A barrage of blazing fire fists erupted like a rocket launcher, bombarding the surroundings with deafening blasts. As Sarro's dragon claws burned more intensely, the searing heat cracked the ground, charring it black. The air turned crimson, the scant moisture evaporating in the heat. The scene was undeniably spectacular. However, this display demanded considerable energy from Sarro. It wasn't long before he was left panting, sweat seeping from the gaps in his dragon scales. Not enough, far from enough, Sarro thought, still vigorously throwing punches. Burning and blossoming, he transformed into a beacon of light, illuminating the realm. Solar Dragon Fist, The brilliance in Sarro's eyes intensified, the flames on his claws reaching higher temperatures. The flames became increasingly blinding, the colors of the surroundings fading. Time became elusive, and suddenly, his fists of fire split, releasing an endless cascade of white light. In an instant, this radiance consumed everything around him. Atop the mountain peak, it appeared as if a miniature sun had emerged. Surrounding monsters stared in astonishment. What is this? So blinding, they exclaimed. It is said that His Majesty is training up there. How formidable. Harlan smiled, observing the magnificent scene. It seems His Majesty's power has increased. I must strive harder. I do not wish to become a useless burden. Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of urgency. The white light lingered for 3 to 4 seconds before dissipating, revealing a breathless Sarro. He had finally managed to master the Solar Dragon Fist to a basic extent. However, to wield it adeptly in battle would require further refinement over several days. Glancing at the newly acquired extraordinary ability on his personal data panel, he couldn't help but smile. Alas, time was of the essence. If only he had more, he could learn even mightier magical abilities. Regrettably, Sarro felt the weight of his youth. Time was not on his side, as his adversaries showed no mercy. After a brief respite, Sarro resumed his relentless punching, perhaps due to inexperience. Though his dragon claws ignited with ease, unleashing solar-like power remained a distant goal. Unbeknownst to him, nightfall approached. A cadre of goblins arrived at the mountaintop, carrying a variety of food. Your Majesty, it is time to eat. Do not exert yourself so much. Training requires a balance of work and rest. If only I were not merely a cook, I could alleviate your burdens. Your Majesty, all I can offer is sustenance. Please eat. One plump goblin chef spoke dramatically, adding a touch of humor to the atmosphere. Sarro, indeed famished, remained aloof, focusing solely on his meal. The goblin chef, undeterred by Sarro's indifference, continued, "Your Majesty, have you noticed my culinary skills improving? Does the flavor please you more?" Sarro nodded. The meal was indeed more palatable than before. The goblin chef beamed with delight. I shall continue to improve. Recently, I acquired numerous recipes from Lord Harlan to enhance my culinary repertoire. I have heard that human chefs are even more skilled. I intend to ask Lord Harlan to procure human recipes for me. With a crunch, Sarro ravenously devoured the food until it was all gone. The goblin chef respectfully inquired, "Your Majesty, are you satisfied?" Sarro shook his head. "Enough. You may leave now." He spread his dragon wings and soared into the sky. Half a minute later, he landed beside a small mound exuding the scent of rust. It was freshly mined iron ore. Sarro extended his dragon claw, seizing a sizable chunk of ore and consuming it. Dragons are complex beings. They can consume ordinary food, but they also thrive on the extraordinary: iron, gold, jewels, stones. These unconventional sustenances may even confer greater benefits upon them. For instance, consuming iron can enhance their physical resilience and boost their defenses. Moreover, a dragon's digestion and absorption capabilities are extraordinary. Not long after ingesting the iron ore, Sarro's body began to exhibit subtle changes. Most notably, his dragon scales thickened significantly. Chapter 13. The outbreak of war. The iron ore proved far more filling than ordinary sustenance. After approximately 3 minutes, Sarro's belly had swelled considerably. Having eaten and drunk to satisfaction, it is time for slumber, he yawned, leaping lightly to the top of the iron ore pile, where he lay down, closing his dragon eyes and drifting off into a deep sleep. The sky grew increasingly dark. However, Harlan, the capitalist, was indeed ruthless. Even now, numerous monsters toiled without respite. Whether it was an illusion or reality, Harlan sensed the temperature around him plummeting rapidly, a stark chill that even he, an extraordinary being, could feel. To make matters worse, an eerie darkness enveloped the surroundings, starkly contrasting with the typical night. Harlan's expression was grave, a sense of impending storm weighing heavily upon him. "Damn it, you bunch of sycophants, cease your labors and rest well. I shall ensure you are well fed and hydrated. However, should enemies approach and you dare to slack off, I will annihilate you," he bellowed. He could not allow his minions to grow too fatigued. Otherwise, if formidable foes descended upon them, they would lack the strength to fight back. Oh, how splendid! Something is amiss. How could Harlan, that merciless merchant, be so generous to us? Some murmured. Indeed, Harlan will not rest until we are utterly drained. Regardless, as long as they could rest and feast, they were content. As the clock struck midnight, a commanding roar echoed from the shadows. "Awaken, my warriors! Charge forth and slay the dragon." Suddenly, a series of powerful roars resonated from every direction, creating a thunderous symphony. The ground trembled with the sound of rushing footsteps as a horde of massive black demonic wolves surged forth from the distance, numbering no fewer than 500. Enemy attack. To arms. Harlan reacted swiftly, remaining alert. He had detected the offensive of the wolf clan immediately. "Arm yourselves and stand firm against our foes. We are invincible. Let the great dragon king witness our might. This battle may cost us our lives, but should we succeed, the rewards from the illustrious Dragon King shall be ours. Kill, kill, kill. I shall ascend to greatness." Harlan's rallying cry ignited a fervor among the monsters. Yet, the reality struck them. These were demonic wolves, lower-tier extraordinary beings. Some even of medium tier. How could we possibly prevail? Yet, some astute creatures sensed the impending doom. In a mere moment, swift giant wolves breached the incomplete defenses. "Foolish food, do you dare resist? We shall bring you despair. Your descendants shall become our livestock." Upon witnessing the monsters brandish their weapons in retaliation, most demonic wolves could not suppress their scornful laughter, but their hearts simmered with rage, feeling the profound humiliation of being challenged by their prey. Kill. The colossal wolf king, Sarro, emerged, unleashing a roar that summoned a tempest. With a thunderous crash, walls crumbled, and the ground split asunder. How terrifying. We stand no chance against them. In a fleeting encounter, numerous ratmen, goblins, and other creatures fell lifelessly. Roar. The dragon's call echoes from afar. Laughed Sarro. "Your doom is upon you, little dragon." Hearing this, he dismissed the notion of hunting the weaker monsters, instead charging forth. Altogether, hunt the dragon. Over half the demonic wolves followed suit. Sarro stirred from his slumber, glancing at the battlefield before decisively pouring his iron ore into the system for an upgrade. Beep. Extraordinary Realm, Level 1. Beep. Upgrade points minus 100. Current Extraordinary Realm. Medium Level 2. Remaining upgrade points, 10. With a series of crackling sounds, Sarro's body began to grow, his strength surging. A bunch of crawling insects dare to hunt the great true dragon? Today, you shall learn what fear truly is. With wings unfurled, Sarro charged toward the encroaching wolves. He did not, however, let arrogance take hold. He faced a throng of ordinary, lower-tier extraordinary wolves. The winds howled as the pack roared, unleashing torrents of gales. The very air and ground were rent asunder, and a thick darkness swirled, consuming all in its path. It was akin to sulfuric acid, inflicting slight harm upon everything. Nearby plants withered instantaneously. Sarro, without a hint of defense, allowed himself to be enveloped by the howling winds. Crackling sounds echoed as dragon scales were scraped, leaving only faint white marks. Yet, there was no real damage. Dragon might surged forth, intimidating the pack. Sarro unleashed a powerful fist, shattering the skull of one wolf, sending its massive body crashing into several others. Opening his maw, he unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles, bombarding all directions relentlessly. Not to be idle, Sarro's dragon wings flapped vigorously, releasing wide azure blades of wind. In that moment, Sarro resembled a living blender, annihilating all wolves within a 10-meter radius. The air became thick with the scent of blood, painting the surroundings crimson. Kill. For our kin's vengeance. The dragon is also prey to our kin. Yet, the wolves were undeterred by Sarro's fearsome might. With blood and danger driving them into a frenzy, they charged recklessly. Sarro remained unperturbed. These ordinary lower-tier extraordinary beings posed little threat to him. Even in overwhelming numbers, he felt no significant pressure. Roar! Sarro bellowed, his legs moving with swift precision. The corpses of the wolves around him silently vanished. Upgrade points 2. Upgrade points 1. Upgrade points 2. As the system notifications chimed in his mind, Sarro's upgrade points skyrocketed. Death! The Wolf King Sal arrived, leaping into action, 2 beams of black lasers shooting from his eyes. This was an ambush, compounded by the sheer number of wolves surrounding him, severely restricting Sarro's mobility, leaving him with little time to evade. With 2 sickening thuds, blood wells appeared on Sarro's back. Damn, quite formidable. His power seems to be at medium level 5, Sarro mused, though his body exhibited no hesitation as he recklessly unleashed Fireball, Windblade, and Acceleration. The massive wolves surrounding him were sent flying. A slightly smaller giant wolf charged at Sarro, spewing forth a gale of darkness. Sarro's dragon scales began to shatter, appearing grievously injured. This giant wolf was strong, a medium-level extraordinary creature, far surpassing the likes of the goblins. With a fierce roar, Sarro unleashed a torrent of abyssal dragon breath, shimmering with a golden hue. The collision of forces pierced through the black wind. The medium-sized giant wolf gasped in astonishment. What power! Attempting to flee, the wolf found itself too late as the dragon breath struck its flank. With a sharp crack, the wolf's front leg exploded, sending blood and flesh flying, transforming it into a 3-legged creature. As another medium-sized giant wolf charged toward Sarro, it aimed to attack his imposing form. Its dragon wings were rent asunder. Sarro, undeterred, charged forward, striking the head of the 3-legged giant wolf. Although his dragon horns were still small, they were remarkably sturdy. The head of the 3-legged wolf was pierced, and its brain matter spilled forth as it collapsed, rolling its eyes back in death. Sarro quickly looted the corpse, acquiring 25 upgrade points. The infuriated Wolf King, Sal, approached upon witnessing the demise of his formidable subordinate, his rage surging to new heights. Dark Cyclone. Under Sal's 4 limbs, a dense black wind coalesced. His speed surged, and his form exuded an ominous, ethereal quality. A blade of wind rushed forth, but Sal swatted it aside with a swift motion, shattering it. He then unleashed a barrage of black wind blades, bombarding Sarro relentlessly. At that moment, Sarro found himself completely surrounded. The elite members of the Demon Wolf clan had nearly all arrived. Despite his efforts to retaliate and slay several more giant wolves, Sarro's injuries worsened, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. You shall not harm the great Dragon King. On the outskirts, Harlan, the dragonborn Knoll, led a group of extraordinary creatures toward the fray. He caught a glimpse of the encircled Sarro, and his heart sank, fearing for Sarro's demise. Brothers, charge forth. Our lord still fights. We shall not cower. Harlan shouted through gritted teeth. However, the number of giant wolves was overwhelming, and his companions were too weak to penetrate the throng. This realization deepened Harlan's distress as the ranks of extraordinary creatures dwindled. The remaining survivors trembled in fear, recognizing the dire situation. We must flee. The Dragon King is on the brink of being overwhelmed. After a brief hesitation, they began to retreat slowly. You cowards! Harlan roared, witnessing this retreat. His fury ignited, and he turned to charge forward. A gnoll attempting to withdraw was caught off guard and sent flying. His chest caved in, blood pouring forth. Harlan, you go too far. Do you believe we can unite with the demon wolves to eliminate you? This sentiment sparked discontent among the extraordinary creatures. Harlan replied coldly. Once you have sworn allegiance to our lord, you must be willing to sacrifice your life. There is no turning back. Solar Dragon Fist. Sarro sensed he could not withstand a frontal assault any longer. Yet, he had no intention of fleeing. Instead, his battle spirit surged even more fiercely. Flames ignited from his claws, radiating intense heat. The newly mastered Solar Dragon Fist erupted forth, casting a blinding white light in the darkness, enveloping an area of dozens of meters in mere moments. The surrounding giant wolves felt their fur crack and dry under the searing heat. Moreover, the most fearsome aspect of this dragon fist was its blinding brilliance. I'm blinded. So bright. The horde of wolves, their vision temporarily impaired, could see nothing. Even the medium-level wolf king, Sal, found himself deprived of sight. This is bad, Sal thought, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Although temporarily blinded, he instinctively retreated, shrouded by swirling black winds. Yet, a voice filled with regret echoed, alas. In the next moment, the light faded, darkness returned, yet Sarro's vision was unimpeded. He swiftly unleashed a volley of wind blades, accompanied by a whistling gale. The surrounding giant wolves had their throats sliced open, including two formidable medium-level wolves. Extraordinary beings possess remarkable adaptability. Sarro smiled as his form melted into the shadows. Where's the dragon? The recovering giant wolves wondered, startled by the rapid disappearance of their fallen comrades. Upgrade points, 26, 3, 2. The corpses of the surrounding wolves rapidly dissolved, causing the surviving wolves to tremble in realization that Sarro was still present, albeit invisible. Invisibility? Cursed young dragon, where is your pride as a true dragon? Face me openly. Sal bellowed, his black winds expanding dramatically, trying to envelop the realm. Simultaneously, his wolfish eyes darkened ominously. This transformation allowed Wolf King Sal to catch a fleeting glimpse of Sarro's silhouette. Die! Sal charged forth. Sarro's, ignoring Sal's advance, swiftly repositioned himself, evading Sal's approach. He took a moment to check his upgrade points. Remaining upgrade points, 104. This was simply splendid. Sarro couldn't help but smile, eagerly anticipating his enhancements. Ding. Extraordinary Realm, Level 1. Ding. Upgrade points minus 100. Current, Extraordinary Realm, Medium, Level 3. With the upgrade, Sarro's power surged anew, and his form and injuries healed significantly. The slaughter continued. Sarro surged into the throng of wolves, flames dancing upon his claws, as azure wind blades erupted from his grip. The fusion of wind and fire manifested as two long blades of crimson and azure. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 giant wolf heads toppled to the ground. Die! Sal seethed with fury, his rage igniting his latent potential, momentarily enhancing his speed. Yet Sarro's velocity had also increased, rendering Sal unable to keep pace. Now, Sarro hunted the oblivious wolves, striking them down before they could react. Their lifeless forms soon vanished, accompanied by the melodious chime of the system's notifications, which delighted Sarro. However, the remaining wolves were anything but pleased. Truth be told, they feared not the mightier foes, but rather those invisible adversaries. As more giant wolves succumbed to the onslaught, their surviving kin grew increasingly anxious. Chapter 14. Demise of the Wolf King. Submission of the Wolf Clan. You despicable and vile dragon. Face me in combat. Snarled Sar. Though not intimidated, Sar was infuriated. Sarro, however, remained indifferent to the Wolf King's taunts. In truth, his current strength was sufficient to contend with Sar. Nevertheless, he desired to accumulate more upgrade points as a contingency. Indeed, he was a prudent dragon. His majesty is indeed invincible. From afar, Harlan immediately noticed the anomaly within the wolf pack. His heart raced with the anticipation of victory. After a brief, yet brutal, interlude, Sarro abruptly ceased his onslaught. Enough, he declared, revealing his true form. Ha ha ha, you craven dragon. Have you finally mustered the courage to face me? Sarro exclaimed, overjoyed. Nay, I merely tire of the slaughter. Furthermore, these whelps are now my property. Sarro retorted with haughty disdain. Sarro gnashed his teeth and charged, intent on tearing Sarro asunder. Sarro met his aggression head-on. You are a worthy adversary. Sarro acknowledged as he swooped down. With a thunderous impact, the two behemoths collided, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated in all directions. The surrounding terrain fractured like glass, forming a web-like pattern of fissures. Impossible, Sarro exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stumbled back several meters. Previously, Sarro had been no match for him. Now, they were evenly matched in terms of raw power. Moreover, Sarro had been on the defensive at the outset of the battle. Sarro struggled to comprehend how Sarro had grown so formidable in such a short span, becoming an opponent of comparable strength. Sarro, too, was forced back several meters by the impact. Nothing is impossible, for I am a dragon. Besides, your initial numerical advantage prevented me from unleashing my full potential, Sarro sneered. I refuse to believe it. I am invincible, destined for supremacy. A mere whelp should have perished by my hand. Sarro roared maniacally, his body contorting grotesquely as his upper torso straightened. In the blink of an eye, Sarro transformed into a towering werewolf, his aura intensifying noticeably. A flicker of apprehension crossed Sarro's eyes. He is now comparable to a mid-level 7th-grade expert, he mused. However, do not presume that this will turn the tide. Sarro inhaled deeply, his battle spirit and resolve surging. Any lingering fear was suppressed entirely. He lunged forward, clashing with Sarro once more. This battle shall be mine. Sarro roared defiantly. With a deafening boom, Sarro was sent hurtling backward. Sarro seized the opportunity, relentlessly pursuing his quarry. Sarro twisted in midair, retaliating with a punch. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous blows, the two titans engaged in a furious exchange, resembling two bumper cars colliding at breakneck speed. So swift were their movements that the surrounding monsters struggled to discern their actions, witnessing only two blurred shadows locked in a relentless struggle. The intense shockwaves emanating from their battle ravaged the surrounding landscape. Dragon blood splattered in all directions, and shattered scales rained upon the ground. Yet, amidst the carnage, wolf fur and blood also mingled with the debris. On the surface, Sarro appeared to be at a disadvantage. However, Sarro was unable to decisively defeat Sarro, resulting in a stalemate. Aru, charge, strengthened the Wolf King's might. The giant wolves, their initial terror abated, rallied and converged upon the battlefield, encircling the combatants and unleashing torrents of darkness and shadowy winds. The atmosphere grew ominous. Sarro sensed a surge in Sar's power. Begone, lest I annihilate you, feeble pups. Sarro bellowed, unleashing a barrage of small fireballs that coalesced into a fiery river, incinerating a small contingent of giant wolves. Kill. The wolf clan shall never yield. Dragon, you shall meet your end today. The demonic wolves, undeterred, pressed closer, seeking to aid their king. If death is your desire, I shall grant it. Sarro retreated, plunging into the heart of the wolf pack. You shall not escape. Sarro snarled, relentlessly pursuing Sarro, matching his speed. However, the surrounding giant wolves bore the brunt of their conflict, succumbing to the collateral damage. The corpses of the wolves rapidly vanished. My brethren, fear not. Follow me into battle. Slay the dragon. Sarro, unconcerned by the demise of his kin, urged the remaining wolves to serve as cannon fodder. The Wolf King possessed a unique power of persuasion, or perhaps commanded great respect, for the wolves obeyed his every command. Besieged on all sides, Sarro found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Sarro vanished into thin air, leaving the wolves without a target. He is here, Sarro exclaimed, lashing out at the empty space. However, the other demonic wolves lacked this ability. Unable to perceive or strike Sarro, their blind attacks occasionally struck Sarro himself. Once again, the battle devolved into a seemingly fair one-on-one duel. However, Sarro deliberately led Sarro into the thick of the wolf pack, much to the detriment of the lesser wolves. That accursed dragon, Sarro panted, wearied by the prolonged battle. His werewolf form, perhaps, consumed more stamina and mana. Sarro, too, felt the strain of combat. However, his endurance was greater. Retreat, retreat, Sarro commanded, falling back and ordering the surrounding wolves to withdraw. He realized that he could not defeat Sarro and, sensing his own precarious state, sought to disengage. You seek to flee? Did I grant you leave? Sarro pursued relentlessly, unwilling to allow Sar to escape. Entanglement with an evenly matched opponent was difficult to break. A desperate flight, focused solely on evasion, would leave Sar vulnerable, allowing Sarro to exploit an opening and deliver a fatal blow. Thus, Sar was forced to fight, to continue the struggle. Sarro unleashed a furious assault, abandoning defense in favor of relentless offense. Impossible. This cannot be. Sar's wolfish face contorted in disbelief. The pressure mounted. Am I truly destined to lose? To perish here? He could scarcely believe that a fully mature and powerful wolf king could be outmatched by a mere dragon whelp. I cannot die. I am destined to become a legendary wolf king. Sar rallied, engaging Sarro once more. My brethren, heed my call. Swarm this dragon and overwhelm him. Unable to escape, Sar resolved to fight to the death, summoning his kin to his aid. The wolves, ever obedient, surged forward, striking blindly at the air around Sar. Though largely ineffective, these attacks occasionally struck the cloaked Sarro, disrupting his movements. Sarro remained dauntless, now consumed by battle frenzy. A surge of ashen gold radiance, the Abyssal Dragon breath, erupted, striking Sar's chest and sending him hurtling backward. The ethereal dragon wings unfurled, unleashing a tempest of wind blades. In mere moments, a dozen colossal wolves lay eviscerated upon the ground. Sarro lunged, colliding with Sar as he struggled to rise, pinning him beneath a draconian foot. The razor-sharp talons contracted, piercing through the lupin hide and sinking into the flesh. Sar clawed, attempting to dislodge Sarro, but the dragon's claws seized the wolf's paws. The serpentine tail coiled around Sar's legs, immobilizing him. Wolf King, your demise is at hand. Sarro roared with unrestrained glee. Sar writhed, his jaws agape, spewing a vortex of black wind. Simultaneously, the dragon's maw unleashed a torrent of ashen gold dragon breath. The ensuing cataclysmic collision saw the dragon breath gradually gaining dominance. Pressing down relentlessly, Sar's immense form was sinking into the earth. Save his majesty. The surrounding wolves howled, sensing impending doom as they charged forth. Sarro's wings enfolded, shielding Sar from the onslaught. Solar Dragon Fist, ignited, morphing into a miniature white sun. Incandescent light engulfed the surroundings, blinding the advancing wolves and Sar alike. The wings then exploded outward, launching scores of wind blades that tore through the ranks of the charging wolves, scattering them in disarray. This multifaceted assault taxed Sarro's reserves, yet his talons remained unyielding. With sickening sounds, Sar's ribs shattered under the dragon's grip, leaving a gaping, bloody chasm. The talons plunged deeper, seizing the still pulsating heart. Sar's eyes widened, a torrent of despair and madness flooding his visage, rendering him unrecognizable. With a final, sickening pop, the wolf's heart ruptured. Level up points, 40. Remaining level up points, 112 ascend. Ding, Transcendent Realm 1. Level up points minus 100 current, Transcendent Realm, Intermediate 4th grade. Remaining level up points, 12. A cascade of notifications heralded a surge in Sarro's power. The tattered dragon form underwent rapid regeneration. A chorus of mournful howls echoed as the remaining wolves, their leader gone, succumbed to fear and disintegration. Flee. We are utterly defeated. It's over. We're doomed. Silence. No escape. Sarro bellowed. Swear fealty, or face a fate worse than oblivion. Ignoring his injuries and the elation of leveling up, Sarro ascended, unleashing his draconic aura. Do not flee. Surrender. Haroon's voice echoed from afar. Surrender. Surrender. A wave of voices joined the chorus, brimming with excitement and anticipation. These belonged to the surviving goblins, kobolds, and ratfolk. We actually won. A transcendent ratkin, who had resigned himself to defeat, muttered in disbelief. Many of the surviving vassals, slaves, were in disbelief. The dire wolves had seemed unstoppable. While they acknowledged Sarro's strength, they never anticipated him routing the wolf clan. I yield, a hulking wolf whimpered, prostrating itself. Emboldened by this display, more wolves followed suit. I swear eternal allegiance, so long as you live. A slightly smaller wolf than Sar declared with solemnity. He was the strongest remaining transcendent creature. He had contemplated fleeing and claiming the mantle of Wolf King, relishing the prospect of autonomy. Alas, his size had betrayed him. Sarro's gaze was fixed upon him, sending shivers down his spine. My brethren, kneel. Serving a true dragon is no disgrace. It is an honor. The wolf's words swayed the remaining holdouts, and soon every wolf was prone. Excellent. Sarro thundered, elated at the prospect of commanding such a formidable force. This 100-mile radius was now his domain. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on becoming a regional overlord," Haroon exclaimed, arriving in a flurry of excitement. Sarro descended, landing beside the hulking wolf. "What is your name?" The wolf groveled. "Your Majesty, I am Hakani, an intermediate second grade." Sarro nodded. "Hakani, henceforth, you shall command the dire wolf legion of the Dragon's Maw Company. You will patrol my territory, safeguard the company, and repel invaders." Hakani was overjoyed, never expecting such a prestigious appointment. He rejoiced at his decision to surrender. "Thank you for your benevolence." Sarro waved it off. "Spare the gratitude. Demonstrate your worth and the profits you can generate." Hakani nodded solemnly. "You will not be disappointed. Scattered remnants of the wolf clan remain. Give me time, and I will bring them to heel, forming a legion of over 500. Sarro was pleased, sensing the potential of the dire wolves. With such a force, he could swiftly seize more territory and amass greater riches. Hakani, aware of the dragon's predilections, continued, "Our clan also possesses a considerable hoard. Grant me leave, and I will transport it here as tribute." Sarro nodded. "Very well, your loyalty is evident." Haroon, green with envy, felt his position threatened. However, understanding Sarro's temperament, he resolved not to compete. "Hakani may rely on past glories, but I will generate endless wealth through ingenuity." Chapter 15. The savage god emerges, life force diminishes. Chapter 15. The primordial god emerges, time, lifespan, halved. Subsequently, the mopping up of the battlefield commenced, a task invariably delegated to Harlan, while Sarro sought repose elsewhere. Hakani, the newly acquired vassal, was far from idle, amassing the remaining dire wolves into a dark cloud that surged into the distance. As a day elapsed, Hakani returned with a retinue of 500 to 600 dire wolves, presenting Sarro with a formidable display of this might, as well as a substantial trove of riches. Before Hakani's very eyes, Sarro caused the amassed wealth to vanish in an instant. Upgrade points 300. Remaining upgrade points 312. Sarro was rendered speechless. The once ferocious now reduced to a servile sycophant, a spectacle that even the disingenuous Hakani should find embarrassing. Such feats were commonplace in this world, easily achieved with a mere spatial artifact. "For your service, you shall be rewarded." Sarro produced a droplet of concentrated dragon blood, presenting it to Hakani. "Your Majesty, it is my duty, and I require no recompense." Hakani demurred politely. Yet, his tongue betrayed his words, darting out to ensnare the dragon blood, swiftly retreating to the depths of his throat. "Ha, a profitable venture indeed. I shall become a dragon wolf," Hakani mused gleefully. "That vainglorious sow coveted what I now possess with ease. Verily, I am blessed by the wolf god." Agonizing pain ensued, as Hakani's form underwent a grotesque metamorphosis. However, his power far surpassed that of Harlan, resulting in a less dramatic transformation. Approximately half a minute later, Hakani's transformation concluded. He now resembled a bizarre black wolf adorned with dragon scales, with a minor increase in his cultivation level and a substantial boost to his defensive capabilities. "With my current draconic physique, I may even vanquish ordinary mid-level 4th order transcendent beings. Verily, your Majesty's blood is wondrous, exceeding expectations." Hakani exulted, testing his newfound strength, which caused the ground beneath him to crack. "Acceptable," Sarro remarked with a smile. "You may depart now and collaborate with Harlan to unearth and gather the treasures within our domain. I refuse to believe that a mere iron mine is all that this territory holds." An intense anticipation flickered in Sarro's eyes. "As you command," Hakani responded before departing. "Great Abyss, grant me strength." Transcendent Realm, upgrade. With Hakani gone, Sarro eagerly allocated his points. Ding, Transcendent Realm 3, ding. Upgrade points minus 300, current, Transcendent Realm, mid-level 7th order. Remaining upgrade points, 12, continue. Sarro was unwilling to leave any upgrade points unspent. Ding. Healing Art 1, upgrade points minus 10, current, Healing Art, 1-star 3rd level. Remaining upgrade points, 2. The point allocation was now complete. Sarro immersed himself in the changes occurring within his body as magical power and draconic might surged. His physical size increased uncontrollably, transforming into a behemoth exceeding 5 meters in length. He was rapidly approaching the stature of a juvenile dragon. His combat prowess had also improved significantly. "I could slay the Wolf King Sao within 3 moves," Sarro muttered confidently. Heh, little dragon whelp. Your rate of growth surpasses that of ordinary dragons. Suddenly, the voice of the abyssal primordial god resounded. With a cracking sound, a small fissure appeared on Sarro's forehead, revealing a blood-red eye that darted about restlessly. Sarro's expression turned grim. You decrepit wretch, why have you emerged? Are you on the verge of death? Sarro taunted sarcastically. He sensed that the abyssal primordial god's encroachment, body snatching, had slowed, but he dared not presume victory. A starved camel is still larger than a horse. And who knew what insidious methods the abyssal primordial god still possessed to target him? Do not be so discourteous, the abyssal primordial god retorted casually. I have been observing you all along. The abyssal primordial god was astonished by Sarro's growth, and it was not foolish enough to ignore the slowing of its encroachment. How fortunate I am, Sarro replied dismissively. Do you believe yourself to be out of my grasp? The abyssal primordial god inquired, uninterested in further banter. Sarro shook his head. I have never entertained such a notion. After a pause, the abyssal primordial god continued, You are a self-aware whelp. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you the ultimate despair. The abyssal primordial god erupted in a roar, and Sarro felt a splitting headache as the blood eye on his forehead began to burn. A terrifying energy, surpassing ordinary elemental magic in both quality and power, manifested. Ha ha ha, do you feel my encroachment accelerating? The abyssal primordial god gloated. However, Sarro detected a hint of weakness in the abyssal primordial god's tone, indicating that this surge had taken a toll, exacerbating its own decline. Although the abyssal primordial god had weakened, Sarro's expression remained grave as his remaining lifespan plummeted to approximately 6 months. Despair, scream, and become my vessel for rebirth. The abyssal primordial god's voice echoed ominously, imbued with an insidious allure that drove creatures to madness. Sarro's draconic features contorted involuntarily, appearing ghastly, but his self-control remained intact. You shall not succeed. You should be well aware of the formidable yearning and tenacity of life. Your oppression, your pursuit, your targeting, shall only serve as fuel for my growth. The more you persist, the stronger I become. It is you, abyssal primordial god, who should despair. These 6 months mark the countdown to your demise. You shall witness your own demise. What is more natural than a war of words? Sarro retorted. The abyssal primordial god scoffed. Arrogant little dragon whelp, your future is predetermined. Your current struggles and persistence are merely foreplay to my resurrection. Let us wait and see. I shall watch you. The abyssal primordial god's voice faded until it disappeared entirely. Sarro inhaled deeply, uninterested in further verbal sparring. He turned and headed towards the mine, his pace quickening until he arrived at the entrance in under a minute. Your Majesty, the nearby miners greeted reverently. Continue with your work, Sarro replied before entering the mine without hesitation. His superior strength allowed him to extract ore with ease, surpassing the efforts of the weaker miners. The miners soon noticed this. Why is His Majesty, the great Dragon King, mining in person? Does he find our work too slow? This is an insult to us. His Majesty should enjoy our service. If His Majesty toils himself, it implies that we are useless. Brothers, redouble your efforts. We must not become expendable. The miners felt immense pressure, fearing their own obsolescence. In order to demonstrate their worth, they commenced intensifying their efforts to extract greater quantities of ore. The ore unearthed by Sarro was promptly fed into the system. Sarro was eager to acquire more upgrade points. He was unwilling to wait idly, for such a pace was far too sluggish. The bubbling presence of the abyssal barbarian made it clear to him that time was of the essence. He felt a sense of urgency, compelled to race against time, striving relentlessly to grow stronger, leaving no room for even the slightest complacency. Chapter 16, Thunderstorm Town. Bounty noticed 2 days later, to the east, 300 miles away, lies a place known as Thunderstorm Town. It is a renowned gathering place where monsters and humans coexist in abundance. Despite the diversity of races within, they manage to live harmoniously, adhering to the rules established by the town's enigmatic and powerful mayor. Anyone who dares to cause trouble within Thunderstorm Town will inevitably face the mayor's wrath. Many arrogant souls who disregarded this warning have paid dearly, establishing an unprecedented authority for the town's regulations, deterring many extraordinary beings from acting recklessly. As one approaches Thunderstorm Town, the variety of creatures encountered increases. A caravan, laden with goods and resembling a freight train, accompanied by a pack of giant wolves, neared the town. This time, I am determined to make a significant profit for His Majesty. At the forefront, Harlan, a dragon-shaped gnoll, smiled. Recently, he had collected numerous local specialties from his territory, intending to trade in Thunderstorm Town. Harlan, I shall leave you here. The rest of the journey is yours to navigate. We shall not enter the town, announced the tall and formidable Hakani, who swiftly joined Harlan's side. Thank you for your hard work along the way, Harlan responded graciously. Hakani smiled slightly. We are all subjects of His Majesty the Dragon King, working for him. There is no need for such formalities. Suddenly, a passerby, a sentient creature, exclaimed, Isn't that the infamous demon wolf clan? Aren't they supposed to be wild and untamed? Why are they accompanying a bunch of ordinary monsters to deliver goods? Strange. What could have transpired? Many wondered anxiously if the demon wolf clan was changing its ways, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. After parting ways with Harlan, Hakani led the demon wolves to disperse around the area, waiting for Harlan to emerge from the town. However, I cannot remain idle. His Majesty has not commanded us to reform. Therefore, let us resort to highway robbery. I, too, must gather wealth for His Majesty. Hakani revealed a menacing smile. How splendid. I relish the thrill of slaughter. It is intolerable to be reduced to mere watchdogs. We are free wolves. Everything in this world, save for our master, is our prey. The other demon wolves cheered in agreement, clearly supportive of Hakani's decision. As a result, the creatures entering and exiting the vicinity were destined for unfortunate encounters. Harlan was well acquainted with Thunderstorm Town. He purposefully brought his goods to the town center, seeking out former business partners to commence trading. After a bustling half-day, Harlan found that nearly all of his wares had been sold. Next, he needed to acquire some daily necessities and hoped to invite some blacksmiths as well. Harlan mused that merely trading iron ore was somewhat undervalued. If he could refine it into various steel tools, it would undoubtedly be more precious and easier to transport. A gust of wind whisked by, causing a piece of paper to flutter to Harlan's feet. What is this? Harlan paused to pick it up. The paper depicted a fearsome dragon, accompanied by a few lines of text. Harlan scrutinized it closely. A bounty notice? A reward of 500 to 1,000 gold coins would be given for information regarding the whereabouts of a dark gold young dragon. If one were to capture or deliver this dragon alive to Duke Rosemont of the Kingdom of Charles, a reward exceeding 10,000 gold coins would be granted. Harlan's expression turned grave. This was dire news. Instantly, he abandoned his business intentions and hastily departed Thunderstorm Town to reunite with Hakani outside. Hakani, he began, then warned his companions, if you dare defy my orders, I shall enact His Majesty's vengeance upon you. They all nodded in agreement. Hakani furrowed his brow. Hey, I am the commander of the Demon Wolf Legion. Do you intend to ride me? Harlan brandished the bounty notice before Hakani. Take a look for yourself. After examining it intently, Hakani replied, We demon wolves are warriors of slaughter. We cannot read. In truth, very few among the monsters could read at all. Harlan rolled his eyes in exasperation. If you can't read, then what are you looking at? Hakani retorted, You asked me to look. Harlan, impatient, waved his hand dismissively. He had no desire to argue with Hakani and simply explained, Have you heard of Duke Rosemont? He has set his sights on His Majesty, and we must inform him to prepare. Our Dragon Abyss Trading Association must also take precautions, such as barring outsiders from entering and completely concealing His Majesty's whereabouts. Hakani's eyes widened in alarm, and he swiftly bit into Harlan's shoulder, tossing him skyward. Hakani's strength far surpassed Harlan's, leaving him momentarily stunned. With each step Hakani took forward, Harlan found himself atop Hakani's back. The surrounding creatures were equally startled. Quit dawdling. Hold on tight. I am returning. Hakani growled. You pup, this is your most fortunate moment, for you ride upon the great commander of the demon wolves. Harlan, momentarily forgetting his earlier displeasure, exclaimed, Hakani, you have agreed? This is wonderful. I shall report your sacrifice to His Majesty and seek rewards for you. He swiftly wrapped his arms around Hakani's neck. Hakani rolled his eyes. For His Majesty. This is my duty. With that, Hakani leapt into the air, beginning a furious sprint. The other creatures were still processing the situation, but the demon wolves quickly turned their gaze towards their previous prey. What are you looking at? I won't run away, one gnoll grumbled uneasily. Indeed, our loyalty is unwavering. You must not cause trouble or harm us, they implored, anxiety evident in their voices. Everyone was tense and vigilant, eager to express their allegiance, hoping that the fierce demon wolves would not harbor any ill intentions or overreact. Chapter 17. The king of backstabbing. Half-Truth's Hakani was swift, and upon learning of the bounty, Sarro couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, he utilized the funds brought by Harlan for his own enhancement. Ding. Level up points, 60. Remaining level up points, 200. This unexpected influx of upgrade points was a result of Sarro's recent endeavors in exchanging iron ore. Ding. Extraordinary Realm. Level 1. Ding. Stealth Technique. Level 1. Ding. Level up points, 200. Remaining level up points, 0. Current. Extraordinary Realm. Medium level 8. Current. Stealth Technique. 2-star level 1. The rapid accumulation of points was astonishing. Since they dare to target me, they must be prepared for death, Sarro declared ominously. Duke Rosemont, you shall soon meet your despairing end. Fueled by vengeance, Sarro was determined to leave and retaliate against his foes. My strength has grown considerable. I now have the chance to eliminate that wretched Solong. Sarro held grudges and intended to take care of Count Solong in the process. Moreover, remaining here is akin to being a living target. It is far too perilous. Lastly, this place is impoverished, incapable of supporting my future advancements in the short term. Sarro had contemplated leaving while mining recently. The bounty issued by Duke Rosemont merely solidified his resolve and hastened his departure. However, this bounty may also present an opportunity, Sarro mused with a sinister smile. Harlan, take note of what I am about to say. Sarro turned to Harlan, who nodded eagerly and quickly retrieved paper and pen. As a senior member of the Dragon Abyss Chamber of Commerce, he naturally possessed a spatial ring. Even if he did not, Sarro would ensure he had one. One day from now, 250 miles to the west, traces of a wounded dragon will appear. A day and a half later, 50 miles southwest, dragon dung will be found. 2 days later, as Harlan listened, his expression grew peculiar, pondering. Is His Majesty intentionally exposing his whereabouts to deceive for the bounty? It must be said that he was indeed quite astute, and Sarro harbored such intentions. Harlan recognized that Sarro was preparing to depart. He understood the danger of remaining. Certain subordinates might betray him. Sarro meticulously devised 7 or 8 false trails before ceasing. From here on, follow this record to claim the bounty, Sarro proclaimed triumphantly. Remember to be professional and do not make mistakes. Harlan assured him, rest assured, I will ensure they remain oblivious to our deception and the sale of false information. After concluding his discussion with Harlan, Sarro gathered his belongings and swiftly took flight. About an hour later, he arrived atop a high mountain near Thunder Town, where he donned a black bodysuit. Shrink technique. With his magical energy surging, Sarro's massive form began to diminish. 4 seconds later, he transformed into a diminutive dragon, standing at just 1.5 meters tall. Perhaps due to his size, he appeared delicate and rather adorable. In the next moment, the Abyssal Dragon Sarro vanished, leaving only the king of backstabbing, Sarro, eternal. He cloaked himself in the black attire, concealing his scales and wings, and draped a large black cloak over himself. Thus, he almost entirely lost his draconic appearance, resembling a mysterious hunchback dwarf. Indeed, traversing this realm in my true dragon form is rather ostentatious, he mused, opting for the alias of the king of backstabbing. With his transformation complete, Sarro took flight using only his legs. With a swish, he soared into the air, gliding forward for several dozen meters before losing momentum and beginning to descend. Thud. 3 seconds later, Sarro landed at the foot of the mountain, striding towards Thunder Town. Though he walked, his body felt weightless, akin to a gust of wind. In mere seconds, he traversed 100-meter distance. Kill. Surrender your wealth to me, he commanded. How foolish to attempt to rob me. Within Thunder Town, safety prevailed, yet the surrounding areas were rife with chaos, where numerous monsters frequently clashed. Not long after Sarro set out, he stumbled upon a small battlefield where towering minotaurs battled portly hogmen. The arrival of Sarro abruptly silenced the fray, as both factions warily regarded him. I am an assassin from the eastern lands, known as the king of backstabbing. I seek to traverse westward to acquire the nerve, exterminating all evils hidden in darkness to become the sole entity within it, Sarro proclaimed theatrically. The monsters were momentarily bewildered, but they cared little for Sarro's identity. They snarled menacingly. What do you want? If you wish to live, scram. A belligerent minotaur bellowed. Just kill him. Anyone who dares to spectate shall pay with their life. Another hogman threatened, advancing with ferocity. Heh, such small prey tastes all the better, the tallest minotaur declared, striding forth. These monsters were indeed wicked. Their meeting was merely a coincidence, devoid of past grievances. Yet now, They exchanged hostile words and prepared to strike. Sarro felt exasperated, contemplating the darkness enveloping this world. You are far too aggressive, Sarro sighed. Though I have yet to obtain the nerve, I am still determined to eradicate the evil that has emerged from this darkness. With that, Sarro vanished. Stealth technique? A hogman murmured gravely. Enough chatter. This is a cunning expert. We retreat. Brothers, let us flee. Cursed hogmen, consider yourselves fortunate today. A minotaur shouted before dashing away. Yet, as the minotaur turned to escape, his motion abruptly ceased, his body stiffened. He looked down to find an invisible claw piercing through his chest. Do not turn your back on me. I must say, your robust silhouette and firm posterior are quite tempting. Sarro's voice echoed as the minotaur's body dissipated. Level up points. 6 roar. Our leader is dead. The remaining minotaurs shrieked in panic. In silence, another minotaur met the same fate, his chest pierced from behind, his body vanishing thereafter. The scene appeared surreal, as if an unseen behemoth was devouring the minotaurs. Monster, this is terrifying. We must flee, or we shall perish. The assembled creatures were gripped by fear. They scattered, fleeing with all their might. However, Sarro was exceedingly swift. With a series of punctuating sounds, the backs of several hogmen and minotaurs were pierced. In roughly 20 seconds, silence enveloped the area. The hogmen and minotaurs had vanished entirely. I believe I have developed a fondness for backstabbing, he mused as he pressed onward. In encounters with monsters, and even humans, he resolved to slay whenever possible. Chapter 18. Slaying dragons and silencing witnesses. Unbeknownst to him, Sarro arrived at Thunder Town. It was quite impressive. Magic runes etched in 2s and 3s surrounded the area, forming a grand magical array that enveloped the town. Indeed, Thunder Town lived up to its name, commanding the respect of the nearby creatures to adhere to its rules. Sarro observed Thunder Town with keen interest, discerning the terrifying power that lurked within. Alas, it was a pity. He shook his head and stepped into the town, initially intending to wreak havoc, but now daunted by the potential consequences of such actions. Brothers, join me in hunting dragons. Ha ha ha, count me in. I do adore dragon hunting. I shall see if that wretched Sally dares to underestimate me again. The storm beasts are recruiting. Is there anyone willing to join me in hunting poisonous lizards? Upon entering the town, Sarro was greeted by a cacophony of voices. The atmosphere was indeed lively. As he strolled through the streets, curiosity led him to the entrance of a grand building at the center of the town. This was the Mission Guild, where extraordinary individuals could accept or issue quests. Flanking the doors were countless notices, some bearing bounties, others containing wanted posters, alongside various task announcements. Sarro ventured inside and approached a window, where a beautiful fox woman with red-tipped ears awaited him. Mysterious gentleman in black, how may I assist you? She inquired with a smile. Sarro replied somberly, I come to report information regarding a young dragon. The fox woman gasped in astonishment. You possess news of a young dragon? Sarro nodded, extending a small, bloody dragon scale wrapped in black cloth. This shall serve as proof of authenticity, he remarked meaningfully. The nearby creatures and a few humans suddenly turned to him, their interest piqued by the mention of the dragon. Coincidentally, they were all quite intrigued by the subject. Certainly. This is a special task. The employer offering the bounty is nearby. Please follow our attendant to speak with them directly, the fox woman replied swiftly, tapping on the desk. Sarro did not refuse and waited patiently. Moments later, a tall woman clad in white and wearing a mask approached him. Please follow me, she stated coolly. As they walked, some nearby extraordinary beings stealthily retreated into the shadows. Soon, Sarro was led to a small courtyard where dozens of human warriors clad in gray iron armor stood. Greetings. I am Shajin, the squad leader of the Holy Sand Legion, responsible for this area of Thunder Town. Do you possess information about the young dragon? A green-haired youth among the warriors stepped forward, eyeing Sarro with suspicion. Sarro affirmed, indeed, not long ago, I witnessed an injured dark gold young dragon soaring through the sky before it landed in the mountains. Shajin's face lit up with delight. Excellent. Finally, we have news. Please, elaborate further. If all is as you say, I shall ensure you are adequately rewarded. Sarro maintained his composure. First, payment. Otherwise, I will remain silent. At these words, the nearby warriors leaped forward, encircling Sarro. This is Thunder Town. Please abide by our rules, the woman who had brought Sarro warned. Shajin took a deep breath, producing a heavy bag of coins. Everyone, stand down. The warriors dispersed. Please swear to guarantee the accuracy of your information. Deceiving me for money carries severe consequences, Shajin stated gravely. Sarro replied with equal gravity. If you provide me with 1,000 gold coins, I will personally guide you to the location, thus confirming the truth. Shajin burst into laughter. Very well. I trust you, and there is no need for you to lead the way, but you must still swear an oath. This is monster territory. If humans remain within Thunder Town or its vicinity, they are safe. However, venturing deeper into monster territory can be perilous. Sarro reluctantly nodded. Very well. I swear that if I deceive you, I shall meet a wretched end, reduced to worthless refuse. In this world, deities exist alongside the inexplicable rules of the universe. Thus, oaths hold true significance. Violating such vows often results in divine retribution or judgment from mysterious entities. However, such beings are typically extraordinary or immensely powerful, and ordinary high-ranking beings lack the ability to enforce such consequences. It was precisely for this reason that he had previously felt secure in the presence of his forcibly subjugated subordinates. Returning to the matter at hand. Excellent. Shajin expressed satisfaction, believing that Sarro would not deceive him, as they were all mere pawns in the grand scheme of things. He tossed the bag of coins to Sarro. Sarro eagerly caught the bag and promptly transferred the funds into his system. He then began recounting his tale. Not long ago, on a mountain several hundred miles away, I witnessed the injured young dragon. Should you venture there, you will undoubtedly find traces left by the creature. Furthermore, if you intend to hunt the dragon, you must hurry. It may depart soon. Sarro spoke with conviction, recalling the place where he first encountered Harlan upon entering monster territory. Understood, Shajin nodded, unable to suppress his agreement. Farewell. Sarro turned to leave. Now it was Harlan's turn to deceive. As the king of backstabbing, Sarro merely needed to linger, leaving behind traces that proved his existence. Remember, this information is not to be shared indiscriminately, Shajin cautioned. Otherwise, you shall be at odds with the Duke. Outside, amidst the crowd, a few nefarious extraordinary beings watched Sarro with ill intentions. Yet Sarro seemed oblivious to their scrutiny, casually purchasing some food and miscellaneous items before eagerly making his way toward the town's exit. Follow him, capture him, interrogate him, seize his bounty. Fortune smiles upon us. A mere stroll leads to dragon news. The time has come to avenge my father's disgrace. Wretched dragon, your doom is upon you. A woman clad in a white cloak trailed behind. A gust of wind swept through, clinging her garment to her form, accentuating her alluring curves. Sean, Marlin, you three remain here. The rest, follow me, Shajin declared with a fierce expression. That wretched scoundrel must not lay claim to the Duke's riches. Moreover, to better conceal the information, eliminating witnesses would be the most prudent course of action. Do not blame us. Blame your own misfortune. These riches are not for you monsters. Only I, as a human, am worthy of them, Shajin mused, his greed manifesting. Understood, the warriors nodded in agreement. Chapter 19, Sorang's daughter soon. Sarro arrived at the outskirts of the town. You little brat, stop right there. Several burly men resembling green giants leaped out, surrounding Sarro. Ha ha ha, hand over all your valuables. And then tell me what you know about the young dragon. A man, seemingly their leader, spoke with an air of tyranny. Damn it. How could that Ofo cone get here first? From a distance, many other similarly ill-intentioned extraordinary beings could not help but grumble, their faces filled with frustration and regret. Okone's group was notorious in Thunder Town, known as shameless ruffians. Many extraordinary beings had suffered at their hands before. Thus, while everyone was angry, there was also a hint of fear and caution mixed in. This wretched world, these evil extraordinary beings deserve to perish, Sarro lamented helplessly. He then prepared to become invisible and sweep the area. Okone, get lost. Suddenly, a domineering male voice echoed from afar. Whoosh. Dozens of figures flew in from the distance. They were the Sand Gold. Humans, this is the domain of monsters. Don't think that because you have a background, you can act with impunity. If you continue to be arrogant, we monsters will kill you. After all, this is outside the town, not within it, Okone warned arrogantly. Humph, against you. We indeed have the right to act as we please. Since you seek death, I shall grant it, Sand Gold declared, drawing his sword and charging forward. Curse it. Everyone. Attack together. Eliminate them. These outsiders are quite wealthy, Okone shouted. That makes sense. Extraordinary beings from all directions stirred restlessly. Do you wish to make an enemy of Duke Rosemont? Soon, our Holy Sand Legion's commander, Sarro, will descend. Do you desire to face retribution? A human warrior shouted. This declaration struck fear into the hearts of the monsters. The human warriors could hardly contain their eagerness to attack, surrounding Okon's group of giants. Humph, even if it's just us, we can easily handle you, Okon shouted fiercely. Brothers, kill them. Let these damned humans understand that this territory belongs to us monsters. They have no right to be arrogant here. Okon's voice boomed as he surged forward, his muscles swelling with rage, veins protruding beneath his skin. The clash resulted in a thunderous roar that echoed, and the ground began to crack under the overwhelming power of the extraordinary beings. Every move they made could devastate the earth. Legends spoke of legendary and epic extraordinary beings possessing the terrifying ability to annihilate nations and reshape the world. Even greater deities wielded the power to obliterate entire realms. Only in this universe, with its extraordinary self-healing capabilities, could it withstand such destruction. Otherwise, these deities would have obliterated it long ago. Returning to the matter at hand, although human extraordinary beings were not as physically imposing as Okon's lot, their equipment was quite impressive, allowing them to unleash powers that surpassed their own realms. Additionally, the sheer number of humans placed Okon's group at a disadvantage. In a mere blink, one of the monsters cried out in agony, falling to the ground. TSK, these humans are quite impressive. If they unite, they might barely manage to kill a mediocre extraordinary being like Bobby. Sarro, initially prepared to strike, now quietly observed the battle, feeling a flicker of emotion within him. Realizing that not all beings were malevolent. 1 minute later, all the giants except Okon lay defeated on the ground, though 3 or 4 human warriors had also perished. The remaining human fighters surrounded Okon, desperately fighting to eliminate the last monster. Damn it, you pathetic lot, come save me. Are you really going to stand by and watch these humans kill me, allowing them to continue their arrogance? Okon, now panicking, hastily called for help and insidiously fanned the flames. Don't be afraid. This is the monster territory. The Holy Sand Legion of humans is indeed formidable. But this is our land. Humans cannot act with impunity here. At worst, you can kill them and then leave. The monster territory is vast. How could they possibly find you? It must be said, Okon's words held considerable sway. Immediately, dozens of various monstrous extraordinary beings leaped forward. Humph, Sandgold sneered, producing several gray crystal-like objects, exclaiming, "You old fools must have heard of magic bombs, right? Do you wish to experience their might?" The human extraordinary beings besieging Okon quickly retreated. Sandgold hurled a magic bomb at Okon. Oh no! Okon widened his eyes, desperately trying to escape. But Sandgold's throwing skills were impressive. Okon could not evade it. In the next moment, the magic bomb landed near Okon's feet. Upon detonation, it erupted in a gray radiance, engulfing Okon. A powerful shockwave spread like a blade's wind in all directions. Retreat. The monsters, about to charge, were frightened. 5 seconds later, the light dissipated, revealing a crater over 2 meters in diameter. Okon lay nearby, his body mangled, much of his flesh vanished. Yet he was not dead. He simply lacked the strength to rise. As time passed, his life force diminished rapidly. It seemed he would completely perish in less than a minute. Whoosh. The human extraordinary beings rushed towards Sarro, surrounding him. Oh my God, what do you mean by this? Sarro was bewildered, feeling a profound sense of betrayal and desolation. In order to prevent you from spreading information indiscriminately, I must eliminate you. Of course, a filthy scum like you is not worthy of Duke Rosmont's wealth. In summary, there are many reasons for your demise, Sandgold proclaimed with arrogance. Observing the seemingly darkened Sandgold, Sarro could not help but sigh. This world is truly dark. Do you possess no sense of morality? With actions like this, who would dare to sell you information in the future? I must journey to the West Fantasy realm, acquire the divine, and eradicate you all, allowing me to become the sole ruler of darkness. If I do not enter hell, who will? Sarro's voice was filled with sorrow for the world. Sandgold dismissed him, saying, "What does it matter if there is no morality when dealing with trash in monster territory?" To Sandgold, non-human monsters had no rights. Sarro turned to those around him. "Can you all tolerate such filth? Let us unite to slaughter them." He sought to emulate Okon, attempting to rally nearby monsters to ambush Sandgold and his humans. Sandgold sneered again, producing several magic bombs, declaring, "Who wishes to die?" The monsters, seeing Sandgold's ferocity, lost all desire to attack. Alas, it seems only I, the king of betrayal, can dispel this evil, Sarro thought. killing intent evident in his eyes. Nonsense. Die. Sand Gold charged forward. However, Sarro vanished without a trace. Invisibility. Where is he? Sand Gold was taken aback, feeling an unsettling sense of unease as he realized he might have encountered a formidable opponent this time. He felt a twinge of regret. A sharp pain pierced through his heart like a transparent blade. Damn it, the captain will avenge me. His face contorted with despair. Yet there lingered a deep yearning for life. Alas, humanity is no monster. With a shattered heart, survival became impossible. As he gasped his last, his body dissipated. It seemed this fellow possessed some treasures. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not be worth 20 upgrade points, Sarro mused. Yet, his movements showed no sign of hesitation. Get away, you monster. How infuriating. Captain Shajin had been devoured. We must retreat. The surviving extraordinary humans around them were utterly terrified. They brandished their swords in a frantic attempt to slay the invisible Sarro, but they were far too weak. Sarro moved with astonishing speed. With a swift motion, another extraordinary human fell, vanishing from sight. 10 seconds later, the area lay desolate, with only blood left to testify to the brutal skirmish. The bodies of the monsters slain by Shajin and his companions had also been absorbed into the system, converted into upgrade points. Sarro quietly retracted his invisibility and began to stroll into the distance. In the far-off shadows, some monsters watched in shock. What a terrifying being, capable of wiping out all the humans. He must be a formidable, extraordinary being. The king of backstabbers? Truly a name that lives up to its reputation. It appeared that a new top-tier powerhouse had risen in this realm. Everyone should be cautious henceforth. Do not provoke the king of backstabbers. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the monsters as one extraordinary being approached. A mysterious woman, draped in a white cloak that enveloped her entirely, made her way towards Sarro. Esteemed king of backstabbers, please wait, she called out. What do you want, fragrant lady? Sarro halted, turning to regard her. His keen sense of smell detected a pleasant fragrance emanating from her. Such a fragrant woman must be quite beautiful, he thought, akin to a rogue pondering over her allure. I wish to purchase information regarding a young dragon, she said, her brow furrowed. Sarro's address irked her. What did he mean by fragrant lady? Was she a delicacy or some loose woman? It felt like an insult. Were it not for Sarro's formidable strength, she might have wished to eliminate him. Very well. Sarro nodded, 300 gold coins in exchange. As the information was not first-hand, he generously lowered the price. Yet, the woman was dissatisfied. King of backstabbers. You have already sold the news. Such outdated information is not worth 300 gold. Then 100 gold. Sarro readily agreed to a significant discount. Hearing this, the woman seemed satisfied and swiftly produced the coins, tossing them to Sarro. He wasted no time in divulging the information. By the way, what do you seek a dragon for? After the transaction, Sarro did not rush away, but instead curiously inquired. He could discern that this woman and Shajin's group were not allies. Could it be that she also aspires to become a dragon hunter? Sarro lamented. Is the dragon race so disregarded? He could already envision a future where he stood against the world. In truth, he was overthinking. He had even garnered the attention of the dragon clan. His situation was quite rare among them. Those with connections or substantial strength were not nearly as coveted. After a moment's hesitation, the woman resolutely stated, I wish to clear my father's name. That vile dragon deceived him out of his money. Now, my father is regarded as a fool among the nobility of the Sarro kingdom. Deceived? Upon hearing this, the image of Count Solong flashed in Sarro's mind. You are the daughter of the legendary Count Solong? Sarro inquired with keen interest. Indeed, I am the daughter of Count Solong, a top student at the Sarro Kingdom Academy, and I have a betrothed heir of a count, as well as an exceptionally powerful magical mentor, she proclaimed, her tone tinged with pride. And rightly so. Such accolades warranted pride. With so many accolades, she was indeed a significant figure wherever she went. Furthermore, revealing her identity was intended to intimidate Sarro and the surrounding monsters. During their conversation, she felt the gaze of several creatures fixated upon her. However, she noticed Sarro appeared rather exhilarated upon learning of her identity. A sense of foreboding overcame her. Ha ha ha, this is truly delightful. Sarro burst into laughter, feeling fortuitous. Just as he prepared to exact revenge, the daughter of his enemy had presented herself before him. How serendipitous. King of backstabbers, our transaction is complete. Farewell. As Sarro reveled in his excitement, Elisera grew increasingly uneasy. In her hand appeared a magical balm, far more exquisite and advanced than Shajin's magical element. This is a 2-star, 8th level magical bomb, capable of threatening extraordinary beings of intermediate level, Elisera explained meaningfully. This was one of the reasons she dared to seek revenge in the perilous territory of the monsters. What are you doing? Are you planning to emulate Shajin and silence me? Sarro questioned irritably upon witnessing her actions. Elisera shook her head. It is too dangerous here. I only wish to protect myself. Hypocritical woman, you intend to kill and silence me. Sarro retorted, refusing to heed her explanation. Now that he had encountered the daughter of his foe, he could not simply ignore her. No, I must kill you. He found a pretext and vanished into invisibility. Crazy. I merely sought information. Elisera exclaimed, you intend to kill me? How despicable you monsters are. Do you wish to make enemies of 2 counts? Do you wish to offend the Academy of the Kingdom? Elisera felt Sarro was deranged. They had no grievances against each other, so why was he intent on killing her? The mentor was correct. The creatures in the monster territory were beyond communication. Elisera seethed with determination. Defensive spell. Acceleration spell. Wind perception spell. Elisera swiftly cast her spells, enveloped in a white protective membrane. Her speed surged significantly as the wind erupted beneath her feet, spreading in all directions. Die! Elisera seemed to sense something and promptly hurled the magical bomb to her right. With a resounding boom, the bomb detonated with horrifying force, engulfing a 5-meter radius in devastation. Surely that will finish you. Elisera retreated hastily, her gaze fixed on the explosion's epicenter. A gust of wind howled toward her, shattering her protective barrier. Elisara's expression shifted drastically. Before she could react, an unseen claw grasped her delicate neck. Ugh! Elisara's eyes widened, her face flushed, struggling for breath. Your bomb hurt me. However, to kill you, I still require 10 more. A sinister yet youthful voice echoed in her ears. Elisara's neck emitted a mournful sound as she rolled her eyes back in despair. Now, she regretted her impulsiveness, realizing she should never have ventured into the monster territory alone, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack for that young dragon. In the next instant, Ursula lost consciousness, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Sarro relaxed slightly, allowing Ursula to breathe with great difficulty. He lifted Ursula and swiftly departed. Chapter 20. Kidnapping, Threats, and Extortion. Before long, darkness enveloped the landscape atop a verdant mountain. Sarro, with a slightly battered physique, cast Elisera onto the ground, pulling forth a translucent crystal imbued with an ethereal glow. Infusing it with his magical essence, the crystal emitted mysterious waves, gradually ascending into the air, suspended like a wisp of smoke, utterly motionless. This was an extraordinary artifact of the 3rd tier, a recording crystal crafted by a mage, akin to a modern camera, accessible to those with sufficient wealth. However, only beings endowed with extraordinary powers could wield its capabilities. With an air of arrogance, Sarro approached Elisera, casually rifling through her belongings to claim her valuables. He then proceeded to speak with feigned nonchalance. Count Soren, do you recall our previous encounter? It seems fate has intertwined our paths once again. Here, in this perilous realm of monsters, I have stumbled upon your daughter, Elisera. Alas, I must remind you of your inadequate supervision. How could you permit her to wander into such danger? Had fortune not favored me today, she might have become a mere plaything, or worse, a meal for those creatures. In essence, I have become her savior. He continued, your luck is indeed remarkable. Not only do you know me, but you also possess such a talented daughter. I sense that with diligence, she could ascend to become an extraordinary being of great potential. Indeed, the future of your lineage. In a way, I have salvaged your family's destiny. I hear she is engaged to a count. It seems she is truly cherished. Given that I have rescued your child, a token of gratitude would be in order. I am not greedy. As Sarro's true intentions surfaced, his sinister smile revealed the depths of his malevolence. Elisera, in disarray, displayed her fair skin, an image that could incite unwanted desires in someone of Sarro's character. Count Soren, I require 15,000 gold coins. Do not perceive this as excessive. Your daughter's life is worth this price. I hope you, who narrowly escaped becoming my master's pawn, do not prove to be miserly. Otherwise, I may be compelled to express my displeasure. Should anything unfortunate befall Elisera, such as being toyed with by goblins, or worse, you would find yourself in dire straits. He concluded, ensure that the funds are dispatched to Thundertown forthwith, and alert me upon their arrival. My associate. The King of Backstabs will collect the payment. Rest assured, upon receipt, I shall release Sarro unharmed. Do not waste my time. If the payment does not reach me within 4 days, the consequences for Sarro could be dire. Surely, you do not wish for her to lose her virtue and become a disgrace to 2 counts? Sarro seized Sarro's wealth for himself and exchanged it for upgrade points within the system. The thrill of adventure had indeed proven lucrative, and in a brief span, he had amassed considerable riches. In earlier times, his strength had been insufficient to yield such rewards. Eager for advancement, Sarro invested his points. Ding. Extraordinary Realm Level 2. Ding. Weight Reduction Technique Level 1. Ding. Upgrade points minus 300. Current Extraordinary Realm. Intermediate Level 10. Current Weight Reduction Technique. 2-star Level 1. Remaining upgrade points. 0. His power surged, and his physique expanded slightly as he drew closer to a length of 6 meters. The minor injuries sustained from a magical explosion healed completely, and he relished the newfound strength. I now possess the combat prowess of a high-level extraordinary being. Once Count Sorin delivers the funds, I shall truly ascend to a higher echelon of power, equipped to confront the Duke's faction. Furthermore, I hold the absolute capability to eradicate Count Sorin. With a wicked grin, Sarro grasped the crystal suspended in the air, savoring the moment. Dear Count Sorin, I trust you will appreciate the gift I have prepared for you. Subsequently, he produced several lengths of rope, binding Sarro tightly. Although far from Count Sorin's territory, Sarro was confident he could reach it within 2 days. He departed Thunder Town without delay, leisurely parading Sarro through various locales, inscribing his presence upon the land. Thus, Sarro endeavored to continue his scheme for a ransom. Malicious dragon, what is your true intent? Sarro demanded furiously, her voice laced with indignation, as she stood by the riverbank. Nearby, a fire crackled while Sarro, seated beside it, methodically prepared a large fish for roasting. Behind me lies the Royal Academy and 2 powerful noble counts. If you possess any sense, you will release me at once. Additionally, Duke Rosemont is also seeking your capture. You would not wish to contend with the hostility of 4 formidable factions, would you? Sarro implored earnestly. Not long ago, upon regaining consciousness, she had found herself at the mercy of her adversary, bewildered by her predicament. Where had the so-called King of Backstabs vanished? Her mind swirled with questions, and despair loomed heavily upon her. She felt certain of her demise, given that they were sworn enemies. Yet, what confounded her further was Sarro's inexplicable decision not to kill her, but rather to drag her along on his quest to hunt down scattered extraordinary beings within the monster's domain. His focus remained fixated on accumulating upgrade points. Remaining upgrade points, 89. Upgrade. Ding. Acceleration Technique, Level 5. Ding. Upgrade points minus 50. Current Acceleration Technique, 1-star Level 10. Remaining upgrade points, 39. My speed now surpasses that of an ordinary high-level extraordinary being, Sarro mused, relishing the sensation. However, my healing technique remains a mere 1-star Level 3, which is rather inadequate. Yet, I lack sufficient upgrade points. A frown creased his draconic visage, but he quickly resolved to take decisive action. He inhaled deeply, pressing his claw to his chest and tearing away a sizable piece of dragon scale, skin, and flesh. Recharge. Upgrade points. 8. With his realm elevated, Sarro's corporeal form became more valuable. This was fortuitous, sparing him some discomfort. Sarro had always been ruthless with himself, especially when the situation demanded it. Chapter 21. A Revelry of Demons, The Frenzy of Dragon Hunters. Chapter 21. The Frenzy of Demons and the Dragon Hunt. Elshira's eyes widened in terror as she fixated on Sarro, who had just inflicted harm upon himself. Have you lost your mind? Elshira trembled as she shouted. People instinctively react with wariness, even fear, towards the unknown. I am not insane. I merely crave power, Sarro replied, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. In the span of mere moments, Sarro had clawed at his own chest, leaving deep gashes and shedding a considerable amount of flesh and blood into the system. This dragon is utterly bizarre, Elshira thought, praying for her father's swift arrival to rescue her, fearing she might be devoured alive. Ding. Remaining upgrade points, 70. Sarro abruptly halted, swiftly allocating his points. Ding. Healing spell, level 7. Upgrade points minus 70. Remaining upgrade points, 0. Current. Healing spell, 1-star, level 10. Healing. A vibrant green light radiated from Sarro's claws, filled with vitality and hope. As the light enveloped the wounds on his chest, the bleeding ceased, and the torn flesh began to stir and regenerate. Is he experimenting with the healing spell? Elshira pondered, incredulous at the sight. He is so ruthless to himself, inflicting such wounds merely for the sake of testing the healing spell. It appears he could recover within the hour. Sarro mused, estimating the considerable magical energy consumed in the process, yet deeming it worthwhile. Meanwhile, he multitasked, healing while roasting fish. The flames blazed high, and the aroma of the cooking fish wafted through the air. "Child, come here," Sarro called, turning his gaze toward Elshira. Upon hearing this, Elshira's face darkened. She knew well that dragons, despite their formidable power, grow at a slow pace. According to Count Solon's estimations, Sarro could not possibly be older than 7 years. However, Sarro's rapid growth was exceptional. In appearance, Elshira was undoubtedly much older than Sarro. It was indeed peculiar that this young dragon referred to her as child. Nevertheless, circumstances dictated that she had to comply. Elshira obediently approached. "Come, taste the delicacy I have prepared." Sarro tore off a generous chunk of hot meat from the fish and offered it to Elshira. What is this supposed to be? She couldn't help but retort. Despite her predicament, as a noble, she had savored countless exquisite dishes. This rudimentary roasted fish was beneath her contempt. Yet, hunger gnawed at her from within, and she extended her hand to accept the fish. Having been abducted by Sarro and subjected to constant distress, her stomach had long since begun to grumble. "I must fill my belly and restore my strength. Perhaps one day I might find a chance to escape. With a stroke of luck, I might even turn the tables and vanquish this wicked dragon," Elshira thought ambitiously. As she brought the fish meat to her mouth, she chewed slowly. "How does it taste?" Sarro inquired, curiosity piqued. Elshira forced a smile. "Surprisingly, this is quite delicious. You are exceedingly kind to me. To be honest, have you developed feelings for me?" She concluded with a flirtatious glance. "Oh, spare me your nonsense," Sarro scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. He was still just a child, and his situation had been precarious. Burdened with immense pressure, he had no desire for romantic entanglements, not even for mere carnal pursuits. Elshira felt somewhat deflated. She genuinely wished to win Sarro's affections. Capturing the heart of a dragon as a mere human would be a source of great pride. Sarro began to eat as well. "Honestly, what are your intentions?" Elshira could not restrain herself from asking again. Sarro's unwavering gaze upon her, yet refraining from killing her, left her perplexed and frustrated. Sarro casually replied, "Once your father delivers my reward for saving you, I shall release you." "How generous of me, wouldn't you agree?" He added with a sarcastic tone, "So, do not cause any trouble, otherwise, I might just tie you up. Being restrained is hardly pleasant, and I doubt you wish for that. I might even toss you into a goblin's lair. You saved me, and you expect my father to pay you?" Elshira struggled to comprehend. This is nothing short of extortion. Cursed dragon, she cursed inwardly. Sarro grew impatient. "You ask too many questions. All right, I won't pry any further. Rest assured, I'll remain silent." Although discontent brewed within her, Elshira ultimately acquiesced. Such was the lamentable fate of the weak. Yet, her anxious heart gradually calmed. After all, if Sarro had ulterior motives, her value as a captive would ensure she was not so easily disposed of. Once they had both eaten their fill, Sarro seized Elshira and soared into the sky. He sought to continue his hunt and carve his mark upon the world. However, his antics stirred quite a commotion, drawing the attention of numerous creatures below. On a steep mountain, several monkey-like beings gazed upward at the dark golden silhouette soaring through the sky. "Is that a dragon? It looks enormous," they exclaimed, awestruck. "No wonder it is among the world's most dominant species. Even from afar, it sends shivers down my spine. Alert the tribe and our friendly neighbors. We must warn them to be cautious and avoid drawing the dragon's gaze. This is an evil dragon." Meanwhile, in Thunder Town, excitement reigned supreme. "The dragon has appeared. Who wants to join me in hunting it? Hurry. If the top-tier powers from afar arrive, we won't even get a taste of the spoils. Haha, I shall slay the dragon, devour its flesh, bathe in its blood, and seize its power. Urgent rescue. We have detected a juvenile dragon nearing adolescence, requesting leadership." As time passed, Sarro's existence became known to an increasing number of intelligent beings, and the news spread rapidly to distant lands. Those with designs upon dragons were hastening their approach. This, in turn, catalyzed the prosperity of Thunder Town. Sarro had anticipated this development and moved swiftly, changing locations frequently to evade detection. Simultaneously, he intensified his efforts to hunt more extraordinary beings, amplifying his notoriety. Some self-aware extraordinary beings retreated in fear, yet many foolish ones, lacking awareness or driven by delusions of grandeur and the hope of instant wealth, remained undeterred. They disregarded Sarro's formidable strength, fixated solely on finding the dragon and drawing their blades against it. For such reckless individuals, Sarro would either eliminate them or flee if he could not prevail. A day had swiftly elapsed. Far to the east, approximately 800 miles away, lay a vast city, Lang City, the heart of Count Solong's dominion. The place thrived, bustling with a populace that appeared peaceful. My lord Count, that juvenile dragon is quite elusive, having ventured into the territories of monsters. The recent searches in your domain have yielded little fruit. Within the Count's estate, a tall man clad in light golden armor lounged confidently upon the main seat, perusing a letter from afar. The lord of this city, Count Sorlang, stood awkwardly by and said, "Captain Sarro, this is not my fault. I never anticipated that the young dragon would flee so far." It was indeed he who had informed Duke Rosemont about the young dragon, bringing considerable trouble upon Sarro. The Duke was far more formidable than the Count. An elite warrior like Count Sorlang, under the Duke's command, was hardly regarded as top tier. He was merely one among many high-ranking individuals. Duke Rosemont held a keen interest in the young dragon, and upon learning of its existence, he promptly dispatched the Holy Sand Legion to hunt the beast. Regrettably, until this day, they had only managed to uncover the faintest trace of Sarro. "I bear you no ill will," Sarro remarked nonchalantly. "Since the dragon resides in the realm of monsters, I shall take my leave." Rising from his seat, he made his way toward the door. Count Sorlang bowed respectfully, saying, "I shall not delay you any further. I wish you great success in capturing that wretched dragon hatchling." "Ha ha, I appreciate your kind words." Sarro laughed heartily as he departed. Soon after, the entire city of Lang was abuzz, as the scattered Holy Sand Legion seemed to receive a signal and rapidly converged from all directions. Their numbers swelled to no less than 1,000. However, further afield, there were indeed more soldiers. This time, in pursuit of Sarro, Captain Sarro had meticulously divided the entire legion, dispersing them over a 1,000-mile radius. That should suffice, he thought. This isn't an invasion of the monster realm. There's no need to summon all the troops. Without further delay, Sarro hastened his departure. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to squander it. Otherwise, the elusive Sarro, whom he had finally tracked down, might vanish once more. Finally, they had departed. Count Sorlang watched the Holy Sand Legion retreat into the distance, a smile emerging on his face. Truth be told, their arrival had placed immense pressure on him as the local lord. He had to tread carefully, fearing the wrath of the Holy Sand Legion. Alas, the fate of the young dragon weighed heavily on his heart. Sorlang was a sentimental man. The joy he had just felt was abruptly replaced by profound regret and frustration. Had he captured the young dragon, it would have undoubtedly propelled his family to new heights, granting him the confidence to stand up to the Holy Sand Legion. "I must strive to become an extraordinary being. Only then can I cleanse myself of this humiliation." Sorlang clenched his fists, his expression darkening. His reputation had suffered greatly. Having lost the young dragon and been swindled out of wealth, he faced ridicule from many noble families, particularly his ancestral enemies. How they revel in my misfortune. As a noble count, Sorlang was concerned about his dignity. Being the subject of such scorn and mockery was intolerable. Unfortunately, his power was too weak to silence the gossips. He needed strength. If he were powerful enough, even his foolish actions would draw no tongues. Before he knew it, half a day had passed. Suddenly, a giant white pigeon, about the size of a person, soared from the distant horizon and landed at the gate of the Count's estate. The guards immediately heightened their vigilance. "Who goes there?" one of the guards demanded. "I am a messenger from Magic Pigeon Express." "Count Sorlang, you have a package awaiting your signature," the large pigeon proclaimed. "Magic Pigeon Express?" The guard was taken aback, but soon relaxed his guard, for the service was well known in the area. Moreover, this organization was renowned for its fairness. As long as their work was not disrupted, they would not show hostility. Additionally, the organization had a formidable backing. Average extraordinary beings dared not cross them, for long ago. A reckless adult dragon attempted to seize their goods and even swallowed a magic pigeonhole. This incited the fury of Magic Pigeon Express, leading to the appearance of a massive mystical pigeon that battled the dragon for 2 hours, ultimately vanquishing it in a spectacular display. That incident made the world aware of the might of Magic Pigeon Express. Since then, barring the insane, no ordinary extraordinary being dared to challenge them. Please wait a moment. I shall notify the Count, the guard said to Il, swiftly heading into the manor. About a minute later, Count Sorlang emerged. Greetings, my lord. I am Il, the magic pigeon from Thundertown. This item has been anonymously sent, Illinois quickly explained, producing a small box. Count Sorlang, unperturbed by potential danger, accepted the box without hesitation. Farewell. Il flapped his wings and ascended into the sky, departing from the scene. A recording crystal? How peculiar. What could this mean? I have no friends in Thundertown. Count Sorlang muttered to himself as a vivid image began to play, accompanied by a youthful voice. Sorlang was taken aback. As time passed, his expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it! After a prolonged silence, his furious roar echoed from within the house, resonating into the distance. The Count seems quite enraged. Who has provoked his ire? Everyone, stay alert. The onlookers were startled. Jill, gather 15,000 gold coins at all costs. If the family cannot provide the sum, seek out friendly nobles to borrow from. Although Count Sorlang was seething with anger, wishing to eliminate Sarro, he also took the safety of Ilshra seriously. Thus, he felt compelled to raise the funds. With the Count's orders, the entire estate mobilized. Though his family had seen better days, the saying went that a starved camel is larger than a horse. Should they resolve to do so, they could still muster the substantial amount. Simultaneously, Sorlang ventured into his treasury, retrieving some powerful, extraordinary artifacts he had previously stored away. This journey to Thundertown may hold dangers. I must prepare some trump cards for my own protection. Chapter 22. Trade and Wealth. 2 days later, in a shadowy jungle. These dragon hunters are indeed mad. Cautiously, Sarro gazed up at the sky, where colossal birds soared, carrying various individuals through the air. In his current state, he endeavored to suppress his aura, concealing his presence. The influx of those seeking to hunt dragons was increasing, many of whom were formidable adversaries he could not easily confront or eliminate in a short span. Consequently, he could no longer afford to act recklessly. After all, if he were truly targeted, the outcome would be fatal. To enhance his secrecy, he had sought knowledge from the Abyssal Dragon clan's legacy, mastering the technique known as 1-star level 4, aura concealment. This skill enabled him to obscure his extraordinary energy fluctuations and scent. Hey, shouldn't you release me now? Not far away, Elsa was eagerly inquiring, having been rebound. She was beginning to reach her limits. Enduring the hardships of traveling with Sarro for so long had taken a toll on her well-being. She was unable to eat or sleep properly, and her skin had deteriorated. Now, being tightly bound, she lived in constant fear of being extinguished by Sarro at any moment. This predicament was driving her to the brink of despair. Not long ago, Sarro, wary of Elsa causing trouble and potentially exposing him, had restrained her. Although her mouth remained unbound, the threat was sufficient. After all, should Elsa dare to shout, Sarro would not hesitate to eliminate her. This had indeed intimidated her, rendering her compliant and cautious. I haven't received my payment yet. Why should I release you? Sarro remarked, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Then go collect it. It's been so many days, my father must have arrived by now, Elsa reminded him. Sarro smirked knowingly. What do you mean by that? Elsa felt a sense of foreboding. Nothing. Do not mind it, Sarro replied with a shake of his head. He then lowered his gaze and began to dig a pit. In the blink of an eye, a large hole with a diameter of 2 meters emerged. Sarro continued his work, and the pit deepened. 10 minutes later, he paused, the pit now measuring over 10 meters, appearing close to 20. Thud. Ouch, that hurts, Elsa exclaimed as she was unceremoniously thrown to the bottom of the pit. Sarro, perhaps a bit rough, had caused her pain. Otherwise, you would be trapped in this dark abyss, he stated. Don't do this, Elsa cried out in terror. It's too dangerous down here. However, Sarro paid her no mind. After 2 minutes, he sealed the entrance to the pit, gathering nearby grass and leaves to cover the fresh earth. In truth, the air down there is rather scarce, he remarked nonchalantly. So, poor child, you must pray. Yet, he displayed no concern or remorse. Nor did he intend to amend his actions. His body began to shrink. Shrinkage technique. The black attire was revealed. Soon, the king of backstabbers, Sarro, who had been offline for days, made his appearance. Let us hope no skilled individuals detect my disguise, Sarro silently prayed as he rendered himself invisible and swiftly departed. Perhaps, indeed, prayers bore fruit. During his journey, Sarro encountered no formidable foes obstructing his path and safely entered Thundertown. Next, he sought to locate Count Sarong. On the outskirts of the town, in a small building, Count Sarong paced anxiously. "Curse that vile dragon! Curse that backstabber! Where on earth are you? I have been here for a day, and I have already spread word of my presence. Why have you not come to find me? Have you deceived me? Have you avenged yourself by killing my daughter, Elsa?" Sarong's anxiety grew, his unease intensifying as darkness fell. Yet, he showed no signs of sleepiness. Having surpassed 4 days of waiting, surely, the trade cannot be doomed. "Has my child perished? I shall exact vengeance for you." "Hee, Count Sarong, you are overly concerned." A sinister voice echoed, as a diminutive figure cloaked in black appeared silently nearby. "Ah, Sarro has arrived," though his voice had been altered, making it difficult for acquaintances to recognize him. In truth, Sarro was surprised to witness the depth of Sarong's concern for Elsa. He hadn't anticipated her significance to him, and felt a twinge of regret for potentially asking for less. "You are the king of backstabbers?" Count Sarong gasped, his impatience evident. "Where is my daughter?" An imposing aura began to emanate from him. It was evident that Sarong was truly agitated, his extraordinary powers teetering on the edge of control, rendering him formidable and perilous. "Do not flee, do not be alarmed. I am merely excited. I harbor no ill intent." Seeing Sarro vanish, Count Sarong was startled once more. He quickly reined in his power, tempering his aura to appear less threatening. "Hee, I am neither anxious nor afraid." Sarro's voice seemed to teleport, materializing behind Count Sarong. The Count froze, sensing an unprecedented crisis. "This backstabber possesses the power to threaten me." In that moment, Count Sarong felt a surge of tension. "I understand now. I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain. Otherwise, I swear upon my life to avenge Elsa. I trust you do not wish to provoke the intervention of the two great noble factions and the Academy?" Though his words were fierce, Sarong obediently produced a white spatial ring. A gentle breeze enveloped the ring, lifting it into the air. "Rest assured, we are not despicable like you humans," Sarro casually remarked as the spatial ring vanished from sight. Upgrade points, 1515. Remaining upgrade points, 1650. This round of replenishment exceeded expectations by 15 points. However, Sarro felt a disquieting sensation, believing it was merely the price of the spatial ring. The additional points were the accumulation from the past 2 days. Wealthy at last. Ha. This time I shall elevate my status to unprecedented heights. Sarro's heart rejoiced in celebration. Chapter 23. The Frenzied Investment of Points and the Demise of Count Solong. Chapter 23. The Frenzied Enhancement, Slaying Count Solong. "Farewell," said Sarro, turning away without hesitation. 3 seconds later, Solong produced 2 magical scrolls, one adorned with 3 stars and the other with 2. A look of hesitation and profound pain crossed his face. These scrolls, akin to magical bombs, were disposable magical artifacts, each containing a single-use spell. Moreover, for classes devoid of magical prowess, utilizing these scrolls rendered the inscribed spells rigid and ineffective, failing to unleash their full potential. However, despite their imperfections, such items held immense value, particularly the 3-star scroll, which commanded a price of at least 1,000 gold coins. This was his ultimate trump card, one he seldom dared to employ. Yet, the current circumstances compelled him to take a deep breath and activate it. A burst of magical light erupted, and Solong's eyes emitted a pale yellow glow, transforming his irises. His body gradually faded from view. The magical scroll shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. 3-star level, Eye of the Spirit Monarch. 2-star level, Illusory Phantasm. Damn it, I shall not grant you the opportunity to tear up the ticket. Solong hastily departed, determined to follow Sarro. Owing to Solong's swift movements and Sarro's brief head start, he soon spotted Sarro upon exiting. The Eye of the Spirit Monarch proved far superior to the 2-star Eagle Eye, as it not only pierced through Sarro's invisibility, but also unveiled his true form beneath the cloak. "How could it be you?" Solong gasped, astonished to discover that the so-called king of backstabs was none other than Sarro. "Excellent, truly excellent. Perhaps this time, I might still have a chance to become a Dragon Knight." Solong's greed surged uncontrollably. To be honest, had this been any other place besides Thundertown, he would have seized the moment to subdue Sarro and demand the whereabouts of Elshira. Level up. Ding. Extraordinary Realm Wing. Upgrade points minus 1,000. Current, Extraordinary Realm. Advanced level 1. Ding. Abyssal Dragon Breath Evolution 13. Current, Abyssal Dragon Breath. 3-star level 10. Ding. Breath Control Technique 5. Ding. Upgrade points -50. Ding. Invisibility 2. Ding. Weight Reduction 2. Ding. Acceleration 2. Ding. Upgrade points -600. Current, Breath Control Technique. 1-star level 9. Current, Invisibility. 2-star level 3. Current, Weight Reduction. 2-star level 3. Current, Acceleration. 2-star level 2. Remaining upgrade points 0, accompanied by a series of system notifications. Sarro's powers and extraordinary abilities surged significantly. However, due to the breath control technique, Sarro exhibited no noticeable alterations on the surface. At most, his invisibility had become more potent. So Long, who initially perceived Sarro clearly, now struggled to discern his figure. Were it not for the efficacy of the spirit monarch's eye, he might have lost sight of Sarro altogether. Sarro abruptly halted, casting a suspicious glance behind him. Although he possessed no extraordinary ocular techniques, his dragon eyes naturally afforded him vision surpassing that of ordinary extraordinary beings. Despite the prowess of So Long's illusory phantasm, Sarro still discerned subtle anomalies. It appeared something unseen was tailing him. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, creating a breeze that spread in all directions, focusing intently on the wind. So Long had not completely vanished. Even in transparency, he would still be perceptible to the wind, causing subtle fluctuations. Sarro's dragon eyes detected the wind's peculiarities. Oh, is that Count So Long? Alas, this is quite unseemly. Can't we part amicably, even if just temporarily? I must say, you have squandered my goodwill. Since you dare to follow, I shall eliminate you first. A murderous intent erupted within Sarro. It was merely a coincidence. He had assumed So Long could not detect him. Observing Sarro's nonchalant demeanor, So Long believed he remained undetected, persisting in his pursuit. Not long after, Sarro exited Thunder Town and ventured outside. After approximately 20 more miles, So Long could no longer contain himself. He accelerated, charging at Sarro. 2-star level, earth-shattering slash. The sword was drawn, unleashing a crescent blade of deep yellow light. Unable to restrain yourself any longer, I see. Yet, I too find myself on the brink of impatience, Sarro sneered, swiftly dodging the strike. Boom. The blade struck the earth, cleaving a gaping wound several meters long. This assault was undeniably terrifying. Sarro realized that had it landed on him, he would surely have been severed. How is this possible? A confident So Long was left dumbfounded, astonished that Sarro had evaded his attack. Die? Sarro wasted no time, unleashing a barrage of fireballs from his mouth. As his dragon wings unfurled, they conjured a fierce wind, laced with razor-sharp gusts that cleaved the ground, creating numerous half-meter-long gashes. The intensity of the assault rendered So Long unable to evade. Resigned, he swung his sword, slashing through some of the wind blades with a series of sharp sounds. Since I cannot ambush you, I shall slay you head-on, So Long gritted his teeth. Declaring, Eye of the Spirit Monarch, Ray. 2 beams of terrifying yellow light erupted from his eyes, swiftly reaching Sarro. The latter sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. Realizing that So Long's eyes not only enhanced his observational prowess, but also unleashed offensive capabilities. Had he known this was the 3-star Eye of the Spirit Monarch, he would not have been surprised, for such a formidable spell could hardly merely amplify vision. Returning to the matter at hand, Sarro exerted himself to evade, employing acceleration and weight reduction to significantly augment his speed. Yet, the Spirit Monarch's ray was too swift. Sarro barely managed to avoid a fatal blow, suffering 2 grievous wounds in his shoulder, exposing his dragon's bone as blood gushed forth. However, given his size, while the injury would have been fatal to a human, it was not overly severe for him. Enduring the agony, Sarro leaped towards So Long's location. Due to the ferocity and urgency of the battle, he struggled to pinpoint So Long's exact position. Nevertheless, his large physique granted him an extensive attack range. Knowing the general vicinity sufficed. Boom. The dragon descended like a meteor, shattering the air in its wake and igniting a shower of sparks. So swift, So Long's heart raced, utterly unprepared for the formidable strength Sarro had acquired. He barely managed to raise his sword in defense. Then came the clash. Ding. A tremendous force struck him, sending So Long hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Ha! The tables have turned, Sarro bellowed, perhaps due to the intensity of the fight or So Long's condition and blood affecting his illusory phantasm. Sarro now caught a glimpse of Solong's figure, albeit still vague. However, this was sufficient for him to launch a precise assault. From the gaping maw of Sarrona, a dark golden radiance materialized. Oh no! Count Sarong sensed an unprecedented crisis and hastily retrieved a pristine scroll to activate it. An orange magical glow enveloped him, transforming him into a formidable suit of magical armor. 3-star level, Protection of the Earth. 3-star level 10, Abyssal Dragon Breath. Sarrona's dragon eyes widened as the dark golden magical energy brewed within its mouth erupted, manifesting as a dark golden beam that traversed the vast expanse and struck Count Sarong's body. The current dragon breath was terrifying, arguably Sarrona's most formidable weapon. Count Sarong felt as though, in an instant, the dragon breath enveloped him, an overwhelming force propelling him backward relentlessly. During this tumultuous process, his illusory phantasm completely faltered. The protection of the earth held for merely 2 seconds before it shattered. The flesh and blood of Count Sarong began to confront the abyssal dragon breath. I should not perish here. My family still needs me. I must lead them to greatness and prosperity. If I die, the pillar of my family will vanish. How will my children fend off the predatory neighbors? Count Sarong was unwilling to meet his demise. He struggled with all his might. The extraordinary power within him surged. His corporeal form began to swell. Sarrona inhaled deeply, absorbing the magical elements that pervaded the air. The dragon breath in his mouth grew larger and more terrifying. Count Sarong's struggles appeared feeble, collapsing within a mere second. His flesh began to dissolve into nothingness, exposing the bones and organs beneath his skin before they could even touch the fresh air. The power of the dragon breath consumed them, rendering them void. Cursed. I refuse to accept this. I will not submit. He is merely a young dragon. Why? I do not wish to die. Count Sarong realized his fate was sealed, driving him to madness, filling his being with obsession and resentment. Yet, this did nothing to halt the encroachment of the abyssal dragon breath. 3 seconds later, the dragon breath dissipated. Sarrona closed his mouth. Before him lay a charred trench, 3 meters wide and over 20 meters long. Here, apart from himself, there was naught. Count Sarong was evaporated by the abyssal dragon breath. TSK, what a significant expenditure. Nevertheless, the exhilarating sensation of obliterating everything was truly delightful. Sarrona's emotions were tumultuous, brimming with fervor and excitement. Were it not for his limited magical power, he would have eagerly unleashed more breaths to carve additional black trenches into the earth. Chapter 24. Ambush. Alas, Count Solong has completely vanished. Had he been present, he could have surely been exchanged within the system for several hundred upgrade points. Joy is always fleeting. Soon, Sarro realized he had gone too far. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. Without lingering, he flapped his wings and ascended into the sky. The high-level extraordinary battle that had transpired here had created quite a stir, drawing the attention of wandering extraordinary beings in the vicinity. Before long, a group of monsters and humans, an adventuring party, arrived at the scene. The extraordinary fluctuations were intense. A battle of unimaginable scale had indeed erupted here. The air seemed to carry the scent of a dragon. They gazed at the ravaged earth, still resonating with the remnants of extraordinary energy, astonished and shivering at the thought of the previous battle. If one side were indeed a dragon, its might was evidently exceptional. Indeed, we mere mortals should steer clear of this. Many extraordinary beings hesitated, unwilling to pursue the dragon any further. As time passed, the events that unfolded here rapidly spread, informing distant extraordinary beings of the situation. Some, driven by curiosity, ventured here to observe the battleground. Among them was the Holy Sand Legion. There was, without a doubt, the scent of a dragon here. That cunning little dragon fled to the vicinity of Thunder Town, while everyone else was frantically searching for it. However, you cannot escape the grasp of the Holy Sand Legion. We will surely capture you. A robust little giant, nearly 3 meters tall, clad in dark yellow heavy armor, surveyed the charred trench left by the abyssal dragon's breath. Surrounding him were dozens of human extraordinary warriors in light blue armor. He was Jinwei, the vice-captain of the Holy Sand Legion, a warrior of high caliber. What should we do if that young dragon has taken refuge in Thunder Town? Inquired a medium-ranked captain beside him. Jinwei replied with a knowing look. Since Captain Sarro has arrived, it signifies that we fear nothing. Thunder Town. This place is indeed formidable, and the hidden mayor is undeniably powerful. However, he is merely a small part of the monster domain. Our Holy Sand Legion is ranked among the top 20 formidable legions of the Charles Kingdom. While we may be unable to contend with the entire monster domain, we can certainly handle Thunder Town. Once we ascertain that the target is indeed within Thunder Town, we shall commence our assault. Although our primary objective is to hunt the dragon, capturing the renowned Thunder Town would also be a significant feat, elevating the reputation of the Holy Sand Legion and demonstrating our prowess to these non-humans. I understand. The medium captain nodded eagerly, a sense of pride swelling within him. In the jungle where Sarro was imprisoned, a pack of towering gray-skinned hellhounds darted rapidly through the underbrush, followed closely by a contingent of extraordinary warriors from the Holy Sand Legion. Where could that young dragon be hiding? Someone lamented in exasperation. Could it have sensed the danger and fled far away? It was possible, but as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, we must not give up. Suddenly, a hellhound ahead let out a piercing howl. The other hellhounds hastily gathered around. The extraordinary soldiers, who had been deep in discussion, quickly heightened their vigilance. Something's amiss. Could the dragon be hiding nearby? Everyone, be cautious and find a place to conceal yourselves. Quickly signal Captain Sarro. Not long after, Sarro arrived, inhaling deeply before frowning and saying, "There is no dragon here, but there appears to be a lingering trace of its presence." Sarro's ability to conceal his aura was indeed remarkable. However, his level was still not high enough to completely mask it. Such a powerful being as himself, or other entities with unique abilities, could still detect traces that even Sarro himself had overlooked. Hearing this, the extraordinary soldiers felt a pang of disappointment. Had they found the young dragon, they would have received substantial rewards. However, there seems to be something amiss underground. I sense a flicker of life energy. Sarro lightly stomped his foot. Though the gesture seemed gentle, the force was extraordinary. In an instant, the ground cracked open, and energy ripples surged forth. The earth surrounding them was upheaved, revealing the surface below. One particular patch of earth appeared to have been excavated. "Someone has dug here," Sarro commanded. "Obey." The extraordinary soldiers drew their weapons and began to dig. Though their ranks did not match Sarro's, they found the task of digging quite effortless. Before long, a large pit was formed. Below, in the darkness, Sarro listened intently, her heart racing at the strange sounds. "Is my father here to rescue me? Please don't let it be a monster that has found me." Her eyes widened, filled with trepidation. Approximately 5 minutes later, the hole was completely excavated. Light struggled to penetrate the darkness. Perhaps having been deprived of light for too long, Sarro found herself instinctively closing her eyes, even though the illumination was not glaring. "Wait, there's a woman here," exclaimed an extraordinary warrior with a scarred face, gazing in astonishment at Sarro. "Bring her up," Sarro commanded from above. "Who are you?" "You're human?" Upon hearing this exchange, Sarro felt a glimmer of hope. While humanity harbored its share of wickedness, the majority surpassed monsters in their kindness. Sarro struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing the warrior's armor and the special insignia upon them, she gasped in disbelief. The legendary Holy Sand Legion. How wonderful! I am saved. Overjoyed, she strained against her bindings. "I am Sarro, Count Solong's daughter. Please save me, free me." However, upon hearing Sarro's introduction, the warriors did not display any significant reaction. They obediently lifted Sarro and carried her to the surface. "Sarro, how did you end up here?" Sarro scrutinized the disheveled woman, his voice filled with surprise. He had come to hunt a dragon and never expected to encounter Count Solong's daughter. "You are Captain Sarro? I've seen your portrait at the academy," Sarro replied, equally astonished to meet a legendary figure in person. Elated, she exclaimed, "This is incredible. Thank you for rescuing me. I will ensure my father expresses his gratitude." He extended a finger towards Sarro, causing the air to explode with a series of energy blades resembling stardust, slicing through her bindings. "You were captured by a dragon and extorted for ransom from your father? If the nobles of the kingdom were to discover this, the reputation of Count Solong would surely suffer. Even the common folk might view you as inept," Sarro remarked with a hint of melancholy. Sarro's face flushed with shame, fully aware of the implications. Yet she protested, that dragon was formidable. Sarro waved his hand dismissively, stating that no matter how formidable one might be, it could not serve as an excuse for their repeated failures. According to his words, the dragon had gone to negotiate with her father. This presented a prime opportunity to capture him. Of course, if her father were fortunate enough to seize him, it would alleviate some of his troubles. Upon hearing Sarro's final remarks, Elshira's expression shifted dramatically. She discerned that Sarro intended to demand the young dragon. Naturally, she felt indignant about this. But Duke Rosemont was far more fearsome than Sarro, and she dared not defy him. She believed that Count Solong, her father, would also hesitate to oppose him. To be precise, he was preparing to eliminate any potential witnesses. The animosity between them had not dissipated with Count Solong's demise. Sarro, seasoned in experience, understood well the principle of eradicating threats at their roots. Otherwise, troubles might arise in the future. Given his rapid growth, his enemies would likely never catch up to him, rendering them incapable of posing a threat. Nevertheless, this was not a justification for his sanctified dragon lineage. Sarro remained concealed, exercising utmost caution and denying his adversaries any chance to discover him. However, upon reaching the edge of the forest where Elshira resided, he found himself unable to resist pausing. He scrutinized his surroundings with suspicion and took a deep breath. The dragon's keen sense of smell flared to life, detecting the unmistakable scent of humans. Had someone arrived? Were they merely passing through, or had they uncovered the traces he had left behind? Sarro felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, heightened by a fierce vigilance. He refrained from venturing deeper into the woods and instead circled the forest perimeter. Soon enough, he spotted human footprints, confirming his suspicion that someone had indeed come. This indicated that their presence lingered within the forest. He lifted his gaze toward the depths of the thicket. The forest was eerily quiet, devoid of any unusual activity. It appeared that no one was present. How cunning these humans were. Elshira was quite fortunate. Had her luck been any better, she might have already been discovered. With a resigned sigh, Sarro muttered to himself before turning away without hesitation. Yes, he had retreated. His strength had significantly increased, and with Count Solong dead, the only overt enemy remaining was Duke Rosemont, that audacious wretch who had been the first to place a bounty on his head. Given his current capabilities, vanquishing the Duke would prove difficult. However, it was entirely feasible to cautiously target the Holy Sand Legion that was perilously close. At the same time, those nearby who dared to pursue him would meet their demise. Sarro harbored a grudge, fully aware that bloodshed was the finest nourishment for his growth. He resolved not to seek revenge in distant human territories. Such an endeavor would be too cumbersome. Instead, he deemed this locale an ideal hunting ground, perfectly suited for his purposes. Chapter 25, Transformation of Abilities, Metamorphosis of All Manifestations. Chapter 25, Evolution of Abilities, Metamorphosis of All Things. In the western region of Thunder Town, 50 miles away, lies a small swamp. One must remain vigilant, for this vicinity is the territory of the monstrous lizards. Although these beasts lack intelligence and are driven solely by their savage instincts, they do not differentiate between members of the Holy Sand Legion and others. Should they perceive an opportunity, they will recklessly attack without hesitation. A dozen extraordinary warriors tread cautiously along the swamp's edge. Among them, a middle-aged squad leader named Bien was earnestly imparting his knowledge. Bien, a top tier among low-level extraordinary beings, possessed a wealth of experience despite his relatively weak powers. Captain Bien, please do not frighten us. I am aware that the lizard beasts here are merely low-level extraordinary creatures. Although we may not sweep through this place effortlessly, we can certainly safeguard ourselves, remarked a young warrior dismissively. Haha, we've been so busy lately that we haven't had a decent meal. I've heard the lizard beasts are quite tasty. Let us slay a few and indulge, another voiced eagerly. Yes, yes, a little break wouldn't hurt. After searching for so long, there's no need for continuous high-intensity scouting. A moment of relaxation now will yield better reconnaissance in the future. The other extraordinary warriors joined in the banter. Bien, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "Military orders are absolute. If you wish to relax, wait until the mission concludes." The young warrior retorted nonchalantly, "Oh, come now. We are all good brothers. If you don't speak of it, I won't, and neither will anyone else. A slight infraction of these so-called orders won't matter much, right? That young dragon is far too cunning. We can hardly find it. So why should we be so diligent? Captain, I've heard your son Billy is training. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to earn a little extra while on this mission, considering the expenses of his training. Though the lizard beasts are not precious, they still hold some value." Upon hearing mention of his son, Bien's resolve began to waver. Eventually, with a bittersweet smile, he conceded, "I truly cannot contend with you all. Very well, let us steal a moment of respite, but it must not exceed 2 hours. Now, everyone, Make haste. Cheers erupted. Oh yeah, splendid. Oh yeah, marvelous. But their jubilation abruptly ceased as they instinctively turned to survey their surroundings. Did anyone else just hear a youthful voice? Bien inquired uncertainly after a few moments. There are enemies, he bellowed. With a roar, his extraordinary power surged forth, and he unsheathed his sword, aiming it at the source of the childlike voice. However, in the next instant, Bien's movements halted, his body stiffening. Forgive me, my son. Father must depart. You must train diligently and protect your mother, Bien uttered with a pained smile, closing his eyes for the last time as he ceased to breathe. A beast had pierced through the captain's body. Curse it, avenge the captain. Bien's body vanished. The slaughter commenced, and the voice of the hidden Sarro echoed. Humans, your doom is nigh. Sarro, cloaked in invisibility, wore a bloodthirsty smile as he moved swiftly, undetected by the surrounding extraordinary warriors. Before they could react, he struck them down, leaving no survivors. In less than 5 seconds, all were gone, leaving only footprints and splattered blood behind. The scent of blood spread, attracting the attention of nearby lizards. Throngs of 2 to 3 meter long lizards eagerly climbed towards the source. You too shall be my prey, Sarro declared, turning back to continue his slaughter. 2 days later, the number of extraordinary beings in Thunder Town dwindled significantly. It seemed as though a mysterious evil had swept through, causing the once fervent dragon hunters to vanish rapidly, inciting widespread terror. This surge in fear only amplified the notoriety of the Backstab King. Although Sarro operated silently, leaving no bodies behind, whispers of his deeds had circulated, and some extraordinary beings witnessed his monstrous feats. Consequently, the astute among them deduced that the Backstab King was behind the chaos, though few knew that this figure was but a young dragon named Sarro. The proud and numerous Holy Sand Legion became Sarro's primary targets, suffering grievous losses. While the upper echelons had largely escaped assassination, the ranks of lesser soldiers faced heavy casualties. This situation became increasingly untenable for the Holy Sand Legion, forcing them to huddle near Thunder Town, waiting for the opportune moment. This cannot persist. The dragon remains elusive. Our mission will fail. We must devise a plan. Vice Commander Jean Wei growled, pacing the camp with a face full of frustration. His earlier confidence had dissipated. Curse that Backstab King. Nearby, the soldiers bore grim expressions, some even displaying signs of fear. The unfortunate reality was that the lower-ranked soldiers faced far greater peril. Had it not been for the presence of Sarro and Jean Wei to maintain order, they might have fled in a panic. Meanwhile, outside the camp, the concealed Sarro floated silently in mid-air, observing the encampment. The legendary Commander Sarro appeared to be absent, despite the remaining human extraordinary beings numbering over 500. Including several high-ranking individuals, Sarro felt no trepidation. Rather, he couldn't suppress a cold smile. While the opposing force could barely stand against top-tier extraordinary beings, Sarro understood the true potency of a stealthy ambush. He was far more formidable than any superlative extraordinary being. As long as he remained cautious, he was capable of infiltrating the extraordinary camp with ease. He glanced at his upgrade points. Remaining upgrade points, 500 upgrade. Ding, concealment technique level 2 ding. Upgrade points minus 110. Ding, invisibility technique level 3. Ding, invisibility technique transformed into metamorphosis of all things. Ding. Upgrade points minus 300. Current, concealment technique, 2-star level 1. Current, metamorphosis of all things, 2-star level 6. Remaining upgrade points, 90. This invisibility technique has transformed in an intriguing manner, Sarro mused, his expression turning perplexed. A wave of entirely new information flooded his mind, enabling him to comprehend and master the metamorphosis of all things. This technique was formidable, possessing effects that transcended his current realm. Its essence was simple. It allowed him to imitate his surroundings, blending seamlessly with the natural world. For instance, upon entering water, he would resemble water itself. In fire, he would take on the likeness of flames. Amidst the air, he would become indistinguishable from the breeze. Moreover, while the magic was in effect, Sarro would gain a degree of immunity against physical attacks. As his mastery of the metamorphosis of all things increased, he would become immune to even greater and more powerful assaults, instilling within him a sensation of elemental transformation. However, this newfound ability filled him with euphoric delight. With my current covert supernatural power, even the once formidable Solong, despite possessing the eye of the Spirit Emperor, would remain oblivious to my presence. After all, mimicry is but a facade. It does not equate to an absolute transformation into an integral part of all creation. Sarro mused. Yet, despite the imperfections and flaws of the all-manifestation mimicry technique, he remained unconcerned, for there were few formidable adversaries in this realm who could surpass him significantly. Thus, it was time to commence the assault. Sarro revealed a smile and silently drifted toward the military camp. He approached without a whisper, and the patrolling soldiers were utterly unaware of his presence. Suddenly, several patrolmen had gaping holes torn into their backs. The remaining soldiers widened their eyes, mouths agape in an attempt to call for help, but in swift succession, a flurry of azure wind blades emerged, severing their throats. This squad of patrolling soldiers was annihilated. Mysterious forces surged forth, instantly erasing the remnants of their bodies. Sarro flapped his dragon wings and glided into the heart of the military camp. Just as he entered, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the area. The 3rd Division, Group 5, is unaccounted for. An intruder has breached our defenses. The King of Backstabs has arrived. In the midst of the camp, a cacophony erupted. Ah, truly remarkable, this extraordinary army. I had considered my stealth and secrecy to be impeccable, yet you discovered my presence in mere seconds? Is there a superlative reconnaissance magic array within this camp? Or perhaps, the human warriors I just dispatched possess some peculiar devices capable of detecting their demise and disappearance? Sarro could not help but be astonished. Yet, his astonishment was fleeting. As a seasoned traveler from another realm, he was acutely aware that there are always greater powers and unforeseen changes beyond his comprehension. Around him, some extraordinary warriors began to materialize. However, they could not perceive Sarro at all. He dismissed their efforts, feeling confident in his strength. Even if he were to be exposed, he believed he possessed the capability to carve a path through them. He turned his gaze toward the nearby extraordinary warriors, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. He activated the wind perception technique, initiated the azure eye, and engaged the detection radar. Quickly, swiftly, he sought to locate the enemy's whereabouts. The warriors were roaring in fury. Some magical warriors unleashed a myriad of spells, eager to track down the King of Backstabs. Yet, their power was woefully inadequate. They could not penetrate Sarro's all-manifestation mimicry technique. Suddenly, one magical warrior had his chest pierced. Enemy attack. He gasped, only to perish in an instant. The surrounding extraordinary warriors hastily retaliated, but dozens of wind blades materialized, bombarding them relentlessly, resulting in a swift obliteration of the extraordinary forces present. The corpses vanished silently. Damn monster! I will kill you and avenge my comrades. More extraordinary warriors emerged from a distance. Although they remained blind to Sarro's presence, they could estimate his general location. Deploy explosives. Launch an offensive. Let these monsters understand the might of humanity, and let them tremble at the name of our Holy Sand Legion. They did not approach. Instead, they resorted to ranged attacks. An array of spells, martial techniques, explosives, and arrows formed a vast curtain that obscured the sky. Acceleration technique, weight reduction technique. Sarro swiftly ascended into the air, evading this barrage. Then he dove down like a meteor, crashing into the throng of warriors. With a thunderous boom, dozens of extraordinary soldiers met a gruesome end. The ground cracked beneath the impact, causing the more distant extraordinary warriors to stagger as the earth trembled beneath them. Die! Roared the colossal Vice Commander Jean Wei, clad in heavy armor, charging forth with formidable strength. Each step he took shattered the earth beneath him, resembling a war tank in its ferocity. Earth shockwave, Jean Wei leapt slightly, his feet radiating a brilliant yellow light, a manifestation of his potent earth element martial energy. With a resounding crash, he landed, erecting barriers of martial energy and magic to seal off the area, ensuring that this unseen, despicable intruder could escape no longer. Becoming a fish in a barrel. Ha ha ha, you no longer have the luxury of opportunity. Sarro flew low, hurtling toward him. However, Jean Wei's earth shockwave had little effect on such a nimble, airborne entity as Sarro. Though invisible, Jean Wei, a seasoned warrior, could discern direction by sound. Thorny dance. Jean Wei brought his hands together, unleashing his power. Crack! The ground fissured, and towering earth spikes erupted. Sarro's reflexes were remarkably swift. He soared upward, evading the spikes. He spun in midair, accelerating to a terrifying speed, transforming into a drill-like figure. The commotion stirred by this maneuver was substantial, severely disrupting the effectiveness of the all-manifestation mimicry technique. The surrounding air, now turbulent with wind waves, shredded the earth spikes below. Although this displayed signs of exposure, Sarro felt no fear. He was far too close to Jinwei now. In an instant, he surged toward Jinwei's visage. Jinwei's expression tightened. As a non-speed-oriented extraordinary being, he could not evade Sarro's approach. Thus, he braced himself. Earth-heavy armor. Jinwei crouched slightly. A dense yellow aura enveloped his body, forming a protective layer. The two finally collided. As a high-ranking extraordinary being, adept in defense and immense strength, Jinwei managed to withstand Sarro's charge. Yet Sarro pressed on with even greater force. Dust clouds erupted, and debris scattered. The defensive stone armor covering Jinwei shattered rapidly. Even his colossal form was forced backward, his legs carving deep furrows into the ground as he struggled to maintain his balance. Gasping, Jinwei's face contorted in agony as the shockwave surged through his fractured defenses, penetrating deep into his body, inflicting extraordinary damage upon his veins, organs, and bones. Chapter 26, Abyssal Curse Seal, Surge in Power. Chapter 26, Abyssal Curse Seal, Power Surge. Oh, how infuriating. I am a proud warrior of the kingdom, the very nephew of Duke Rosmont. How could I possibly be outmatched by this cowardly wretch? Jinwei was once proud, but now, under Sarro's overwhelming presence, he felt deeply shaken. His heart was filled with disbelief and absurdity. It is worth noting that in the kingdom of Charles and the realm of monsters, he was considered a significant figure, as long as no extraordinary master intervened. Even the mightiest of extraordinary beings could not hope to eliminate him in an instant. Yet, confronted with the imminent threat of death, the primal instinct to survive drove him to madness. Ah, you lot of scoundrels, come to my rescue. If I perish, you shall accompany me in death. I am the vice-captain of the Holy Sand Legion, my standing comparable to that of certain noble earls. Jinwei shouted with fervor. His words, though unreasonable, reflected the harsh truth. Quickly, gather around. The nearby extraordinary soldiers converged. Those of lesser status had no choice but to indulge Jinwei, yet Sarro showed no such leniency. Jinwei's domineering words had only served to provoke him. The darkness was profound, and the backwardness of this world was painfully evident. A world rife with sorrow, where the likes of you are the architects of tragedy. Sarro appeared to harbor a sense of pity for the weak, tinged with cynicism. However, when the weak truly approached him, his resolve to kill remained unyielding. His rotation accelerated, while Jinwei desperately retreated, his chest plate shattered, revealing the flesh and blood beneath. Jinwei's resistance waned, and the speed of Sarro's charge was unparalleled. Lesser extraordinary beings could not hope to catch up, rendering any hope of rescuing Jinwei futile. The mid-tier extraordinary soldiers managed to keep pace, launching frenzied attacks. Yet Sarro, now immensely powerful, conjured a storm of wind blades that shredded everything in proximity. Even without the hindrance of the wind blades, any assault that landed on Sarro proved ineffective. The dragon race is, after all, a natural enemy to weaker species. Among equals, dragons stand unmatched, rendering those lesser and more mundane extraordinary beings utterly insignificant. Breaching his defenses was no small feat. Throw the bombs. Launch all the explosives. A voice cried out frantically. If we can capture this backstabbing king, we might achieve merit. Even if we cannot save Vice-Captain Jinwei, we need not fear our own demise. Indeed, many mid-tier extraordinary captains, not lacking in intellect, swiftly agreed, perhaps seeking to settle old scores with Jinwei. You wretched scoundrels. Jinwei overheard their conversation, and fury coursed through him. Ha ha ha, you have no time left. You are all doomed. Sarro, unconcerned, abruptly halted. Yet Jinwei continued his frantic retreat. Sarro opened his mouth and unleashed a blast of abyssal dragon breath, as thick as a human thigh. To prevent obliterating Jinwei, he restrained the power of his breath. With a resounding thud, Jinwei's chest was struck. The terrifying force effortlessly penetrated all barriers. Flesh, bone, and organs disintegrated in an instant. The remnants of his insides melted away, and his spine shattered. The dragon breath penetrated Jinwei's body, striking the ground behind him. The earth, already fragile, erupted in a crater several meters wide. I am truly dead. Jinwei's mouth fell agape. The vitality of a high-tier extraordinary being is formidable. Even when pierced through, with insides and tatters, one could still cling to life temporarily. Ah, the kingdom shall avenge me. The Duke shall seek revenge on my behalf. Humanity will rise against you. Only humanity shall endure. You aberrations will serve as stepping stones for human advancement. As realization dawned, Jin Wei screamed in madness. His expression grew numb, breaths faded, and he transitioned from life to a warm corpse. Upgrade points. 500. More tragically, Sarro absorbed Jin Wei's remains into the system, ensuring his death was absolute. Remaining upgrade points. 650. Indeed, what a treasure trove of wealth a high-tier extraordinary being possesses, Sarro mused. The body of a high-tier extraordinary being is worth 500 upgrade points. The points stem primarily from the wealth Jin Wei carried. Suddenly, Sarro recalled Count Soren, his draconic visage darkening. How wasteful. Lord Jin Wei is dead. Everyone flee. The extraordinary soldiers around him were utterly demoralized. Humph, the real show has only just begun. You shall not escape. Sarro had no intention of letting them go. That which is lost can never be reclaimed. Thus, he vowed to cherish the riches before him. With a swift motion, Sarro surged forward, unleashing a barrage of wind blades. Accompanied by a chorus of screams, over 10 extraordinary soldiers met their end. Upgrade points. 4. Upgrade points. 2. Upgrade points. 20. The upgrade points surged rapidly. Ugh, what is this? Suddenly, an evil, indescribable murmur descended from an unknown dimension. The voice bore an aura of malevolence. Sarro's dragon eyes quietly shifted to a dark crimson hue. A thick, sinister dark golden energy surged forth from his very veins. Strangely, Sarro seemed oblivious to the murmurs and the changes within his body. His singular focus remained on slaughter. The more he killed, the more frenzied he became, appearing almost deranged. Suddenly, his spine erupted, dark golden bone spikes bursting forth, making Sarro appear more menacing and fearsome. Moreover, dark red magical patterns emerged on the scales of his other body parts, inducing dizziness in anyone who gazed upon them. With a roar, Sarro expressed his discomfort. His voice was so thunderous that it fractured the ground nearby. As for the human extraordinary beings, they suffered grievously, blood streaming from their orifices as they collapsed in agony. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dragon scales underwent even more terrifying transformations, becoming dark golden bone spikes. Sarro now resembled a giant, spiked hedgehog of a dragon. His offensive capabilities had dramatically increased. Simultaneously, the eerie murmurs grew increasingly indistinct, disappearing entirely moments later. Sarro paused, his consciousness returning to normal, chosen by the great abyss. His body had been transformed, granting him dominion over bones. He had been bestowed with the Abyssal Curse Seal, enabling him to harness a fraction of the great abyss's power. Was his combat strength multiplied fivefold? The more creatures he slayed, the more power he could acquire? Sarro's spiked, draconic visage reflected growing astonishment. Glancing at the system interface, he found no mention of such an ability under extraordinary powers. It dawned upon him that this power did not belong to him. He was merely a vessel. While this realization brought a tinge of regret, he soon dismissed it, recognizing that the ability was, in essence, a gift. On the contrary, the abyss seemed rather intriguing, as it had bestowed upon him such a petite abyssal dragon. This was enough to incite envy and resentment among 99.9999% of abyssal demons. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Oh great abyss, behold my performance. Sarro laughed heartily, his speed surging as he dashed into the distance. A thunderous storm erupted, engulfing the surroundings. And within this domain, the ordinary flora was violently torn asunder. Monsters! Hold on, Captain Sarro is on his way. Captain Sarro is just next door in Thunder Town. Come on, come and devour me. If you dare to stop me, I'll obliterate you. A multitude of extraordinary warriors rallied their spirits. However, the newly empowered Sarro was utterly terrifying. Be it low-level or mid-tier extraordinary beings, he dispatched them with ease. Despair loomed as some valiant, extraordinary warriors drew forth magic bombs, seeking to perish alongside Sarro. Not long ago, within a bustling inn in Thunder Town, Sarro reclined leisurely by the window, savoring a glass of red wine. Behind him stood an anxious Elshira. Lord Sarro, is there still no news of my father? He had not been stationed in the jungle to confront Sarro. Yet, Count Solong had vanished, and despite her relentless search, she could find no trace of him. This filled her with dread, a sense of foreboding overwhelming her. Sarro had conducted a brief inquiry into Count Solong's circumstances and learned of his dealings with the King of Backstabbing. He also deduced that the relationship between the King of Backstabbing and dragons was far from ordinary. Now, with Count Solong missing and the King of Backstabbing still at large, coupled with the latter's displayed prowess, Sarro arrived at a grim conclusion. Count Solong had been slain by the King of Backstabbing. How could this be? Ilshra, clinging to a flicker of hope, found her illusions shattered by Sarro's revelations, forcing her to accept a bitter reality she could scarcely bear. But my father is a count, a high-ranking, extraordinary being. He is so formidable, just a despicable, cowardly assassin, she murmured, lost in despair. This was one of Sarro's rare pieces of advice. He genuinely believed that a sheltered flower like Ilshra should remain in school, focusing on her studies rather than venturing into this perilous domain of monsters. Suddenly, an electronic alert resonated from Sarro's person. Sarro reached into his pocket and retrieved a magical device resembling a walkie-talkie. This was a rather precious magical communicator. He pressed a small button, and a voice emerged from within. "Captain, the King of Backstabbing has arrived." Sarro promptly replied, "I am on my way." He leaped from the window, propelling himself towards the outskirts of Thunder Town with all his might. "Captain Sarro, it's dire. Lord Jinwei is being overwhelmed." The voice on the communicator continued. "Lord Jinwei has perished. The King of Backstabbing has begun a massacre. Help us, Captain." As time passed, a cascade of grim news spread relentlessly. Sarro's expression darkened as he listened to the harrowing sounds of battle through the communicator. He had to hasten. Perhaps he was moving too swiftly, for it felt as though his body was gliding just above the ground. Thunder Town was not large, and with his extraordinary speed, he crossed it with ease. The military camp was not far from Thunder Town, so it wasn't long before he arrived near the encampment. However, the little time had elapsed. Sarro's ferocity was overwhelming. The entire military camp lay in ruins, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Chapter 27. The Battle of Dragons and Men Flee. This is nothing short of an apocalyptic demon. It is utterly terrifying. We are doomed. All of us are perishing. Woe is me. I should never have come here. Commander, where are you? The morale of the extraordinary warriors has shattered. Yet, what can be done? They cannot perceive Sarro, nor can they land a blow upon him. If only they could see him, they might muster the courage to band together and launch a concerted assault. In such a case, they would undoubtedly pose significant trouble for Sarro. These feeble extraordinary beings are not mere ants. Should they fight with all their might, combined with their formidable numbers and coordinated formations, they could unleash combat prowess far exceeding their individual capabilities. In summary, Sarro currently has the upper hand over the Saint San Legion. With the colossal Commander Sarro absent and the death of Vice Commander Jinwei, the Legion is left leaderless, unable to organize. Thus, they resemble mere fodder. However, they are still mobile. Coupled with Sarro being strained, a considerable portion of the extraordinary warriors fled the camp, scattering in all directions. This disarray hindered Sarro's ability to reap a satisfying toll. Remaining upgrade points, 950, just a bit more, just a little more. My dear ones, do not flee. Allow me to slay a few dozen. The bloodthirsty, youthful voice echoes through the air. Sarro has become somewhat deranged, his consciousness warped by a sinister madness. The extraordinary warriors who heard this voice instinctively trembled, clearly traumatized by Sarro's actions. Observing this scene, Sarro's composure also crumbled. He could hardly believe that in just a few brief minutes, his legion had been decimated, reduced to a pitiful remnant. Abomination! Sarro roared in fury, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a paramount extraordinary being. Simultaneously, he produced a magical scroll and activated it. A white magical light flashed, and Sarro's eyes gleamed with a pale hue. 3-star 6th level, Eye of Light. Vague yet discernible, the image of a dragon materialized before Sarro's eyes. He was momentarily astonished, then enlightened. So, the dragon and the King of Backstabbing are one and the same. The Duke will surely reward me with great wealth. A smile crept upon Sarro's face as a longsword materialized in his hand, his body radiating a rich golden aura. He then propelled himself forward. The formidable human. Sarro turned to face him, his eyes filled with gravity, sensing an unprecedented pressure. Yet, the abyssal curse mark was rife with malevolence, amplifying Sarro's desires and murderous intentions. This emboldened him, instilling a sense of overconfidence. Though I am merely a high-level extraordinary being, as a dragon, I am inherently superior among my kind. I can easily engage in battles beyond my level. With the aid of the Abyssal Curse Mark, confronting a paramount extraordinary being should not be beyond my capabilities. Sarro thought defiantly. Ha ha ha, let me show you the true power of the dragon race. From Sarro's claws, 2 knife-like bone spurs, each 5 or 6 meters long, erupted. Kill! 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 Sarro charged toward Sarro. Naturally, Sarro's size could not compare to that of Sarro. At first glance, Sarro appeared imposing and formidable, exuding an aura of dominance. Yet, Sarro regarded him with disdain. He swiftly swung his sword, causing the blade to erupt and unleash a pale golden light that stretched over 10 meters. As if the heavens and earth were cleaved apart by his strike. Sarro did not remain idle. He summoned the powers of wind and fire to sharpen his bone blades, igniting them, transforming them into laser-like swords. With a swift motion, Sarro's right hand swung the sword, colliding head-on with the overwhelming blade of light, while his left hand thrust the laser sword directly at Sarro. His magical energy surged, causing the left-hand laser sword to extend, resembling a golden staff. It must be said, this maneuver was quite formidable. Sarro was caught off guard, yet he remained unafraid. A multitude of golden sand manifested around him, forming a golden sand armor. With a thunderous boom, the two forces collided, resulting in an explosion akin to a missile detonation. The fleeing extraordinary warriors witnessed this spectacle, their hearts swelling with joy. Wonderful! The commander has arrived. The king of backstabbing is doomed. Ha ha! Let us slay him. Let us rid ourselves of this despicable king of backstabbing. With the backbone returned, the warriors regained their composure. They fell back and began to regroup. Sarro confronted the explosion head-on, unperturbed by the aftermath, charging forward and penetrating the barrier to reach Sarro. 2-star 3rd level, quicksand. Sarro swung his sword, and countless grains of golden sand surrounded Sarro. These sands, infused with power, struck Sarro's body like bullets, crashing into him relentlessly. However, Sarro's defenses were formidable. The sand could barely fracture a few of his bone spurs, forming a dragon's armor. Ignoring the sand, Sarro advanced, swinging his sword in an attempt to slay Sarro. Sarro effortlessly sidestepped Sarro's strike. He raised his leg for a flying kick, creating a shockwave. With a resounding thud, Sarro felt a sharp pain in his face, his upper body uncontrollably skewed. Sarro pressed the attack, every move brimming with power, while Sarro resembled a robust, yet cumbersome punching bag. Curse it! I shall kill you, Sarro bellowed, his reason slipping further away. He charged like a tank, intent on striking Sarro. Yet, Sarro's battle experience was extensive. He easily evaded Sarro's attacks. His defenses were so robust that even if Sarro landed a blow, it would hardly harm him. Conversely, every strike Sarro delivered inflicted clear damage upon Sarro. Were it not for Sarro's tough skin and meat, he might have already been incapacitated. Crack, crack. The tremendous force shattered Sarro's bone spurs, which fell to the ground. Sarro appeared somewhat battered. Beneath the spurs, a trickle of dragon blood oozed forth. However, Sarro remained unfazed. The blood vanished before it could drop, absorbed into his system. Moreover, he meticulously collected his fallen bone spurs. His upgrade points steadily increased, drawing him ever closer to 1,000 upgrade points. Heh, now you understand the might of the Saint Sand Legion and the terror of humanity, do you not? Sarro proclaimed with pride. Despite this, he felt a twinge of surprise within. He had not anticipated Sarro's ferocity, managing to endure so long against his ordinary attacks. Indeed, he had yet to unleash his trump card. Otherwise, he feared he might slay Sarro. That would not do. A living dragon holds far greater value. However, not giving his all did not imply weakness. On the contrary, he was immensely powerful. Compared to Soren and Jean Wei, these high-level extraordinary beings appeared insignificant. He was a paramount extraordinary being, and not just an ordinary one, but a terrifying presence at the 5th level. Although his attacks were merely ordinary, they sufficed to defeat an average 1st-level extraordinary being. This dragon, though merely a high-level extraordinary being, possessed the power of a paramount level, did it not? Truly, the dragon's innate gifts are staggering, surpassing over 99,999% of humanity. Deep down, Sarro felt a hint of envy. If only he possessed such terrifying gifts. Oof, what are you so arrogant about? The true spectacle has only just begun. Sarro altered his strategy, no longer contesting in swordsmanship. Windblade, Fireball, Solar Dragon Fist. Sarro resembled a Gatling gun, casting spells in rapid succession. Insufficient, insufficient. Abyssal Dragon, your doom is inevitable today. Sarro remained indifferent. The magical assaults he unleashed bore little difference from before. They were akin to mere scraping, failing to inflict any substantial harm upon Sarro. Perhaps having discerned Sarro's limits and recognizing the lack of threat he posed, Sarro adopted a rather casual demeanor. An opening. Yet, unexpectedly, Sarro abruptly altered his strategy, unleashing a torrent of Abyssal Dragon breath, as thick as a water barrel. With a thunderous roar, the air shattered, striking Sarro's upper body. The terrifying force contorted Sarro's countenance. As his armor swiftly deteriorated, his entire form was relentlessly pushed backward, hurtling into the distance. How could this be? Sarro was compelled to feel astonishment. What a disgrace. To be harmed by such a diminutive dragon. 4-star level 1, Sacred Sandblade. Upon regaining composure, Sarro gritted his teeth, firmly grasping his long sword and slashing downward in fury. With a swift motion, the first half of the Abyssal Dragon breath was cleaved in twain. Now, Sarro revealed his true prowess. By the heavens, human, you are indeed formidable. Witnessing this, Sarro could not help but be astonished. However, influenced by the abyssal malevolence, he became obstinate, harboring no thoughts of retreat. Drawing in a deep breath, he summoned the magical elements from all directions, transforming them into Abyssal Dragon breath. What was once the girth of a water barrel grotesquely expanded into a dark golden river as wide as a water tank. The severed front of the dragon breath rapidly healed, roaring as it surged towards Sarro. 3-star level 9, Shield of the Earth. Sarro inhaled deeply, and from the earth beneath him, a radiant golden sand wall erupted. Boom! The dragon breath collided with it. The sand wall trembled violently. Intense aftershocks radiated outward, fissuring the ground nearby. Insufficient, utterly insufficient. Observing this, Sarro understood that his power paled in comparison to Sarro's. And since he was unwilling to retreat, he had no choice but to unleash his full potential. Recharge, recharge. He pressed his claws against his chest, desperately extracting bone spikes and tearing flesh. Upgrade points 5, upgrade points 7, upgrade points 4. In an instant, remaining upgrade points, 1,000. Yet, Sarro had sacrificed significant flesh and blood, leaving him grievously wounded. This diminished the power of his dragon breath slightly, but Sarro remained undeterred, his face alight with exhilaration. Great Abyss, grant me strength. Ding, Transcendent Realm 1ing. Upgrade points minus 1,000. Current, Transcendent Realm, high level 2. Remaining upgrade points, 0. Crack, crack. Sarro's form expanded, flesh writhing and growing as his wounds healed. The weakened dragon breath surged dramatically. Snap! Sarro's shield was obliterated. Has he grown stronger? Sarro sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the dragon breath that surged toward him. But Sarro was not blind. He slightly turned his head, adjusting the direction of his breath, relentlessly pursuing Sarro. Sarro was compelled to evade continuously, darting swiftly. Memories of Sarro's past surfaced in his mind. Not long ago, when this dragon first appeared, it was merely 2 meters long, a lowly hatchling. At that time, even a mid-tier captain could easily contend with him. Yet, in just a few short weeks, he had evolved into a high-level extraordinary being, transforming into a young dragon. Truly astonishing. Throughout history, no dragon has surpassed him. My lord, I fear we have stirred an unfathomable terror. If we do not annihilate him completely, even the lofty duke's domain and the entire Sarro kingdom may be reduced to ashes beneath this dragon's wrath. Sarro suddenly felt a profound pessimism about the future. He could not help but smile bitterly. How absurd to possess such a preposterous premonition. As he pondered, his expression gradually settled. With a flourish of his blade, the dragon breath was severed. Now, his lethality had surged once more. He wielded an absolute advantage in level, suppressing Sarro's ferocity. Therefore, I cannot afford to grant you any opportunity. I must plunge you into the abyss, ensuring you never rise again. Golden starlight flickered in Sarro's eyes as he charged towards Sarro. Die, die, die. Sarro's jaws remained agape, his breath incessantly spewing forth. He exhaled frantically, the murderous intent in his gaze intensifying. Yet, the dragon breath now failed to strike Sarro. Instead, Sarro effortlessly shattered the breath. The two combatants drew ever closer. The pressure mounted on Sarro, awakening the latent ferocity within his bloodline. He retreated step by step, seeking to distance himself from Sarro. This weakened the dragon breath, allowing Sarro to advance with greater speed. Curse it, I refuse to yield. Just wait. Sarro clenched his teeth, turning to charge toward the encroaching extraordinary warriors. If I annihilate you all, my power will surely surge. Abyss, grant me more strength. Surely, you do not wish for my demise. Sarro murmured to himself, unleashing a torrent of wind blades from his dragon wings. Ah, it hurts so much. My legs are broken. How could this be? The great captain, unable to suppress him? Retreat, we must retreat. Our existence is but a trivial snack to the enemy, of no aid to the captain. The crowd, in a state of panic, began to withdraw. Damnable, vile dragon. Sarro surged forward, intent on stopping Sarro. However, Sarro's combat prowess was indeed inferior to Sarro's. Yet, his speed was considerably more formidable. Coupled with the fact that Sarro could fly, he moved even swifter. Sarro excelled at short-range, high-speed charges, and this prolonged engagement was causing him losses. He was unable to easily catch up to Sarro. Furthermore, Sarro proved cunning, offering no opportunity for Sarro to close the gap. He darted about wildly, even soaring into the air to evade Sarro. Vile dragon, coward, you have tarnished the dignity of dragons. Face me head-on if you have the courage. Sarro, flustered, did not expect to find himself unable to easily pursue Sarro. Unfortunately, Sarro was not so foolish. He ignored the taunts behind him. Now, Sarro's focus lay solely on those extraordinary warriors. Moreover, these warriors were no match for Sarro. They could not surpass his speed. Thus, they were easily caught up to and swiftly dispatched. Upgrade points 3, upgrade points 5. A series of system notifications rang out, Sarro's upgrade points escalating continuously. Damn it, do you think speed alone secures your invincibility? You wretched little dragon, you know nothing of the Holy Sand Legion's might, nor do you comprehend human wisdom. Sarro realized he could not continue in this manner. Otherwise, all his subordinates would be slaughtered. He withdrew a white magical scroll from his spatial artifact, activating it. A radiant light enveloped Sarro's form, this luminescence displaying no signs of dissipating. More terrifyingly, Sarro's already astounding speed surged dramatically. 3-star level 9, flowing light acceleration spell. The distance between Sarro and Sarro abruptly diminished. Die. Sarro gripped his sword with both hands, delivering a powerful downward slash. A terrifying golden blade, approximately 30 meters in length, materialized, radiating brilliance akin to sunlight, swiftly hurtling towards Sarro. 4-star, 10th level. Heavenly slash. This strike was profoundly fearsome, appearing as if it could rend the very heavens. However, such a formidable blow exacted a tremendous toll on Sarro, causing his robust physique and formidable aura to diminish momentarily. This was Sarro's ultimate technique, reserved for dire circumstances, yet now, driven to desperation, he had no choice but to employ it. Sarro sensed an imminent threat, and a chill coursed through his body. As his eyes darted, he beheld the colossal blade poised before him. In a fleeting moment of exasperation, he could only utter a curse before being struck by the immense light of the blade. With a piercing sound, the hardened bony spikes adorning Sarro's exterior were severed, exposing the fragile flesh beneath, which lay in tatters. I refuse to perish here. He roared in terror, unleashing every ounce of strength within him. He raised his arms to grasp the blade's radiance, attempting to shatter it. Simultaneously, he exerted all his effort to lighten his weight, retreating to mitigate the impact of the blade's force. The terrifying light pressed against him relentlessly, akin to being pursued by an aircraft, forcing him to retreat wildly. His claws were incapable of restraining the blade, which swiftly penetrated his body, intent on cleaving him in two. Sarro's anguished howls echoed far and wide, a testament to his suffering. How terrifying! What caliber of battle is this? Surely, this is not the domain of the Holy Sand Legion. Could it be that a supermonster has emerged from the depths of the beast's lair? Intrigued, onlookers drew closer to witness the spectacle. Nearby, within Thunder Town, numerous extraordinary beings displayed their prowess, gazing toward the clash between Sarro and Sarro. Among them were several high-level presences that erupted forth, the nearby overlords bearing witness. Sarro truly lives up to his reputation as a top-tier expert from the Kingdom of Char. This is genuinely intimidating, murmured one adept. Interesting. Is Sarro facing a dragon? This does not seem right. The legendary dragon should not be this formidable, remarked another observer, whose keen insight noted the situation evolving on the battlefield. Perhaps Sarro is at a disadvantage. This could lead to a mutually destructive outcome. Driven by greed, some rushed forward, eager to seize the opportunity. It was as though a dam had burst. Indeed, They all surged toward the fray. I seek vengeance. Humans killed my father, and I must retaliate. I do not require the entire dragon. Merely a leg will suffice. The multitude of extraordinary beings displayed their malicious intent. However, before they could reach their destination, Sarro's heavenly slash began to lose its coherence and stability. In the next instant, it erupted like a missile. The dazzling light transformed into a miniature sun, recklessly radiating its brilliance. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed everything in its vicinity, particularly the earth, which was gouged out, leaving a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter. The unfortunate Sarro, in close proximity, was utterly consumed by the radiance, vanishing without a trace. Ah, the abyss! Yet, from that very void, Sarro's voice, filled with resentment and dread, reverberated forth. Chapter 28. Mayor of Thunderclap Town. The explosion of the blade was immense, creating a commotion that resonated from afar. It was truly terrifying. Some extraordinary beings hesitated, their steps faltering as they sensed an unprecedented threat. The prospect of approaching to seize an advantage now seemed perilous, as they risked being overwhelmed instead. Suddenly, beneath the center of Thunderclap Town, a force of pressure erupted that transcended the high level, reaching an extraordinary realm. A searing red pillar of fire shot up from the ground into the sky. A cacophony of peculiar cries echoed as the fiery column blossomed like a flower. However, instead of transforming into blossoms, it morphed into a colossal fire phoenix, several dozen meters in size. The intense heat and brilliant light radiated from its form, resembling a crimson sun. The temperature in the central area of Thunderclap Town surged dramatically, causing the weaker extraordinary beings to sweat profusely. Was this the legendary Mayor Chier of Thunderclap Town? How terrifying, truly formidable. Sarro and that dragon had summoned Chier, who had not appeared for many years. Whether this was fortunate or tragic remained uncertain. Numerous extraordinary beings murmured among themselves, all attempting to suppress their presence and feign modesty. Chier paid no heed to them, spreading his wings and soaring into the distance. Sarro retreated slightly, as the area he had occupied was affected by the explosion. The fire phoenix Chiet. Sarro turned to see the approaching fire phoenix, his expression growing grave. Within approximately 10 seconds, Chier arrived, gazing down upon the earth, including Sarro. His form rapidly diminished, soon transforming into a handsome young man with fiery red hair. Simultaneously, the dust and shockwaves from the explosion began to dissipate swiftly. Sarro regarded Chier with increasing solemnity, intertwined with a hint of fear. You are not far from becoming an extraordinary master, are you? Sarro managed to utter, having previously underestimated Chier's power. He sensed that even with the entire Holy Sand Legion, defeating Chier would be a daunting task, let alone annihilating Thunderclap Town. Not too far, yet not too close. Chier's voice resonated, magnetic yet slightly hoarse, exuding an intriguing cadence. A fragmented bone spire sphere emerged as the explosion fully subsided. With a crackling sound, steam rose from the sphere, which, upon contact with the air, began to fissure. Numerous bone spires fell, only to vanish as they touched the ground. The sphere trembled slightly, unfolding like a flower bud, revealing Sarro, who retained a mere fraction of his flesh and essential organs. Now, he resembled a skeletal dragon with only a small portion of flesh remaining, appearing both eerie and pitiable. The once robust life force had plummeted to its nadir. He is still alive? That shouldn't be possible. A normal dragon would surely perish under such devastation, Sarro marveled, having prepared for the worst, Sarro's complete annihilation. In his mind, he had believed that under the recent lethal assault, a dragon like Sarro would be utterly obliterated. However, fantasies were beautiful while reality was harsh. Sarro was no ordinary dragon. He was an abyssal dragon and had received the abyssal curse mark, setting him apart from typical dragons. Perhaps the abyss itself held a modicum of affection for him, providing a slight shield. Death is truly near, Sarro muttered with difficulty, his voice barely audible over 20 meters away. Yet, despite appearing on the brink of death, Sarro's will to survive surged intensely. He struggled to harness his magical energy, summoning a gust of wind to envelop his body and ascend rapidly. Do not think of escaping, Sarro exclaimed, feeling his composure slip as he refused to allow a cooked dragon to fly away. A gentle cough from above caught Sarro's attention. Sarro ascended higher, reaching the cloud sea. Healing spell. Sarro, multitasking, eagerly sought to heal his wounds, feeling that if he delayed further, the remnants of his life would be expended. If that happened, he would perish, perhaps leaving behind only a soul to transform into a skeletal dragon. Indeed, dragons should never be arrogant or reckless. He realized he should not have gambled so carelessly. As an extraordinary dragon, he must not court death, lest he easily become a victim. He comprehended that the abyss was not to be trifled with. The bestowed abyssal curse mark rendered him susceptible to reckless behavior, easily swayed by the abyssal powers into becoming a mindless weapon of slaughter. Curse that abyssal curse mark. Sarro's thoughts simmered with anger. Wait for me. One day, I shall sever all ties with you and be free of your influence. Thus, Sarro's aspirations grew, now including a unique goal that seemingly transcended even the abyssal beast gods. The abyss was indeed a taboo of the multiverse. The minor abyssal beast god was insignificant compared to the entirety of the abyss. Why do you impede me? Do you wish to oppose Duke Rosemont? Though Sarro felt trepidation towards Chier, the backing of the Duke and kingdom instilled in him a stubborn defiance. As he witnessed Sarro soaring to heights, distancing himself from the sight, he felt a sense of despair, realizing he could not eliminate the threat at its root. His mindset mirrored that of the late Count Solong, filled with pessimism and hopelessness about the future. Sarro recognized that the speed of Sarro's ascent was alarming. It wouldn't be long before he could obliterate him, or even the kingdom, causing him considerable unrest. Chier remained indifferent. Speak not in haste. If you wish to slay him, then do so. I have not prevented you. Am I not allowed to cough? Chier's expression turned peculiar and laden with meaning. This is Thunderclap Town, my domain. This is the territory of monsters, not that of you humans. Please, do not overreach. Humph. Were it not for the kingdom's mercy, how would your monster territory continue to exist? Sarro sensed a hint of the monster's ignorance. Chier chuckled helplessly, asserting that the human kingdom had never posed a threat to the monster realm, and that their existence was not due to human compassion, but rather their own preservation. Taking a deep breath, Sarro declared, "No more words. Today, I shall slay that dragon." He produced a new magical scroll and activated it, his feet igniting with light as he ascended into the air. I have stated, this is not the domain of humans. Chier pondered, perplexed by Sarro's audacity, questioning why he so brazenly disregarded him. Am I non-existent? Or do you aspire to become an extraordinary master? Sarro hesitated, his expression strained as he confronted reality. So, you intend to obstruct me? Chier, resigned, replied, if you choose to think that way, I am left with no recourse. What do you mean by that way? Sarro found himself at a loss for words, recognizing that it was indeed Chier's actions that led to this predicament. Although he felt it was improbable to defeat Sarro, he could not suppress his hope, stating, this is the Duke's quarry. This is the enemy of the kingdom. Are you seeking to provoke a full-scale war between the monster realm and the kingdom? Chier's lips curled into a smile. If I can truly incite a great battle between the two sides, I would indeed find great delight in that. Very well. But this matter is far from over. Shalu had completely resigned himself to fate. He gritted his teeth and nodded, then soared into the distance. Gather, retreat. Shala shouted several times, summoning the surviving extraordinary warriors. Chapter 29. The Demon Indeed. Even if you do not instigate war, once I ascend to the rank of extraordinary master, conflict shall ensue. The royal family of Kaul is damned, and humanity is equally cursed. Chier gazed at the retreating Sarro, a cold and manic bloodlust flickering across his face. He turned to Sarro and said, Child, come here. His tone softened, devoid of any hint of hostility. Sarro looked up, not foolish enough to overlook Chier's formidable strength, which had forced Sarro to retreat. On the surface, Chier posed no threat to him. At this moment, he was his benefactor. Of course, the most pressing concern was Sarro's current weakened state, rendering him incapable of resisting Chier. He obediently floated over. Thank you for your assistance. I shall surely repay you in the future, Sarro said, his voice lacking vigor. Of course, Chier replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Once I become a master, I will undoubtedly invite the leaders of various monsters and the strongest among them to join in an assault on the Kaul Kingdom. At that time, you must not simply spectate. I require your aid in obliterating the Kaul Kingdom, annihilating the royal family, and, if possible, attempting to eradicate all of humanity. Sarro was taken aback, realizing the ruthlessness of this individual. Fortunately, he was not forced to swear an oath, or else he would have felt utterly trapped. After all, while the earlier proclamations were manageable, the The final intent to annihilate all of humanity left him bewildered. He lacked both the confidence and the cruelty for such a task. Rest assured, I shall exert my utmost effort to fulfill your objectives, Sarro declared with righteous fervor. Chiara produced a vial filled with a crimson potion and tossed it to Sarro. Child, your attitude pleases me greatly. This is a gift for you. It will help you swiftly navigate through this perilous period. Thank you immensely. Sarro quickly summoned the wind to catch the vial, inhaling deeply before swallowing it whole. With a crunch, the vial shattered, and the life-infused potion flowed over his meager flesh and bones. Thump, thump, thump. Sarro felt as if he had consumed a frenzy-inducing agent. His heartbeat quickened, and his flesh split and proliferated wildly. Well then, farewell, Chiara said, showing no intention of lingering. Sarro did not attempt to stop him, waving his hand. Goodbye. I hope that when we meet again, you have become an extraordinary master. Sarro sensed the insecurity of his surroundings and ascended into the clouds, employing the technique of universal metamorphosis to conceal his true form. Approximately 3 minutes later, the effects of the potion began to fade. Sarro had now regenerated most of his flesh, with only his skin and dragon bones yet to fully form. Healing was now his primary concern. Everything else would have to be set aside for the time being. Sarro murmured to himself as he flew westward towards Thunder Town. Soon, he arrived at the core of the Dragon Abyss Chamber of Commerce. Although his absence was brief, the changes here were significant. What had once been a simple monster town was now nearly complete, with numerous monsters residing in homes. Surrounding the town was a rudimentary stone wall, atop which several extraordinary monsters kept watch. In the distant wilderness, a multitude of giant wolves prowled. Meanwhile, Ratman scouts diligently patrolled the territory, searching for various local specialties. Indeed, it seemed that progress had been made. Sarro smiled as he descended onto a deserted mountaintop, a hint of dragon might leaking forth and radiating in all directions. What is this familiar pressure? The nearby monsters paused, sensing the dragon's might. They hastily took to the skies, racing toward the source of the aura. Sarro dispelled universal metamorphosis, revealing his true form. He languidly lay on the ground, casting healing art. A vibrant green light enveloped him, and dragon skin slowly began to grow, with bony spikes cautiously emerging. Suddenly, Halen descended from above, landing nearby. He looked at Sarro with uncertainty. The current Sarro appeared somewhat pitiful, having grown significantly, yet bearing severe injuries that obscured his draconic appearance. Halen struggled to recognize him. Halen, you have arrived? Quickly, prepare some food for me. I am famished, Sarro said, glancing at Halen. Understanding that this was indeed his Dragon King, Halen nodded vigorously. Your Majesty, I will prepare it at once. He turned and roared into the distance. Hurry and bring the chef. His Majesty is hungry. His sincerity was evident, devoid of any pretense. Sarro waved dismissively. Your ability to procure wealth for me is the greatest aid you can provide. Halen swiftly approached, gesturing to an open space. With a clatter, a multitude of copper coins, silver coins, and a small amount of gold appeared. Your Majesty, this is the money I have recently earned. Please accept it, Halen said. Sarro was overjoyed. Upgrade points, 108. The wealth vanished in an instant. Remaining upgrade points, 200. After previously leveling up and defeating several extraordinary soldiers, he had replenished some upgrade points. Upgrade. Ding. Healing art 2 ding. Upgrade points minus 200. Remaining upgrade points, 0, current, healing art, 2-star level 2. The green light enveloping Sarro intensified significantly, hastening his healing process. Excellent. Halen, you have done well. Only after attending to his needs did Sarro find the time to commend Halen. As long as you are satisfied. I can only do so much, Halen humbly replied. Halen promptly assured, Your Majesty, I will never let you down. I shall make you the wealthiest dragon. Very well. That shall suffice. You may return to your duties, Sarro nodded. Not long after, a group of chefs rushed up the mountain, laden with an abundance of ingredients. 2 days later, fully restored, Sarro shook his body, causing the mountaintop to tremble slightly under his strength. It is time for me to depart. Sarro cast a deep glance in all directions before unfurling his dragon wings and soaring into the sky. Your Majesty, please take care, Halen shouted from afar. On the other side stood a pack of giant wolves, one of which bore dragon scales, a dragon wolf named Hakarni, who also called out, Awu. Awu. The surrounding giant wolves howled, bidding farewell to Sarro's departure. The scene was grand, evoking a sense of awe. A smile crept across Sarro's lips. He felt a surge of joy at such a send-off. After flying for a while, he vanished from sight, activating universal metamorphosis. Next, he would leave the monster territory to investigate the Khal Kingdom. Humanity, though predominantly impoverished, harbored affluent elite figures. Duke Rosemont, in particular, sought to continue his vendetta. Sarro mused, taking a deep breath to savor the scents in the air. The Holy Sand Legion seems to have departed not long ago. I shall pursue and investigate. A new idea began to form in Sarro's mind. In the distance, a legion of several hundred extraordinary soldiers trudged solemnly across the land. Sarro had escaped their grasp, and subsequently, they had been intimidated by the terrifying presence of Chier. This had dealt an unprecedented blow to the morale of the Holy Sand Legion. As time passed, more extraordinary soldiers converged from all directions, having previously failed to regroup. Approximately half a day later, two contingents, each comprising no fewer than 200 members, raced towards the remnants of their defeated forces, uniting once more. At this moment, the leader Sarro unexpectedly made an appearance, appearing to show considerable concern. Previously, he had not come forth to greet anyone. "Captain, I hear you have suffered a defeat?" questioned the leader of one of the teams, a burly middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, rather rudely. "How could this happen? You are the captain of the Holy Sand Legion." The leader of another team, a figure shrouded in pink armor, her features barely discernible but identifiable as a woman, helplessly remarked to the middle-aged man, "Cure, show some courtesy." These two individuals were the vice-captains of the Holy Sand Legion, both being high-level extraordinary beings known as Cure and Shaji, who were not merely ordinary high-level extraordinary beings, but seasoned ones who had surpassed Jinwei. Cure rolled his eyes. "You are the captain. These matters should fall to you." Hearing this, Cure felt a bit awkward, opening his mouth but finding no words to express. "Humph. Do not attempt to undermine my authority at this moment. In this world, strength reigns supreme. As long as I remain an extraordinary being, I shall uphold my status as before." "Cure, the weak who rejoice too much often meet their demise," Sarro warned Cure once more. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the female vice-captain Shaji quickly intervened. "All right, enough of this. Let us consider how to report to the Duke." Sarro coldly replied, "There is nothing to discuss. We merely lack the skill. Even if we speak eloquently, it cannot alter the outcome of our defeat. All we can do is await the Duke's judgment." Furthermore, it was suspected that Chier was an extraordinary being of level 10, nearing mastery. As Sarro continued, both Shaji and Cure's expressions grew serious and filled with awe. There was no denying that extraordinary masters were indeed terrifying, a class of formidable beings considered top-tier in this realm, akin to national figures. Sarro went on. "Chier has always had poor sensory perception towards humanity. I believe that upon breaking through his limits, he may very well unleash a calamity, such as an unprecedented beast tide. The kingdom must be prepared." However, Shaji expressed her concerns, but will they believe it? The Sarro kingdom has enjoyed an extended period of peace, and everyone has grown complacent, even arrogant. They likely do not consider that Chier would truly dare to wage war. It matters not whether they believe or not. We must simply manage our own territory. Sarro dismissed Shaji's apprehensions. "In truth, if war does erupt, it would not be without merit. We could achieve great accomplishments, expand our territories. And with a stroke of luck, we might even be granted titles," Cure added with a smile. Shaji cautioned, "If war truly breaks out, many will perish. High-level extraordinary beings will merely be cannon fodder, and even extraordinary masters may fall in battle. What makes you think you can achieve greatness rather than meet an untimely end?" Cure's face darkened at her words. "What nonsense are you spouting? I could never die. The kingdom has been rapidly advancing over the years, while those backward, frantic monsters remain stagnant. They have fallen behind, and under the kingdom's onslaught, they will undoubtedly suffer terribly." Sarro shook his head, choosing to ignore his quarreling subordinates. Behind the military ranks, a carriage concealed a woman with a sullen expression. She was Ursula. Upon learning of Count Solong's demise, her spirit had been in disarray. Furthermore, discovering that Sarro was the king of betrayal left her in turmoil. Sarro's battle prowess rivaled that of extraordinary beings, leading her to despair. Although she was also considered talented, she lacked confidence in avenging her father. Yet, her resentment towards Sarro only intensified with time. Realizing that the Holy Sand Legion was retreating, she decided to hitch a ride, fearing being slaughtered by Sarro. She had no desire to die, especially while Sarro was still alive. She wished to survive. As long as one lives, there remains hope. Despite the present filled with despair and helplessness, who knows what the future holds? Perhaps fortune would favor her, allowing her to turn the tide. Hey, do you desire power? Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed from deep within Ursula. Startled, she exclaimed, "Who are you?" The future holds great suffering for you. You may be suppressed, bullied, and stripped of your title, the voice taunted. Oh, how tragic. Even I, a demon, cannot bear to witness such misery. The demon feigned tears, as if performing in a play. Ursula's complexion darkened with fear. She had heard tales at the Royal Academy that demons were not to be trifled with, especially those shrouded in mystery, adept at manipulating human hearts and enticing them to corruption. Those associated with such demons rarely met a favorable fate. Don't be afraid, the demon crooned, sensing her unease. I come with no malicious intent, only goodwill. Ursula could hardly believe the demon's sweet words, yet her sorrow overwhelmed her. Her heart raced. An impulse to obliterate everything surged within her. But suddenly, her expression shifted, and she gritted her teeth. Demon, begone. This is the territory of the Holy Sand Legion. If discovered, you will meet your end. Do not attempt to tempt me. I will not fall for your tricks. The demon laughed dismissively. Ha ha ha. I am not afraid. I am merely a transient thought, not my true form. I am formless and insubstantial, akin to the air. Moreover, do not act so morally upright. Were it not for the fragrant resentment and unwillingness in your heart, how could I possibly manifest? Admit it, you have fallen. Accept that we are natural allies. If the surrounding humans were to discover that you have summoned a demon, they might send you to the church, where those abhorrent clergy would purify you. Ursula fell silent, her body growing weak. What do you truly desire, you wretched creature? The demon replied meaningfully. I have already stated, I harbor no ill will. In fact, I come to assist you. Do you wish for revenge? Do you wish to slay dragons? Do you want to fulfill your father's dying wish and bring unprecedented strength to your family? As Ursula listened, her eyes darkened, her heart raced even faster. And she found herself involuntarily saying, I want it all. Instantly regretting her words, she nevertheless felt an exhilarating thrill surging within her. In time, I can grant you intermediate and advanced rituals, allowing you to sacrifice more living beings to gain greater strength, becoming the most powerful woman in the kingdom, the demon continued. Upon hearing this, Ursula's eyes darkened further. Very well, she did not refute. In fact, a sense of urgency arose within her, eager to test it out. This is not my fault. It is that dragon that has forced my hand. I have no choice. I am under the demon's influence. All this is for my family. I wish to fulfill my father's wish, to make my family prosperous. I do not wish to lose everything I have now. I am sorry, I cannot control myself. How infuriating. That cursed dragon. The repugnant deity, why am I in such despair? It is all the fault of the demon. Elsa's expression was intricate, a tumult of chaotic thoughts surging incessantly within her. Ha ha ha. Humanity is truly despicable. The demon exclaimed, sensing Elsa's turmoil and unable to restrain his laughter. He had not seduced her. After all, were these not all choices made by Elsa herself? At most, he had merely presented his treasures for her to behold, allowing her to make her own decision. Yet, the gradual extraction of Elsa's sins and her subsequent fall was a sensation and process that the demon found utterly exquisite. Chapter 30. A Personal Vendetta? At last, I have caught up. A colossal dragon, concealed within the sea of clouds, silently approached the rear of the army. With a furtive gaze, it beheld the retreating Holy Sand Legion. A fervent smile dawning upon its visage. Taking a deep breath, Sarro attempted to steady himself, a frown creasing his brow. Cursed abyss. Do you wish for me to engage in battle? Are you dissatisfied with the swiftness of my demise? Shaking his head vigorously, Sarro exerted every effort to regain control. Strange. Why do I sense a hint of abyssal energy? He redirected his thoughts, scrutinizing the Holy Sand Legion with suspicion. As an abyssal dragon, he was well acquainted with the essence of abyssal magic. Once he regained his composure, he detected a familiar magical aura. However, this energy was too subtle and scarce, leading Sarro to suspect it was merely an illusion. Forget it, it concerns me not. He was apprehensive that being too close might draw the attention of the Legion's formidable members. Thus, he resolved to follow the army into the kingdom of Charles, seeking an opportunity along the way. If only I could slay Sarro. Suddenly, Sarro spotted a small squad of extraordinary warriors galloping towards him on horseback. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Opportunity had presented itself. He swiftly pivoted and raced toward them. Not long after, the approaching squad vanished without a trace. Sarro's experience points began to rise. Unbeknownst to him, the sky darkened. The Holy Sand Legion halted, setting up camp to rest. A massive main tent was hastily erected. Sarro, Shaj, and Kor, the three commanders, gathered together, their expressions grim. "This is highly unusual," Sarro remarked gravely. Shaj nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is odd, logically. We should have seen hundreds of warriors arrive by now. Yet since morning, not a single new warrior has appeared." Kor interjected, "There is definitely an issue, Commander Sarro. You must devise a plan. Could it be that scoundrel, Chier, intends to eliminate us?" Sarro pondered aloud. Shaj shook his head. "That seems improbable. Chier is powerful. If he wished to deal with us, he would not resort to such stealth." Frustrated by his companion's lack of engagement, Kor asserted, "In this situation, there are only two solutions. First, we must notify our subordinates to refrain from gathering. Second, Commander Sarro should scout the perimeter to assist any arriving allies, while simultaneously eliminating any threats against us." Sarro could not help but nod. "Kor, you possess a modicum of cleverness." This remark irked Kor. Sarro continued, "However, I cannot acquiesce to your plan." Kor challenged him. "What do you propose instead?" Sarro declared, "You shall scout the surroundings, acting as bait to lure out the danger, and then I shall reap the rewards." Kor, incensed, retorted, "That is exceedingly perilous. You seek revenge under the guise of strategy. You wish for my demise." Shaj interjected, "This plan is indeed inappropriate." Sarro's expression hardened. "I am the commander. You are but deputies. You must heed my orders, lest you face my wrath." Shaj's complexion paled. "I refuse to comply," Kor declared, unable to accept the command. This was a dangerous endeavor. Should he agree, peril would surely follow. "Then I shall eliminate you for defying orders." Sarro conjured a cascade of golden sand, which coalesced into a gleaming dagger. It was evident that he was not jesting, he was dead serious. Kor met Sarro's intense gaze. "You have gone too far. I understand this failure has left you furious and frustrated, but I am not your punching bag. Should the Duke learn of your actions, he will not spare you." Sarro, seemingly unfazed, retorted, "I am in the right. My intentions are solely for the safety of the Holy Sand Legion. Why should the Duke punish me? Very well, I accept my fate." Kor, realizing the gravity of the situation, stood up in a huff and turned to leave. "Sarro, I will accompany you. Together, even the most formidable of foes shall not easily vanquish us." Shaj rose from his seat. Kor hesitated, touched by the gesture. "Do not go," Sarro insisted. "Too many strong individuals will dilute the effectiveness of our plan." "Humph, Shaj, mind your own business." Kor continued on his path. Sighing in resignation, Shaj felt utterly helpless. "Curse it, when my strength matches yours, I shall not rest until I have avenged this." Upon exiting, Kor raised his voice, "My subordinates, assemble here. We march forth." With a thunderous sound, nearly 100 warriors swiftly approached. Under Kor's leadership, they exited the camp, vigilant against any lurking dangers. As they circled the camp, Kor's vigilance heightened. Soon, he halted, noticing numerous footprints in a nearby clearing. Had the warriors who gathered here met their demise? Who could be responsible? Kor seethed with anger. Despite his strained relationship with Sarro, he held affection for the ordinary warriors. Discovering their fate stirred his innate displeasure. Kor approached, scrutinizing the scene with utmost seriousness. Using wind perception, extraordinary senses, and farsight, several magical warriors cast spells to assess the surroundings. After a few steps, Kor paused, spotting crimson droplets on the ground. Drawing a deep breath, he caught the scent of blood and realized it belonged to the fallen. This world is shrouded in darkness, offering glimpses of light that I cannot grasp. My only recourse is to plunge deeper into the abyss, becoming a part of the darkness, purging all within it, and allowing myself to be consumed by the shadows. Suddenly, an eerie male voice echoed from all directions. "Sarro has arrived. Who are you? Did you slay my warriors?" Kor's body tensed, grayish-white energy erupting from within, enveloping him as an alternative shield of protection. "I am the Terminator of evil, the sole sovereign of darkness, the king of backstabbing." Sarro approached Kor silently from behind. Now at the peak of his strength, Kor could not discern Sarro's mastery of illusions. Yet, Kor was a warrior at heart, and all warriors excel in direct confrontation. embodying the role of the primary tank, while not all extraordinary beings possessed magical scrolls to enhance their vision. Chapter 31. The 5-Star Magic Cannon, the King of Backstabs? Sarro. Cole was utterly astonished, startled by the revelation. Didn't you escape thanks to Chiara? Weren't you nearly slain by Captain Sarro? What audacity possesses you to confront me? Cole found it hard to believe, incredulous at the situation. Yet, almost dismissively, he patted his abdomen with his right hand. Simultaneously, his fighting spirit surged vehemently, like a tempest, radiating outward in all directions. Upon joining forces with Sarro, he had gathered intelligence on Sarro's capabilities. Thus, he was acutely aware of Sarro's strengths. He now sought to ascertain Sarro's whereabouts, for without this knowledge, he would merely be a passive target, a living bullseye. This was immensely disadvantageous, shrouding him in despair. However, he soon realized that his efforts were in vain. He could not locate Sarro. Damn it, why must it be him? Curse Sarro, hurry up and come. I've already attracted the enemy. Had he known this would happen, he would have borrowed some eye-based magical scrolls or brought a few formidable mid-tier mages. Cole was on the brink of despair. Not every extraordinary being carried eye-based magical scrolls or artifacts. He understood all too well that Sarro was immensely powerful, a terrifying dragon comparable to the highest echelon of extraordinary beings. Even if he could see Sarro, he wouldn't stand a chance. Cursed Sarro, you've truly brought about my demise this time. Damn it, I am a high-ranking warrior of the kingdom. I refuse to accept this. Cole gritted his teeth, suddenly producing a plethora of magical bombs. Cursed dragon, come at me. I shall trade my life for yours. It is worth it. Cole assumed a stance of mutual destruction. Come on, dragon. The numerous extraordinary warriors surrounding him bore a similar resolve. Many among them produced magical bombs or other extraordinary devices resembling explosives. Suddenly, a dark, golden, abyssal dragon breath, as thick as a thigh, erupted behind Cole, hurtling forward with reckless abandon. With a resounding boom, Cole was caught off guard. With no time to evade, in an instant, his body was pierced and his life extinguished. Sarro did not waste any time. He was acutely aware that they were perilously close to the military camp, where human reinforcements could arrive at any moment. He needed to unleash a decisive blow to eliminate Cole and his band of humans as swiftly as possible. Boom. Upon witnessing Cole's demise, a mid-level captain promptly hurled his own bomb. Upgrade points, 450. Cole's remains vanished. Remaining upgrade points, 800. Sarro was somewhat surprised. Cole's strength, by strict standards, surpassed that of Jinwei. However, Cole's worth was marginally lower. Yet there was no time for contemplation. He spread his wings and soared swiftly from the scene. He turned to the extraordinary warriors around him and exhaled. With a thunderous roar, a column of wind blades, akin to a runaway train, crashed violently into the earth. Simultaneously, the magical bombs detonated, creating a cataclysmic explosion. The scene descended into chaos. Ah, it hurts. Damn dragon. We await you in hell yet. The true casualties were the extraordinary warriors. Sarro was cunning and swift, withstanding or evading the opponent's attempts at mutual destruction. His counterattacks were devastating, reminiscent of a harvester reaping grain. In mere seconds, he had dispatched dozens of lower-tier warriors. Sarro's dragon eyes glimmered a shade of crimson, hinting at his madness. Clearly influenced by the abyssal curse marking his psyche, Roar the authoritative dragon's roar transformed into a sonic tempest, engulfing the battlefield. The remaining warriors were left dazed, bleeding from every orifice. A multitude of lower-tier warriors collapsed, their eyes rolled back, only to be silenced by the wind blades that Sarro unleashed. Now, those still standing were predominantly of mid-tier status. However, their numbers were scant and their strength insufficient. A flurry of wind blades swept over them, inflicting grievous losses. In approximately 7 seconds, the conflict reached a decisive conclusion, the ground stained with blood and scattered remnants of humanity. The scene appeared grim and harrowing. Sarro felt a pang of sorrow. Such devastation would adversely affect his value. Recharge. Upgrade points. 5. Upgrade points. 2. Upgrade points. 15. Accompanying the system notifications. His upgrade points surged rapidly. The bodies strewn across the ground began to vanish. In scarcely 10 seconds, aside from the blood-soaked earth, little else remained. Remaining upgrade points, 1100. Haha, I'm striking it rich. Sarro exclaimed, laughing with exhilaration. Cursed dragon. In the distance, a glimmer of gold sped toward him. As it drew nearer, the golden figure grew in size. Sarro turned to see it was Sarro. Sarro, with keen perception, had seemingly employed another eye-based magical scroll, enhancing his sight to locate Sarro. Sarro ascended into the skies. "If you have the courage, don't run," Sarro bellowed, his frustration palpable. He was on the verge of madness. While he had intended to use Cole as a pawn, he had never anticipated Cole's demise would come so cheaply. Nor did he desire the annihilation of Cole's warriors. "This time, I shall not spare you." Sarro's speed surged as he relentlessly pursued Sarro. "Great Abyss, grant me strength." Sarro, feeling a tinge of fear toward Sarro, did not hesitate to allocate his points to augment his power. Ding. Extraordinary level 1. Ding. Upgrade points -1000. Current, extraordinary level, high tier 3. Ding. Acceleration spell 1. Ding. Upgrade points -100. Current, acceleration spell, 2-star level 3. Remaining upgrade points, 0. Swoosh, Sarro's form expanded. Now exceeding 6 meters, approaching 7. His speed escalated dramatically, creating a vacuum in the air that left a lingering arc behind him. Before long, Sarro realized he could not keep pace with Sarro. The distance between them began to widen. Why is this happening? How has he grown so rapidly? Sarro's eyes widened, filled with despair. Is there truly no way to resolve this? I refuse to accept this. He was merely a larger juvenile dragon. I am the kingdom's foremost powerhouse. Sarro brandished a pristine magical scroll and activated it, an explosion of vibrant magical hues enveloping him, transforming him into a kaleidoscopic figure. In this state, his overall strength saw an enhancement. Yet, he still could not catch Sarro. Instead, this endeavor drained his scrolls significantly, nearly depleting his resources. Nevertheless, despite his inability to incapacitate Sarro, Sarro continued his relentless pursuit. Truly tenacious, Sarro mused, unable to suppress a smirk, sensing Sarro's madness bordering on folly. Sometimes, one must recognize reality. Striving with all one's might is often futile. If sheer effort were sufficient for victory, then there would be no path for geniuses. 3 minutes passed swiftly. They flew for several miles, one following the other, seemingly having completely distanced themselves from the camp. Yet this realm remained perilous. For safety's sake, Sarro refrained from recklessly fleeing. After all, if he stumbled into the territory of formidable adversaries and fell under attack, it would spell disaster. As a dragon, he was akin to a mobile treasure trove. Most creatures harbored some intentions towards him. Thus, Sarro began to circle around, spiraling in loops above the military camp. The distance between both parties was indeed vast, making it difficult for them to catch a glimpse of each other. However, Shaji's unique abilities appeared to have locked onto Sarro, showing no signs of losing track of him. Quickly. In the camp, Shaji, the female vice commander, was also busy. She led a cadre of mid-level extraordinary warriors away from the camp. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at a path overgrown with weeds. "Get the equipment out and assemble it swiftly," Shaji commanded, her face serious. "Understood," the mid-level soldiers replied, some clearing the ground to level it, while others produced various massive steel components, arranging them on the ground. In less than 3 minutes, a colossal cannon, as towering as a 5-story building, was assembled. Shaji eagerly jumped aboard, gripping the cannon's handle, and affixed a sight larger than a hefty pig atop it. According to Commander Sarro's calculations, that Abyssal Dragon would likely pass through this area. Shaji skillfully maneuvered the cannon, aiming it at the sky, her left eye peering through the telescope, intently scanning the heavens. The 5-star siege cannon had a genuine chance of annihilating that wicked dragon. "Ha! We can avenge Kur and Jinwei," she exclaimed. To be struck by such a formidable magical war machine would indeed be an honor for that malevolent dragon. Surrounding mid-level soldiers buzzed with excitement and anticipation. This cannon was the trump card of the Holy Sand Legion. Each shell cost thousands of gold coins, and the commander seldom permitted their use. Moreover, the cannon was cumbersome to move and required time to assemble, rendering it impractical for sudden enemy assaults. Yet, now it was grudgingly usable. Time trickled by. Suddenly, Shaji's eyes widened. "It's here," she exclaimed. Several kilometers away, a dark golden dragon, cloaked in invisibility, soared swiftly through the sky. The magical cannon's sight, of high caliber, could clearly penetrate Sarro's disguise. "Your doom has arrived, Abyssal Dragon," Shaji smiled, though a hint of tension creased her brow. Upon closer inspection, one might notice her hands trembling slightly. The massive cannon barrel slowly auto-aimed at Sarro, tracking his movements as he temporarily evaded his pursuers. having thus shaken off his tail. Sarro decided to check the camp. If he spotted any vulnerabilities, he turned and shot towards the location of the Holy Sand Legion. Suddenly, a dark purple beam shot from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the beam loomed before him. A surge of intense danger compelled him to scream, and he dodged with all his might. The beam passed through him, lingering for a few seconds before swiftly dissipating. In the air, only a blazing red stream remained, alongside a shadowy dark golden dragon. Damn, I almost met my end, Sarro muttered, his face stiff. At that moment, he was missing his right wing, and the right side of his body bore cracks, gushing dragon blood. Had he not slightly tilted his body, he would have surely perished. Yet, time was too brief. He had merely been grazed by the beam. I survived? Did I narrowly escape a fatal blow? Shaji, peering through the sight, caught sight of Sarro re-emerging and felt a pang of disappointment. Around her, 2 mid-level soldiers were rapidly loading shells. Shaji prepared for another shot. Sarro's gaze swept towards her, and only then did he notice the magical cannon's presence. Damn it, I will make you pay, Sarro seethed, propelling himself forward. Although injured and missing a wing, the spells of weight reduction and acceleration still allowed him to fly, albeit at a slightly reduced speed. With a thunderous roar, another beam shot forth. Sarro kept his eyes locked on the magical cannon, and the moment the beam appeared, he swiftly dodged, moving from his original position. The beam zipped past him, creating a gaping hole in the cloud sea above. Humph, despicable humans. That was a sneak attack. That's why you managed to wound me. Now that I am prepared, how could you possibly hit me? Sarro scoffed, his form beginning to shrink. He felt that being too large made him an easy target. A smaller size would grant him greater agility and complicate Shaji's aim. Damn it, you will die. I will not allow you to live. Shaji, witnessing this, felt a wave of distress and unease. She quickly squeezed the trigger, firing incessantly. Terrifying dark purple beams surged skyward, bombarding Sarro mercilessly. He darted through the air like a nimble bee, drawing nearer to the magical cannon. However, the cannon was firing too frequently, nearing overload. The barrel turned incandescent, and the surrounding temperature began to rise. The ground beneath the cannon trembled, cracking under the pressure. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of the magical cannon ceased abruptly. Shaji pressed the trigger with all her might, but the cannon showed no response. Vice Commander, we've run out of shells. A sweating mid-level soldier shouted in despair. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? We have not lost yet. It's just a half-damaged young dragon. I can take him down, Shaji declared, brandishing a flaming spear and leaping into the air, shouting at Sarro, Dragon, I will see you dead. The mid-level soldiers, witnessing her courage, were emboldened. They too brandished a variety of weapons, preparing to counterattack. In truth, we only need to buy some time, and Commander Sarro will arrive. So everyone, fight with all your might. We cannot let this dragon escape, Shaji continued. However, just as her words fell, her expression turned to one of shock. Sarro, who had been flying towards them, had vanished into thin air. Ah, it's been a while. Sarro's illusionary technique had returned to normal. No way to fight now. We must retreat. Shaji, a woman of fickle resolve, who had initially been fearless, now turned and fled in a panic. She had no choice. When she could see her enemy, she was confident in battle. But against an invisible foe, her confidence waned. As for the cannon's sight, while it could penetrate Sarro's disguise, wielding it in combat was quite inconvenient. Of course, she possessed a few magical scrolls to enhance vision, but their limited quantity made it impossible to empower everyone. If her soldiers were all blind, they would be of no use. She needed to confront Sarro one-on-one, which was understandably terrifying. Run! The soldiers, dazed and dispirited, soon followed suit in their retreat, leaving the magical cannon behind. There is little that can be done. While spatial artifacts are commonplace, those with significant spatial capacity are remarkably rare. Otherwise, there would be no need to dismantle the magical cannon for transport. In summary, they lacked the means to swiftly retrieve the magical cannon. The despicable humans. If they possess the capability, let them not flee. Observing this, Sarro's eyes blazed with fury. Yet, in the next moment, he recalled Sarro. Consider yourselves fortunate. Gritting his teeth, Sarro descended beside the magical cannon. He had no intention of pursuing the group, led by Shaji, for such an endeavor would squander precious time. In due course, Sarro would catch up, and with one of his dragon wings missing, his speed was evidently diminished. Should Sarro close the distance, evasion would be impossible. Recharge. The magical cannon vanished in an instant. Upgrade points, 700. Remaining upgrade points, 700. Sarro paused for a moment. This item indeed held considerable value. In truth, had there been ammunition, the magical cannon would have been even more valuable. Without further contemplation, he turned and leapt into the sky, soaring away. Upgrade. Ding. Healing spell level 7. Ding. Upgrade points minus 700. Remaining upgrade points, 0. Current. Healing spell, 2-star. Level 9 healing. Sarro multitasked, fleeing while simultaneously mending his wounds. Healing spells, being supportive magic, can sometimes prove more challenging to master than most spells of equivalent tier, rendering them quite rare. Strictly speaking, a 2-star, level 9, healing spell is comparable to ordinary attack spells of 3 or 4 stars. Moreover, the efficacy of healing at this level is truly formidable. Before long, the wounds adorning Sarro's body had nearly healed. Regrettably, the dragon wing that had been shattered did not restore to its former state. He pondered whether prolonged application of the healing spell might facilitate the regrowth of his dragon wing. Sarro felt a twinge of frustration. The absence of one wing had slightly diminished his aerial combat capabilities and mobility. However, despite the discomfort, he remained composed. He mused, if I can elevate the healing spell by a star or 2, it should be capable of regenerating severed limbs. In the near future, the Holy Sand Legion would undoubtedly heighten their vigilance. Opportunities would be scarce. Thus, Sarro refrained from circling the military camp any longer. He gazed toward the direction of the kingdom of Charles, murmuring to himself, perhaps it is time to visit the territory of Duke Rosmot. Chapter 32. The Silva Plains. After pursuing Sarro for such an extended period, Sarro was now weary. Coupled with the failure of the sea buckthorn, his relentless determination had been thoroughly exhausted. Opposite Sarro sat the sea buckthorn, who, upon witnessing his state, felt a twinge of trepidation. I apologize, I have failed, she uttered. Sarro, dismissive, replied, it matters not. In truth, I had anticipated the slim chances of slaying that vile dragon. Your failure was, to be precise, within my expectations. He seized a sizable chunk of lean meat and swiftly began to chew, his hunger evident. The recent troubles had taken a toll on both his mind and body, and he now sought solace in delectable sustenance. The sound of cracking bones accompanied his chewing, a testament to the meat's composition. Yet, the sea buckthorn remained unconvinced by Sarro's words. With a firm resolve, she declared, regardless, this time I have failed. Therefore, please punish me, or allow Lord Duke to do so. Sarro waved his greasy hand dismissively, do as you wish. Just do not disturb my meal. At present, he found himself somewhat disheartened. This realization eased the sea buckthorn's worries. Truth be told, she feared that Sarro might harbor resentment and seek an opportunity to bring about her demise. The territory of Duke Rosmot lay within the Silva Plains, a distance exceeding 5,000 miles from the monster's domain. It took Sarro 2 to 3 days to reach his destination. The Silva Plains appeared prosperous, and its inhabitants, if they conducted themselves properly, generally had ample provisions. However, it was, like many other places, governed by the law of the jungle, where the powerful preyed upon the weak. The nobility were particularly tyrannical, leaving the common folk in dire straits. Often, innocent individuals with promising futures fell victim to the inexplicable cruelty of the aristocracy. Humanity, it seems, frequently brings about its own demise. Throughout his journey, Sarro had not remained idle. Whenever he encountered a noble or a wealthy merchant, he would seize the opportunity to pilfer. It must be said, the region was rife with affluent individuals, and, concurrently, they lacked the formidable strength of the monsters from the monster domain. Perhaps this was due to the unparalleled peace of the Sarro kingdom. Yet, his thieving exploits had stirred quite a commotion. Those nobles and wealthy individuals who had been targeted bore grudges, leveraging their influence in a desperate attempt to apprehend the culprit. This uproar led many uninvolved ordinary citizens to become aware of the thief's presence. Sarro had thus gained a modicum of notoriety. Some idlers even bestowed upon him the moniker the Void Thief, a title that Sarro took little heed of. After all, he flew swiftly, never lingering at the scene, and thus remained oblivious to the public's reaction. Upon his arrival, he sought to gather information on the Silva Plains. High above, disguised as a cloud, Sarro gazed down with keen interest. It was spring, a season ripe for agriculture, and many ordinary folk toiled in the fields, sweat glistening upon their brows. However, his interest did not lie in pastoral life. Rather, he sensed the faint trace of abyssal demonic energy. Though subtle, the The scent was sufficient for him to ascertain that hidden within this realm were abyssal demons. Never mind, he mused, I am not a benevolent dragon. I shan't provoke these abyssal demons. We, as children of the great abyss, must not turn upon each other. Yet beneath this facade of bravado, he felt a tinge of fear. Non-human entities that thrived within human realms were often immensely powerful, and Sarro was uncertain of his own ability to confront them. Compared to such beings, humans were far easier prey. With a swift motion, Sarro diminished in size, donning a white garment that transformed him into a hunchbacked dwarf. In this environment, his dragon form would be rather conspicuous. The primary residence of Duke Rosemont was Mont Castle, located at the heart of the plains. It was expansive, akin to a small town, populated by many individuals. However, most of them were closely tied to Duke Rosemont, barely scraping by as members of the same sprawling family. Such a lineage was undeniably powerful. Duke Rosemont himself was an extraordinary master, albeit aged. Estimates suggested that his lifespan was dwindling, likely less than a decade. As one enters old age, decline is inevitable, and Rosemont was no exception. What compounded the situation was his lack of an heir. Beneath him, the most formidable figures were the extraordinary Sarro and his son, Edmund. Yet, both were still far from the status of an extraordinary master. This level of power, within a territory spanning thousands of miles, was somewhat lacking. In simpler terms, the Duke's domain was in decline. Without the emergence of a new extraordinary master, the death of the old Duke would leave the Silva Plains vulnerable and weakened. Sarro spent a good part of the day effortlessly acquiring information about the Silva Plains. Impressive, he thought. I shall initially target some minor lords and lesser nobles to subtly develop my influence. Naturally, he intended to set some boundaries. For now, I will focus on those with tarnished reputations who are closest to Duke Rosemont. A day later, at the center of Mont Castle, a middle-aged man with short black hair, clad in an antiquated tailcoat, entered the estate. It was Lord Edmund. Upon seeing him, the numerous male and female servants within bowed respectfully. Shortly thereafter, the man arrived at a spacious balcony where an elderly figure, a white-haired man with narrowed eyes, sat upon a tiger-striped sofa. The bright sunlight cascaded down, enveloping the elder in a warm glow. He was none other than the ruler of the Silva Plains, Duke Rosemont. Father, Edmund greeted with deep respect. Rosemont languidly inquired, Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing me unless it was urgent? With a bitter expression, Edmund replied, I regret to inform you, Father, but a grave matter has indeed arisen. Rosemont sighed in exasperation, and a formidable aura began to emanate from him. The once languid demeanor transformed, revealing the fierce countenance of a king of beasts. Though Edmund was an extraordinary being himself, he felt a wave of intimidation in the presence of Rosemont, making him visibly anxious. He gravely stated, The dragon hunt has failed, Jean Wei is deceased, the Holy Sand Legion has suffered severe losses, and the Lord of Thunder Town, Cheel, is on the brink of a breakthrough, having rescued the dragon. He recounted the situation regarding the Holy Sand Legion and Sarro. Lastly, he noted, recently, there has been unrest in the Silva Plains. Some minor nobles and lords have been targeted by a mysterious, extraordinary being. Some have lost their wealth, while others have vanished entirely, presumed erased from existence. Useless, Rosemont expressed his dissatisfaction. I apologize, Edmund faltered, not embodying the demeanor one would expect from a son, much less an extraordinary being. As Rosemont's fury intensified, Edmund found his legs trembling, and with a resounding thud, he knelt, acknowledging his fault. As an extraordinary being, his physique was formidable. Even the floor beneath him cracked under the weight of his knees. Shall I take matters into my own hands and hunt the dragon myself? Rosemont remarked, ignoring Edmund's reaction. Hastily, Edmund responded, Father, grant us another opportunity. We shall undoubtedly capture that vile dragon. Duke Rosemont took matters into his own hands, causing quite a stir. Meanwhile, Sarro was in the domain of monsters, a territory far removed from that of humans. Venturing so deeply into enemy territory, should a master of monsters from that realm seize the opportunity, the consequences could be dire. The Silva Plains, in its current state, could hardly withstand such a crisis. Rosemont spoke softly, that cunning dragon has matured. Capturing it will prove exceedingly challenging. Very well, let us leave it at that. Henceforth, you shall dutifully ally with Sarro and remain within our territory to safeguard it. Seeing Rosemont's resolute decision, Aidman, though in disagreement, found himself lacking the courage to contest it. He could only accept his fate with resignation. Aidman withdrew, for he still had to contend with the recently emerged enigmatic extraordinary being. Allowing this mysterious figure to run rampant without intervention would surely lead the many predators of the Kingdom of Charles to believe that Duke Rosemont was indeed faltering. Such a perception could spell great trouble. Rosemont, seemingly unfazed, continued to bask in the sunlight. However, moments later, he abruptly inquired, "Chaxalu, is it you who has been wreaking havoc within my domain?" An ominous shadow unfurled from beneath Rosemont's figure, and the sunlight could not dispel this darkness. A pair of crimson eyes emerged from the shadow, quietly observing Rosemont. "Not I. We are good friends. If I truly wished to take a life for sport, I would certainly inform you directly. After all, I know you would not mind providing me with a few souls," came the sinister, raspy voice from the shadows. "I see I have been overly cautious," Rosemont acknowledged with a nod. Chaxalu, unfazed, shifted the conversation. "Your time is running short. Cease your pursuit of the dragon. Even if you were to capture it and transform into a dragonborn, achieving true rebirth would be arduous. The dragon, while formidable, pales in comparison to you and cannot facilitate your metamorphosis into an unparalleled force. Moreover, your Holy Sand Legion has already stirred the waters. The dragon will undoubtedly be on high alert, making it even more challenging to capture. Rosemont, my dear friend, do not hesitate any longer. Embrace the embrace of the abyss and transform into the noble Abyssal Demon. At that juncture, you will not only attain rebirth, but also reach unprecedented heights. Legendary, epic, such lofty and terrifying realms are not beyond your grasp. Chapter 33. The Isolation of Fate. There is no rush. I still have time. Rosemont outright rejected the proposal. Upon hearing this, Chaxalu felt quite displeased. "Do you still not trust me? Do you still suspect I harbor some ulterior motive? My goodness, you are truly overthinking this. We have collaborated for so long. Your ascension to the extraordinary master level was largely due to my contributions. I had thought we were the closest of friends, yet you." Chaxalu felt a pang of sadness. Rosemont, however, remained unfazed. He did not trust demons, even though he had benefited from them in the past. His distrust of Chaxalu persisted. "If I were to become an abyssal demon, would I still be the true me? Moreover, in this world, humanity holds a position of strength. Transforming into a demon would be detrimental to future progress," he mused. Seeing Rosemont's lack of response, Chaxalu felt disappointed. "Very well, I shall wait for you. I shall wait for you to exhaust your final moments." Ha ha ha. Death is such a terrifying concept. Even gods, when faced with death, cannot accept it with composure. Rosemont, my friend, I can distinctly sense your yearning for rebirth, your pursuit of power. Ha ha ha. I await your plea for my assistance. Meanwhile, Edmund, who had departed, presented himself as the lofty heir of a duke before others. He maintained an air of prestige. Subsequently, the entire Silva Plain erupted in activity, with numerous extraordinary beings emerging to scour various cities in hopes of locating the notorious bandit, Sarro. However, Sarro was a master of concealment. Those extraordinary beings, lacking their trump cards, could hardly catch a glimpse of him. Conversely, other lawbreakers found themselves unfortunate, as they were inadvertently discovered. Edmund harbored no goodwill towards these miscreants and dealt with them swiftly. This thorough purge significantly reduced crime in the Silva Plain, allowing the common folk to live more comfortably. To the west of Montfort, over 100 miles away, lay a place known as Paya Town. It bore no distinction from an ordinary small town. Edmund's actions had also stirred reactions here. Currently, destitute human soldiers patrolled the streets. These soldiers were not extraordinary beings. They were merely robust commoners. A hunched little figure, swathed entirely in white, silently approached a large villa on the eastern side of Paya Town, where the sole noble of the area, Baron Yaha, resided. The guards here were exceptionally vigilant. As a noble, Baron Yaha had heard of the fates of some of his peers. This knowledge made him feel threatened, fearing that the enigmatic bandit might set his sights on him. To safeguard himself, he had gathered all the extraordinary beings at his disposal. Remaining upgrade points, 1200 next. Should I enhance my extraordinary realm or my extraordinary abilities? Sarro strode boldly into the Baron's villa, and the extraordinary guards stationed there seemed blind to his presence. After contemplating briefly, Sarro opted to upgrade his extraordinary ability. Ding. Metamorphosis Technique Level 4, ding. Upgrade points minus 400. Remaining upgrade points, 800. Current Metamorphosis Technique, 2-star, level 10. With a series of system notifications, Sarro's concealed abilities surged significantly. "Oh dear, my Lord Baron, please be gentle." A pained female voice wafted from the vicinity of the hall. "Ha ha ha, cry all you want. The more you weep, the more exhilarated I become." A voice filled with cruelty echoed. The extraordinary guards surrounding the area displayed no signs of concern. Clearly, they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. "Oh, it seems yet another vile noble has revealed himself. This is splendid. I can justify killing you and seizing all that you possess." Sarro accelerated into the room. Inside, several naked, delicate women trembled on the ground, collared like pets. Nearby stood a pale youth clad only in shorts, sporting a sickly smile and wielding a black whip, mercilessly lashing at the women. With each strike, the skin of the women tore open, blood flowing freely. "My Lord Baron, please, I might die from this." "Ah, you monster! You shall meet a dreadful end." Some women pleaded for mercy, while others hurled curses, further igniting the youth's fervor. Crack! The bloodied whip lashed wildly. "Ha ha! I am the master of this domain. You wretched female slaves are fortunate to be my playthings. Weep, scream, and then perish." The youth was none other than Baron Yaha. Suddenly, for gusts of wind blades struck from behind. Baron Yaha was too engrossed to evade. He did not even sense the impending danger. In an instant, his arms and legs were severed, his body collapsing to the ground as copious blood gushed forth, staining the earth. "I am a noble! I am a noble!" Baron Yaha stood frozen for 3 seconds before he realized, shrieking like a slaughtered pig, tears, saliva, and even excrement uncontrollably spilling forth. The scene was grotesque and perverse. "Ha ha! Splendid, splendid!" The women surrounding the scene were momentarily stunned. However, those harboring resentment towards Baron Yaha erupted into wild laughter. "My sister was mercilessly tortured to death by this brute. Look at you now, nobleman. Is there a chance for my liberation?" There was commotion outside. The extraordinary guards had been alerted. With a thunderous noise, they rushed in. But Sarro, hidden, remained undetected. "Quick, summon a physician," someone shouted. "We cannot allow the Baron to perish." "Take care of yourselves," Sarro replied coldly. Another surge of blue wind blades materialized, bombarding the guards with relentless ferocity. In mere moments, the intruding guards were all annihilated. Upgrade point 2, upgrade point 1. Though the foes were weak and hardly valuable, Sarro approached Baron Yaha, inquiring, "Where is your wealth concealed?" "Oh no, you scoundrel! Duke Yaha will kill you. If you wish to live, you should kneel and beg for mercy, allowing me to finish you off." Baron Yaha seemed oblivious to reality. Having grown accustomed to his lofty status within his territory, his mind clouded. With a swift motion, a windblade appeared beneath Baron Yaha. Blood gushed forth. "Please, stop. I understand my mistakes. Do not harm me further." Faced with Sarro's indifferent cruelty, Baron Yaha quickly capitulated. "In truth, I preferred your rebellious spirit," Sarro lamented, wishing to experiment further with torment to refine his skills in inflicting suffering. Baron Yaha trembled in terror, perceiving Sarro as an unseen demon. Desperately, he began to divulge the location of his wealth, while Sarro interjected, "If the quantity is insufficient to satisfy me, I will still end your life." Ah, he fears that Baron Yaha might withhold information. Such a possibility is quite significant. Baron Yaha's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly declared, "Beneath my bed lies a treasure left by my ancestors. Please accept it. Alas, I find myself on the brink of despair. Please, summon a physician swiftly. I feel as though death is imminent." Baron Yaha, in a state of panic, struggled to breathe. His body felt cold, as if the very essence of his life was draining away. Sarro paid him no mind, maintaining his composure as he departed, casually dispatching a group of approaching extraordinary guardians in the process. "Quickly seek help. My lord, please hold on," the Baron pleaded. But as he sensed Sarro's incapacity to confront the situation, the remaining extraordinary guardians turned to flee, unwilling to sacrifice themselves for Baron Yaha's sake. "Hey, you wretched creatures, come tend to my wounds." Upon realizing Sarro seemed to have abandoned him, Baron Yaha turned desperately to the battered women nearby. "If I perish, you shall not survive either. Your families will meet the same fate. Surely, you do not desire that? However, should you save me, I shall reward you and even take you as my wife." Yet, as he uttered these last words, his strength waned, consciousness slipping away into the abyss. "Let him die? I shall not allow him to live. He has slain my family and condemned my fiancé's kin to slavery in the dark mines. Some women remained unmoved. What do you two intend to do? However, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Two women, in a frantic scramble, rushed forth. The Baron cannot die. I have family. I wish to become his wife, that I may live a prosperous life. That vile beast is not here to save us. His presence will only drag us into hell. If he truly meant to rescue us, why not liberate us entirely? He is far too selfish, indifferent to the consequences of the Baroness' demise. These two women, filled with urgency and simmering anger, aspired to become the Baron's saviors, harboring resentment toward Sarro for not fully delivering them from their plight. You heartless fiends, have you lost your senses? Your greed will lead to your demise. You are fools. They attempted to thwart the women's effort to save the Baron. The other women, upon hearing these words, could not accept this and surged forward to intervene. Step aside. Baron Yaha is a nobleman. We are but lowly slaves. Do you wish to be sent to the pyres? In this primitive and backward world, most intelligent races were utterly oblivious to the concept of equality. They were unreasonable, having been subjugated by the elite for so long that they had developed a servile mentality. Approximately 5 minutes passed. Remaining upgrade points, 1100, one could not deny that. Although Baron Yaha was merely a minor noble, his worth was considerable. Primarily, it was his ancestral wealth that was substantial. Sarro surmised that the Baroness' ancestors must have been quite affluent. Great Abyss, grant me strength. Sarro had no intention of hoarding upgrade points. His situation in the human realm was perilous, necessitating an urgent enhancement of his abilities to confront the unforeseen challenges ahead. From the moment he arrived in this world, he understood the age-old truth that plans often fail to adapt to change. What had once seemed like a well-structured strategy had invariably unraveled into unforeseen calamities that nearly cost him his life. Ding. Extraordinary Realm, Level 1 Ding. Upgrade points minus 1,000. Current, Extraordinary Realm. High Level 4. Remaining upgrade points, 100 Ding. Concealment Technique, Level 1 Ding. Upgrade points minus 100. Current, Concealment Technique, 2-star 2. Remaining upgrade points, 0. Sarro's magical prowess surged, yet outwardly, he exhibited no discernible change. Alas, my offensive capabilities have not significantly improved, but my latent stealth abilities have indeed advanced. Upon glancing at his data panel, he felt that his growth trajectory was somewhat skewed. It was known that most dragons excelled in direct combat, while he had developed a knack for subterfuge, a skill rarely employed by his kind. However, as a transmigrator, he was not a pure dragon, so he dismissed this discrepancy. Turning towards the hall, Sarro discovered the women engaged in a fierce altercation. Moreover, Baron Yaha had ceased to breathe. Oh no, the Baron has perished. It's all your fault. We are doomed. My chance to marry into wealth is lost. The two women who had aspired to win the Baroness' favor now wept in despair. Witnessing this, Sarro felt a surge of irritation, sensing betrayal and disappointment. Very well, I shall send you to hell as noble women. With swift motions, two blades of wind severed their necks, leaving them lifeless on the ground, their heads rolling away, blood gushing forth from the severed arteries. Serves you right. You wretches dared to seek the salvation of your enemy. Thus, you deserve this fate. The other women, witnessing this scene, cast disdainful glances and smirks towards the fallen. Sarro admired such women and promptly employed a healing spell. A burst of green light enveloped them. Ah! They gasped, feeling their wounds rapidly mend. It must be said, the sight of their pristine forms stirred something within Sarro. Though his body was merely a few months old, his soul bore the weight of experience. While he currently held no interest in women, the sight of beauty elicited a response. Fortunately, his self-control proved strong. He refrained from taking liberties with these already unfortunate souls. Thank you for your assistance. However, please do not waste your efforts. It is futile. We are doomed, whether healed or not. Once the women regained their senses, they were touched, yet apprehensive. They were mere slaves, unworthy of such treatment from a being as exalted as Sarro. Sarro grew impatient. Do not be so self-effacing. This world is flawed. A just world should embrace equality for all beings. He launched into a discourse on his core values. This ideology clashed with the prevailing norms of this world, yet it resonated with an undeniable beauty. I yearn to witness a realm where all beings coexist in harmony, free from suffering inflicted by the nobility, deities, and this cruel world. A gentle, green-haired woman, embodying grace, spoke with hopeful longing. Indeed, I believe that to be true paradise. The other women echoed her sentiment. Observing their responses, Sarro felt reassured that their spirits had not been entirely consumed by the shackles of this society. Then let us pursue that vision. If you cannot find it, create it with your own hands. Liberate those who, like you, suffer under the tyranny of the nobles, the gods, and this world. The women, self-aware, replied, "It is impossible. We lack the capacity." Sarro smiled. No, it is indeed possible. I shall bestow upon you the power of dragons, granting you the opportunity to survive and reshape this world. As he finished speaking, four droplets of dragon blood materialized, soaring towards the women. Come, consume my dragon's blood and accept my strength. Come, let us join hands to transform this world. Let us ignite a revolution. Despite Sarro's lack of eloquence, his intentions were conveyed with clarity. Once understood, the beauty of his message could be felt. Can we achieve this? Oh, how I yearn to try! I shall embrace revolution. I shall change this world. The women around him displayed a spectrum of emotions. Some were astonished, others felt inferior. Yet some wore expressions of determination, seizing the dragon's blood that flew towards them and consuming it. I too shall embrace revolution. Witnessing others make this destined and sacred choice, even those who hesitated began to mimic the act, bringing the dragon's blood to their lips. Moreover, during the process of accepting my power, there may be some pain. You must endure it. Sarro added, somewhat belatedly, with a cacophony of crunching sounds. The women were momentarily speechless, yet they had no time to ponder further, for the power of the dragon was surging, invading their bodies. I can endure this. Such pain pales in comparison to the torment inflicted by that brute, Baranahaya. Indeed, we can persevere. Sisters, let us transform. Let us march forward together to change this wretched world. Observing the women's reactions, Sarro felt a stirring within. Goodness, why do I sense a promising future for them? How do I perceive a genuine chance for their success? My heavens! Sarro's body trembled uncontrollably. Initially, though he harbored good intentions, his primary motive was merely to indulge in amusement. He was a greedy dragon. What did revolution and equality among beings have to do with him? Suddenly, a voice called from a distance, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Are there troops coming? TSK, while they may not be formidable, remaining here is perilous. Sarro turned, summoning wind and the weight reduction spell to carry the women skyward. After approximately 2 minutes, they arrived in a dense thicket. The changes among the women were striking. They sprouted dragon tails and horns, and in some areas, dragon scales emerged. Their hands and feet exhibited significant alterations, appearing sharp, akin to dragon claws. Simultaneously, their aura surged tremendously. In an instant, they ascended to the levels of low-level 6 or 7. This enhancement was far more terrifying than the previous Harun Hakarni, but it was to be expected. After all, Sarro's power had greatly increased, and his blood now contained greater potency. Another 2 minutes passed, and the transformation concluded. Although they retained some semblance of human form, their bodies bore numerous draconic traits. Strictly speaking, they had become dragon maidens. More alarmingly, one among them had even ascended to the level of intermediate 2, while the others reached the realm of low-level 10. It must be said that this outcome filled Sarro with envy. Of course, it was evident that the women possessed both talent and fortune. I feel so powerful. The women curiously observed their forms, sensing the terrifying strength within them. They felt as if they could move mountains and fill seas. As for the changes to their bodies, they were not alarmed. Next, you must adapt to your newfound power. I do not wish for you to possess strength, yet remain incapable of battle, leading to a stifled demise, Sarro admonished solemnly. Yes. The women eagerly nodded. Their expressions transformed into fervor, akin to fanatics. Sarro, the mysterious transcendent who had saved them and bestowed upon them strength, loomed large in their hearts. Perhaps they all harbored the notion that Sarro was divine. I am Sarro, a great dragon. And you? Sarro inquired belatedly, revealing his true form for the women to see. Weak, ordinary humans would undoubtedly feel uneasy or even frightened at the sight of a great dragon. Yet the women, no longer ordinary, felt a surge of reverence upon truly beholding Sarro. Lord Sarro, I am Enli. I am Ha Pei. I am Mengqi. I am Xian Wei. Enli, you are the mightiest among them. Henceforth, lead your comrades in this revolution. However, do not act unilaterally. I hope you will discuss matters together should challenges arise. Sarro said, addressing the strongest woman, the blue-haired Enli. Our revolution is not one of slaughter. strength alone does not equate to truth. The women gasped in astonishment, sensing that Sarro was imparting a grave message. Ainley asked in alarm, "Will you abandon us? Should we not revolutionize together?" Sarro replied with resolute conviction, "I have my own mission, and you too have your own. Children, do not fear, do not tremble, do not waver. I am with you. Our like-minded comrades stand with you as well. You must learn to be resilient, to stand on your own. You may exhibit weakness, but I hope it is only temporary. For I wish for you to grow." After a dose of motivational words, the women's unease dissipated, replaced by determination. "We shall never disappoint you. For the revolution, for this world." Sarro felt a sense of satisfaction. "Next, I shall bestow upon you a wealth that I hope will render you even stronger." Sarro's form shrank again as he produced a blank book, swiftly beginning to write. He intended to inscribe all the magic he knew for their benefit. Additionally, he would strive to record any spells he remembered but had not yet mastered. This would undoubtedly constitute a formidable treasure. However, Sarro felt no regret, for these things were destined to be surpassed by him. In the future, he would acquire even more potent transcendent abilities. The women gathered around, intrigued. "My lord, what are you writing?" Xian Wei inquired, somewhat bashfully. "Well, these young women are not like noble ladies who have received an education. I know this is magic." Ainley explained. "Indeed, not all impoverished women are illiterate." Upon hearing this, Sarro felt reassured. He had worried that these revolutionary comrades might struggle with literacy, necessitating his arduous teaching, a troublesome and time-consuming endeavor. "My lord, you are too kind to us." Upon realizing that Sarro was imparting knowledge of transcendent magic, the women were deeply moved. They were not foolish. They understood the value of this gift. An hour later, Sarro concluded his task. He handed the Book of Magic to Ainley, saying, "From now on, you shall teach everyone to learn magic and enhance their strength." Ainley respectfully accepted the tome. Responding affirmatively, Sarro turned his gaze skyward. It was now afternoon, and nightfall was approaching. Taking a deep breath, he stated solemnly, "Time is of the essence. I must depart. You too must not linger here. Sacrifice and effort are inevitable on the path of revolution. Yet I hope you can survive as long as possible to witness that beautiful world, rather than being merely recorded in history and remembered by future generations." "Yes." The women nodded, sharing the same desire. With a swish, Sarro vanished, soaring into the sky. The 4 dragon maidens left behind displayed expressions of reluctance. They looked up, gazing deeply into the sky. Xian Wei turned to Ainley and inquired, "Ainley, what shall we do next?" To be candid, she felt somewhat at a loss regarding the revolutionary matters at hand. The concept of revolution may appear straightforward at first glance, primarily focusing on the overthrow of the old regime. However, the subsequent task of constructing a new world proves far more arduous than mere destruction. First, we shall hone our magical abilities to strengthen our prowess. Then, we will establish a revolutionary army, recruiting more like-minded individuals from various races, Ainley articulated methodically. Relying solely on our own strength will not suffice for a revolution. We require talents from all sectors. The others listened intently. Chapter 34. The Chromie Legion lurks in the shadows. Chapter 34. The Chromie Legion lurks in the shadows. Sarro was preoccupied, as he had no time for revolution without addressing the Abyssal Barbarian. His singular focus was on amassing wealth and enhancing his power. Beyond that, he had no other aspirations. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. Sarro turned to see a legion of thousands of extraordinary warriors racing toward him. These warriors were markedly different from Sarro's Holy Sand Legion. The most conspicuous difference was their black and white extraordinary armor, which appeared far more precious than that of the Holy Sand Legion. The leader of this legion was a man riding a triceratops, none other than Edmund. This was the Chromie Legion, another faction under Duke Rosemont of the Silva Plains, and its commander, Edmund, was the Duke's most formidable son. Sarro muttered to himself, and soon realized that the Chromie Legion was headed toward Paya Town. Could it be that my hunt for Baron Aha has drawn the Duke's attention? Are they coming for me? Sarro pondered. In truth, this was indeed the case. Upon learning of Baron Aha's murder and the subsequent plundering of his wealth, Edmund had hastily led his legion to confront the situation. However, given the passage of time, Edmund did not suspect that Sarro, the true culprit, remained in Paya Town. Based on his understanding of Sarro, Edmund believed he had likely vacated the area to cause mischief in nearby towns. Although Sarro had concealed his whereabouts, Edmund had still managed to gather some intelligence about him, including Sarro's illicit activities during his journey to the Silva Plains, such as theft and robbery. Approximately 7 minutes later, the Chromie Legion arrived in Paya Town. In this era, ordinary people were remarkably timid, lacking both the desire and means to witness the unfolding drama. Upon spotting the Chromie Legion, they panicked and retreated into their homes, afraid to venture outside, for watching the noble spectacle often entailed grave risks for the innocent. Squad 210. Scout the perimeter for traces of the elusive thief. The rest of you, accompany me to Baron Aha's residence, Edmund commanded loudly. Understood. Nearly 1,000 extraordinary warriors responded in unison. How impressive they appear, Sarro mused. Once I ascend a couple more levels, I shall devise a means to eliminate Edmund. At that moment, Duke Rosemont will surely be heartbroken. A kilometer away, high above the clouds, Sarro widened his eyes, cautiously observing the scene. They've caught up to me. Though I had planned to lay low, my rapid growth has propelled me to the formidable status of a high-level extraordinary being, far stronger than before. I sensed that I might have a chance to turn the tables against Sarro. While Edmund was indeed powerful, he was not significantly stronger than Sarro. This realization emboldened Sarro, prompting him to consider a minor risk. Yet this time, Sarro was more cautious, maintaining a distance of over 2,000 meters from his target. His previous experiences had instilled a sense of dread regarding human extraordinary legions, and he worried that the Chromie Legion might possess magical artifacts capable of detecting him. At this considerable distance, even if someone from the Chromie Legion were to notice him, he still had ample time to flee. The only discomfort he felt was the distance, which rendered his extraordinary dragon eye ineffective in discerning details. Nevertheless, this distance provided Sarro with a sense of security. Edmund and his squadron of warriors arrived at Baron Aha's villa. Woe is me, esteemed Lord Edmund. You must seek justice for me. A sobbing middle-aged woman emerged from the villa, heartbroken as she knelt before Edmund, wailing, My son Aha met a tragic end, and our family's wealth has been seized by the true culprit. Our family is utterly ruined. We are but minor nobles under the Duke's banner. You must help us avenge our loss. Edmund, exuding authority, replied, Madam Charlie, rest assured, I shall capture the true villain and ensure that their deaths are not in vain. Paul, go inside and examine the premises for any clues left by the murderer, Edmund instructed a middle-aged male magician at his side. Paul was one of the renowned high-level magicians of the Silva Plains, whose prowess in close combat was lacking, yet he excelled in various supportive spells. Serving as a detective-type magician, Edmund had come to this location to allow Paul the opportunity to inspect the latest crime scene in hopes of uncovering the perpetrator. Leave it to me, Paul stated earnestly. He brandished a stout black magic staff and proclaimed, 4-star level 4, Eye of Truth. With a burst of magical energy, Paul's eyes shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. He swiftly entered the villa, scanning the surroundings with his enhanced vision. Edmund followed closely behind. The true culprit is cunning. There are no traces left behind, not even footprints. They likely employed low-altitude flight and cloaking magic, Paul remarked, furrowing his brow. I must say, this individual is extremely cautious. He proceeded into the hall, where blood still stained the floor. Examining the bloodstains meticulously, he noted, the assailant utilized a spell, Windblade. However, this Windblade is rather potent, seemingly enhanced to rival a 2-star magic level. As Paul spoke, a smile crept across his face. Excellent. Residual magical energy remains here. I can take some time to extract it and create a magical energy detector. This may allow us to sense the location of the true culprit. However, the individual is exceedingly elusive and secretive, so the detector's effectiveness will undoubtedly be limited. Moreover, if the distance is too great, it will be of no use. Nonetheless, if we are close to the perpetrator, the detector should yield some response. Upon hearing this, Edmund's expression darkened. He felt somewhat disappointed. For although the magical energy detector was indeed impressive, the residual magic left by the true culprit could not be preserved indefinitely. If they failed to locate the assailant in a short time, the detectors would become useless. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. Paul, expedite the creation of the specialized detector, Edmund commanded. Paul nodded. I will need a little time. As time passed, half an hour slipped by. Suddenly, a soldier clad in pure black armor burst through the door. Lord Edmund, a colossal discovery has been made at the magical crystal mine, and your presence is urgently required. The black-armored soldier exclaimed hastily. Casting a glance at Paul, the black-armored warrior cautiously added, An unbelievable find has emerged. His vague words only heightened Edmund's urgency. He turned to Paul, saying, Paul, I will leave 100-man squad to assist you. The rest will accompany me. Very well, do what you must, Paul replied disinterestedly, now holding a radar-like device in his hands. Not long after, high above, Sarro's expression shifted as he observed Edmund leading most of the extraordinary warriors away from Paya town. This, however, was a fortuitous turn of events. With Edmund gone, the remaining small contingent of extraordinary warriors would fall into his grasp. A smile crept across Sarro's face as his murderous intent intensified. The body involuntarily drew closer to Paya town. After approximately 3 minutes, Edelman vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Sarro arrived in the skies above Paya town, scrutinizing the scene below. He sensed the presence of only one formidable high-level extraordinary being among a throng of ordinary individuals and lesser extraordinary beings. His strategy was clear: eliminate the strongest first, followed by the weakest. After a moment of contemplation, Sarro devised a small plan. Silently, he descended from the heavens and landed within a villa, gliding into the grand hall like a whisper in the wind. Coincidentally, Paul had his back turned, busy with his tasks. Ah, what a splendid silhouette. Piercing it would surely be even more exquisite. Sarro's heart surged with anticipation. Recently, he had developed a troubling habit of ambushing from behind. Now, upon sighting the back of an extraordinary being, he experienced an unusual reaction. He found himself feeling somewhat perverse, yet he felt no shame, extending his sharp dragon claws, ready to proceed with his intentions. Ha ha ha, the magic detector is finally complete. Suddenly, Paul burst into laughter. Beep, beep, beep. The magic detector in his hand blazed to life with a red light. Confusion clouded his features, but unease crept into his expression. He abruptly turned around, his peculiar eye of truth scanning the surroundings rapidly. A dragon? Upon seeing Sarro behind him, he was momentarily stunned. Sarro, who had intended to ambush from the rear, was taken aback as well. Alas, you have spoiled my delight in the hunt, Sarro lamented as realization dawned upon him. With a thunderous crash, he lunged forward. Paul, sensing the imminent danger, gripped his wand tightly, unleashing a torrent of magical energy. Waves of magical light enveloped Paul's figure. 2-star level 5, defense spell, 1-star level 9, reinforcement spell, 3-star level 1, air barrier, 1-star level 5, gravity doubling. In an instant, Paul unleashed multiple spells, the majority of which were defensive in nature. Yet, the suddenness of the encounter rendered his spells inadequate. Their levels were not particularly high. Though he possessed more potent spells, they required more time to activate. As Sarro crashed into him, Paul's magical light shattered. Oh no! Paul cried out in despair. Sarro's right claw plunged into him. With a sickening squelch, Paul's chest erupted, his heart crushed within. A once great high-level mage met his demise. Recharge. Paul's body vanished. Ding dong, 700 upgrade points. Sarro was taken aback, but upon recalling that Paul was a technical mage rather than a brutish warrior, he found the outcome quite reasonable. What has transpired, Lord Paul? Hurry, his aura has vanished. Something is terribly amiss. Relay the message to Lord Edelman. Outside, the extraordinary soldiers had heard Paul's final cries and rushed in. Where is he? However, upon entering the grand hall, they found no trace of Paul. This is dire. We must retreat. A formidable enemy is present. The astute extraordinary soldiers quickly grasped that Paul had likely fallen. Fear gripped them. An adversary capable of effortlessly slaying a high-level mage was far beyond their means to confront. Windblades. Unseen by the soldiers, Sarro wasted no time, summoning a barrage of windblades to harvest their lives. 10 upgrade points, 5 upgrade points, 15 upgrade points. Amidst the cries of despair, all the extraordinary soldiers perished. Even their bodies vanished in the next moment. The scene appeared eerily surreal. He, I shall soon level up again. Sarro eagerly surged forth, commencing a ruthless killing spree. About 4 minutes later, remaining upgrade points, 900. The number of surviving extraordinary soldiers had dwindled significantly. While Sarro's pace of slaughter was swift, their numbers still posed a challenge. A small group had managed to escape Paya town, cunningly dispersing rather than clustering together. Too scattered. Sarro, feeling somewhat helpless, unfurled his dragon wings and ascended into the sky, swiftly departing the area. He had no intention of pursuing the fleeing soldiers. That would be too troublesome. Meanwhile, this was enemy territory, and he could not afford to linger. Approximately half a minute later, a green light shot forth from the distance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this green light enveloped Edelman. With a resounding crash, Edelman descended upon Paya Town, the earth cracking and caving beneath him. Damn it! Who has done this? You have thoroughly enraged me. I shall make you taste the terror of a duke's wrath. As Edelman surveyed his surroundings and discovered his soldiers were gone, the truth dawned upon him. His expression transformed in an instant, a tempest of rage erupting from within, rendering him nearly deranged. Moreover, witnessing the scene of the soldiers' demise without a trace of their bodies ignited a troubling suspicion in his mind. Sarro had mentioned that extraordinary beings slain by the vile dragon typically left no remains. Edelman pondered. He withdrew a magical scroll and activated it. A white magical light enveloped his eyes. 3-star level 4. Ashen Eye. Let me see, is it truly you? Edelman's voice took on a peculiar tone, rife with anticipation and fury. However, Sarro had already soared far away, and despite enhancing his vision, Edelman could not locate him. Unwilling to concede, he produced another magical scroll and activated it. This time, a contrasting black light enveloped his eyes, transforming them into a sinister shade. 4-star level 8, Dark Magic Eye. In this realm, amidst endless obstacles, everything appeared transparent, failing to obstruct his vision. Yet, there were no signs of suspicion whatsoever. Damn it! Has he fled? Coward! Face me in a fair fight. Edelman could no longer contain himself, howling like a mad dog. Boom, boom, boom. An overwhelming surge of green extraordinary power erupted, radiating outward in all directions. His dark magic eye spiraled out of control, unleashing a barrage of black beams. Swish, swish, boom, boom. With a cacophony of thunderous roars, buildings crumbled indiscriminately, collapsing under the force. Ah, help! We're going to die. The impoverished citizens, cowering within their homes, found themselves caught in a dreadful fate. Their dwellings were obliterated, and those within suffered no better. Before long, a number of them perished. Edelman, of course, heard their wails, but he was utterly indifferent. These weak and contemptible commoners were not worthy of being considered his kin. What did it matter if he slaughtered a few? Even if he killed 1,000 or 10,000, it was of no consequence, for these wretches were merely his property. Given sufficient time, he could effortlessly summon a fresh batch of impoverished souls. Chapter 35. Ancient Ruins and the Surge of Wealth. Chapter 35. Ancient Ruins, Wealth Surge. Approximately half an hour later, tranquility enveloped the area. However, the once pristine Paya town now lay in ruins, with a significant portion utterly devastated. The surviving impoverished folk huddled together in terror, straining to diminish their presence, fearing discovery by the terrifying entity known as 8-Man, a being akin to a demon. Huffing and puffing, 8-Man's breathing steadied, and his eyes returned to normalcy. After venting his emotions for so long, his mood had calmed. In the distance, a squadron of black-armored soldiers, starkly different from the Chromie Legion, darted towards him. They were formidable, each one surprisingly equal to a mid-tier extraordinary being. My lord 8-Man, it is time. We must depart. One of the black-armored warriors stated with composure. They remained unfazed by the destruction of Paya town, showing no remorse for the slaughter of their own people. Indeed, 8-Man nodded. After another 10 minutes had passed, he glanced at Paya town with a hint of surprise. What a pity. Yet, this is not my fault. One must blame the wretched world you inhabit. However, you must also believe that a promising future awaits. Beauty shall surely arrive. Sarro, consumed by neuroticism, muttered to himself before eagerly soaring towards the direction the Chromie Legion had departed. Despite 8-Man's evident fury, he chose to depart without further investigation or pursuit of me. This suggests he has pressing matters to attend to, Sarro contemplated. I am curious to see what could possibly be so important that he would abandon me. Sarro resembled a jealous woman, irked by 8-Man's actions. Minutes later, he spotted the Chromie Legion several kilometers away, charging forward with fervor. The earth trembled beneath their feet, sending shivers through the nearby creatures that fled in panic, unwilling to approach. Yet, despite their strenuous efforts, the lower-tier extraordinary beings among them were still too numerous, resulting in their pace not being particularly swift. Sarro easily kept up with them. The night had descended, and darkness enveloped the land. Still, the Chromie Legion showed no signs of rest, continuing their relentless march. Sarro grew increasingly concerned. The urgency and caution exhibited by the Chromie Legion implied they were undoubtedly up to something monumental. Unbeknownst to him, another hour slipped by. Ahead of the Chromie Legion loomed a mountain riddled with black holes. Many individuals, wielding hammers and pushing empty carts, entered the dark void, only to emerge with their carts brimming with dark-hued ore. This ore was extraordinary, shimmering with the unique colors of magical essence. Beneath the mountain lay a vast factory, surrounded by numerous black-armored soldiers patrolling the area. As the Chromie Legion arrived, an elderly man accompanied by a group of middle-aged individuals hurried to greet them. "My Lord Ape-Man, you have finally arrived," the elder exclaimed anxiously. He surveyed the surroundings and, upon detecting no immediate danger, cautiously continued, "Regrettably, while magical communication devices are convenient, they are not infallible. If intercepted by ill-intentioned individuals, it could lead to disastrous outcomes." Taking a deep breath, the elder, Lei Jun, recounted, "Recently, while mining for magic crystals, a miner inadvertently breached a vein, uncovering ancient ruins. My investigation suggests these ruins may be linked to a deity. Perhaps this is an unknown divine tomb. Furthermore, I suspect that our magic crystal mine is likely a byproduct of concentrated magical energy leaking from the tomb." The elder's excitement grew as he spoke, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Ape-Man, too, was taken aback, his heartbeat quickening. At that moment, he sensed an extraordinary opportunity for his family's rise. The energy leakage could yield magic crystals worth far surpassing that of gold mines. The wealth contained within must be unimaginable. Lei Jun enthused. Ape-Man shook his head. "I cannot fathom such wealth." "Lei Jun, you are correct. We must indeed exercise caution, caution upon caution." Once he concluded, Ape-Man turned to his troops, commanding, "Seal off the mining area. No strangers are to enter, and no one is permitted to leave without my approval." Understood. The troops obediently complied, swiftly dispersing to establish a defensive perimeter around the mountain. "Lei Jun, lead me to see it," Ape-Man urged, eager to venture towards the mine. "Of course." Lei Jun nodded affirmatively. Sarro, filled with curiosity, cautiously approached the mountain. Soon, he found himself amidst the clouds atop the mountain. The concentration of magical elements here was remarkable. Residing or practicing here would surely yield significant benefits. However, the defenses were formidable, with various small, tamed reconnaissance magical beasts soaring through the skies. Moreover, a vast magical detection array enveloped the area. How I longed to uncover the secrets hidden within. Sarro clenched his claws, overwhelmed by the sensation of unraveling a colossal mystery, compelling him to press forward. Taking a deep breath, he descended like the wind. Though the defenses were stringent, their levels did not exceed 4 stars. Otherwise, the expenses would be astronomical. A duke might be formidable in a novice village, but in the grand scheme of the world, he was but a trivial entity. Sarro, now possessing a terrifying hidden power, was capable of traversing boundaries silently. Before long, he reached the mountain's summit. As he drew near, he discovered the miners were transporting magic crystals. These crystals were invaluable, essential resources for extraordinary beings, and served as a currency surpassing gold. "Oh my, what extraordinary luck I possess. Perhaps, I now have the opportunity to ascend to a higher tier of extraordinary being," he gleefully mused. "Duke Rosemont, you truly are my fortunate star." With a leap, Sarro soared from the mountain's peak, his destination unmistakably the factory below, where he noticed the mine magic crystals were being sent. Inside the factory, numerous workers and colossal machines were at work. The transported magic crystals were compressed and purified by the machines, producing coins akin to gold. "It's nearly dark, time to wrap up. Everyone, put in extra effort to finish your tasks swiftly. You lot are quite fortunate today. The director is in high spirits, so you shall feast on meat tonight." A rotund overseer bellowed within the factory. "Marvelous. Why is the director so generous today?" The workers exclaimed in astonishment, buzzing with excitement. "Hey, do you know why the noble lords are so generous today?" A purple-haired worker remarked meaningfully, glancing around. "Bid, stop keeping us in suspense. I know you have a relative who is the captain of the mining team. He must have shared some insider information with you, right? Spill it, so we may bask in your knowledge." A nearby worker pressed eagerly. "Indeed, do share. Our curiosity is piqued." Upon witnessing the scene, Bide felt a surge of exhilaration and did not hesitate to divulge. Beneath the mine, ancient relics have been discovered. The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. "Relics? Are there antiques within?" I truly hope that every day brings forth new discoveries. They could provide us with sustenance. Moreover, a learned scholar speculated, this may even be a divine tomb. Bide continued, and the crowd gasped in amazement. A divine tomb? A god's burial site? Surely it harbors the treasures of the deities? My heavens, this is simply unbelievable. How fortunate these nobles are. One lamented. Indeed, I yearn for such magnificent treasures, another echoed. Silence. Get back to work, barked the foreman, who seemed to sense the commotion. During work hours, chatting is strictly prohibited, or your wages will be docked, and you will be denied food for 2 days. Yes, yes. The crowd, startled, quickly nodded and turned to immerse themselves in their tasks. Relics? A divine tomb. A faint voice pierced the air, only to be drowned out by the cacophony of machines. Ah, how intriguing. Alas, acquiring such wonders is currently beyond my reach. For now, let us focus on the art of thievery. Sarro restrained his restless spirit and swiftly made his way toward the end of the production line, where a plethora of finished magical coins awaited. Perhaps due to the strictness outside, the interior appeared remarkably normal. Sarro navigated unobstructed to his destination. At this moment, a multitude of translucent, shimmering magical coins were being collected by a cadre of skilled workers and stored in exquisite boxes. Subsequently, a squad of armored soldiers tasked with securing the coins took them away. Sarro trailed behind them, continuing his advance. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a small building made of steel, guarded by numerous armored soldiers. Among them stood an elderly, high-ranking extraordinary being. With a click, the 2 soldiers nearest the door expertly opened the iron gate. The armored soldiers deposited the boxes of magical coins inside for safekeeping. This was the factory's warehouse. Sarro silently slipped in, and once the boxes were set down, the soldiers departed without hesitation. The door was closed behind them. Sarro found himself enclosed, yet he remained unconcerned. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he surveyed the surroundings. The space was quite spacious, yet at its center lay a collection of more than 10 small boxes huddled together. How utterly unethical, Sarro scoffed. Why are you so lazy? Why haven't you filled the warehouse to capacity? This is simply unacceptable. Though he grumbled, his body was honest, propelling him forward with fervor. He extended his dragon-like claw and cautiously opened a box. A multitude of magical coins spilled forth, their enchanting magical elements bubbling with vitality. Drawing a deep breath, Sarro felt his very cells rejoicing, as his extraordinary powers surged within him. Recharge, recharge. Ding. Upgrade points. 1,000, as one box vanished. Sarro's upgrade points soared. Ding. Upgrade points. 1,000. Remaining upgrade points. 7,900. Once all the boxes had disappeared, his upgrade points reached an astonishing level. Thump, thump, thump. Sarro's heart raced, producing a faint yet distinct sound. Ha ha ha. Great Abyss, grant me strength. Ding. Extraordinary Realm. Level 6. Ding. Upgrade points. Minus 6,000. Current. Extraordinary Realm. High level 10. Remaining upgrade points. 1,900. His blood surged with fervor, an endless power welling up from the depths of his veins. Had it not been for Sarro's formidable hidden abilities, the ensuing transformation would have been cataclysmic. Such swift enhancement made Sarro's heartbeat resonate with vigor. Continue, continue. Sarro eagerly allocated his points. Ding. Metamorphosis Technique, Level 1 Ding. Upgrade points, minus 1,000. Current, Metamorphosis Technique, 3-star Level 1 Ding. Concealment Technique, Level 8, Ding. Upgrade points, minus 800. Current, Concealment Technique, 2-star Level 10 Ding. Healing Technique, Level 1 Ding. Upgrade points, minus 100. Current, Healing Technique, 2-star Level 10. Remaining upgrade points, 0. With a series of melodious system prompts, Sarro's upgrade points rapidly dwindled. In less than 5 seconds, they were entirely depleted, yet correspondingly, his hidden powers surged significantly. Ha ha ha, how marvelous. Sarro exhaled, releasing 2 jets of scorching white vapor from his nostrils. What excited him the most was the increase in his lifespan. Now, he had approximately 10 more months of life remaining. After 3 or 4 minutes, Sarro's overwhelming emotions finally began to settle. He revealed his true form, stepping confidently toward the door. With each stride, he grew larger, and by the time he reached the entrance, he had transformed into a colossal figure exceeding 8 meters in height. The warehouse felt cramped with his presence. Let chaos reign. With such an immense power surge, Sarro perceived the extraordinary beings as diminutive in comparison. If faced with Sarro, He was confident he could dispatch him within 3 moves. Who, apart from the terrifyingly powerful, could subdue him? Especially here, who could possibly restrain him? A haughty, fierce, and arrogant smile spread across Sarro's dragon-like visage. Clenching his claw, flames erupted from his palm. In an instant, his entire claw ignited in fire. With newfound strength and elevated status, even the use of ordinary extraordinary abilities now wielded terrifying power. The surrounding air ignited, and the warehouse transformed into an immense furnace. Chapter 36. A great disturbance outside the door. A peculiar warmth enveloped the air. The black-armored guards stationed at the entrance exchanged bewildered glances. Their eyes darted around, ultimately settling on the warehouse door. Was the source of this anomaly within the warehouse? A wave of anxiety washed over them. Could it be a fire? Surely not. Regardless, something catastrophic had transpired within the warehouse. Silence. Open the door at once. An elderly black-armored soldier surged forward, revealing himself as the commanding officer of the area, the high-ranking extraordinary being sensed by Sarro. Yes, Lord Bowie, the guards responded promptly. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded as the warehouse door buckled outward, shifting to a crimson hue. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the door was dissolving. This was a gate forged from magical iron, a Tier 3 extraordinary barrier that even elite extraordinary beings could not easily breach. The guards were once again taken aback. With another deafening roar, the door seemed to be struck by a meteor, violently tearing free from its frame and hurtling outward. The guards in the front barely had time to react before being sent sprawling. Following this chaotic scene was a blinding white radiance. All present, regardless of their strength, found themselves enveloped in darkness, temporarily robbed of sight. Solar Dragon Fist erupted with unbridled ferocity. The massive dark gold dragon emerged from the confines of the warehouse, casually sweeping its claws and unleashing a barrage of wind blades. The guards' bodies were severed, blood gushing forth as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Bowie, the high-ranking extraordinary being, possessed remarkable reflexes and defensive capabilities. Yet, caught off guard and blinded, he felt the terrifying dragon might emanating from Sarro. Instinctively, he retreated, narrowly avoiding many of the wind blades and saving his own life. However, the sheer aura radiating from Sarro sent chills down his spine. In truth, any extraordinary being below a certain threshold would tremble in fear when in close proximity to Sarro, unable to unleash their full potential. This was merely a fraction of Sarro's inherent power. Should he choose to unleash his full might, even the strongest extraordinary beings would be overwhelmed. Oh, there's still a big bug alive. A sarcastic voice echoed from a distance, only to manifest right before Bowie in an instant. Oh no. Bowie sensed the arrival of a formidable foe and, in desperation, unleashed every ounce of his extraordinary power. Clenching his fists, he charged forward. With 2 resounding impacts, Bowie's hands struck like eggs against steel. A sickening crack resonated as his bones twisted and shattered. The dark gold claws lunged forth, seizing Bowie's body with terrifying strength. The sound of his bones groaning in agony filled the air. Blood erupted from him, staining the dragon's claws. Lord Duke, avenge me, avenge me. Bowie gasped these words with great difficulty before drawing his last breath. In an instant, the area lay desolate, the warehouse completely obliterated. What had transpired here? In the distance, black-armored soldiers rushed forth. Sarro made no effort to conceal himself. As they drew near, they beheld Sarro's imposing figure. A dragon? We're doomed. The warehouse has been breached, and the magical coins are in jeopardy. Signal for reinforcements. Ha ha ha, you all shall perish. Sarro rampaged like a runaway locomotive. Wherever he passed, the air erupted, winds and flames spreading unchecked, leaving devastation in his wake. Living beings suffered the most, torn asunder in an instant. Large machines were also dismantled, vanishing without a trace. Sarro, resembling a mobile black hole, consumed everything of value in his path, including unrefined ores yet to be transformed into currency. Monster! Everyone flee. Ordinary workers, witnessing the carnage, were gripped by terror and fled in all directions. Sarro paid them no mind. As long as these weak mortals did not actively provoke him, he would disregard them, for they held little worth. A cacophony of blaring alarms erupted, resonating for miles around. The extraordinary soldiers stationed at the perimeter were alerted and rushed to the scene. Damn it, this is Duke's territory. Who dares to wreak havoc here? A striking woman clad in red armor sped toward the factory with a speed that surpassed all others. She was a high-ranking extraordinary being. Indeed, there are several high-ranking extraordinary beings nearby, not just Bowie alone. I sensed the presence of a beast. It appears a non-human monster has arrived. How unfortunate that Lord Edmund has reached this place. You may act brazenly now, but when Lord Edmund intervenes, despair will surely follow. The woman exuded confidence in her powerful ally. However, as she approached the factory, her expression shifted to one of concern. As I draw closer, I can more distinctly sense Sarro's dragon might and the extraordinary energy radiating from him. It seems he has surpassed the high-ranking level, attaining an extraordinary tier beyond the ordinary. Her confidence began to wane. A terrifying cacophony erupted from within the factory as it trembled violently. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself, "Do not fear. I am Xia, one of the few female high-ranking extraordinary beings from the Silverwood Plains. I am not like those cowards." With determination etched on her face, Xia charged into the factory. Darkness, flames, and blood were everywhere. Is this truly a dragon? Xia gasped in disbelief. She retrieved her magical communicator, hastily sending a message to Edmund. In truth, she wished to contact Duke Rosemont as well, but the Duke was essentially semi-retired, with Edmund managing most affairs within the Silverwood Plains. Being of her rank, she had no means to directly reach Duke Rosemont. My task is to buy time. As long as I prevent this dragon from escaping, I shall have achieved something. Next, I must await the arrival of more soldiers and unite our efforts against the vile dragon. Xia slightly withdrew, striving to minimize her presence. Chapter 37. The Spirit of the Army, Gathering of Souls. Chapter 37. 5-star Level 1. The Spirit of the Army, Gathering of Souls. Hee. What a colossal insect. Did you think that hiding would allow you to evade my dragon's gaze? How naive, utterly naive. When confronted with a true powerhouse, your pitiful ability to conceal yourself is utterly meaningless. Suddenly, Sarro turned sharply and charged forward. With a thunderous roar, his draconic might erupted, shaking the entire factory. All the extraordinary beings within this vicinity were left dizzy and disoriented, while the mere mortals were the most unfortunate, fainting in terror. Xiana's rosy complexion turned pale, her entire body trembling violently. This is bad. Xiana's eyes widened in sheer terror. Sarro, like a flash of light, surged forward. The distance of several hundred meters was crossed in a mere 2 seconds. Sarro stood before Xiana, casting a terrifying shadow over her. Damn it, my wretched body. Move. Xiana's muscles tensed as she desperately attempted to evade and escape. However, the closer he drew, the more ferocious his draconic might became. Xiana's flesh and blood were paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure, rendering her immobile. Sarro showed no mercy. His claws extended, and with sharp dragon talons, he pierced through Xiana's body. After eliminating Xiana, Sarro continued his demolition spree. Though the factory was vast and filled with equipment, it posed no challenge for him. The surrounding machinery and raw materials were visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. The once bustling factory floor was gradually becoming desolate. Moments later, the extraordinary soldiers from outside arrived. Although Sarro was formidable and his terrifying draconic might intimidated them, the extraordinary legion was anything but ordinary. With the enhancement spells of courage amplification, brutal magic, doubled killing intent, mental magic, forward charge, battle spirit surge, and bloodthirsty frenzy, numerous magical warriors unleashed a myriad of spells, forcibly bolstering the will of the extraordinary soldiers. They even manipulated the soldiers' actions, transforming them into unyielding instruments of war. The dragon's might lost its intimidation over them. The whirlwind battle formation was activated. Commanders shouted as countless black-armored soldiers coalesced into a swirling vortex formation. Their extraordinary powers surged forth, morphing into a dense barrage of wind blades aimed at Sarro. The flame battle formation was initiated, arrows were launched, and magical combinations covered the heavens. The opposition was vast and their strategies diverse, encompassing both ranged and close combat. Their unified front was awe-inspiring. Humans. You are far too arrogant, mere insect-like trash. No matter how many of you there are, you pose no threat to the exalted dragon. Sarro smirked coldly, tightening his legs before launching himself forward with immense force. He resembled a meteor, crashing into the enemy ranks. With explosive sounds, one extraordinary soldier after another burst like water balloons upon impact. No formation, no existence could even momentarily halt Sarro. He was akin to an invincible general. effortlessly sweeping through everything, flattening his foes. If not for the reinforcement of more extraordinary soldiers from afar, this legion would have already crumbled under his assault. Damn it, he is far too powerful. He undoubtedly possesses the peak combat strength within the realm of extraordinary beings. We require the utmost powerful ally. Has Lord Edmund not arrived yet? Hurry and urge him. Otherwise, this magic crystal factory will be utterly destroyed, and our renowned legion that instills fear across the Silva Plains will surely be obliterated. The commander leading the army grew increasingly grim. They were all restless. In stark contrast, Sarro wore a smile on his draconic face, filled with ecstatic joy. As his upgrade points surged rapidly, fueling his fervor. This cannot continue. I shall command the entire army and harness everyone's strength. In due time, I will achieve a terrifying combat prowess at the pinnacle of existence. A middle-aged man clad in black armor stepped forward, approaching Sarro step by step. The surrounding commanders gasped in astonishment. Lord Phoebe, this is against protocol. Only the Legion commander can command the entire army and borrow their strength, one warned. Another cautioned. Lord Phoebe, although you are a high-level extraordinary being, you are still a bit short of being able to contain the power of the entire army. You may be gravely injured or even die. Indeed, the Extraordinary Legion possesses many combinatory powers, one of which is a widely known trump card, 5-star level 1, the Spirit of the Army, Gathering of Souls. This technique allows the power of every soldier in the army to converge upon the commander, thereby significantly amplifying the commander's strength. Phoebe, impatient, retorted, at such a critical moment. What further rules are there to discuss? Our soldiers are dying rapidly. As for my own safety, I care not. If I can vanquish this vile dragon, I would gladly sacrifice myself. Upon witnessing this, the others hesitated. Phoebe was impulsive and had little time to waste. He bellowed, Gather. Spirit of the Army, Gathering of Souls. Sigh, do as you wish. I hope Lord Edmund does not hold you accountable later. The resolve of the commanders was not strong. Seeing Phoebe's attitude, they fell silent. Phoebe was a significant figure. From all directions, the soldiers instinctively obeyed the command and quickly gathered. Ha ha ha, don't run away. Sarro, lacking awareness, provided no opportunity for the opposition as he continued his slaughter, pursuing them relentlessly. However, there were too many soldiers. He could not kill them all at once. In the blink of an eye, several hundred extraordinary soldiers reached Phoebe's side. Soldiers, unleash your spirits and grant me your strength. Phoebe shouted, his body tensed as he roared. The formation was ingrained in the soldiers' instincts. As soon as Phoebe finished speaking, the army moved as if programmed, their voices blending in a unified roar as they unleashed their extraordinary powers. A powerful surge of energy erupted, soaring into the sky, and in an instant, a colossal, indistinct beast appeared above, unmistakably the spirit of the army. Only when a legion possesses a soul can it be deemed a qualified extraordinary legion. Phoebe inhaled deeply, resembling a black hole as he drew the ethereal spirit of the army into himself through his nostrils. With a crackling sound, a terrifying aura erupted from Phoebe, the power so immense that it caused his body to swell. However, the expansion was so severe that Phoebe's skin burst open. Blood gushed forth, transforming him into a blood-soaked giant. All of this transpired in mere seconds. Your doom is upon you, vile dragon. Despite the pain coursing through his body, the overwhelming power compelled him onward, and he wasted no time charging directly at Sarro. Somewhat impressive, seemingly at the extraordinary 3rd or 4th level, Sarro thought, surprised. Yet he did not falter. He was now even stronger. He charged forward, and the ground beneath him cracked significantly with each step. Thunder Fist. Phoebe roared, clenching his fists, generating blinding bolts of lightning aimed at Sarro's head. The sharp, piercing sound echoed as the bone spurs on Sarro's head grew rapidly in response to his will. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, creating an earth-shattering noise. This is impossible. Phoebe's face paled, her body instinctively recoiling. I am already a transcendent being. Why can I not defeat this dragon? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Phoebe's fists were shattered, riddled with gaping wounds, and her entire arm trembled uncontrollably. I am an invincible entity beneath the masters. Sarro sneered menacingly, dashing forward and crashing into Phoebe's chest. With a sickening sound, she was pierced through as if made of paper, bloodied bone spurs protruding from her back. How can this be? Phoebe's limbs fell limply, dangling from Sarro's head. Her spirit seemed to dissipate, her strength and life swiftly fading away. Indeed, how can this be? This is terrifying. We stand no chance. The soldiers who had lent Phoebe their strength were paralyzed with fear at this sight. Their previously resolute morale crumbled, and the military spirit they had summoned disintegrated into nothingness. Recharge. Upgrade points. 710. Phoebe's breath quickened, while Sarro's recharged even faster. Ha ha ha. Continue, little insects. Do not fear. I shall send you to your demise. You are truly fortunate. Sarro continued his rampage, crashing into the military ranks and wreaking havoc. Flee. Witnessing the terrifying Sarro, those with weak wills were utterly terrified. They began to run in panic. Do not flee. Lord Aedmon is on his way. Hold on for just one more minute, please. Anyone who dares to flee shall pay with their life for the Duke's honor, commanded the enraged superior soldiers, who resembled overseers. Swiftly, they executed fleeing soldiers who crossed their path. Though they were ruthless, their pallor betrayed their own fear of Sarro's power. Nevertheless, their threats proved effective. The soldiers who had contemplated escape turned back in despair and fury, rallying to encircle Sarro once again. Sarro, in turn, graciously accepted their challenge, continuing his slaughter. He also did not overlook the remaining large machines, seizing them whenever possible to channel energy into the system. These machines held immense value, equivalent to dozens of extraordinary soldiers. Not long ago, deep within the mine, a fissure led to the depths below. An ancient aura surged forth, mingled with a divine essence that clearly surpassed that of any extraordinary being. This presence was deeply unsettling, invoking a profound sense of awe and dread, akin to confronting an ineffable, sacred entity. Gazing down, one could behold a realm of ethereal ancient architecture, adorned with intricate magical runes. This structure possessed divine power, emitting an eerie, luminous glow that barely illuminated the surrounding darkness. However, the light was deceptive, obscuring distant details, leaving them shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, this very obscurity sparked the imagination, evoking thoughts of tranquility and safety. Aedmon and Lejeune stood at the edge, intently observing the unfolding situation. Let a small team descend to investigate, Aedmon commanded swiftly. Lejeune cautioned, perhaps we should send those wretched miners instead. Who knows what dangers lurk within such ancient ruins. Thus, the noble Aedmon and his ilk were unwilling to risk their lives in this venture. Very well, Aedmon conceded. He too desired to avoid sacrificing his loyal soldiers. Nearby, a burly black-haired man in a supervisory role turned away. Soon, a group of gaunt, ragged miners was brought forth by the supervisor. It must be said that the downtrodden were easily stirred. Upon hearing the proposal, the miners were filled with fervor, perceiving it as their stroke of fortune. As mere slaves to the nobility, their lives were dictated by their masters, and now, the prospect of rising up, even at the cost of their lives, was irresistible. After all, they had nothing left to lose. My lord, I can hardly contain my eagerness. Please allow me to descend, cried one particularly spirited miner. Aedmon and Lejeune exchanged smiles. Aedmon nodded. Very well, prepare the equipment. Extraordinary soldiers approached, binding the miner's waist with long ropes before lowering them carefully. They were fortunate to encounter no immediate peril. After a couple of minutes, they landed safely. Curiously, they surveyed their surroundings, discovering they stood upon a narrow path surrounded by various ancient structures devoid of vegetation, but filled with unfamiliar, archaic artifacts. My lord, no anomalies detected, announced a miner as he produced a magical device resembling a walkie-talkie. Survey the area, Lejeune instructed through the device. The miners, obedient as ever, steeled their nerves and began to explore the surroundings, gradually dispersing. Some approached a nearby building, while others ventured down the path into the distance. These artifacts are undoubtedly priceless antiques. A miner peered through a window, spotting an array of furniture within. He reached out, preparing to push open the window. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted. As he touched the window, the magical runes adorning the surrounding structures ignited in a cacophony of light. The entire underground trembled violently. The miners barely had time to react before they were thrown to the ground. So terrifying. Woe is me, I regret this. A chorus of panicked screams ensued. Above, Aedmon and his group heard the commotion below, yet the ground beneath them remained unaffected, indicating that the upheaval was confined to the ancient ruins. Eliminate the mortals. Erase them, a monotonous mechanical voice echoed. With a series of explosive sounds, the miners were caught unawares, crushed by an invisible force. Simultaneously, the surrounding structures transformed rapidly, disassembling and reconfiguring like a mechanical beast. Within a minute, the scene below had drastically altered, obscured by the enigmatic glow that prevented those above from discerning the details. However, a massive ancient stone tablet emerged from the ground, clearly visible. It bore ancient inscriptions, distinctly different from the present language. Instinctively, the onlookers understood its meaning. This is an introduction. It states that this is a trial ground created by a deity. Only extraordinary beings and young, weaker beings not exceeding the transcendent level may participate in the trials. Should any extraordinary being surpassing that level attempt to enter, they will be annihilated by the ancient intelligent judges within. If the invaders prove to be overwhelmingly powerful, the judge will initiate the self-destruction of the trial ground, leading to mutual destruction with the enemy. Edmund gazed at the stone tablet, murmuring to himself incessantly. This, indeed, encapsulates the essence of the inscription. Is it true or false? Lei Jun found himself in a state of confusion. This was supposed to be the divine tomb, yet it had transformed into a trial arena. The earlier mechanical voice suddenly resonated. Technically speaking, this place is indeed the divine tomb, yet its primary function is that of a trial ground for inheritance. Esteemed guests, do you wish to challenge the trials? Do you aspire to obtain the wealth and legacy of the gods? Do you yearn to become new deities? The relentless barrage of enticing inquiries rendered everyone speechless. Was there any need for such questions? Naturally, they all desired the same. Ancient Judge, please allow us a moment to prepare, Edmund said with solemnity. He then turned to Lei Jun and whispered, ensure this place is completely sealed off, prohibiting anyone from approaching. Indeed, he intended to treat this location as his private domain, reserved solely for his kin to partake in the trials and seize the treasures. Lei Jun nodded in acquiescence. Understood. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared from afar. Lord Edmund, this is Xia, requesting assistance. Commander, we need support. The dragon has arrived. The magic crystal factory has been destroyed. A cacophony of voices erupted from Edmund's magical communicator. In the distance, several black-armored soldiers rushed towards him. Lord Edmund, we are under invasion. The enemy possesses superior combat capabilities. Please. The black-armored soldier gasped, yet Edmund did not wait for him to finish. Swiftly turning and charging out, Lei Jun hurried to follow. Damn that dragon. How could it appear here? Edmund seethed with anger, realizing that ever since they had sought to hunt dragons, nothing had gone smoothly in the Silva Plains. However, this turn of events was not entirely unwelcome. In truth, Edmund felt a surge of excitement within him. The arrival of the dragon was indeed a delightful surprise. If he could capture it this time, it would truly be a double blessing. Chapter 38. A force unstoppable, sweeping away thousands. Ever since Sarro revealed his true form and began his rampage, 6 or 7 minutes have elapsed. At this moment, the factory lies in complete ruin. Sarro's upgrade points have reached an astonishing level. Remaining upgrade points, 6,000. A glance at his remaining upgrade points ignited a fervor in Sarro's eyes. Moreover, the number of extraordinary beings he had vanquished was indeed substantial. His abyssal curse mark had become even more formidable. Previously, he could amplify his combat power 5-fold. Now, he was capable of achieving a multiplication factor of 7 or even 8. Alas, the chasm between extraordinary beings and extraordinary masters was still considerable. Though he had grown significantly stronger, he remained some distance from truly being an extraordinary master. If he were to learn some powerful magical combat techniques exceeding 4 stars, he might then stand a chance against an extraordinary master. Regrettably, such high-level magical techniques were scarce and incredibly difficult to master. Sarro had never found the time to study quietly. He could only rely on rapid upgrades. With just 4,000 upgrade points remaining, once he amassed enough, he would ascend to the extraordinary tier. At that point, his Abyssal Dragon breath would surely evolve, enabling him to contend with extraordinary masters. Cursed Duke Rosemont, your end is nigh. Sarro couldn't suppress his exhilaration. What have you done, foul dragon? Just as Sarro indulged in his thoughts, a terrifying roar echoed from a cavern in the magical crystal mine. Edelman had finally arrived, and his speed was accelerating. If Duke Rosemont were to learn of your demise, he would surely be heartbroken, wouldn't he? Ha ha ha, die, die, die. Sarro leaped vigorously, launching himself like a cannonball. I am the heir to the Duke, Edelman, an extraordinary being of the highest order. Edelman swiftly drew a dark purple colossal sword. infusing it with a fierce surge of fighting spirit, which radiated an unparalleled, terrifying brilliance. Magic, armor break. Magic, acceleration. Magic, armor piercing. Magic, penetration. Yet, to Sarro's surprise, Edelman quickly unleashed a magical power distinct from his fighting spirit. Clearly, he was an extraordinary being proficient in both magic and combat. However, his magical prowess appeared inferior to his martial skills. Nevertheless, the combination of both resulted in a destructive force surpassing Edelman's own realm. Solar Dragon Fist. Sarro felt a flicker of pressure. He sensed a palpable threat emanating from the colossal sword Edelman wielded. In that moment, he realized he had underestimated Edelman. Upon reflection, it seemed only natural. As the heir to a duke, possessing a trump card was to be expected, especially with an extraordinary master for a father. Conversely, while Sarro was indeed one of the few powerful figures in the Silva Plains, he could hardly compare to Edelman. Yet, Edelman's outburst did not deter Sarro. Clenching his right claw, he unleashed a blinding burst of flames. The dragon fist surged forward with a thunderous crash. Edelman had not anticipated Sarro's counterattack and was momentarily blinded. However, his assault did not cease. In an instant, the blade of the colossal sword clashed with the searing dragon fist. A deafening explosion ensued. Boundless extraordinary energy surged, rapidly spreading in all directions, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. In the next moment, the colossal sword was sent flying from the fray. How is this possible? Edelman's arm trembled, unable to exert strength. This dragon, though dark golden in hue, could not possibly be a fledgling that escaped from Count so long. Dragons could not mature so swiftly. Edelman's heart was tumultuous. Yet, his other hand discreetly retrieved a magical scroll, activating it. A green magical light erupted, enveloping his body. His discomfort dissipated swiftly. 3-star level 5, Supreme Restoration Spell. Don't falter, let us continue the fight, Sarro's voice echoed. The dark golden, massive dragon silhouette relentlessly pursued. And Edelman sensed an overwhelming aura of death. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed, "You wretched beings, alert my father and summon him here." Simultaneously, he pulled out more magical scrolls. Various magical lights emerged, transforming into layers of protective barriers that shielded his form. Thunder, who had just rushed from the cavern, nodded eagerly. "My lord understood. Please hold on a moment longer. Edelman, you will not survive." Sarro's words struck a chord of anxiety within him. Time was not on his side. He needed to act swiftly. Once more, the radiant dragon fist erupted, striking before Edelman. Yet, layers of protective barriers absorbed the blow. Crackling sounds echoed as several layers of the shield shattered. "My legion, assemble. I require your strength." Edelman felt a surge of fear. Despite his formidable status, magical scrolls were not infinite. If Sarro continued this onslaught, he would surely falter soon. Fortunately, he was not alone. He had his legion. Though Sarro had already slain many, a significant number of extraordinary soldiers remained. Moreover, those who had been delayed in arriving were now present. Scanning the area, he estimated that at least 600 or 700 extraordinary soldiers had gathered. The army spirits, previously disturbed, re-emerged and swiftly merged with Edelman. With a resounding crash, a powerful force erupted. If the original Edelman's combat prowess was akin to a 7th-tier extraordinary being, he now rivaled a 9th-tier extraordinary being. The earth-shattering slash. Edelman conjured another colossal sword out of thin air and launched an assault on Sarro. A dense surge of earth attribute extraordinary power erupted, transforming into an overwhelming yellow light that surged towards Sarro. Solar Dragon Fist, Wine Blade, Fireball. 3 lesser magical combat techniques were simultaneously unleashed by Sarro to counter Edelman's attack. With a thunderous explosion, a cloud of dust enveloped the vicinity. An immense energy storm erupted, radiating outward. However, Edelman was once again sent hurtling away. Yet this time, his sword remained in hand. "Impressive. It seems I must get serious." Sarro allowed the explosive aftermath to wash over him, his bone spike armor shielding him from all harm. Abyssal Dragon Breath. Sarro opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of dark golden energy that surged towards Edelman. "Damn it, I will not die, nor can I." Edelman screamed in terror as he exerted every ounce of strength to swing his sword against the dragon breath. However, the force carried by the dragon breath was overwhelming, propelling him rapidly away. Mid-flight, Edelman's armor began to shatter, the colossal sword dissolved, and his flesh and blood began to disintegrate. The sight of Edelman being treated in such a manner left the surrounding extraordinary beings aghast. They had exerted themselves so fiercely, yet still found themselves unable to overcome the dragon. "Increase your efforts. We cannot allow Lord Edelman to perish," Thunder shouted. "He is almost here, Duke. Just a moment longer." The numerous extraordinary soldiers understood this imperative clearly. They gritted their teeth, igniting their fighting spirit and strength, unreservedly channeling it to aid man. Meanwhile, a radiant white light emerged where Ray stood. Initially faint, it grew increasingly intense with the passage of time. 3 seconds later, the white light erupted like a volcano, surging towards the heavens. Within this vicinity, rippling waves appeared in the air, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that transcended even the most extraordinary beings. The nearby extraordinary individuals instinctively trembled. The Duke was coming. Ray was elated. "Curse it, you are fortunate." Sarro could certainly sense the oppressive aura of the extraordinary master. Upon comparison, he instantly recognized that this was a power beyond his capacity to confront. Thus, without hesitation, he fell silent and swiftly took flight. With each 100 meters, the manifestation technique was invoked, causing Sarro's massive dragon form to dissipate. "Do not think you can escape." Aidman, who had endured relentless beatings, indignantly pursued Sarro's fleeing figure. A closer look revealed a blurred dragon silhouette reflected in his eyes. Clearly, he had heightened his vision to pierce through Sarro's manifestation technique. Ugh! Sarro turned, unleashing another Abyssal Dragon breath. A flash of dark golden light struck Aidman. The terrifying force sent Aidman flying several dozen meters, crashing to the ground. Dirt erupted. The earth cracked, forming a deep pit, in which Aidman found himself trapped. Damn it! Damn it! Aidman trembled as he crawled out, eager to continue the pursuit. Yet, after a brief delay, Sarro was nowhere to be seen. "Next time, I will surely kill you, and your father as well." However, Sarro's voice followed closely behind. Sarro soared faster and shrank in size. "Damn, I actually failed." Aidman felt a surge of frustration. He shared the same anxiety as Count Sorlin and Sarro. Being targeted by such a colossal dragon boded poorly for the future. Simultaneously, Aidman felt a pang of fear. If he strayed too far, the enhancements granted by his legion would vanish. Indeed, if the distance between him and his troops became too great, military soul, gathering spirit, would become ineffective. Otherwise, that would be utterly unthinkable. At that moment, Sarro could have obliterated him with a single Abyssal Dragon breath. How could he not be apprehensive? Chapter 39, A Heist on the Other Side. Approximately 5 seconds later, the blinding light dissipated, giving way to an aged figure. He was none other than Duke Rosemont, the sovereign of the Silva Plains. Alas, this truly was a dire situation. Rosemont turned to survey his surroundings, only to find that what was once a treasure trove had become a dilapidated wreck. The most crucial magic crystal factory lay abandoned, rendered utterly inoperative. A pang of sorrow gripped Rosemont's heart. The cost to reconstruct such a facility would not be less than 50,000 gold coins. Perhaps due to his deteriorating mood, the terrifying aura he exuded turned cold and ominous. Frost materialized on the ground in all directions. Father, Edmund, pale-faced, rushed forward and collapsed before the elder, kneeling on the ground. "I have failed. The dragon has fled, and the factory is beyond salvage. I am guilty." Edmund bowed his head in contrition. Rosemont gazed deeply at Edmund. "You did your utmost." Edmund struggled to respond. "Indeed, I did my best." Rosemont turned his gaze to the horizon. The dragon fled in this direction? At this, Edmund felt a measure of relief, sensing that the worst was behind him. He nodded vigorously. "Yes, do you wish to pursue? You must hurry, lest it escape further." With a determined step, Rosemont advanced. In a swoosh, he traversed a distance of 70 or 80 meters, as if teleporting. With another step, he covered the same span again. Although his pace was not particularly swift, the distance he covered was extraordinary. In mere moments, he had crossed several hundred meters, delving into the depths of the night. Ordinary extraordinary beings could no longer perceive him. Yet he continued to speed away. "Shishru, assist me in locking onto that dragon. I shall offer a sacrifice of thousands in return." Rosemont spoke softly. The shadow beneath him manifested crimson eyes as Shishru replied, "I shall do my best. However, you must understand, that dragon is adept at concealment. Otherwise, even if it had fled 10 miles away, you would still sense its presence." Yet, while Rosemont could not sense Sarro, Sarro was acutely aware of Rosemont's formidable master-level pressure. Level up. Sarro sensed the impending danger and activated his enhancements. Ding, acceleration spell level 8. Ding, upgrade points minus 1,700. Ding. Acceleration spell evolved. Light speed spell, current, light speed spell, level 3, rank 1 proceeding. Sarro felt no regret. Ding, healing spell level 1. Ding, upgrade points minus 1,000. Ding. Healing spell evolved. Holy light spell, current, holy light spell, level 3, rank 1. Ding, breath concealment spell level 1. Ding, upgrade points minus 1,000. Ding. Breath concealment spell evolved. Silent spell, current, silent spell, level 3, rank 1. Remaining upgrade points, 2,300. Sarro was somewhat taken aback, not expecting this level up to change the names of these 3 spells. Nevertheless, such a transformation significantly amplified their effects. In a flash, Sarro's speed surged, and he moved with the swiftness of light, his presence fading completely. His ability to conceal himself had escalated remarkably. Holy light! Sarro exclaimed, and a divine, pale golden radiance enveloped him. His wounds healed instantly. Of course, the primary reason for his rapid recovery was that he had not sustained significant damage in the battle. Suddenly, Sarro felt an itch where his lost dragon wing had once been. Turning his head, he noticed signs of revival in the severed appendage. How splendid! Sarro couldn't help but chuckle. In the rear, Shisharu remarked, I can no longer sense the opponent's presence. Rosemont furrowed his brow. What a cunning dragon! Am I destined to fail even after taking matters into my own hands? A sense of unease crept into Rosemont's heart. Some matters could be endured, but today's dragon hunt could not be taken lightly. With a sigh, Rosemont halted his steps. My friend, do not hesitate. Embrace the power of the abyss and become a great scion of the void. Shisharu, as per custom, urged Rosemont once more, who responded in kind, despair not. I still have time. Oh, you have saddened me, my friend. Shisharu feigned tears before vanishing completely. Beneath the magic crystal mine, they had discovered what appeared to be an ancient divine tomb, undoubtedly housing treasures that could extend the life of someone like him. Rosemont had a contingency plan. Prior to his arrival, he had been informed of the divine tomb's existence. His purpose for this personal descent was not solely to hunt the dragon. The tomb was his primary objective. Rosemont turned back, retracing his steps. Currently, Edmund was recuperating while instructing others to clear the aftermath. However, upon spotting Rosemont, he disregarded everything else and rushed over. Father, even you have failed? Edmund asked, his face a picture of shock. Despite being near the level of an extraordinary master, Rosemont maintained his composure. My failure, while unexpected, was not entirely beyond reason, he replied. Edmund considered Sarro's power and found it somewhat understandable, yet disappointment lingered in his heart. What are we to do? The adversary is too formidable. Anyone other than you would likely be effortlessly eradicated in a confrontation. Edmund's frustration deepened. Being targeted by such a powerful foe was indeed a tragedy. Moreover, Sarro's rapid growth meant that soon, even Rosemont himself might not stand a chance against him. At that moment, their very existence was at stake. Though Edmund could not believe that Sarro was the young dragon spoken of by Count Solon, the resemblance was uncanny, compelling him to concede the truth. Rosemont cast a glance at Edmund, maintaining his calm demeanor. He is just a dragon. Do not regard him as an unstoppable calamity. I am Duke of the Sarro Kingdom, one of the pillars of the realm. Though dragons are formidable, humanity possesses greater strength. Humans are scattered across the world and are the true masters of this realm. Although we may be a minor faction, we are still part of humanity. At the very least, we belong to the Sarro Kingdom, which will not idly watch as we are annihilated. We have avenues for assistance. That dragon cannot harm us. Rosemont's words were logical and sound, yet Edmund remained unconvinced. How could we possibly remain unscathed with Sarro's kind of dragon targeting us? Moreover, while we may seek aid, those human powerhouses are not our servants. They cannot perpetually shield us. Rosemont was well aware of this truth. He stepped toward the mine and continued, Indeed, those forces are not our own. They are unreliable. However, this suspected ancient divine tomb holds the potential to turn the tide in our favor. There even exists the possibility of ascending to divinity. Edmund, gather the many talented, extraordinary beings within our territory and bring them to challenge the trials. Should they acquire treasures that prove effective against me, I shall bestow upon them great wealth. Should they dare defy me, I shall annihilate their entire lineage. At this moment, Edmund recalled the newly acquired divine tomb, a smile breaking across his face as he felt a sense of relief. "Very well, father, I shall make the arrangements forthwith." His eagerness was palpable. He longed for the power to restrain sorrow and quell the anxieties that plagued his future. After soaring for over 10 minutes, Sarro finally came to a halt. He had sensed the formidable pressure emanating from Rosemont had dissipated. It was time to continue his plunder. Sarro surveyed his surroundings, eager to amass wealth. His ambition was to ascend to the rank of a superior extraordinary being. He pondered whether, after Rosemont's departure to the Sunglass Mine, the Montfort stronghold had become devoid of skilled fighters. Suddenly, a realization struck him. His heart raced, and a dark crimson glint flickered in his eyes. Montfort, serving as the headquarters, surely harbored considerable riches, now more vulnerable than ever. Was fortune about to smile upon him once more? With a swift turn, Sarro departed hastily. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at his destination. Alert! Guard the entrance diligently, allowing no suspicious individuals to enter. Everyone, stay vigilant. Though night had fallen, countless extraordinary warriors were patrolling within Montfort. Indeed, Rosemont was no fool. He was acutely aware of the stronghold's current vulnerability. To thwart any opportunistic intruders, he had instructed the warriors to heighten their vigilance. Above Montfort, an ethereal magical barrier was in operation, functioning as a large-scale defensive array. Any ordinary intruder would be deterred at the sight, shying away from any reckless notions. The area was inscribed with extraordinary magical formations, and should he venture inside, Sarro would undoubtedly be affected and weakened. Furrowing his brow, Sarro felt a pang of frustration. He had underestimated the stronghold's defenses. Nevertheless, with determination, he believed there was a chance to overcome the disadvantage. He turned and flew towards the opposite side of Montfort, beginning to assess the general layout and situation within. 5 minutes later, Sarro opened his mouth wide, unleashing a dark golden abyssal dragon breath that cascaded from the sky like a mighty river. The magical barrier shielding Montfort sensed the imminent threat and erupted with intense magical light, solidifying its protective shield. In the next moment, the dragon breath collided with the barrier, causing it to cave inward. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! This sudden turn of events immediately captured the attention of numerous warriors. Increase magical output, bolster our defenses. An elderly woman, clad in a faded white robe, soared into the air, commanding with authority. Great Abyss, grant me strength. Sarro, too, was exerting himself, every muscle in his body tensed, his sinews quaking violently, which enabled him to perform beyond his limits. With a resounding whoosh, his dragon breath doubled in strength, becoming thicker and more forceful. Crack! The barrier could no longer withstand the assault. With a thunderous explosion, a gaping hole, several meters in diameter, was formed. As time passed, the breach began to heal. Sarro closed his mouth, swiftly darting through the opening, arriving at the very heart of Montfort, precisely where Duke Rosemont's quarters were located. Suddenly, deafening alarms blared from the walls surrounding him. Simultaneously, due to the magical array, Sarro's illusory transformation began to waver. Some exceptionally perceptive individuals could faintly discern his unknown form and rough outline. The intruder has breached our defenses. He appears to be a dragon. The elderly sorceress gasped in shock. The Duke has placed a bounty on dragons and dispatched legions to hunt them. Have we attracted the attention of the dragonkin? Is this an act of vengeance? Taking a deep breath, she shouted, "Activate the gravity magic array to suppress him. Prepare the magical cannon for firing. Warriors, evacuate the residents from the castle center immediately." Even if the dragons sought revenge, humanity would not yield. This was their territory. Foul dragon, you shall perish here today. Humanity is not to be trifled with by your kind. Chapter 40. The plunder of Montbourg. The elderly sorceress commanded the entire army with remarkable swiftness. Montbourg now resembled a colossal machine, fervently activated and spinning wildly. A surge of potent magic surged forth, ominously locking onto Sarro. His body involuntarily plummeted to the ground, and the unfortunate earth, along with the surrounding structures, crumbled under the immense pressure. Bang! 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 In the distance, a thunderous roar echoed as beams of laser artillery, forged from concentrated magical energy, rained down upon Sarro in a relentless bombardment. Roar! Sarro bellowed, unleashing his draconic majesty with full force. Simultaneously, the spiked scales adorning his body rapidly elongated, transforming into a formidable layer of bone armor for enhanced defense. In the next instant, an explosive shell detonated nearby. unleashing a violent wave of turbulent winds and searing magical flames. The sound of cracking echoed as a significant portion of Sarro's armor shattered. Indeed formidable. Had I not been cautious, I could have perished in that explosion. Sarro charged towards a towering edifice adjacent to him, his massive form darting about with agility. He evaded a substantial portion of the magical artillery's onslaught, and everything that obstructed his path was obliterated, consumed by the system's miraculous power. Upgrade points. 10. Upgrade points. 15. Upgrade points. 7. Many buildings in Montbourg possess precious materials, rendering them quite valuable. Archers, assemble. Shield bearers, surround them. Artillery, do not cease fire. Bombard this area with all your might. The lesser warriors, unable to perceive Sarro, resorted to indiscriminate bombardment. Yet, such blind fire proved to be imprecise, resulting in a significant waste of their attacks. Nevertheless, the soldiers cared little. Their sole desire was to eliminate the intruder. This was the core of Duke Rosemont, and no enemy was to be granted free rein. They were all prepared to face death for this cause. How terrifying. Help me. I am but a servant of the Duke. Flee. I must not remain here any longer. The ordinary citizens in the vicinity had not yet fully evacuated. Alas, Sarro had arrived too swiftly, leaving the residents with no time to escape. How vexing, truly vexing. Sarro exclaimed in frustration. He opened his mouth once more, unleashing Abyssal Dragon breath while glancing around. The dark, golden river of dragon breath sliced through the air like a colossal, moving blade, sweeping across all directions. Countless buildings were effortlessly cleaved in two. The elderly sorceress in the sky let out a scream as she was hurled away by the dragon breath, crashing into a distant structure. In the next moment, the dragon breath swept through the air, landing upon a circular plaza 1,000 meters away. This plaza was adorned with various magical runes, rendering it extraordinary. In truth, this place was indeed remarkable. It served as a low-level teleportation array. Having previously scouted this area, Sarro had aimed to eliminate it as thoroughly as possible. The merciless dragon breath descended with a thunderous roar, obliterating the locale. Numerous fragments flew forth like shards of ice. At this point, Sarro completed a circuit, closing his mouth. Though the duration was brief, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Additionally, a radius of 1 kilometer around him had been reduced to ruins, with countless mortals and extraordinary beings buried beneath the debris of shattered buildings. This caused significant casualties. Most crucially, many magical formations inscribed within the castle had been partially destroyed, rendering the local magical array less rigorous and exposing clear vulnerabilities. Consequently, the suppression Sarro had been under significantly diminished. This is terrifying. It is undoubtedly a catastrophe. It's over. The teleportation array has been destroyed. Duke Rosemont must re-establish his coordinates to arrive here. Lord Findelon, having been severely injured, had lost consciousness and succumbed to a faint. Many humans, terrified, witnessed the chaotic and crumbling scene. They fled in a panic, daring not to approach Sarro. Nevertheless, a number of fearless souls continued to launch ranged attacks, bombarding Sarro relentlessly. For humanity, the vile dragon must perish. Even a dragon shall not compel our surrender. Sarro, not foolish, refrained from engaging head-on. He swiftly maneuvered to evade the distant strikes. Wherever he passed, all things dissipated. Even vessels and containers were not spared. Where's the Duke's treasury? Sarro felt a twinge of anxiety. Time was of the essence. He yearned most for the Duke's vault, where countless treasures surely resided, with layers of earth stripped away. Fortune smiled upon Sarro. It was not long before he discovered a chamber resembling a collection room, housing ancient artifacts along with aesthetically pleasing or uniquely significant extraordinary items. Upgrade points, 100. Upgrade points, 80. Upgrade points, 120. Damn it. The enemy has found the Duke's beloved antiques. In the distance, an enraged voice cried out. Attack! Attack! Launch an all-out assault. This is the Duke's disgrace, the kingdom's disgrace. Even if it means destroying these treasures, we shall not allow that vile dragon to acquire them. The extraordinary warriors, driven mad, unleashed their fury. In the magical crystal mines, Rosemont had been informed of the invasion of Montbourg. Though treasures abounded here, he could not forsake his home. Standing within a magic circle, enveloped in a radiant white light, he suddenly sensed the illumination fade, leaving the magic circle tranquil and ordinary. The coordinates on the opposite end vanished. Rosemont, seasoned and astute, recognized the implications at once. He furrowed his brow. This truly is a premeditated assault. If the coordinates on the opposite side are destroyed, he would be unable to teleport accurately to his destination in a timely manner. Nonetheless, this would not deter him. Thunderquake. Rosemont turned and called out, "Hasten to re-establish the coordinates for Montborg, or create a directional teleportation array to send me near the castle." Directional teleportation entails sending one towards a general direction and distance, barely qualifying as semi-random teleportation. Thunderquake approached. "My lord, creating a directional teleportation array is the quickest and simplest method, yet it may lead to unforeseen circumstances, placing you in a chaotic and unfamiliar location." Rosemont replied gravely, "Then let it be a directional teleportation. I, an old relic, shall wager a chance to see if my luck is truly so dire." To be honest, the recent mishaps involving dragon hunts had left him rather exasperated. Thunderquake nodded earnestly. "Understood. Please hold for a moment." He then turned to his comrades. "Gather around. It is time to exert ourselves." Magicians nearby, hearing his command, hurried to comply. Perhaps spurred by the urgency, the mages appeared tense within mere moments. They were drenched in sweat, clearly having expended great energy. On the outskirts of Montborg, a shabby little building stood. Despite the grandiose conflict at the castle's center, the impact here was minimal. At this moment, an old man, one-armed and reeking of alcohol, lay on a dilapidated bed. Fast asleep. "Ah, it's too noisy. Too noisy. I can barely enjoy my final moments in peace." Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, and a terrifying aura erupted from his frail form. The oppressive atmosphere was suffused with a vivid crimson hue, intermingled with the terrifying scent of blood and a tang of acidity. In mere moments, the furniture within a 10-meter radius grotesquely decayed. Even the ground lay charred and cracked. How had this duke managed to allow invaders to breach the castle? How disappointing. Dear brother, you have let me down immensely. At my age, nearing the end of my days, must I still fight for you? Utterly infuriating. The old man gritted his teeth and propelled himself forward with a burst of energy. With a crash, the wall shattered. He soared into the sky, heading toward the heart of the castle. A formidable pressure swept through the air, alerting numerous extraordinary beings to the presence of the one-armed elder. Who is this? Such a powerful old man lurks within our castle. Surely, he must be a transcendent being of the highest order. Remarkable. A human, here to assist us against the invaders. The crowd erupted in cheers, sensing a glimmer of hope for victory. Just an old, frail man of dubious capability. Sarro turned to glance, and upon seeing the elder's appearance, could not suppress a mocking smile. Such a decrepit figure surely possessed diminished combat prowess. Even some formidable extraordinary beings of the 8th rank could easily overpower him. Yet, Sarro had to concede that Duke Rosemont had indeed concealed a formidable transcendent being here. One who bore no presence in the outside world. Dragon Breath of the Abyss. Sarro initiated the confrontation with a torrent of dark golden energy. The half-crippled elder swiftly dodged the attack, closing in rapidly. Blood Shadow Assassination. With his remaining hand, he drew a blood sword and lunged at Sarro. With a sharp sound, the air exploded, a splatter of bloodlight appearing on Sarro's forehead. A heavy murderous intent weighed down upon him like a mountain. Stumbling, Sarro retreated several steps. His breath of dragon interrupted. With great difficulty, he steadied himself, only to have a few bone protrusions on his forehead snap and fall to the ground. Such formidable defense. Rosemont, it seems I may perish for you this day. The half-crippled elder spoke softly, devoid of any fear, raising his sword to strike. Swish, swish, swish. Waves of blood-colored swordlight manifested as if teleporting around Sarro, bombarding him relentlessly. Roar! Sarro bellowed, his voice transforming into a storm that swept outward, dispersing the blood-red swordlight. Humans should retire in their old age, not seek death. My time is limited. Why do you disturb me? Sarro's speed surged, appearing before the half-crippled elder in an instant. Solar Dragon Fist. His claws ignited with blazing flames, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Everything around was consumed by the fire, even stones and earth reduced to ashes. The elder squinted against the brightness, yet his unique perception allowed him to block Sarro's dragon fist with his sword. However, the immense power that followed forced the elder's lone arm to jerk backward. His entire body was propelled like a stone. Die, 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 Sarro relentlessly pursued, resembling a moving sun as he crashed into the elder. No matter how the elder struggled, he could not escape Sarro's onslaught. with several powerful strikes. The elder's clothing tore apart, revealing his gaunt physique. The intense heat from the dragon fist scorched the elder's flesh, causing it to crack and bleed profusely with every movement. 4-star, 9 level, frenzied bloodshed. The elder sensed impending doom. If this continued, he would soon meet his end. While he could embrace death, he could not allow it to claim him so swiftly. Gritting his teeth, his eyes turned a deep crimson. The blood within him ignited, causing his body to swell dramatically, releasing torrents of bloodfire. Now, he was a being consumed by murderous intent, a creature of blood and flame. Huh! The elder roared, thrusting his blood sword forward to counter the approaching dragon fist. At that moment, he had grown powerful enough to match Sarro's speed. Yet, in the next instant, another dragon fist barreled toward him. Being one-armed, the elder was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, his legs remained intact. He raised his right leg to block the other dragon fist. Sarro intensified his force, propelling the elder away. "You are doomed," Sarro seethed, realizing the elder had little vitality left. Perhaps, it would not be long before his blood was extinguished, leading to a tragic demise. Alas, time was of the essence. Sarro could not afford to waste it on this elder. Duke Rosemont might soon arrive. He needed to scour the wealth of this place in the shortest time possible. Dragon Breath of the Abyss. Sarro resorted to his strongest attack once more. The dark, golden torrent erupted from the dragon's maw, and this time, the elder, still reeling from Sarro's previous strike, found himself unable to steady himself. Thus, he had no time to evade. Endless blood, split the earth, tear the heavens, unleash the abyss. There was no choice. The elder could only face the onslaught head-on, swinging his sword in retaliation. The massive blood crescent sword energy erupted, colliding with the dragon breath. Yet, despite the elder's newfound strength, he could not withstand Sarro's full force. The dragon breath pushed him back, crashing him into a nearby building. Boom! The structure crumbled under the impact. The elder continued to retreat, the dragon breath clinging to him like a relentless adhesive, offering him no respite. Sarro flapped his dragon wings and legs, thrusting forward with all his might, intent on obliterating the elder. In the distance, more magical cannons were activating, preparing to bombard Sarro's vicinity. Quickly assist. The elder must not fall. Extraordinary soldiers, clutching various magical explosives, gathered to launch their projectiles at Sarro. The assault was fierce. Sarro suffered grievous wounds, revealing glimpses of his dragon bones, and, in some areas, even his innards. In summary, these extraordinary soldiers were formidable. Without the half-crippled elder, Sarro could easily dispatch them, but the elder's presence complicated matters. Die! Sarro's urgency escalated, his eyes growing increasingly crimson. He adjusted his position, directing the dragon breath to pin the elder down to the ground. The earth trembled violently, gradually sinking. The elder cried out in agony, struggling to retreat, forced to endure the full force of the dragon breath. This was unbearable. His blood sword trembled violently, slowly fracturing. To make matters worse, the elder's blood fire was dissipating, his vitality rapidly diminishing. "Rosemont, I am dying." The elder sighed in resignation, astonished by Sarro's brutality. Even as an established transcendent being, he had not withstood the onslaught for long, a truly humiliating fate. Sarro's eyes glimmered as he sensed the elder's weakening state and quickened his pace toward him. When the distance between them narrowed to less than 10 meters, Sarro suddenly closed his mouth and leaped forward, planting his foot firmly on the elder. Uffed. The elderly man expelled a torrent of blood and fire, extinguishing himself entirely. "Ha ha ha! I have triumphed," exclaimed Sarro with delight. The half-destroyed elder closed his eyes, peacefully exhaling his last breath. Upgrade points, 1,000. It must be said, this old man was quite valuable. However, it was more likely that he possessed some treasure. With a swift motion, Sarro departed from his original position, enveloped in a faint golden light. Holy light technique. The wounds upon his body rapidly mended. Yet, his breath grew increasingly labored. There was little to be done. Although he had only been here for mere minutes, the injuries he sustained were severe, and the depletion of his energy was considerable. "Hurry, I crave wealth. I shall seize all that you possess." Sarro moved with great speed, leaving a trail of dissolution in his wake. The distant extraordinary warriors were momentarily bewildered, struggling to lock onto Sarro and truly strike his form. Suddenly, as Sarro's foot struck the ground, an unusual sound resonated. He paused briefly before exerting greater force. With a crackling sound, the ground shattered like thin ice. revealing an underground chamber filled with a vast accumulation of gold and silver treasures. This was the apparent wealth of Duke Rosemont. In truth, for extraordinary beings, true wealth was typically stored within personal spatial artifacts. These were merely mundane riches, devoid of extraordinary magic coins. Sarro felt a twinge of regret. According to his understanding, any magic coins extracted from the magic crystal mines would have undoubtedly been handed over to Duke Rosemont. This time, Sarro had hoped to acquire the coins harvested previously. Regrettably, he was disappointed. However, obtaining this trove of gold and silver was not in vain. He opened his mouth wide, inhaling deeply. A fierce wind howled, sweeping the myriad treasures into his grasp. As the wealth made contact with Sarro, the system's power descended, confiscating the riches and converting them into upgrade points. In less than 5 seconds, the location was thoroughly plundered. Remaining upgrade points, 8,200, still over 1,000 short. I cannot afford to linger further. Sarro cast a reluctant glance around before soaring into the sky. With a resounding crack, the previously restored magical barrier shattered, creating a large breach. After a brief pause, he darted through the opening, charging into the sea of clouds, eager to escape. Has it come to an end? Monte Castle fell silent. The extraordinary warriors, who had been frantically battling, found themselves somewhat at a loss after Sarro's departure. The terrified common folk cautiously released their anxieties, feeling a sense of relief after the ordeal. Enough chatter, let us swiftly clear the area and assist the injured, shouted a middle-aged man, his face pale. Though the battle had concluded and they no longer faced the terrifying invader, the sight of the shattered castle left them feeling despondent. May the Duke not be angered. Is that even possible? For nearly a century, no one has dared to be so audacious as to invade Monte Castle. This is our great shame. We must prepare for punishment. This was indeed a significant event. Perhaps the Silva Plains would become a laughingstock to the kingdom. The people murmured amongst themselves. Chapter 41. Creating great trouble for the Duke. Trading in intelligence. Chapter 41. A major trouble for the Duke. Trafficking in information. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, in the west of Montfort, a beam of white teleportation light descended. After 2 or 3 seconds, the white light dissipated, revealing the aged Duke Rosemont. Fortuitously, this time the directional teleportation had minimal deviation. Rosemont's expression was grim as he hastily made his way toward Montfort. The dilapidated castle came into view, provoking a surge of anger within him. His hands clenched involuntarily. Ever since he ascended to the rank of a master, Montfort had been a fortress, impervious to any intruders or disturbances from other beings. Yet now, everything lay in shambles. A keen-eyed soldier spotted Rosemont, lamenting, "Oh, my son, my granddaughter have been slain." The crowd seemed to find their anchor in his presence. Many, overcome with grief, rushed to him, weeping and wailing, creating a scene of profound desolation. "Do not despair. I shall provide you with an explanation," Rosemont declared, swiftly departing to the heart of the castle. There, he beheld the ruined remnants of what was once a vibrant dwelling, now significantly diminished. "Cursed dragon," Rosemont muttered through gritted teeth. Though this was merely material loss, the true treasures were not kept here, yet he remained incensed and somewhat sorrowful. "Lord Rosemont, this battle has claimed over 200 soldiers, with more than 500 innocent civilians caught in the crossfire and countless others injured," an elderly steward approached, recounting the dire state of Montfort. The most significant loss was that of an elderly one-armed man, slain by the dragon, his body now missing. The steward's heart ached. For this elder was of considerable value, a grievous blow to Montfort's stature. "What? Randit has been killed?" Upon hearing of the one-armed man's demise, Rosemont's composure shattered. Tears glimmered in his eyes, and though aged, his formidable frame trembled uncontrollably. The old steward, witnessing this reaction, realized the extraordinary bond between Randit and Rosemont. Confounded, he pondered how he, a high-ranking member of the Silver Plains, closely allied with Edmund, was unaware of Randit's existence or his significance. A terrifying aura erupted from Rosemont, radiating outward, causing the steward to feel as if the very earth was collapsing beneath him, a towering wave of despair crashing over him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was hurled away by the force. The ground beneath Rosemont quaked violently, fracturing and sinking. "Randit, I am so sorry," he lamented. "You should have enjoyed your twilight years, living in peace without a care. Why did you choose to fight? Why did you not flee, you fool? I do not deserve such sacrifice, nor does Montfort warrant your protection in this manner." Rosemont was engulfed in sorrow, truly wishing for Randit's survival. As the day broke, the sun ascended slowly from the horizon. 700 miles away from Montfort, nestled within a dark forest, a solitary dark golden, one-winged dragon lay atop a colossal tree. A faint rustling echoed nearby, as a large gray rabbit, about a meter long, emerged from the dense underbrush. This creature, a lowly gray-furred rabbit, ranked among the weakest of extraordinary beings. Easily hunted by an armed human, the gray rabbit cautiously surveyed its surroundings, seeking fresh grass to munch upon. Suddenly, it froze in terror, instinctively flattening itself to the ground. The dragon, Sarro, awakened and leisurely observed the rabbit. "What a splendid day. I wake up to find a meal delivered right to my doorstep," Sarro mused, a sly smile forming on his lips as an aura of draconic authority emanated from him, nearly sending the rabbit into a state of shock. Stretching, Sarro's muscles and bones creaked audibly, having fully restored the energy he had expended. He descended swiftly, landing beside the rabbit, extending his right claw to grasp its head, lifting its hind legs off the ground. Remarkably, the rabbit's soft, furry body felt delightful to the touch. Sarro's left claw, tipped with sharp claws, sliced open the rabbit's belly, causing its entrails to spill onto the ground. He exhaled forcefully, sending the rabbit's fur and blood flying away. In mere seconds, the rabbit lay entirely cleaned. Flames flickered in Sarro's left claw as he directed them toward the rabbit, skillfully ensuring the meat remained untouched while achieving perfect cooking. Moments later, the rabbit shriveled and exuded a rich aroma of cooked meat. From his spatial pouch, Sarro retrieved some seasoning, sprinkling it generously over the rabbit before devouring it whole. The sound of crunching bones filled the air as he relished the flavor. "It seems I possess a natural talent for culinary arts," Sarro remarked with a modest smile. However, such bliss is often fleeting. Taking a deep breath, Sarro employed the technique of metamorphic illusion to conceal himself. He soared into the sky, departing the scene. A new day had dawned, and it was time for him to earn a fortune. With so many nearby nobles, a few well-timed heists should easily yield the requisite points for advancement. Yet before that, he intended to create significant trouble for the old Duke Rosemont, a treacherous smile gracing his face. Within the Silver Plains, Duke Rosemont reigned supreme, the undisputed sovereign of the region. Yet this was merely the surface reality. Beneath it lay an unfathomable force, the underground black market. This clandestine operation was shrouded in mystery, with numerous branches scattered around the globe. Its power was formidable, and its membership complex and diverse. Regardless, the underground black market was notorious and feared. Legend has it that a mysterious deity, disapproving of the black market, once intervened a millennium ago. The details of that confrontation remain unknown to this day. Nonetheless, after the conflict, the black market continued to thrive, and the deity fell silent. The entity itself dissipated into nothingness, leaving no trace of its intentions. This reality has made the world acutely aware that the underground black market cannot be underestimated. It is one of many formidable powers that demand respect. The underground black market is indeed nefarious, harboring various malevolent beings and protecting numerous criminals. It exists as a lawless zone, not belonging to any nation. Although it was daylight, the black market thrived, bustling with activity. Located in the northern plains of the Silver Plains, the underground market's entrances were hidden within nearby cities and villages, eluding the notice of the ordinary populace. Some entrances were even situated in desolate wilderness areas. Approximately an hour later, a hunchbacked dwarf clad in a black cloak arrived at a secluded hillock. There exists a clandestine entrance to the underworld market, guarded by formidable, scarred human brutes. The fee for entry is 10 silver coins. Upon the arrival of the cloaked figure, the muscular men indifferently extend their hands. The cost is steep. The cloaked individual, wincing at the expense, reluctantly produces the requisite coins. "Welcome, and may your experience be pleasurable," the brute cheerfully declares, unconcerned by any grumbling. The cloaked figure, however, remains impassive and steps inside. Within lies a dim, damp underground passage, permeated by an odd odor. The cloaked individual continues onward, navigating through a diverse throng of passers-by, some obscured in disguise, while others reveal their true visages. After several minutes of traversing the lengthy corridor, the cloaked figure emerges into a vast, somber, subterranean city. Magical bones. Who desires them? Exquisite female slaves, pure-blooded elves. Hurry and seize the opportunity. Baby hearts. Top-notch tools of dark magic, a cacophony of raucous shouts assaults the senses. The denizens here, though some are human, are predominantly inhuman and malevolent creatures. The wares available could drive any virtuous knight to madness. Curious, the cloaked figure observes the surroundings before strolling leisurely through the city. Soon, he arrives at a bustling establishment known as the Information House, frequented by various extraordinary beings seeking to buy or sell intelligence. He steps inside. Esteemed guest, what is your desire? Inquires an alluring dark elf receptionist, her skin ebony and her attire revealing. She embodies the essence of a wicked and debauched spirit, her every movement designed to entice. I come to sell information, but your rank is too low for our discussion. The cloaked figure replies with an air of arrogance and detachment. The dark elf, taken aback, retorts, I can make decisions. The cloaked figure, meeting her gaze, states, I possess significant intelligence regarding the divine. At this, the dark elf becomes serious, suppressing her allure. You must swear that you are not here to deceive. The cloaked figure nods. I swear that I possess crucial information about the gods. Should I speak falsely, let the Abyssal Demon consume me entirely, leaving not a trace behind. Her smile returns. What a valuable client. A grand transaction indeed. Please, follow me, esteemed mysterious sir. Such vital intelligence cannot be discussed here. Nearby, several extraordinary beings have overheard their conversation, their eyes fixed hungrily on the cloaked figure. Had this not been the Information House, they might have rushed forward to extract the divine secrets from him. They enter a secluded chamber. The cloaked figure settles into a wolfskin sofa as the dark elf serves him a cup of tea. Esteemed guest, my name is Goran. Please wait a moment. Our Lord, Lord Shalon, will soon arrive to discuss matters of the divine with you. Very well, the cloaked figure replies dismissively, but do expedite. For there are more than just the Information House in this underground market. Laughter resounds from outside as the door swings open, revealing another mysterious figure cloaked in black. Lord Shalon, Goran bows respectfully. Well done. I shall take it from here, Shalon replies with a smile. Of course, Goran beams, knowing that such praise indicates her success and the possibility of a substantial reward. She leaves, her demeanor jubilant. Now, only the cloaked figure and Shalon remain. Please, share your intelligence regarding the divine, Shalon eagerly requests as he sits opposite the cloaked figure. Certainly, but first we must agree upon a price. Let me think. I require 100,000 gold coins. Shalon falls silent, pondering the request. After 4 seconds of contemplation, he struggles to respond. That is exorbitant. It is merely information. The cloaked figure scoffs dismissively, not exorbitant at all. Although it is information, it is worth dozens, if not hundreds, of times its weight in gold. I assure you, my intelligence is both straightforward and invaluable. Seeing the cloaked figure's unwavering confidence, Shalon reluctantly nods and produces a parchment filled with demonic energy, quickly inscribing terms. Review this contract. If agreeable, please sign. He pushes the document toward the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure examines the contract, which outlines the terms of the transaction, including the amounts involved and stipulations forbidding Shalon from reselling the information. Moreover, should the intelligence prove unworthy, Shalon reserves the right to reduce the payment. Should either party breach the contract, a mysterious demon shall come to claim their soul. Reluctantly, the cloaked figure acquiesces. It will suffice. But I require an additional clause ensuring that you may not inflict harm upon me. No backstabbing, exposure, or assassination. Otherwise, I shall freely disclose the intelligence, leaving you bankrupt. In essence, our transaction must be mutually beneficial and devoid of future grievances. He returns the contract to Shalon. Please sign your name, Shalon prompts. The cloaked figure complies readily, inscribing the name Shalon. In truth, the cloaked figure is a disguised Shalon, having stumbled upon the underground market upon arriving in the Silva Plains. Previously, he had been preoccupied and, given the market's dubious reputation, had avoided it and neglected to delve deeper into its workings. Returning to the matter at hand, Shalon begins. Beneath the magical crystal mine of Duke Rosemont, ancient relics pertaining to the divine have been discovered. Investigations suggest it may be a divine tomb. This information is sufficient to satisfy Shalon's contract. Shalon's eyes widen in disbelief. How can this be? Shalon smirks. There is nothing impossible. Duke Rosemont himself has taken personal command of the site. Can you truly claim it a fabrication? With your information house's capabilities, a simple investigation will surely yield clues. Furthermore, the contract is intact, signifying my truthfulness. What? Do you not trust your own contract? Shalon, caught off guard, chuckles awkwardly. My apologies. I was merely taken aback and momentarily lost my composure. Enough idle chatter. Bring forth my payment. Shalon replies impatiently. Chapter 42. Enhancement and the Terrifying Awe of the Barbarian Deity. Chapter 42. Upgrading Points. The Beast God in Dread. Shortly after, Sarro emerged from the information house, exuding an aura of authority. Esteemed guests, we welcome your next visit. Behind him, the enchanting Gorin curtsied respectfully. Sarro paid her no heed. His attention was solely consumed by the personal data panel of the system. Remaining upgrade points. 18,200. How splendid. Sarro felt a surge of excitement. Yet a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. If only he possessed an information house and a plethora of connections. This time he would have undoubtedly garnered more than 100,000 gold. Sarro shook his head vigorously. It was too late now, and given his limited abilities, he must accept this loss, and do so with a willing heart. However, just as he contemplated, a shout pierced the air, followed by a dozen peculiar extraordinary beings rushing towards him, encircling him. I am in high spirits today, so you little brats be gone, Sarro declared with arrogance. The strongest among them was merely a mid-tier extraordinary creature, and such weaklings were hardly worth his effort to slay. You are too arrogant. I have heard you possess divine information. Speak up if you know what is good for you, or you shall not leave here today. And of course, relinquish your wealth. A robust half-orc, exhibiting feline traits, stepped forward, his greed palpable. In an instant, Sarro felt an increase in extraordinary presences surrounding him, accompanied by numerous aggressive gazes. It was evident that many onlookers lurked in the shadows, drawn by the allure of divine information. Alas, I extend a benevolent heart, yet you refuse to accept it. Sarro sighed in frustration, lamenting his own kindness amidst these ignorant fools. The might of the dragon erupted, sweeping across the scene. How can this be? Is it a dragon? Indeed, this power was unmistakably that of a dragon, one he had experienced a decade prior. Flee, we have encountered a formidable foe. The surrounding extraordinary beings, sensing the impending doom, hastily turned to escape. With a thunderous bang, Sarro's dark garments erupted, revealing his colossal form as a more ferocious draconic power surged forth. He charged forward with terrifying speed. Accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, the extraordinary beings that had just encircled him were swiftly vanquished. Upgrade points, 6. Upgrade points, 4. Upgrade points, 30. The remains of his foes dissipated silently. Sarro continued on his path, hurtling like a meteor towards the right. Everything in his way shattered. Even the ground split open under the force of his passage. Oh no, I bear no ill will. A portly human man appeared before him. Screaming in terror, I was merely a spectator. But Sarro paid him no mind. The slaughter commenced. Some, realizing they could not shake off Sarro, turned towards the black market entrance in desperation. With a roar, a pillar of wind erupted from his mouth, soaring across the expanse towards the black market entrance. Several extraordinary beings attempting to flee were caught off guard, shredded by the wind pillar, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Hey, great dragon, do not go too far. You are severely disrupting the commerce of the black market. The gatekeeper, though not particularly powerful, displayed remarkable audacity in reprimanding Sarro. Yet Sarro remained unfazed. After a minute of carnage, with no extraordinary beings remaining nearby, he finally halted. The ground around him lay in ruins, a scene of utter devastation. Sarro turned to regard the gatekeeper, a subtle malice glimmering in his draconic eyes. The gatekeeper trembled beneath his gaze. We are officials of the black market. What do you intend? Despite his fear, the gatekeeper maintained a brave facade. Arrogance. I cannot contend with the entirety of the black market. But dealing with insignificant pests like you is certainly within my capabilities. Does the black market possess the strength to oppose a deity? A rich derision flickered in Sarro's eyes. In the face of true strength, you weaklings must learn to show reverence. Having connections does not grant you the liberty to scorn a true dragon. He approached, each heavy footstep causing the earth to tremble. You are correct in your admonishment. Suddenly, a starkly different voice resonated from a distance, followed by the overwhelming presence of a superior extraordinary being approaching. In a flash, a figure clad in gleaming silver armor soared towards Sarro, landing before him. Do you believe you can halt me? Sarro continued his advance, undeterred. Given my strength, I cannot stop you. After all, You are the true dragon who breached Montfort and defeated the renowned genius Landit 50 years ago, the Silver Extraordinary being stated calmly. Sarro's recent exploits had indeed caused quite a stir. Rumors of his prowess had spread among various factions and extraordinary beings. Huh. Sarro scoffed dismissively. This sum of 1,000 gold shall serve as your compensation. The Silver Extraordinary being produced a small pouch of coins, using an invisible force to present them to Sarro. Please, remain calm. Otherwise, I will be compelled to summon the Underground Lord, he added, a veiled threat lacing his words. 4. It was rumored that the Underground Lord was a master of the extraordinary. Upgrade points. 100. The coins vanished. Let your people be aware that the underground black market is not invincible. As long as I do not provoke the black market, I expect you not to meddle with the true dragon. Sarro paused, turning to depart, yet his voice echoed back. You have made a valid point. I shall inform others. The Silver Extraordinary being nodded in agreement, his demeanor amicable. Sarro traversed several meters before taking to the air, soaring away. 5 seconds later, his form and presence vanished completely. Truly formidable, the Silver Extraordinary being mused, realizing he could no longer detect Sarro. Remaining upgrade points, 18. 480. The recent battle had granted Sarro a modest increase in upgrade points. After flying for over 10 minutes, he arrived at an uninhabited field. O great abyss, grant me strength. Sarro eagerly commenced his upgrade. Ding. Extraordinary Realm, Level 1 ding. Upgrade points -10, 000. Current, Extraordinary Realm. Superior, Level 1 ding. Abyss Dragon Breath undergoing transformative evolution. Current, Abyss Dragon Breath. 5-star Level 1. Remaining upgrade points, 8, 480, with a series of crackling sounds. Sarro's draconic form underwent a profound transformation. He rapidly grew, an intense surge of magical energy coursing through him, producing an unusual resonance. Marvelous. This wave has saved me 200,000 upgrade points. The automatic evolution of Abyss Dragon Breath was indeed impressive. Damn it, why am I advancing so swiftly? O great abyss, I am a demon god. Am I to be outdone by a mere dragon hatchling? Do you intend to forsake me, turning me into sustenance for this little dragon's growth? The long-absent abyss beast god was stirred once more. Now, Sarro's time had lengthened, roughly estimated to be around a year. This left the abyss beast god feeling quite unsettled, sensing the great cosmic barrier of the abyss was conspiring against him. Huff, huff, huff. Although the abyssal deity finds itself in a precarious state, it still gasps for breath, gritting its teeth. Cursed little wormling. I refuse to believe that the great abyss has forsaken me. I do not believe that you can ascend at such an alarming pace forever. Victory shall be mine. The glory of the deity shall never wane. Chapter 43. The Dungeon Master Versus. Duke Rosemont Sarro paid no heed to the feelings of the abyssal barbarian god and continued to allocate points for upgrades. Ding. Sun Dragon Fist, 18 ding. Upgrade points -8,000 ding. Sun Dragon Fist has evolved into Blazing Sun Dragon. Current, Blazing Sun Dragon. 3 stars, level 7. Remaining upgrade points, 480. Sarro felt somewhat desolate, possessing only one potent skill, the Abyssal Dragon Breath. Thus, he decided to enhance the formidable Sun Dragon Fist. The evolution into Blazing Sun Dragon filled him with unbridled joy. He stared blankly at the information sent by the system, his lips curving into a radiant smile. This Blazing Sun Dragon rivaled most 4-star spells. Truly, it was a testament to the system's prowess, overwhelmingly powerful. Let me test your might, he declared, as he unleashed the Blazing Sun Dragon. His body erupted with a thunderous roar. His corporeal form ignited entirely. Within mere seconds, Sarro transformed into a colossal dragon of pure crimson flames, nearly 10 meters long. Indeed, the Blazing Sun Dragon had elementalized him, rendering him an embodiment of fire, devoid of physicality. In this elemental state, he possessed formidable immunity to physical attacks. Moreover, his previously severed dragon wings re-emerged, restoring him to his prime. With a fierce roar, Sarro's bellow morphed into a torrent of fiery winds, radiating outward. The ground within a 50-meter radius cracked and charred under the heat. As his fiery wings unfurled, Sarro soared into the sky, his flaming form blazing with even greater ferocity. If he revealed his true self, it would evoke a visual illusion akin to facing a miniature sun. It was utterly magnificent. I have undoubtedly reached the caliber of an extraordinary master. Rosemont, your doom is at hand. With a surge of murderous intent, Sarro prepared to strike at his nearby foe, while secretly contemplating an assault on the underground black market. His visit today had revealed the vast wealth of the underground market. If he could plunder a portion of the city, he would effortlessly acquire millions of gold, thus casually ascending to the status of a true extraordinary master. The black market could wait. If I could procure treasures from the so-called divine tomb, I might significantly enhance my strength, making it far easier to contend with the black market. Though the black market's reputation instilled a degree of trepidation, he remained undaunted. For the sake of wealth, engaging in conflict with this formidable entity was well worth it. Moreover, in such a nefarious place, he felt justified in his intentions. He turned and charged towards Duke Rosmont's magic crystal mine, moving swiftly to arrive at the vicinity within merely an hour. The guards here were notably more vigilant. Clearly, Duke Rosmont was gathering his scattered subordinates for enhanced security. Should he launch a direct assault or proceed with caution? Sarro scratched his head in frustration. However, in the next moment, he dismissed his worries. Rosmont had not fought in quite a while. It was time for a spar. From afar, an overwhelming aura of wickedness approached. Sarro turned to behold a mass of peculiar clouds, dark with flecks of red, drifting towards him. Let the battle commence. I thirst for blood. Ancestors, slay the inhabitants here and seize the magic crystal mine, so we may amass wealth to acquire the legendary dragon's blood. Fret not about purchases. Hasn't a dragon arrived nearby? Once we conquer Duke Rosmont, we shall hunt that dragon. Upon closer inspection, the dark clouds revealed themselves as an endless swarm of bloodthirsty bats. Most of these bats were low-level creatures, easily dispatched, while those of moderate strength were rarer. The higher-tier bats were even more scarce, with only 3 of exceptional caliber. At the center of the bat swarm floated a scarlet throne, upon which sat a handsome young man clad in opulent attire. His eyes glowed a fierce red, and he held a goblet brimming with crimson liquid. He was the master of the bloodthirsty bats, a formidable entity of extraordinary mastery. Within the mountain, numerous extraordinary beings sensed the impending threat. Dungeon Master, bloodthirsty bat King Jaeger, what brings you here? Cried Aidman as he emerged. I desire battle, Jaeger replied nonchalantly. Aidman, you are too weak to converse with me. I hope you can summon your cowardly father. In truth, Jaeger had 2 primary objectives in his visit. The first was to probe Duke Rosmont regarding the divine tomb. The second was to seize this mountain for himself. Jaeger, I have no desire to fight you. This surface world is my domain. Kindly depart, or I shall annihilate your kin. Duke Rosmont soared from within the mountain. Rosmont was a warrior devoid of magical abilities. Yet upon reaching the extraordinary mastery level, he became a terrifying force, capable of flight through sheer strength. Whether we fight or not is not for you to decide, Jaeger retorted shamelessly, leaping towards Rosmont. An overwhelming surge of blood radiated from him. Blood shadow frenzy. Jaeger darted forward like a flash of light. His control over blood was extraordinary. Before even touching Rosmont, he manipulated the blood within Rosmont's body, causing his face to flush and blood to trickle from his nostrils. Enough of your insolence. Rosmont, incensed by Jaeger's disrespect, unleashed a torrent of azure energy, transforming it into a storm that collided with Jaeger's sanguine radiance. With a resounding crash, the surrounding space trembled. The once undulating blood was forcibly suppressed. Blood Moon, stab. Jaeger brandished 2 blood-colored daggers, lunging at Rosmont. A series of Blood Moon strikes bombarded Rosmont with relentless ferocity. In response, Rosmont drew a frosty long blade and retaliated. The ensuing clash produced a thunderous sound, propelling both combatants backward. The azure and sanguine lights collided like luminous ping-pong balls, unleashing a ceaseless wave of explosive energy that rippled outward. The heavens transformed in response to their might, darkening with ominous clouds and crackling with thunder. Such terror. Is this the essence of a master battle? Keep your distance. Do not get caught in the crossfire. The weaker extraordinary beings retreated in panic, yet witnessing this grand clash ignited their fervor, making the experience worthwhile. Kill. Slay these humans. Victory belongs to us, the bloodthirsty bats. Let humanity witness our might. Meanwhile, the vast swarm of bloodthirsty bats surged forth, storming into the heart of the magic crystal mine. Damnable monsters. The underground black market should not exist. Aidman seethed, gritting his teeth. Prepare for defense and counterattack. Annihilate these invaders. Humanity is invincible. Humanity never surrenders. This is our territory. Kill, kill, kill. The multitude of extraordinary warriors echoed the battle cry. On the surface, the bloodthirsty bats appeared to be the most numerous. However, these creatures were devoid of equipment. In contrast, the human extraordinary beings donned formidable artifacts to defend the magical crystal mines. Duke Rosemont and Edmund had brought forth an array of powerful extraordinary tools. "Fire!" shouted the commanders as they unleashed a combination of spells: rain of arrows, flame wave, weakening spell, slow spell, stun spell, low-level immobilization spell, and the fiery battle array. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, the magical cannons erupted into action. Numerous magical warriors employed various auxiliary spells to bolster their extraordinary counterparts and inflict curses upon their foes, diminishing their strength. The spectacle was both magnificent and harrowing. Before long, casualties emerged on both sides, though the bloodthirsty bats suffered greater losses. It was truly marvelous. Sarro, astounded by the scene, felt a wave of exhilaration. He exerted every effort to remain concealed, drifting silently like a whispering wind towards a cavern halfway up the mountain, which housed numerous magical crystal ores. Having spotted them, Sarro could not let the opportunity slip away. With remarkable speed, Sarro delved deeper into the mine. He had come to investigate what was suspected to be an ancient relic known as the Divine Tomb. The mining area's complex environment boasted a labyrinth of passages. One unfamiliar with the terrain would easily lose their way. Since the conventional route proved futile, Sarro lowered his gaze and unleashed a breath of the Abyssal Dragon, creating a gaping hole in the solid rock. Descending further, he continued to expel his breath. The current potency of the Abyssal Dragon's breath was formidable, rendering the once impenetrable mountain as easy to demolish as a mere Dobon. Before long, he had descended over 100 meters. Abruptly, he found himself in a pristine underground cavern where an ancient aura wafted from afar. Sarro understood that he was nearing his destination. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the ancient presence and swiftly moved towards it. In a brief moment, Sarro beheld a group of extraordinary warriors and an array of extraordinary firearms. "Hurry! Seal the entrance," commanded a middle-aged man, a high-ranking extraordinary being with hair half black and half white, as he directed the warriors to block the cave. Simultaneously, some warriors were setting traps and magical formations to fortify the area's defenses. Behind them, there was an opening from which the ancient aura emanated, accompanied by a faint divine presence. Clearly, this was Sarro's intended destination. Remaining invisible, Sarro quietly floated to an unoccupied corner, waiting in silence. Approximately 3 minutes later, the mine was sealed, yet the commotion of the extraordinary battle outside reverberated through the enclosed underground space. Distinct, piercing cries could be discerned, indicating that the bloodthirsty bats had infiltrated the mine. Sarro pondered, somewhat unsurprised. The sheer number of bloodthirsty bats was overwhelming, and their ability to fly conferred an advantage over the weaker human extraordinary beings. It was entirely reasonable that the human warriors could not completely fend off these creatures. Moreover, while the area was sealed, that did not guarantee absolute safety. These bizarre creatures possessed numerous peculiar abilities that could potentially unveil the anomalies within. Bart and Rebo, the high-ranking extraordinary beings, led a dozen young extraordinary beings to the entrance of the trial ground. "Enter, for the great Duke Rosemont's treasure of longevity awaits. You shall rise in this process and receive the rewards left by the deities." A group of talented youths had already been sent forth. "Understood," they replied solemnly, excitement evident in their demeanor, for this indeed represented a golden opportunity for their ascent. With a flurry of movement, they leaped into the abyss. The trial commenced, and the voice of the intelligent judge resonated. "Good luck, children." The high-ranking extraordinary beings watched with anticipation. Unfortunately, due to the mysterious energies within the trial ground, he could not discern the intricate details inside. He then turned to the surrounding warriors, his expression revealing unspoken thoughts. He too had contemplated sending in these seemingly ordinary warriors for the trial, believing that with sufficient numbers, some might emerge as diamonds in the rough. However, the presence of formidable enemies outside quickly dissuaded him from that notion. "We must remain vigilant. We are the last line of defense. We cannot afford to fail." The warriors nodded gravely in agreement. Yet, in the next instant, the chest of the high-ranking extraordinary being erupted, revealing a gaping hole exposing his innards. "There, our enemies," he gasped, eyes wide with horror. The surrounding human extraordinary beings were momentarily stunned, paralyzed by shock, sealing their fates. Tickle, tickle, tickle. This is now my domain, Sarro's voice echoed. With a swish, a wave of wind blades erupted, radiating in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the extraordinary warriors were swept away, meeting their demise. The air thickened with the heavy scent of blood, turning the atmosphere a deep crimson. The numerous extraordinary corpses swiftly vanished, along with an array of extraordinary artifacts, magical cannons, magical bombs, and weapons. Within less than half a minute, the area lay desolate. Sarro, somewhat taken aback, had not anticipated the wealth concealed here. Allocate points, allocate points. Ding. Solar Flame Dragon Level 3 Upgrade Points minus 3,000 current Solar Flame Dragon. 3-star. Level 10 remaining upgrade points. 0. The Enhanced Solar Flame Dragon augmented Sarro's combat prowess slightly. Hee, diligence and perseverance truly do not deceive the dragon. I have grown stronger. The Abyssal Barbarian God, your doom approaches ever nearer, Sarro murmured with a wild grin. He turned to the cave's entrance, peering inside. Upon reading the inscription on the stone tablet, he displayed a hint of surprise. Little darlings, give it your all. Let me witness your limits. Sarro felt a surge of anticipation. He decided against entering the trial ground himself, wary of potential dangers. He intended to let others test the waters first. And if all proved well, he might reconsider. Meanwhile, with nothing but time, he began sifting through the memories of his dragon lineage, seeking spells that could prove beneficial. In this instance, he did not plan to select spells exceeding 3 stars. Such extraordinary abilities of this caliber cannot be effortlessly mastered in just a few days. He intends to study the magical combat techniques of 1 or 2 stars. Chapter 44. The Crisis of Edmund, Esteemed Dragon Youth. Are you not inclined to partake in the trial? A sudden voice, laden with mechanical resonance, echoed through the air. Upon hearing this, Sarro instinctively retreated several meters, responding, "No. I have no such intention at present." To be candid, he regarded this intelligent adjudicator with suspicion. It struck him as excessively loquacious, almost unnaturally sentient. "Are you afraid of me?" A peculiar, large eye, evidently a fusion of machinery and flesh, emerged from below, fixating its gaze upon Sarro. His wariness heightened, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. After all, this creature had survived from ancient times to the present. Yet, maintaining an outward calm, he retorted, "I am a dragon. My courage is vast. Why would I be frightened?" The adjudicator inquired, "Then why do you not participate in the trial?" Sarro continued his retreat, questioning, "Why should I engage in this trial? Is it to prove my bravery? And to whom must I demonstrate my courage?" The adjudicator, undeterred, replied, "Here lies the legacy of divinity. Is that not sufficient? Do you not desire to ascend to godhood?" Sarro nodded, "Of course I do." "Then why do you not participate in the trial?" Sarro, now irked by the incessant questioning, retorted, "I am timid." The adjudicator was momentarily rendered speechless. Sarro soon found himself at the cave's end. The adjudicator's insistence on his participation in the trial had heightened his vigilance to an unprecedented level. He sensed an uncanny intelligence in the being, as if it possessed an independent consciousness. Strictly speaking, this entity could be considered a form of life. "I eagerly anticipate a talent such as yourself to engage in the trial." The adjudicator intently gazed at Sarro. "I hope the master's legacy finds a worthy successor. Please, lower your guard. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely a mechanical being left behind by my master, existing solely to find a qualified inheritor." Upon finishing its speech, the large eye began to descend slowly. However, Sarro remained on high alert, dismissing the apparent sincerity of the creature's words. Truthfully, when scrutinized by this adjudicator, he felt as though his very essence was laid bare. Only after the adjudicator had completely vanished did Sarro's unease begin to subside. The being had not truly pressured or attacked him, granting him a slight sense of reassurance that it bore no malevolence. Nevertheless, he still harbored no intention of voluntarily descending to face the trial. He wished to observe further. In the outside world, Edmund's expression was grim. Yet, no sound was transmitted from the opposite side. Cursed be it, Eli must be in peril. But what of the trial grounds? Could a formidable foe have breached them? This is inconceivable. How could it happen so swiftly? Eli is the high-level extraordinary being guarding the trial grounds. Despair began to creep into Edmund as he realized he could not reach Eli. However, recalling the nature of the trial grounds, he managed to quell his restless spirit. "Do not panic. Do not panic. This is a trial ground, not a treasure trove one can enter at will. Even if an enemy were to breach the defenses, There is no immediate threat. For now, I must focus on combating these bats. Edmund unsheathed his colossal sword and took to the skies, charging towards a giant bat approximately 8 to 9 meters in size, one of the few extraordinary beings beneath the bloodthirsty Bat King. Roar! The extraordinary giant bat unleashed a ferocious roar, its voice transforming into tangible sound waves that radiated outward. Bang! 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 A squad of extraordinary soldiers was caught unawares, their heads exploding in an instant, blood gushing forth. The extraordinary bat inhaled deeply, drawing in the blood from all directions. Ah, how delectable! It exclaimed with a radiant smile. Monster, perish! Edmund cried, cleaving through the air with a blade of azure energy that seemed to rend the very sky. The extraordinary bat, taken aback, dissolved into a mass of blood, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Edmund, I shall end your life and drain your blood. The extraordinary bat snarled, reforming and charging forward, attempting to seize control of Edmund's blood in a bid to make him bleed. While formidable, Edmund's strength countered the assault, and he continued to swing his sword. The extraordinary bat extended its razor-sharp claws, engaging in a fierce clash with Edmund's massive sword. Help me! The bat cried, not one to feign bravado in the face of defeat. Witnessing its disadvantage against Edmund, it called for reinforcements. Swarm! A multitude of bloodthirsty bats converged upon the scene. Edmund, your demise is imminent. The extraordinary bat sneered as it led the horde in an assault. Edmund's expression darkened. He swung his sword with reckless abandon, delivering devastating strikes. Waves of terrifying sword energy swept through the air like a tempest, annihilating many of the approaching bloodthirsty bats, their remains cascading to the ground. However, a portion of them broke through the blade's barrier, closing in on Edmund, their claws poised for attack. Crack! Crack! Edmund's armor emitted a piercing clang as it bore the marks of the assault. Blood toxin! The extraordinary bat spat, unleashing a foul spray of blood. Boom! Several sword energies were shattered. It darted forward with a sudden burst of speed. Supersonic wave! The extraordinary bat lunged at Edmund's face, roaring with all its might. The terrifying sound waves coalesced into a shockwave, crashing into Edmund, causing him to spit blood. Ha ha! The extraordinary bat cackled, manipulating the blood around it into a serpent that coiled around Edmund's neck, tightening its grip. Simultaneously, Edmund's blood flowed uncontrollably, nourishing the blood serpent. The sensation of suffocation caused Edmund to roll his eyes, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, his willpower remained strong, allowing him to endure. Get away! Edmund exclaimed, summoning a magical bomb and hurling it at the extraordinary bat. A deafening explosion ensued, engulfing the sky in a torrent of flames, incinerating numerous bloodthirsty bats into ashes. The massive extraordinary bat was also partially engulfed by the inferno. Magical shield! Edmund retreated and unfurled a magical scroll to bolster his defenses. The once uncontrollable blood returned to normal as the extraordinary bat sustained injuries. Victory belongs to humanity, Edmund declared with unwavering resolve, producing more magical bombs to hurl at his foes. The unfortunate extraordinary bat was obliterated, reduced to a mass of writhing flesh. Flame impact! Seizing the opportunity, Edmund charged forward, his colossal sword igniting into a massive fire sword. With swift movements, he conjured fiery nets that ensnared the remnants of flesh. Ah, it hurts! Save me, please! The extraordinary bat's cries echoed from the scattered remains. This cacophony stirred the nearby bloodthirsty bats, who recklessly surged towards Edmund, intent on continuing their assault. Get away from me! Edmund fumed, frustrated that he could not annihilate the extraordinary bat once and for all. Patil, you are truly useless. In the distance, another extraordinary bat, equally formidable, scoffed disdainfully. Yet, despite his disdain for Patil, he flew over to join the fray. Cursed be this day! Edmund sensed the looming danger. This time, he had paid a considerable price to deal with Paddy. Should another extraordinary bat appear, he would truly be unable to withstand it. Chapter 45. The Duke's Defeat and the Prince's Rescue. Chapter 45. The Duke's Defeat, the Prince's Rescue. Edmund, I have arrived. Just as Edmund was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the superior bats, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. A legion of human warriors, led by a general exuding extraordinary pressure, charged forth. If Sarro were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the Holy Sand Legion. Upon discovering the trial grounds, Edmund and Duke Rosemont would undoubtedly summon the Holy Sand Legion for assistance, though their arrival was somewhat delayed. Nonetheless, Edmund felt that Sarro's timing was impeccable. "Sarro, come quickly and help me deal with these beasts," Edmund exclaimed with fervor. "Leave it to me," Sarro replied with a smile. "My warriors, follow me into battle." Under Sarro's command, the Holy Sand Legion functioned like a massive harvester, tearing apart the bloodthirsty bats that stood in their way. "Kill, do not fear. Our numbers are overwhelming. Humanity is doomed." Yet the bloodthirsty bats were undeterred. Upon regaining their composure, they surged forward to thwart the advance of the Holy Sand Legion. Sky slash. Sarro drew his sword and struck upwards. A colossal crescent of light flashed like a shooting star, and in that moment, hundreds of the bloodthirsty bats were slain. Sarro leapt into the air, darting forward. "Superior humans, let us taste your essence." The earlier superior bat also attacked, opening its mouth to inhale deeply. A whirlwind formed within a radius of several dozen meters, sucking in humans and bats alike, causing their pores to burst and blood to splatter everywhere. Edmund hurled several magical bombs, startling the superior bats into hastily closing their mouths. Don't think you can have it all to yourself." The appearance of the Holy Sand Legion created quite a stir, attracting yet another unfamiliar superior bat. Now, 3 superior bats congregated in this area, although one was gravely injured. The remaining 2 were not to be underestimated. After all, Edmund, this powerful superior being, was also wounded, with most of the pressure resting on Sarro's shoulders. He was barely managing a 1-on-2 confrontation. "You take one, and I'll take one. Sarro, I hope you can resolve your opponent swiftly," Edmund said gravely. Sarro nodded yes, "but you must hold on. Once I deal with my foe, I will come to aid you." Edmund smiled. "Do not underestimate me. Despite my injuries, I can still take down a superior bat." Such arrogance did not go unnoticed by the superior bats, inciting their wrath. Roar! They charged forward. Without hesitation, Sarro and Edmund surged ahead as well. The great battle commenced. Boom! The cacophony of chaos ensued. As the scattered remnants yet to be resolved by Edmund began to writhe cautiously, sensing no resistance, the remnants swiftly transformed into bats, colliding with one another. They merged like water, coalescing into a colossal bat over 5 meters in size. "Cursed Edmund, once I absorb enough blood to recover, I shall return to vanquish you." Patil seethed as he shot Edmund a venomous glance before retreating. With his diminished size, his combat prowess had significantly waned, rendering him no more than an ordinary high-level extraordinary being. Such power left him too timid to engage in the battle of the superiors. However, though he had departed, more bloodthirsty bats were summoned by the superior bats to besiege Sarro and Edmund. The pressure on both Sarro and Edmund intensified, and signs of imminent defeat became apparent. This kind of legion battle could not be resolved in a short time. Upon realizing they could not overpower their foes, the bloodthirsty bats retreated into the depths of the mine, seeking to engage in guerrilla warfare. The ensuing battles grew increasingly complex and unpredictable. The mine's intricate environment provided ample opportunities for clever maneuvering, as long as they were not cornered. Time passed swiftly, and darkness fell. The battles at the lower levels had yet to yield a victor, suggesting that the fight was far from over. Meanwhile, the extraordinary masters engaged in combat outside had reached a conclusion. Duke Rosemont, being an elderly man whose vitality had waned, could initially hold his own, but after a grueling 10 hours, his stamina had begun to falter. The various healing potions and defensive gear he possessed were nearly exhausted, and the extraordinary energy within him was nearly depleted. Of course, Jaeger, the bloodthirsty Bat King, also experienced considerable exhaustion. Yet, he appeared to be in far better condition than Rosemont. Bats, being creatures of darkness, thrived in the shadows, enhancing their abilities therein. Conversely, during the day, they were somewhat weakened by sunlight. Yet, even under such conditions, Jaeger was evenly matched with Rosemont, demonstrating that Jaeger was indeed the more formidable opponent. "Ha ha ha, human! Your demise is at hand," Jaeger cried out in exhilaration. In an instant, he melded with the darkness, drawing forth the surrounding shadows and compressing them onto the battlefield, intensifying the dark atmosphere. The extraordinary vision of the combatants faltered in this inky abyss, severely affecting even the formidable Rosemont. "This is dire," Rosemont thought, his complexion pale and his strength waning. "Am I truly destined to be defeated by these monsters? Is my hope of resurgence to be extinguished? Am I fated to become a demon?" He pondered bitterly. Suddenly, The darkness twisted and formed black tendrils that coiled around Rosemont like constricting serpents. Crack! Many of the tendrils were shattered. You have lost. A shadowy figure appeared behind Rosemont, seizing him by the nape of his neck. Though this sequence of events may seem lengthy, it transpired in but an instant. A crimson liquid filled with malice erupted as Rosemont, the extraordinary master, screamed in agony. His entire body succumbed to weakness, collapsing under Jaeger's grip. Jaeger wrapped his other arm around Rosemont's torso, relishing the taste of a master's blood once more. Though you are a decayed and filthy old human, I hold no disdain for you, Jaeger declared haughtily. He leaned in, sinking his fangs into the side of Rosemont's neck. With a sickening sound, vibrant blood gushed forth, splattering across Jaeger's lips. Gulp, gulp, he drank deeply. Rosemont's eyes widened, his breath becoming shallow and faint. Moments later, his frail body appeared to wither, akin to dried seaweed. Dear Duke, though you have aged, the energy contained within your blood is still quite remarkable. Ha ha ha. You too have succumbed to my blood poison. Perhaps you will transform into a vampire one day. Jaeger, filled with hubris, declared, from now on, your treasures are all mine. With that, he soared into the air, heading toward the magic crystal mine. Damn that vile creature. I refused to sink into despair. Rosemont trembled slightly, but managed to extract a green pill from his spatial equipment and swallowed it. This pill was of high grade and efficacy. After consuming it, Rosemont's complexion improved, and his formerly emaciated body regained some vitality. He took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. However, he had not fully recovered. He was still quite weak, unable even to fly. I will not become a vampire, nor will I lose everything. Rosemont glared at the magic crystal mine with clenched teeth. My dear friend, how will you resist now? I can distinctly feel that blood poison eroding your body. Perhaps you will soon become a bloodthirsty monster. Chachalou emerged, gazing intently at Rosemont. Stop being stubborn and embrace the abyss. Become a demon. Rosemont firmly shook his head. I still have time. I still have a chance. Chachalou, visibly displeased, retorted, then let me witness your resolve. Not wanting to disappoint Chachalou, Rosemont produced a more advanced magical communicator. After pressing a few buttons, strange colorful lights emerged from it. A commanding voice resonated. Rosemont, what brings you to contact me? Rosemont respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I am in trouble. The underground Lord Jaeger has attacked. I hope you can assist me. The King of Char responded nonchalantly, As my subject, I will certainly help you. Please wait a moment. Yet Rosemont understood that he could not afford to wait. Urgently, he implored, Your Majesty, I need you to send someone immediately. The King of Char expressed his dissatisfaction. The distance is too great. I require time, and I must also lodge a complaint against the underground black market. Rosemont countered, You could use the teleportation array. The king fell silent for a moment before stating, The distance is far. It will consume a significant amount of energy. Rosemont, can you explain why you are so desperate? The king sensed something was amiss with Rosemont's urgency. Disappointed by the king's lack of haste, Rosemont hesitated, then resolutely declared, I have discovered the ruins of the divine, which contain the legacy of the gods. Are you truly willing to relinquish the trial ground left by the gods to others? Is it worth it? Why can't you embrace the darkness? In that case, the trial ground would still belong to you, Chachalou queried, his voice laced with irritation, audible only to Rosemont. Yet Rosemont chose to ignore Chachalou, inciting further rage within him. Meanwhile, the King of Char's voice rose sharply. You are not deceiving me, are you? He appeared quite unsettled. Rosemont affirmed, Of course not. I swear, please, expedite your assistance, or everything will be taken by Jaeger. I understand. Provide me with your coordinates, and I will have someone teleport directly to you. The King of Char was now anxious. Rosemont quickly relayed the details and then shifted the topic, saying, Your Majesty, I hope we can jointly explore these ruins. I am nearing the end of my days. I require the remnants of the divine. Of course, that can be arranged. The King of Char readily agreed. You are a significant contributor. I will not slight you. As a master-level extraordinary being, Rosemont held a high status in the Kingdom of Char. The king had no intention of severing ties with Rosemont and monopolizing everything. Furthermore, with the royal family's involvement, Rosemont would merely become a supporting character, unable to obtain the treasures hidden within the divine ruins. The royal family of Char would be the true protagonists. Confident in his superiority, The king of Char was unbothered by the notion of Rosemont receiving mere scraps from the divine legacy. Now, enough of this. You must simply wait. Rosemont heard no more as the communication was abruptly severed. In the distance, in the capital of the kingdom of Char, a grand and imposing palace filled with splendor, a middle-aged man with an air of authority rushed out from his chamber. Adorned in a blue royal robe and a golden crown encrusted with precious gems, he was none other than King Char himself. In a state of urgency, he exited his chamber and made his way to a large plaza at the rear of the palace, where several elderly mages were leisurely engaged in discussion. "Your Majesty," they exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the king, puzzled by his presence. Nevertheless, they quickly rose and bowed in respect. "Master Liwei, please locate the internal testing grounds of the Silva Plain." The king nodded and addressed an elder mage. "Understood," the elder responded, prompting the other mages to swiftly take action. Magical energy surged, illuminating the plaza with brilliance and depth. This was a large-scale teleportation array, far superior to the one owned by Duke Rosemont. It was not only less restrictive but also precise, swift, and secure. However, the energy consumption was equally extravagant. The king of Char patted his chest, and a shattering sound echoed as a glass fragment broke. Immediately, a yellow protective shield materialized, enveloping the king entirely. The surrounding mages were taken aback by this sight. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from a nearby building, and a figure shot forth, racing toward the palace. "Is that Prince Cindy? Why has he burst into the palace?" Alarm bells rang. Moments later, nearby extraordinary beings finally reacted, gazing up at the sky in confusion. Some even suspected that Prince Cindy intended to cause trouble. A shadow descended from above, landing before King Char. It was a robust old man with black hair. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, but upon finding nothing amiss, he was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, he realized that the so-called Guardian Crystal was a 5-star, 7-level extraordinary protective gear, capable of withstanding most extraordinary masters' full-force attacks. Moreover, it was intricately linked to him as a prince, extraordinary master. Upon sensing the activation of the Guardian Crystal, he had rushed over without hesitation, eager to save King Char. But who could tell him where the enemy was? "Uncle Cindy, I need you to come as swiftly as possible," King Char instructed. "Huh? You activated the Guardian Crystal just to summon me?" Prince Cindy was momentarily bewildered. "My dear nephew, are you out of your mind?" Prince Cindy was the brother of the former king and the current king's uncle. King Char took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and leaned closer to Prince Cindy's ear. The prince felt somewhat uneasy. Had it not been for the fact that this was his nephew, he would have slapped him away. King Char whispered, "The underground Lord Jaeger has attacked Rosemont's magic crystal mine. Rosemont has been defeated and seeks our aid." Prince Cindy dismissed the urgency, recognizing it as significant but questioning its relevance to him. His recent task is to guard the royal palace and protect King Charles. Rosemont informed me that beneath the magic crystal mines lie divine relics, harboring the wealth of deities, and perhaps even the remains of gods. Therefore, we must provide our support. However, upon hearing King Charles's subsequent words, Prince Sandy's demeanor changed drastically. He nodded firmly and stated, "You are correct. Everyone, hasten your pace." He then turned to urge the old mage. "Understood, understood. Grant us half a minute," the group of elderly mages replied grumpily. Approximately a minute later, a brilliant white beam of light appeared above the magic crystal mines, crashing down upon the mountaintop. Truly, the royal family is remarkable, swift and precise. Below, the frail Rosemont gazed up at the white teleportation light, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Chapter 46. The pitiful bloodthirsty bat, King. The white light of the teleportation swiftly dissipated, revealing Prince Sandy. However, the current Prince Sandy wielded a long spear infused with dark magic, significantly enhancing his formidable presence. The atmosphere within 1,000 meters became cold and murky due to his existence. Is this truly Prince Sandy? It is said he is a level 7 master and has mastered terrifying combat techniques, easily contending with ordinary level 8 masters. Although Rosemont was weakened, his keen eyesight remained, and he recognized Prince Sandy. Rosemont was astonished. Is that the 5-star, level 10 Demon Slayer spear in his hand? It is one of the national treasures of the Charles Kingdom, reputedly used by the founding emperor to slay a legendary demon of great renown years ago. With Prince Sandy's strength combined with that spear, he could undoubtedly confront a level 10 master. The king truly values this. Rossmont could only manage a wry smile. However, recalling that they were beneath the ruins of a deity, he found it reasonable. Simultaneously, a sense of calm settled within him. After all, with such a formidable master arriving, Jaeger was doomed. Prince Sandy, Jaeger has already descended into the mines. I implore you to resolve this quickly. Rossmont shouted with all his might. Yet, his current frailty rendered his voice weak. It dissipated in the wind after traveling a few hundred meters, failing to reach the mountaintop. I understand, came the unusual response from Prince Sandy, who surprisingly heard the faint call. His voice, though not loud, eerily resonated in Rossmont's ears. With a swift motion, Prince Sandy departed his location, entering a mine on the mountainside. As he entered, over a dozen bloodthirsty bats, each about a meter in size, swooped towards him. What filthy beasts, he scoffed coldly, thrusting his demon slayer spear forward, conjuring dozens of black spear shadows. With a series of piercing sounds, the approaching bats were impaled. This mine was excessively intricate, and descending slowly would be a waste of time. Prince Sandy's eyes glinted with dark purple light, scanning the area. However, the convoluted passages and thick stone walls limited his visibility. It seemed he had no choice. Lowering his gaze, he thrust his spear into the ground. With a resounding thud, the earth was breached, creating a pit over 10 meters deep. Prince Sandy descended, continuing his relentless assault. Below, Jaeger swiftly navigated the mine, emitting strange vocalizations that released sound waves, allowing him to sense his surroundings. Everyone be cautious. I smell the foul stench of bats. Suddenly, from a nearby fork in the tunnel, he detected the sound of cautious footsteps. A small team of 10 emerged. Ah, it's the bloodthirsty Bat King. Everyone flee. They cried in panic. What terrible misfortune. Yet, upon seeing Jaeger, they turned to flee in terror. Blood explosion. Jaeger sneered, unleashing his blood control ability. The panicked soldiers collapsed to the ground, their bodies twisting grotesquely, blood oozing from countless pores. Simultaneously, their flesh began to expand like balloons. After 3 or 4 seconds, they burst like overfilled water balloons, showering the vicinity with blood. Jaeger inhaled deeply, drawing in the blood. Subpar blood, he remarked with disdain. He vanished in a flash, transforming into a streak of crimson light. Approximately a minute later, he arrived at what appeared to be the collapsed end of a mine. I sense an ancient aura mingled with a rich divine scent. Ha ha ha. Could this be a treasure related to the divine, possibly a divine tomb? Jaeger's face was alight with greed and obsession, resembling an addict in a frenzy. Blood wind. Jaeger could hardly contain his eagerness, unleashing a wave of blood wind towards the front. With a hissing sound, the earth and stone seemed to dissolve as if melting ice, accompanied by a peculiar scent akin to sulfur. As Jaeger advanced, everything in his path dissolved into a foul liquid, pooling on the ground. Inside, Sarro suddenly turned, sensing the eerie sound of dissolving earth and the approach of a menacing bloody presence. Is Rossmont truly this incompetent? Sarro thought, realizing the identity of the newcomer and understanding that the battle outside had concluded, with Rossmont evidently defeated. Alas, this is troublesome. Why couldn't he buy us a little more time? Sarro glanced at the trial grounds, noting that those who had entered showed no signs of emerging. He was uncertain whether they continued their trials or had inadvertently perished within. Suddenly, the ground beneath Sarro softened, and his dragon form began to sink as if diving underwater. This was the 2-star level Earth Escape technique, a spell he had only recently managed to grasp but still wielded with limited proficiency. He resolved to earn some money to elevate his Earth Escape technique to 3 stars, envisioning its enhanced efficacy. Within 3 seconds, he vanished completely. Moments later, the sealed mine burst open, and Jaeger swaggered in. He surveyed the surroundings, frowning. Something seems amiss. He detected the scent of blood and a hint of dragon essence, yet could find no trace of either dragon or human. Meanwhile, Sarro, concealed underground, could still observe Jaeger. His secretive powers, amplified by the Earth Escape technique and the Earth-S cover, rendered him invisible to the extraordinary master, which he found quite exhilarating. Jaeger, not dwelling on it, pressed forward until he reached the entrance of the trial grounds. The stone tablet was conspicuous, and he spotted it immediately. What a pity, Jaeger lamented. He could not enter this so-called divine relic. Everyone come here. Jaeger bellowed towards the outside. In the distant mine, the scattered bloodthirsty bats sensed Jaeger's call and rushed towards him eagerly. The ancestor summons us. I must be the first to meet the king. Meanwhile, Prince Sandy, descending rapidly, seemed to hear Jaeger's voice and swiftly adjusted his course, continuing his relentless advance. His speed increased dramatically. It seemed Jaeger's figure was quite appealing. A single strike would surely be pleasurable. Below, Sarro silently maneuvered to Jaeger's rear, his heart racing with anticipation. Alas, how intolerable for a dragon, I concede to you. Deep abyss dragon breath, a dark golden river of light erupted from the ground like a volcano. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying force pierced through Jaeger's back. Oh, despicable and shameless. Jaeger's countenance changed drastically as he unleashed a torrent of blood light, clashing fiercely against the dragon's breath. Instinctively, his body recoiled, attempting to evade the onslaught. Yet, the proximity was too great, and the dragon's breath was relentless. Jaeger found himself unable to escape, being hurled violently against the stone wall above. I shall not perish. You vile dragon. No one can take my life. His chest swelled ominously, and in the next instant, a dark golden river of light erupted from his core, shattering the ground above. Jaeger was ensnared by the dragon's breath, his form twisting violently as he elongated in all directions, gradually freeing himself from the onslaught. Oh! Prince Sandy was intent on delving deeper, but suddenly an earthquake struck, and the ground below erupted, unleashing a dark golden river of light. Seeing the impending danger, Prince Sandy swiftly drew his gun, launching a piercing attack. At that moment, the Demon Slayer gun was fully activated, emitting a piercing beam of dark magical light that collided with the dragon's breath. Boom! Crack! The light from the gun relentlessly burrowed downward, growing ever thicker, creating a deep pit several meters in diameter. An overwhelming force pursued closely behind. He hastily retreated, swiftly distancing himself from the chaos. However, before he could react, a larger, more terrifying beam descended from above. Jaeger's desperate scream was instantly engulfed. Chapter 47. The Duke's Transformation into Darkness. Frantic Enhancements. Chapter 47. The Duke's Transformation. Reckless Enhancements. Oh, what a pitiful and unfortunate fellow. Sarro's face was filled with sympathy, yet his tone dripped with schadenfreude. Moments later, the radiance dissipated. Jaeger vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a few drops of blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The numerous blood droplets rapidly swelled, transforming into a myriad of crimson little bats. These were Jaeger's blood avatars. They whirled in the air, exuding an aura thick with malice and resentment. However, compared to before, his presence had substantially weakened, almost descending to the level of an extraordinary being. Jaeger. Prince Sandy descended from the heavens. He gazed intently at the multitude of bats and declared, "The wealth of humanity is not something a creature like you can possess. Humanity is insignificant. Only the underground black market is eternal. This world should belong to the underground black market." Jaeger shouted in fury, "Sandy, do not presume that your status as a prince of the Charles Kingdom grants you the right to belittle me. I am the lord of the Undercity, a high-ranking figure in the underground black market. Humph, your arrogance and superiority are worthless before me. I have come to eliminate you, the invader." Prince Sandy aimed to silence him and conceal the existence of the divine relics. "Ha ha ha, you cannot kill me." Jaeger scoffed, his many avatars suddenly scattering in all directions. "Wait for me. This trial ground is not something your meager kingdom can claim. Soon, powerful beings from all walks of life will arrive. Ha ha. Your expectations are destined to be dashed. Damn it." Prince Sandy grew furious at these words and swiftly retaliated. The demon-slaying gun unleashed a torrent of illusory shadows, bombarding every direction. In the blink of an eye, numerous bats were obliterated. Yet, the bats possessed a fierce, undead trait. Even if their remains were reduced to nothing, a small amount of blood would transform into countless diminutive bats. However, these bats were even feebler. "I am immortal. Sandy. One day, I will drain the blood of your royal lineage." Jaeger remained obstinate, even as he was suppressed, roaring wildly to threaten Sandy. "I will not allow you to succeed." Prince Sandy continued his onslaught. Boom, 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 accompanied by a thunderous roar. The cavernous mines were bombarded and expanded uncontrollably. Even the entire magic crystal mine trembled in response. "Run! The mountain is about to collapse. Retreat, retreat." The human extraordinary beings hiding in the tunnels surged out recklessly. Even the bloodthirsty bats were no exception. "Humph. This time I will slay tens of thousands of you humans to compensate for my losses." Several scarlet little bats escaped the impact of the demon-slaying gun. They did not cluster together but instead cunningly dispersed, sprinting through the labyrinthine tunnels. Upon encountering a bloodthirsty bat, they unleashed a unique power, causing it to self-destruct and release all its blood. Taking a deep breath, Jaeger's blood avatars devoured the spilled blood. After this replenishment, they noticeably grew stronger. They continued their escape, leaving destruction in their wake, regardless of whether the beings they encountered were human or kin. Have they escaped in part? Damnable creatures. Truly as resilient as cockroaches, their lives are indeed tenacious. Prince Sandy halted. He turned back toward the trial ground and was somewhat surprised upon seeing the stone tablet. Nevertheless, his expression remained inscrutable. With a resounding boom, the earth opened up a pit over 20 meters deep. Nothing unusual. It seems it was merely my illusion. Prince Sandy mumbled to himself. He had sensed something amiss beneath the earth, but had been wholly focused on dealing with Jaeger at the time, neglecting to investigate further. Now, having launched a surprise attack and finding nothing amiss, he dismissed it as a mere figment of his imagination. Prince Sandy took out a communicator and contacted King Charles. Your Majesty, I have dealt with Jaeger. However, it appears he is not dead. The divine relics in this area are bound to be exposed. He swiftly narrated the situation, concluding, time is of the essence. I hope you can send sufficient troops and numerous talented youths under Master S' command to participate in the trial. We must thoroughly scour the relics before their complete exposure and acquire as many treasures as possible. King Charles's expression turned grave. I see. This could pose some complications. Dear uncle, I shall work you hard in the coming times. I will dispatch reinforcements as swiftly as possible. Sarro remained oblivious to the peril he narrowly escaped. At present, he was stealthily trailing Jaeger. A half-crippled extraordinary master like him is quite the worthy quarry, Sarro thought, with a sinister smile. As for the matter of the trial ground, he temporarily set it aside. There was no way around it. Prince Sandy was too formidable, and he simply could not contend with him. Moreover, as time passed, awareness of the trial ground would surely grow, attracting many terrifying powerhouses. With no backing, this lone wolf could only fish in troubled waters, scavenging the leftover scraps. Before long, he followed Jaeger out of the magic crystal mine. Outside, the bloodthirsty bats and human extraordinary beings clashed once more. Meanwhile, Sarro and Edmund formed a circular formation to protect the weakened Rosemont. Charge. While Duke Rosemont is weak, slay them, drain their blood, and turn them into our blood meal. The superior bats were frenzied, leading a horde of bloodthirsty bats in a wild assault. Edmund's face grew grim. Father, how much longer until you recover to your former self? In this land battle, humanity remains at a disadvantage. Truth be told, Edmund felt an impulse to retreat. Do not worry, reinforcements are on their way, Rosemont replied calmly. Just as he finished speaking, several beams of white light descended from the sky in various directions. However, this time, the teleportation was not as swift as before. You sought aid from the royal family? Edmund's expression turned bitter. Upon witnessing this scene, he understood that the so-called divine tomb was about to vanish. Rest assured, we still have a chance, Rosemont reassured him. Edmund had no choice but to accept this reality. Feeling a sense of relief within, Father, I shall go and slay the enemies. Edmund turned, unable to continue hiding as the onslaught of bloodthirsty bats was too fierce. Otherwise, the formation would be shattered. In truth, everyone present, aside from Rosemont, was actively engaged. Rosemont observed his bloodied child and subordinates, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Damn you, Jaeger, you have brought me to ruin this time. Wait for me. Once I recover, I shall seek old friends to annihilate your entire clan. Ah, what a fortuitous opportunity. Upon realizing Rosemont was half dead, and that his surrounding human extraordinary beings were also in peril, Sarro felt this was an excellent chance. He unhesitatingly abandoned Jaeger. Indeed, he sensed Rosemont would be easier to kill. Although Jaeger had weakened, his blood abilities were troublesome. Sarro lacked the confidence to guarantee Jaeger's complete extermination. Sarro turned and charged towards Rosemont. Jaeger cast a profound glance at the radiant sky, then at his combatants engaged in battle. Ah, my children, unleash your fury. Let these humans comprehend that our bloodthirsty bat clan is devoid of cowards. After uttering such a domineering proclamation, Jaeger astonishingly turned and fled. A mere 10 seconds later, an enormous, unseen dragon claw emerged from the ground, its numerous talons piercing Rosemont's back and nape. What? Rosemont was instantly rendered speechless, as were the humans surrounding him. Damn it, my friend. If you wish to avoid death, swiftly embraced the power of the abyss. The voice of Chaksalu roared within Rosemont's mind. My dear kin, have you also set your sights on Rosemont? Alas, I am superior. In that moment, Sarro fully sensed the abyssal magic that shared his essence. He realized that a malevolent demon lay concealed beside Rosemont. Farewell, Sarro bid him with polite finality. With a resounding thud, the dragon claw dragged Rosemont down into the earth. From the moment of Rosemont's assassination to his disappearance, no more than 3 seconds had elapsed. This scene was sudden and swift. Quick, save my father. Edmund finally reacted, frantically charging forward. Not only he, but all the extraordinary beings nearby surged towards the scene. In this turmoil, their formation was disrupted. Numerous bloodthirsty bats, previously kept at bay, now rushed in. Do not think you will succeed. Let Rosemont perish completely. Ha ha ha. With our cooperation, Rosemont is doomed. These bloodthirsty bats were shameless and opportunistic, desperately obstructing everyone. Get away from me, Edmund exclaimed, pulling out some magical bombs and hurling them at the nearby bloodthirsty bats, killing those that approached. Yet he too sustained injuries from the blasts. Still, he paid no mind to his wounds. Regrettably, his efforts were in vain, for Rosemont had long since vanished. In the depths below, Chaksalu declared, I have acquiesced to your request, Rosemont. Not wishing to meet his end this way, Rosemont, facing Chaksalu's goodwill, did not refuse but eagerly accepted. Ha ha ha, this is how it should be, my friend. Now, embrace the power of the abyss. Do not resist or struggle. You must accept it with abandon. As Chaksalu spoke, he unleashed his magical power. With a thunderous roar, Chaksalu's magic acted as a catalyst, and in an instant, ferocious abyssal energy surged from an unknown spatial dimension, flooding into Rosemont's being. The magic was domineering, causing indescribable distortions upon contact. A multitude of eerie magical runes manifested on Rosemont's surface, instilling a chilling sense of confronting ultimate evil. The life force of Rosemont, which had been rapidly dwindling, surged anew. Alas, this came too suddenly. Had you been prepared, you would have reaped even greater rewards, Chaksalu lamented. The true power of the abyss. Sarro was astonished, never expecting such an upheaval. Damn it, a cooked duck must not escape. Sarro howled in frustration, intensifying his grip to inflict greater wounds on Rosemont. However, the presence of abyssal magic caused the injury to writhe and heal with astonishing speed. Such an attack alone could not slay Rosemont in an instant. This drove Sarro into a frenzy, his entire being igniting in a blaze of fury, transforming him into a solar flame dragon. The terrifying heat erupted with unrestrained ferocity, enveloping Rosemont entirely. Sarro's mastery over flames was formidable. The fire targeted only Rosemont's flesh, leaving his clothing unscathed. Meanwhile, the underground became as hot as a volcanic eruption. The earth cracked and bulged, flames surging from below. Coincidentally, this location was not far from the battlefield above. Time is too fleeting. Sarro realized he could not carry Rosemont far. Quickly flee. The volcano has erupted. The bloodthirsty bats and human extraordinary beings engaged in frantic combat above were horrified by this spectacle. The bloodthirsty bats, particularly fearful of flames, scattered in a panic. Thus, the war ended abruptly. In the depths below, Sarro swiftly stripped Rosemont of his garments, spatial items, and weapons. Recharge. Ding. Upgrade points. 22,900 in an instant. Sarro's upgrade points surged. In truth, the wealth of a master of extraordinary prowess with a magical crystal mine encompassed more than this. However, the preceding battle had depleted a significant portion of Rosemont's riches. Great Abyss, grant me strength. Sarro roared. Such a human scum deserves to be slain. You should not bestow power upon him or grant him rebirth. I am your true, favored child. Ding. Extraordinary Realm. Level 2, ding. Upgrade points, -20. 000. Current, Extraordinary Realm. Supreme, Level 3. Remaining upgrade points, 2,900. Sarro's physique expanded tremendously, his strength amplifying. The flames enveloping him grew even more vigorous. The cracked, fiery earth could no longer withstand the pressure and erupted. A 30-meter column of fire shot skyward, illuminating the surroundings. Yet, Rosemont remained alive, now invigorated. Vile dragon. Rosemont seethed with rage, twisting his body to break free from the dragon claw. With the primary wealth secured, he felt no need for restraint. The malevolence in Sarro's flames glimmered with a sinister light as his murderous intent erupted fully. Initially, he had intended to recharge Rosemont's remains, exercising a modicum of restraint. Unfortunately, Chaksalu's actions deprived him of that opportunity. Thus, he was compelled to unleash his ultimate weapon to utterly obliterate Rosemont. Chapter 48. The Usurpation of Chaksalu. Chapter 48. The Demon's Malevolence. The Usurper Chaksalu. With a fierce roar, Sarro charged forward, colliding with Rosemont. A cold smirk spread across Rosemont's face as he emanated an icy demonic aura, transforming into an indescribably massive black creature, his hand pressing down on Sarro's head. An overwhelming force descended, making it arduous for Sarro to advance. Had I known the power of this demonization, I would have acted without hesitation. Rosemont reveled in his newfound strength, convinced that he could easily slay Jaeger. Even Prince Sandy posed no threat to him. Ha ha, I am invincible. This kingdom of Khal belongs to me now, and the divine relics are mine as well. An insatiable desire erupted from the depths of Rosemont's heart, and even his body underwent increasingly grotesque transformations, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Sarro believed that even Edmund, his own son, would struggle to identify Rosemont now. How audacious! Ha ha! What a failed creation. The great abyss is better off without such refuse. Perhaps I should simply destroy it. Infuriated, Sarro unleashed a stream of dark, golden energy. This was truly terrifying. Rosemont gasped as he was violently hurled into the sky. Impossible, impossible, I am invincible. Rosemont fought against the force, but Sarro's dragon breath proved even more formidable than before. While Rosemont was not instantly obliterated, he could not easily withstand the assault. What is this? Nearby extraordinary humans witnessed the spectacle. That voice sounds familiar. Some recognized Rosemont's voice, yet after his transformation, he was vastly different. His voice was unrecognizable. This is demonic. An elderly magical warrior observed gravely. It has been a long time since we encountered such a powerful demon within the kingdom. Could it be that demons have invaded once more? As discussions ensued, a colossal dragon, measuring over 10 meters, ascended from the ground. It stretched its form, releasing its energy without restraint, the abyssal dragon breath becoming increasingly terrifying. Rosemont was propelled higher and higher, his body becoming more and more damaged. Though he desperately attempted to recover, it was evident that the speed of his recovery was not what it once was. The power of the dragon breath was not so easily dispelled. You wretch, a mere young dragon, and you can't even handle it. Chaksalu's voice rang out, unmasked and audible to all. What are you saying, Chaksalu? Rosemont was taken aback. Chaksalu had previously treated him well, yet now he found this sudden shift unsettling. Even in his demonized state, perhaps this is the essence of yearning. Forever restless when unattainable, yet mundane upon attainment. I say you are worthless. To spare you the disgrace of the abyssal demons, surrender your body to me. Chaksalu revealed his fangs. You fiend, you have ulterior motives. I will not allow you to succeed. Rosemont gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha. This body has already been transformed to resemble mine. I am merely informing you, not negotiating. Chaksalu laughed heartily. With a rush, numerous shadows converged from all directions and surged into Rosemont's body. Ah no. Rosemont froze. Acutely aware that his body was slipping out of his control, his soul felt as if it were a cookie being devoured by Chaksalu. Chaksalu, spare me. We are friends. It was I who sacrificed blood and flesh to allow your arrival in this world. Chaksalu remained unmoved. Sarro widened his eyes, recognizing that Rosemont's plight mirrored that of the pitiful Jaeger. TSK, abyssal demons are truly untrustworthy and exceedingly cunning. Poor Duke, you are doomed. Sarro felt a pang of sympathy. Yet his dragon breath showed no mercy, relentlessly erupting in an attempt to annihilate both Rosemont and Chaksalu. His despicable demeanor mirrored that of Chaksalu. Before long, Rosemont's aura shifted dramatically. While he remained evil, it was now imbued with an ancient essence. Clearly, Rosemont was no longer himself, but had transformed into Chaksalu, significantly amplifying his malevolent power. What a formidable young dragon! Chaksalu raised his hand, striking at the dragon breath before him. With a thunderous explosion, the front section of the dragon breath shattered, yet the intense backlash propelled Chaksalu even higher. Boom, boom. Simultaneously, beams of teleportation light descended upon the earth. The unfortunate land trembled violently under the impact. As the white light dissipated, numerous extraordinary warriors clad in pale yellow armor emerged, accompanied by the release of 4 extraordinary masters' auras. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these extraordinary warriors surpassed the lower ranks. Most were of medium rank, with a select few being high and super extraordinary beings. This was a formidable force capable of obliterating the Silva Plains. Moreover, it was the strongest contingent that King Kal could summon in such a short time, fully obedient to his command. Ha ha ha, this place is truly remarkable. Not only are there people, but also demons and dragons. A middle-aged sorcerer flew in, a master of magic. The other three were masters of the warrior class. Enough talk. Let us eliminate these two monsters. A multitude of warrior masters surged forward, gradually surrounding Sarro and Chaksalu. Masters, please avenge my father. Edmund stepped forward, pleading with the extraordinary masters. Edmund, a youthful warrior master, recognized Edmund, his face a mask of shock. Rosemont is dead? Despite his youthful appearance, his age was considerable. He merely practiced special techniques to maintain his youthful visage. Lord Carlos, it is true, my father has perished. Edmund was heartbroken and anxious. The faces of the masters darkened. Rosemont was a principal force in the kingdom of Kal, and his death was a significant blow. Moreover, many masters had some connection to him, making his demise a source of sorrow. These monsters must perish. Avenge Rosemont. Edmund, leave the rest to us. As discussions erupted among the humans, Chaksalu addressed Sarro. Young dragon, as fellow abyssal demons, we must not turn against one another. Sarro nodded in agreement. Chaksalu, satisfied with the response, smiled. You are far more stable than your kin. Those creatures know no ally or foe, only their own indulgence. Sarro, growing impatient, interjected. Enough talk, we must leave. He was reluctant to engage in an all-out war with the kingdom of Kal, for he was but a solitary dragon, ill-equipped to contend. Do not rush. In this unfamiliar world, we are akin to compatriots. As the future of our abyss, I must offer you a gift. Chaksalu proclaimed with solemnity. Sarro felt bewildered, skeptical of Chaksalu's seemingly benevolent intentions. Here, this is a stolen fragment of the Abyssal Demon's little finger bone. I hope you find satisfaction in this. In due time, let us join forces and devise a method to summon an army of abyssal demons to bring about the annihilation of this world. Furthermore, I assure you, I have not left any traps upon this little phalanx. Regardless of Sarro's thoughts, Chaksalu swiftly produced a peculiar bone fragment and hurled it towards Sarro. Sarro cast a discerning glance at the bone, and upon discerning its safety, he promptly caught it. Ha ha ha. Indeed, we should have a conversation when time permits. Chaksalu erupted into laughter, his eyes brimming with exhilaration and a potent, cunning malice. Chapter 49. A surge in points and a resounding counterattack. Chapter 49. A surge of power and a fierce counterattack. Little dragon whelp, in this realm, one demon is sufficient. You may as well perish, thought Chaksalu. Indeed, the finger bone of the demon god was problematic. It concealed traps, harboring the remnants of abyssal demons. Any extraordinary being possessing this finger bone, unless they were of legendary caliber, would gradually be assimilated by these demonic remnants, losing their consciousness and becoming mindless beasts driven solely by instinct and an insatiable thirst for destruction. This was not a trap of his own making. The finger bone itself bore this curse, utterly unrelated to him. Thus, he dared to make his vow. The true reason for his desire to harm Sarro lay in the trouble Sarro had caused him. Had it not been for Count Sorang relaying news of this dragon, offering Rosemont hope, Rosemont might not have been so averse to him. Moreover, Sarro's recent offensive had forced him to hastily seize control of Rosemont, rendering its form imperfect. In summary, the reasons to eliminate Sarro were plentiful. He chose the finger bone of the demon god as his weapon precisely because he could not utilize it. Most beings could not. To him, it was merely a prestigious trinket. Only such a prized possession would Sarro, the dragon, be inclined to accept and be loath to abandon. Do not think of escaping. Upon discovering Sarro's absence, the human masters grew frantic. They split into two groups, with one pair rushing towards the earth, intent on pursuing Sarro, while the other two, the Carlos mages, turned to encircle Chaksalu. Humph, vile creatures, you shall pay for this, Chaksalu seethed. Soon, calamity would descend upon the kingdom of Charles, leading to its annihilation. With a furious glare at the human masters, Chaksalu dissipated into a cloud of inky dark energy, merging with the shadows. The sun-piercing fist. Observing this, Carlos unleashed his power. His fist transformed into a miniature sun, dispelling the surrounding darkness. I have roamed this world for decades without issue. You are not yet worthy to harm me. Chachalu's sinister laughter echoed from the depths of the darkness, growing fainter with each moment. It appeared that Chachalu had successfully fled. Cursed demon, do not think you can escape. The resolve of the extraordinary masters remained steadfast. They did not yield but pressed into the encroaching darkness. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the two human masters unleashed relentless assaults upon the earth, akin to missile launchers, mercilessly bombarding the ground. The poor earth trembled violently, rapidly collapsing, shattering into countless fragments, with endless dust and debris scattering in all directions. Beneath the surface, Sarro found himself in discomfort. The enemy's onslaught severely affected him. Such an environment caused fluctuations in his concealed power. He had fled a distance of 2,000 meters from the magic crystal mine, yet had not shaken off his pursuers. However, in terms of distance, he had managed to create some separation. Perhaps soon, he would escape with ease. Recharge. Sarro gripped the finger bone of the demon god tightly. Ding, upgrade points. 150,000. Remaining upgrade points. 152, 900. Damn, Chachalu, I truly owe you my gratitude. Sarro was astounded. He had not anticipated the finger bone's value to be so immense. Henceforth, he must repay this debt by seizing Chachalu's wealth and safeguarding it for eternity. Taking a deep breath, Sarro fixed his gaze upon Chachalu, the benevolent demon. Great Abyss, grant me strength. Sarro invoked his old skills. Ding, extraordinary realm level 7. Ding. Upgrade points minus 70,000. Current, extraordinary realm, super level 10. Remaining upgrade points, 82, 900. Crack. Crack. Sarro's body uncontrollably expanded, growing stronger and larger. The extraordinary energy within him erupted like a volcano. In mere seconds, Sarro's form surged to an impressive 14 meters. He had transformed into a veritable behemoth. Continue, continue. Sarro did not pause. He pressed on with his upgrades. Ding, Sunfire Dragon 1. Ding, upgrade points minus 10,000. Ding, Earth Escape Technique 10. Ding, upgrade points minus 1, 900. Ding. Earth Escape Technique Evolution. Earthwalking, current, Earthwalking. 3-star level 1, current, Sunfire Dragon. 4-star level 1, remaining upgrade points, 71,000, with the emergence of Earthwalking. Sarro felt an exhilarating sense of freedom underground. The earth offered him no resistance, akin to being on the surface. For now, this will suffice. Next, I shall amass the wealth to ascend to the rank of extraordinary master, Sarro mused contentedly. With his burgeoning strength, he no longer felt the need to flee. I may not be confident against that gun-wielding human master, but dealing with these two pesky followers should pose no challenge. Sarro turned to gaze at the two human masters a few hundred meters away. Check. Can you still lock onto that Abyssal Dragon? At this moment, the two extraordinary masters, under Sarro's scrutiny, were in stark contrast to his mindset. They were decidedly displeased. ZC, I could sense it moments ago, but now, I cannot perceive it at all, lamented the master known as Check, his face etched with bitterness. Disappointed, ZC replied, are we truly unable to neutralize a single formidable foe, even with our combined efforts? I feel that Chachalu is more cunning than this dragon. Our chances of capturing him are slim. Had I known, we should have united our strength against the dragon and left that demon to those pious zealots. ZC's belated realization drew an eye roll from Check, who found ZC's hindsight rather irritating. Suddenly, the ground beneath them erupted violently. Two massive claws of a fire dragon burst forth from the earth, enveloping ZC and Check. Even they, as extraordinary masters, felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. This was astounding. A Abyssal Dragon. A surge of danger and scorching flames compelled ZC to roar in defiance, unleashing his full power. The azure-red extraordinary energy surged forth from within him like a tidal wave. Clenching his fists, he struck at the approaching claws of the fire dragon. Oomph, we are human masters. Check, regaining his composure, also erupted with power. Swiftly brandishing a hammer and swinging it towards the fire dragon claws aimed at him. Boom, boom. The fire dragon claws recoiled slightly. Yet, Check did not revel in his success. Rather, his expression shifted dramatically as he retreated in panic. Abyssal Dragon, humans are not mere muscle-bound beasts. ZC produced a dozen exquisite magical bombs, casting them down before retreating. Boom. However, even before the bombs detonated, the earth fractured entirely, and a terrifying fire dragon, measuring over 14 meters, erupted from below. With a shriek, The fire dragon collided with ZC while the magical bombs detonated. This wave of explosives surpassed any previous power, posing a genuine threat to extraordinary masters of level 3 or 4. Yet, Sarro remained unfazed, enduring the onslaught. In fact, he absorbed a portion of the explosive force, enhancing his own power. The terrifying impact and high temperatures twisted ZC's body, causing numerous blisters to form. His body, no longer under his control, was propelled backward. But a fire dragon claw swiftly lunged forward, seizing ZC. ZC could not contain his cries of despair. He hastily produced a magical bomb and hurled it forward. The fiery dragon wings unfurled, unleashing a searing tempest. The bomb detonated before it even reached Sarro, obliterated by the scorching winds. Suddenly, from the palm of Sarro, fiery bone spikes erupted, piercing into Jersey's body. In that instant, Jersey seemed to transform into a tattered net, his entire form rendered in shambles. "The kingdom will not spare you," Jersey cried out in agony. "Check, flee. Quickly, seek out Prince Sandy and regroup with everyone." With that, Jersey's voice faded. "Damn it," Check seethed, his face etched with despair, yet he knew that the only viable choice was to escape. "I will avenge you." Check turned with determination, soaring into the distance. Roar. Abyssal Dragon breath. Sarro opened his mouth, unleashing an even larger and more concentrated river of dark golden light. With a whoosh, it pierced the heavens. Before Check could react, he was struck in the back. He screamed as his spine shattered, his insides rapidly disintegrating. This was a fatal wound. Check's life force plummeted. His weakened body fell to the ground. "Prince Sandy, be careful." Check struggled to retrieve his communicator, sending a message to his companions. "I'm doomed, avenge me." Check gasped. "I will ensure that the burning dragon does not survive." Ding, 40,000 upgrade points. Jersey's body vanished. This extraordinary master was wealthy. Perhaps because he hadn't squandered the riches of the ruins like Rosemont. Sarro swooped down, crushing Check beneath his foot. Boom, the ground imploded, and Check's life extinguished completely. Recharge, ding, 50,000 upgrade points. Remaining upgrade points, 161,000. "Hey Check, how are you?" Came Prince Sandy's voice from the fallen communicator. "Get it together. I'm on my way to slay the dragon." "Bah." Sarro growled in anger, spewing a pool of lava that incinerated the communicator. "All you ever think about is slaying dragons. Do you have any other trivial matters?" Sarro scoffed, unable to tolerate these humans who constantly aspired to be dragon slayers. "I must teach you a lesson." He turned his gaze toward the feeble soldiers nearby. "This is bad. Both General Check and General Jersey's life forces have vanished. That fire dragon is looking our way. How can this be? These are two masters." The onlookers were convinced they were dreaming, surely under the deception of some dream demon. This location was near the magical crystal mines, where some extraordinary beings, equipped with exceptional artifacts, could easily observe the situation. At that moment, everyone was stunned and panicked. With a thunderous roar, Sarro's massive form swept across the surface, causing a fierce gale. Wherever he passed, the air and moisture were scorched away. The ground cracked and split, and the vegetation ignited rapidly, turning to ash. "It's so hot. This is no illusion. Run." The crowd, terrified, scrambled in every direction, employing their unique abilities to escape. Sarro could not help but smirk. With a flick of his dragon wings, he conjured a fiery tempest. His draconic form surged into the throng like a meteor. A moving disaster. Any medium-ranked soldiers within 150 meters were instantly incinerated. The higher-tier extraordinary beings suffered severe burns, although the supreme extraordinary beings were less affected. The dragon's overwhelming presence frightened them, diminishing their powers significantly. Yet, the distant waters could not quench their immediate thirst. Sarro's rampage was swift. He circled the vicinity, eliminating hundreds of soldiers in mere moments. With casual flicks of his tongue, he conjured ordinary fireballs that left the once mighty supreme extraordinary beings on the brink of death. Ding. 100 upgrade points. Ding. 1000 upgrade points. Ding. 150 upgrade points. The bodies of the deceased vanished rapidly. Sarro's upgrade points surged. He realized that the extraordinary soldiers being teleported were incredibly wealthy, their riches far exceeding those of the Saint Sand Legion and the Chromie Legion. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Sarro laughed heartily. "Do not kill me. I am willing to submit. I will plead with my grandfather. He will surely present you with treasures you desire." A high-tier extraordinary being fell to the ground, desperately clawing his way to safety. But Sarro approached. the intense heat causing excruciating pain as the skin cracked and emitted a burnt odor. "Please, spare me. I am valuable. I am the youngest son of Duke Belan. My father is an extraordinary master. I am destined to become a supreme extraordinary being. I will surely ascend to master," he cried in despair. Yet Sarro remained unmoved, extending his dragon claw and striking down. Boom! The earth shattered. The body was obliterated. Upgrade points. 900. Sarro turned and continued his hunt. It hurts so much. God, are you blind? Save me, please. The crowd screamed, the scene resembling a fiery hellscape. Suddenly, Sarro displayed a sinister smile, spotting Edmund and Sarro 1,000 meters away, fleeing without care. "These are old friends. I cannot allow you to escape so easily." Sarro opened his mouth, dark golden light surging forth as he shot it towards them. Defense. Sarro sensed the impending attack, quickly producing various armor and magical scrolls to bolster his defenses. Edmund did the same. With a resounding crash, the dragon breath descended, obliterating everything within a 15-meter radius. Everything in that space was reduced to rubble. Even the prepared Edmund and Sarro were not spared. These two formidable adversaries, who once instilled dread in the former Sarro, met their demise just like that. Chapter 50. The Battle of Peak Masters. The carnage continues unabated. Upon noticing that a human had fled, Sarro unleashed his Abyssal Dragon breath, obliterating the target. Sarro resembled a fusion of a Gatling gun and a sniper rifle, capable of sweeping away all in proximity while sniping formidable foes from afar. Suddenly, a formidable presence erupted from within the crystal mine, a harbinger of terror. Prince Cindy had finally arrived. However, Sarro's might was overwhelming. In mere moments, nearly 800 extraordinary humans had perished. The remaining survivors were in a pitiable state, each either wounded or rendered incapacitated by flames. "Why did you arrive so swiftly? Could you not grant me half a minute?" "Just half a minute and I could have annihilated them all," Sarro earnestly implored Prince Cindy, whose fury nearly consumed him. "Dragon of evil, I shall see your demise." Prince Cindy roared, his visage contorted in rage, appearing even more fearsome than a demon. "Kill!" he bellowed again, as his demon-slaying spear transformed into an indistinguishable, colossal shadow, crashing down upon Sarro like a tidal wave. Let us test my limits, Sarro thought, refusing to cower or retreat in weakness. He raised his head and unleashed another Abyssal Dragon breath. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of dark golden light surged forth from his maw, colliding with the approaching spear. Flames and darkness clashed violently, sending residual energy rippling outward, causing the earth to tremble and crack. "Run, Your Highness, swiftly vanquish this evil dragon and avenge us." The nearby human survivors placed their faith in Prince Cindy, who was hailed as the pinnacle of strength within the kingdom of Charles. Most ordinary masters stood no chance against him. Figures like Czech, Jersey, and Carlos, renowned magic masters, barely exceeded the 5th level of mastery and were merely subordinates in his presence. In the past, Prince Cindy had eradicated numerous enemy masters, instilling fear and caution across the nations. Yet, the survivors were no fools. Despite their confidence in Prince Cindy, their legs instinctively carried them away, fearful of being obliterated by the residual forces of such a titanic clash. That would be a foolish and lamentable fate. "You are no match for me, dragon," Prince Cindy declared, astonished by the stalemate against Sarro's breath. Nevertheless, he remained imposing. With his 5-star battle technique, Blood Boil, his body swelled dramatically, his skin turning a fiery crimson, and his aura and power surged tremendously. Sarro, straining with all his might, found himself gradually pushed back. "You shall be defeated." Prince Cindy's eyes blazed with fury as the power of his spear intensified, unleashing a beam of pitch-black light. The dragon breath erupted in an explosion, the unstoppable darkness darting towards Sarro, poised to strike. Sarro swiftly dodged, yet the speed of the beam was too great. He could not evade entirely. With a sharp sound, his shoulder was pierced, leaving a gaping hole. Fortunately, Sarro possessed the elemental physique of the blazing sun dragon. With a mere thought, he commanded his flames to mend the wound, though it diminished his fiery essence slightly. It was evident that this near-immortal trait was not without its costs. Depleting Sarro's energy would ultimately lead to his demise. Prince Cindy, an experienced adversary, quickly discerned Sarro's vulnerability. "I shall reduce you to ashes," he exclaimed, charging at Sarro with a powerful thrust of his spear. In retaliation, Sarro's body erupted with flames, engulfing the surrounding area in an inferno. Yet, Prince Cindy, too close to the flames, was merely shrouded in smoke, impervious to harm due to his formidable power. Sarro, however, received another piercing blow. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a frenzy of attacks, his claws, tail, and wings assaulting Prince Cindy with relentless ferocity, akin to a hedgehog defending itself. In response, Prince Cindy deftly defended and evaded, but soon Sarro's assaults left him with several wounds. Though formidable, Prince Cindy was not unharmed. The speed and chaos of Sarro's onslaught, combined with the fire-dominated battlefield, made evasion impossible. His garments lay tattered, revealing skin marred and bleeding. With a powerful tail swipe, Sarro struck Prince Cindy's spear, sending tremors through his hands and forcing him back significantly. Sarro then unleashed another Abyssal Dragon breath. Reacting swiftly, Prince Cindy charged, his spear thrusting forward. The dragon breath was partially obliterated, but Prince Cindy sidestepped, launching a sweeping attack at Sarro's shoulder, slicing through the flames with ease. Sarro cried out in pain as a significant portion of his shoulder was severed. Prince Cindy, emboldened by his success, pressed the attack. Evil Dragon, your day of reckoning has come. In your next life, remember to beg for mercy before humans, for only then might you survive. Ha ha ha, once I slay you, I shall devour you and turn you into filth, rendering you the most despicable of dragons. His words dripped with malice, intended to incite Sarro's wrath and provoke him into losing control, thus making him easier to defeat. Bah, you may have won this battle, Sarro retorted, rolling his eyes as he soared high into the sky. Do not think you can escape. Prince Cindy exclaimed, taken aback by Sarro's unexpected retreat. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet the dragon chose to flee rather than retaliate. Are you not a proud dragon? Why do you cower like a mouse? Fight for the honor of your kin. Prince Cindy pursued relentlessly, but Sarro, wise in his approach, had merely sought to gauge his own strength in this encounter. With the outcome now clear, he felt no need to press further. Upgrading to a true extraordinary master and swiftly dispatching Prince Cindy was an option, yet he deemed it unnecessary. It was not that he had suddenly become merciful or enlightened. Rather, he simply found it unworthy of his effort. In the future, given the opportunity, he plans to explore the trial grounds left by the deities. Should he level up, entry would be barred to him. When compared to the value of the divine relics, Prince Cindy is insignificant. A dragon like Sarro would not want to suffer great losses for trivial gains. Although Prince Cindy relentlessly pursued Sarro, inflicting some injuries, none were fatal. It was evident to any discerning observer that if Sarro were granted just a little more time, Prince Cindy would be left behind. Prince Cindy produced a vial of potion and consumed its contents, rapidly healing his external wounds. Simultaneously, he activated a magical scroll, and in an instant, his speed surged. With a sudden thrust, he pierced Sarro's back with a lance. To his surprise, Sarro remained unfazed and continued his rapid ascent. Now, he had soared into the sea of clouds, heading toward the atmosphere. The outermost layer of this world's atmosphere was tumultuous, filled with relentless gales capable of tearing apart many a weakling. The further one ventured outward, the more powerful the winds became, rendering even masters and legends vulnerable. This place could be deemed a forbidden zone for the masses. Sarro was certainly no fool. He had no intention of plunging into the depths of the gales. He merely sought to utilize his unique abilities to forcibly shake off the relentless pursuit of Prince Cindy. Flight was the innate talent of a true dragon, and in the air, Sarro found himself far more at ease than Prince Cindy. As for burrowing underground, the risks were quite substantial. To remain entirely undetected beneath the surface, he could not transform into a fire dragon, as it would disturb the geology and make it easier for Prince Cindy to sense his presence. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved that it was preferable to escape right before Prince Cindy's eyes. This would also serve to irritate the prince. Despite being a master who could fly, Prince Cindy consumed much more energy than Sarro. Furthermore, at such high altitudes, his expenditure would be even greater. It wasn't long before Prince Cindy's speed began to wane, indicating he was struggling to keep up with Sarro. You wretched dragon, the kingdom of Char will spare no effort in pursuing you. Prince Cindy cursed. In truth, if he were determined, he could persist for quite some time. However, a slightly weaker opponent who was genuinely intent on fleeing could not be dispatched swiftly. It would require a significant investment of time. There was even a chance that Sarro might completely vanish from sight. While he was confident in his ability to emerge victorious, he could not guarantee his own safety. After all, he still had to guard the divine relics, and thus, he could not afford to be overly reckless. Chapter 51. Charles VII. Not long ago, during the massacre of human extraordinary beings, Carlos hastily retreated. Czech and Jersey were in trouble. Our subordinates were facing slaughter. In the distance, tens of thousands of meters away, they had received the news. Simultaneously, numerous dark tendrils emerged from the shadows, weaving an expansive net that enveloped the Master of Magic. A demon, the Master of Magic was taken aback, utterly astonished that the elusive Chateauroux would dare to launch a surprise attack at this moment. "Ronnie, be careful," Carlos shouted, his fists clenched, propelling himself forward with great force. 5-star level, Stormy Winter. 4-star level, Guardian of the Wind. Master of Magic Ronnie, without needing Carlos's warning, unleashed his full power. The wind manifested, enveloping him entirely, shielding him from all external harm. An explosion of ice-blue magical elements followed, causing the temperature around him to plummet rapidly. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The dark tendrils appeared to freeze in place, motionless. Yes, they were all immobilized. However, a large black hand emerged, penetrating the Guardian of the Wind and piercing Ronnie's back, seizing his innards. Clearly, Stormy Winter was ineffective against Chateauroux. Moreover, Chateauroux was cunning. Fearing that the innards were not Ronnie's vital organs, he unleashed a foul, dark magical aura, thoroughly corrupting Ronnie's body and even his ethereal soul. In the blink of an eye, Ronnie's entire form was tainted, turning pitch black, as his flesh dissolved into a black liquid that dripped to the ground. Though it felt like an eternity, in reality, it had only been a mere 3 seconds. "Damnable demon!" Carlos seethed with rage. "I will see you dead. How can you be so powerful?" Ronnie gasped, his face filled with disbelief, his voice weak and faint. "Ha ha, I am formidable indeed. You underestimated me. How dare you pursue me?" Chateauroux replied with a smirk. "Earlier, near the magic crystal mines, I hesitated to delay. For Prince Sandy is formidable, and I had no confidence in confronting him. But you have given me the opportunity. Well then, your curiosity is satisfied. Now you may die peacefully." A massive black maw appeared, engulfing Ronnie in one swift motion. Immediately after, a 10-meter-tall black giant emerged from the darkness. He gazed at Carlos, remarking, "It has been a long time since I feasted on a human master. I must say, your flesh and souls are quite delectable." The terrifying aura, clearly surpassing that of an ordinary extraordinary master, radiated from him. Perhaps he had adapted to this realm, or perhaps the abyss was supporting him. Chateauroux was now more imposing than ever. Carlos's expression changed dramatically. He sensed an overwhelming threat. Blazing serpent fist, Carlos instinctively retaliated despite the shock. 2 fiery serpents erupted from his fists, hurtling towards Chateauroux. Too weak. With a casual swipe, Chateauroux obliterated the fiery serpents. He lifted his foot and kicked at Carlos. Bang! The air exploded. Carlos felt darkness envelop him as the demonic foot appeared before him, swiftly crashing into his abdomen. He was sent flying backward, akin to a bent chopstick, spewing blood mid-flight, his vitality plummeting. "I must flee." Carlos struggled to retrieve a healing pill, shoving it into his mouth. Simultaneously, his legs ignited, transforming into flaming jetpacks that propelled him away. "Lord Sandy, please save me. Master Ronnie has been treacherously slain by the vile demon," Carlos cried into his communicator, seeking aid from Prince Sandy. In truth, Carlos felt that Ronnie's death was unjust. Had he been prepared, Ronnie, while still unable to defeat Chateauroux, would have had a significant chance to escape. "Damn monster," Carlos cursed. "Don't think you can escape. Let me devour you, my sweet little treat." Chateauroux charged forward, dark waves surging toward Carlos. Carlos hurled a magical bomb. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of flames shot into the sky, dispersing the darkness. TSK. These masters truly are the elite among humans. Even if far inferior to me, their extraordinary artifacts grant them formidable escape capabilities, Chateauroux mused with a hint of resignation. Yet, despite this, his speed did not falter, it only increased. The distance between them dwindled. Chateauroux raised his hand, delivering a punch through the air. With a resounding explosion, Carlos's back shattered, his clothing tattered, leaving him in a wretched state. Damn it, what has happened to the kingdom? Why is there so much wickedness? For extraordinary masters have already perished. Is the kingdom doomed? Have the gods forsaken humanity? Are evil beings secretly cursing our realm? Prince Sandy's heart was tumultuous. Fortunately, he knew the matter at hand was urgent. He turned and dashed forth. The commotion between Carlos and Chacharu was considerable, and Prince Sandy could barely make it out. In a flash, he traversed the skies, arriving at his destination in approximately 4 seconds. Demon, perish. The demon-slaying gun erupted, shooting forth a beam of darkness. Carlos rejoiced. At last, you have arrived. Now in a dire state, his body was battered and deformed, barely resembling a human. Were it not for the sustaining medicine, he would have succumbed long ago. Quite impressive. However, you are still a tad short of saving him, Chacharu remarked with a slight grin. His massive form suddenly contracted, releasing a potent gravitational pull. Everything around was drawn toward him, but this force primarily targeted Prince Sandy. Chacharu had transformed into a miniature black hole. The gravitational force upon Prince Sandy intensified, drawing him closer involuntarily. Yet this suited him. He charged forward, aiming to pierce the black hole. Demon, you are doomed. Carlos finally felt relieved, eagerly pausing to retrieve various healing potions to mend his wounds. However, at that moment, a large black maw appeared beneath him. In an instant, Carlos's lower body was engulfed. Carlos screamed in terror, leaping desperately to escape. But the maw snapped shut, biting into his waist. Crack! Blood and entrails spilled forth. Oh no! Carlos trembled in agony, his waist severed, his lower half consumed. Yet, in a desperate bid for survival, he propelled himself upward. Sigh, this creature's vitality is extraordinary. How can he still live? The maw lamented. However, it did not seem overly distressed. Meanwhile, Prince Sandy was momentarily stunned by this scene, astonished that Chacharu possessed such an ability. Chacharu, the true embodiment of a demon. Meteoric stab. The demon-slaying gun whistled as it pierced the black hole. With a resounding blast, something within shattered, and the gravitational force dissipated. As time passes, this entity not only dissipates but transforms into a dim, black vapor, merging with the cosmos and fading from existence. Prince Sandy, it is time to bid farewell. We have yet to reach the moment of decisive battle. Kindly grant me a moment to prepare. The large figure has now shrunk into a diminutive Chacharu, who spoke with a courteous demeanor. Were it not for the bloodstains upon his lips, one might mistake him for a refined gentleman. A streak of black gunfire hurtled towards him. Chacharu raised his right hand, shielding himself from the oncoming assault. A fierce surge of abyssal magic erupted, colliding with the gunfire. With a crack, Chacharu staggered back several paces, revealing a gaping hole in his palm from which dark, demonic blood flowed. The Demon Slayer's gun is indeed formidable, possessing extraordinary lethality against a demon such as myself. It appears avoiding this confrontation was wise. Simultaneously, I sense a weight upon me in this world. Dealing with you natives is far more strenuous than contending with that little dragon hatchling. This is truly unjust. Though Chacharu harbored dissatisfaction, a smile remained affixed to his face. Prince Sandy, uninterested in conversing with Chacharu, continued his offensive. The more Chacharu retreated, the fainter he became. Before Prince Sandy could unleash several more shots, Chacharu's entire being dissolved into the shadows, vanishing completely. With a swift motion, Prince Sandy brandished the Demon Slayer's gun, sweeping it in all directions. The air and night were cleaved open, creating a gaping circular void. Had he truly departed? Sighing, Prince Sandy felt a deeper sense of unease. In today's 3 encounters, he had not achieved any significant results. The bloodthirsty Bat King Jaeger had escaped, as had the dragon Sarro. Now, the Abyssal Demon Chacharu had also eluded his grasp. Prince Sandy felt like a mere failure, utterly stifled and desolate. My Lord Sandy, I must retreat, Carlos said, his upper body barely managing to approach. His face bore a bitter expression as he continued. I have suffered grave injuries, losing 90% of my combat power. There is no reason for me to remain here. Upon hearing this, Carlos felt a surge of relief. Thank you. King Charles had not yet rested, remaining focused on the situation at the magic crystal mine. He felt elated when Prince Sandy confronted Jaeger, yet his joy soon turned to discomfort. First, Rosemont perished, followed by Jersey Check. Then, the Master Mage Roni met his demise. Finally, the extraordinary Master Carlos was incapacitated by the demon Chacharu. The continuous barrage of grim news left King Charles' countenance increasingly strained. He shared the same sense of despair as Prince Sandy, but, fortified by a robust will, he managed to retain his composure. Damn the evil dragon, damn the demon. King Charles muttered, you shall not meet a favorable end for opposing the kingdom. He then departed the palace with a battalion of soldiers. leaving the capital for a sparsely populated forest to the east, where wild beasts roamed freely. Numerous warning signs adorned the area, and soldiers patrolled nearby, driving away ordinary folks and unfamiliar extraordinary beings. Within the mountains, a vast, ancient palace stood. King Charles was not deterred. He strode confidently towards the grand entrance. This place emanated decay, steeped in an ancient aura, and was devoid of any guardians, appearing abandoned. Grandfather, the kingdom has reached a critical juncture. I beseech you to awaken. In this moment, the lofty monarch humbly knelt upon the flat, gray-blue floor, bowing his head in reverence, striking the ground with force. Bang! He struck with such intensity that the ground trembled beneath him. Fortunately, the floor was sturdy, remaining intact, though a slight cut appeared on his forehead, oozing blood that stained the ground. An unseen force emerged, drawing in the blood. With a rumble, the floor began to emanate a verdant radiance that grew in intensity, rapidly spreading forth. Moments later, the palace ahead was also enveloped in light. The mountain quaked as the sealed palace doors slowly creaked open. Sunlight streamed through the gap, illuminating the interior where a white-haired elder clad in golden royal robes sat with closed eyes upon the ground. As the sunlight touched him, his eyelids fluttered before gradually parting, revealing murky blue eyes filled with formidable presence that hinted at power surpassing that of an extraordinary master. The sky above darkened ominously in response to his gaze upon King Charles outside. My dear grandson, Charles IX, I have made it clear, unless I choose to emerge, no one is to disturb my rest. I am striving with all my might to ascend to the legendary realm. Your interruption of my training may very well extinguish my hopes for advancement. My time grows short. I am nearing the end of my days. The elder's tone turned ominous, laced with evident ire. He was the former King Charles, known to the world as Charles VII. Do not be deceived by his age. He is far from weak. In his prime, prior to Charles IX's ascension, he was a level 10 master, and now, after decades, he stands but a step away from the legendary realm. Moreover, due to his proximity to the legendary, he possesses strength that transcends that of a level 10 master. With the aid of formidable extraordinary artifacts, he would undoubtedly wield legendary power. In summary, Charles VII is exceptionally powerful. Upon hearing these words, King Charles IX trembled involuntarily, clearly intimidated by his grandfather. Yet, the thought of divine relics steadied him. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head high. Meeting Charles VII, gazed directly. Grandfather, the opportunity for your assured breakthrough to the legendary realm has arrived. Charles VII appeared taken aback, elaborate, nodding. Charles IX meticulously recounted the events that transpired on the Silva Plains. Ha ha ha, splendid! Charles VII exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Initially situated within the palace, he suddenly found himself at the grand entrance. However, his laughter faded, and his expression darkened. While I am delighted to discover the divine relics, the deaths of numerous extraordinary masters, and the existence of that dragon demon have left me greatly disappointed in you. Chapter 52. The surge of various forces. I shall resolve this matter promptly, declared Charles IX, his countenance heavy with gravity. Whoever dares to offend the kingdom must pay a steep price. Do not disappoint me again, Charles VII remarked, nodding with profound significance. If you cannot manage even this, it will lead me to believe you are unfit for the throne. These words startled Charles IX. He felt a pang of injustice, for he was not to blame. Who could have anticipated the incursion of the Dragon Clan's demons? Had he foreseen this, he would never have allowed the masters to pursue them. A flicker of resentment towards Charles VII stirred within him. Yet Charles VII's power loomed too large. All Charles IX could offer was a solemn vow. Grandfather, rest assured. Time is of the essence. Please proceed to the divine relics and oversee matters. I shall continue to rally the various talents of the royal family to partake in trials and seize the treasures left by the divine. Charles VII cautioned. To ensure the prosperity of the nation, we cannot solely fortify the royal lineage. The talents among the nobility and commoners are finite. We must broaden our horizons. It is imperative that we win over others, for only then can we amass a greater number of geniuses in a shorter span. Do not forget, the news of the divine relics has already leaked. It will not be long before formidable figures converge upon us. Our Charles kingdom remains but an inconspicuous small nation amidst more powerful races and states. Should I ascend to the legendary tier swiftly, perhaps we might barely secure more benefits for the kingdom against these colossal entities. Upon hearing Charles VII's words, Charles IX nodded in agreement. He harbored similar thoughts, though initially, he wished for his trusted allies to reap the first rewards. As for the others, he felt no urgency, fearing that a fortunate individual might gain too much and acquire the strength to defy royal authority. At that moment, in the underground black market of the Silverwood Plain, one of Jaeger's blood avatars returned and sought out Shalone of the intelligence house. "My lord, have you failed?" Shalone surmised upon seeing Jaeger. "Indeed, I have failed," Jaeger replied grimly. "But I have also procured what you desired. This will enhance the detail of your intelligence and yield greater profits." He then relayed the events of the trial grounds to Shalone, adding, "Expedite the sale of this information, or else it shall depreciate in value." Jaeger, astute as ever, worried that the Charles Kingdom might recklessly expose the trial grounds. Such an eventuality would lead to substantial losses for the underground market. "I understand," Shalone replied confidently. "I shall utilize the headquarters channels to contact the various races and nations. I am certain these lofty figures will be willing to pay handsomely for our intelligence." Not long after, within a forest shrouded in mist, a magnificent palace gleamed. Golden dragons soared through the air, while their earthly counterparts roamed the ground. This was the domain of the Golden Dragon clan. Who would have thought a mere small kingdom would harbor divine relics? A resounding male voice echoed within the palace. Soon, a colossal golden dragon, adorned with a golden crown and measuring 40 to 50 meters in length, emerged from the palace, roaring, "Hab, Ingli, come forth." His voice transformed into a tempest, resonating across the skies, causing the clouds to tremble and part, forming a vast chasm. The surrounding dragons, caught off guard, were startled. "What is it? What has happened, Your Majesty? Is Prince Ingli in trouble?" As the dragons regained their composure, they cautiously approached, murmuring among themselves. A rush of wind heralded the arrival of a substantial golden dragon, measuring over 25 meters, yet under 30. "Your Majesty, why have you summoned me?" he inquired. "Father," came another voice, as a youthful golden dragon, measuring over 10 meters, flew in. The Dragon King proclaimed, "Divine relics have appeared in the Silverwood Plain of the Charles Kingdom. Hab, I command you to lead a group of talented golden dragons below to demonstrate our might and instill fear in the hearts of all." "Understood," Hab replied respectfully, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. This task piqued his interest, igniting his fervor. "I am a genius. I must join. Get lost. I have already reached the superior tier. I am the true genius. Such an exhilarating game must involve me." Not only Hab was thrilled, all the dragons, especially the younger ones, were eager to participate, clamoring to enlist. Humans, vile as they are, do not deserve to claim the divine relics. Fellow companions, we march forth to seize the divine relics. In another realm, a voice, cold and elegant, echoed through a volcanic region. Indeed, humans are too despicable to acquire the divine relics. Such treasures ought to belong to us, the Fire Phoenix clan. The Charles Kingdom has previously deceived and harmed our kin. Let us extinguish them this time. A cacophony of excited cries erupted from the Fire Phoenixes, their fervor palpable. Their atmosphere mirrored that of the Golden Dragons. Yet upon closer inspection, the Fire Phoenixes exuded a more intense aura of bloodlust. Unbeknownst to them, at this very moment, the news of the divine relics in the Charles Kingdom had reached various top-tier forces. Clearly, this was the handiwork of Shalone, the information broker. In an instant, the Charles Kingdom had become the center of attention, drawing the gazes of numerous powerful beings. As dawn broke, a new day finally arrived. In the sky above the Silverwood Plain, amidst the clouds, Sarro, disguised among the clouds, opened his eyes. After escaping from Prince Sandy, he felt weary and had taken refuge in the heavens for rest. "Time flies," he mused, stretching his limbs, which emitted a series of crisp cracks. "That troublesome Mayor Chill. Does he not desire to annihilate nations and slay? I shall lend him a hand and stir the waters further. This way, I can more easily navigate the murky depths and teach a lesson to the inhabitants of the Charles Kingdom." Sarro considered, "But has Chill advanced to mastery? If he is too weak, he cannot serve as my agent of chaos. The Charles Kingdom is formidable and will only grow more so. I suspect last night's events will compel the Charles Kingdom to dispatch more experts. I found it challenging to contend with Prince Sandy. Should other strong forces join, I might be at risk of being overwhelmed." Simultaneously, as a solitary dragon, he contemplated the forthcoming contest at the trial grounds. Though his objectives were modest and unencumbered, making it easier to navigate the chaos, he realized this approach was not conservative. After much deliberation, he resolved to seek out some allies. The fellow named Chier, who had once saved him, indeed aligned with his desires. Naturally, if Chier were too feeble to merit participation in battle, it would be of no consequence. He could always seek out those formidable masters of monsters. Chapter 53. Convergence of monsters. Having made his decision, Sarro soared into the sky, heading towards the monster territory. His enhanced strength and speed allowed him to traverse in mere hours what once took days. While a short time for others, it felt like over a decade to Sarro. Filled with trials and tribulations, Thunderclap Town, a group of over 5-meter-tall red-haired gorillas galloped from afar, numbering less than 40. Yet, each exuded immense power, their every step causing the earth to sink and tremble. Heavens, why has the Crimson Blood Ape Clan arrived? Look at the 10-meter behemoth leading them. It resembles the legendary Ape King, a Grandmaster-level, transcendent being. Nearby monsters and humans watched in astonishment as the Crimson Blood Apes nonchalantly entered Thunderclap Town. Ape King, welcome. My master awaits you inside. Please, follow me. KYR. The town's mayor flew over to greet them personally. Little KYR, why did your master summon me? The Ape King inquired with suspicion. KYR smiled. This matter is extraordinary. Allow my master to explain it herself. Ha ha, very well. You leave me no choice. The Ape King shook his head with feigned helplessness. He shifted the conversation, asking meaningfully. You've reached Transcendent Level 10, I see. Time truly flies. Perhaps it won't be long before you become a Grandmaster like myself. KYR replied modestly, you flatter me. Even if I were to advance, I couldn't compare to you veteran predecessors. Ha ha ha. The Ape King laughed again. Have you been assimilated by humans? Your speech is akin to those obsequious, bootlicking humans. He reminded him with pride. This is monster territory, not a human kingdom. There's no need for such behavior. KYR remained unperturbed. This is respect for the strong, unrelated to humans. They arrived at a vast clearing in the town center, where once stood houses and residents. Now, everything had been cleared away. In the center stood a woman cloaked in black, holding a magic staff. Though concealed, her lithe figure was subtly revealed, indicating a beauty beneath. Which Anya, long time no see, the Ape King greeted boisterously. Ape King, greetings. Anya's voice was clear and cold, instinctively creating distance. The Ape King was unfazed, asking curiously, why did you summon me this time? Couldn't this have been discussed via communicator? He had not wished to travel here, finding it bothersome. He would have refused any other Grandmaster, but which Anya commanded respect. Let us wait until everyone has arrived. Anya replied casually. The Ape King was taken aback, realizing that she had invited other monster Grandmasters as well. This was significant, and he sensed a momentous event was about to unfold. The Ape King wisely refrained from further questioning. KYR turned and departed. Soon, a 20-meter-long, withered yellow python slithered from the distance, leaving a deep trench in its wake. The surrounding area was tainted with its venom, causing dizziness upon inhalation. Oh, the legendary Serpent King? A Grandmaster, definitely a Grandmaster-level being. What is happening today? Why are monster Grandmasters appearing one after another? I sense something major is about to occur. Brother, shall we leave? We insignificant beings are not suited for this. The exclamations continued, and soon, the infamous monsters of the monster territory arrived. The onlookers were initially raucous, but eventually grew numb, confirming that something significant was brewing in the monster territory. Roughly an hour later, a group of monster Grandmasters gathered in the center of Thunderclap Town, including serpents, giant apes, golden skeleton giants, and wyverns. What is the purpose of this grand gathering? The Serpent King, coiled upon himself, raised his head and gazed at the silent witch Anya. It is time to reveal the purpose, Anya said, her beautiful eyes sweeping across the assembled monsters. All eyes turned to her, their expressions serious. Anya announced, I have received reliable information that a divine relic has appeared within the Charl Kingdom. It is a trial ground where transcendent beings below the Grandmaster level can enter, overcome trials left by the gods, and obtain divine treasures. Passing all trials may even grant them the entirety of the god's legacy. What? How is this possible? The human's luck is too great. Ha ha ha, excellent. Let us invade and seize the relic. Most monsters were initially shocked, but soon became bloodthirsty. Anya nodded. Our gathering is to initiate a full-scale war, sending our geniuses to seize the treasures. The golden skeleton giant stated, I have no descendants. I believe we should destroy or seal the relic. The Serpent King interjected, precisely. Why should we fight for those whelps? There is no benefit for us. The Ape King roared, "Idiots! The benefits those whelps obtain will invariably be shared with us." "You fools!" Anya coughed, and an eerie witch's power enveloped the area. She said, "The Ape King is correct. We stand to gain. I implore everyone to remain calm. Moreover, the divine relic is beyond the control of insignificant beings like us. I have learned that the surrounding empires and powerful non-human races have received the news and are rushing here. They will not allow us to interfere. Our role is to seize a share of the spoils amidst this turmoil and, incidentally, to annihilate the Charl Kingdom." "I concur." The Ape King nodded immediately. The other monster grandmasters hesitated, lost in thought. "What is there to ponder? Let us kill. Whether or not we find treasure is irrelevant. I simply enjoy bringing death to humans. My undead legion is insufficient, and I require a war to replenish my forces." The golden skeleton giant trembled with excitement, its bones clattering. Chapter 54. The Return of the Dragon. Indeed, it is essential to slay. Some monsters nodded in agreement upon hearing the golden skeleton giant's declaration. Suddenly, Anya lifted her gaze to the heavens. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the atmosphere and transforming a patch of sky, accompanied by an overwhelming draconic presence. The roar enveloped the entire Thunder Town. Creatures beneath the level of masters trembled in fear, some even collapsing, eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. A dragon's roar? This can only be the true dragon. Among the masters, a large yet less imposing subdragon suddenly spoke. "How peculiar! What brings such a formidable true dragon here? Surely, it must be an outsider. Though unaware of your gathering here, it saves me the trouble of searching for you." As the monster masters debated, a dark golden spiked dragon, measuring over 14 meters in length, materialized in the sky, casting its gaze down upon Thunder Town. Sarro was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated encountering such a congregation of monster masters upon his arrival. 1, 2, 3. He swiftly counted the number of adversaries. Indeed, there are quite a few, no fewer than 8. This constitutes a significant force. Coupled with those weaker monsters, it could indeed suffice to wage war against the Kingdom of Char. Furthermore, there must be more masters within the monster realm. A thorough search would likely unveil additional powerful beings. Who is he? The unassuming Cheel, standing behind the witch Anya, gazed at Sarro with shock. Although Sarro had grown considerably in size and strength, he still retained his original features. Cheel harbored an incredulous suspicion. Though Sarro's overwhelming power made it difficult for him to fully trust his own intuition. It cannot be. That little dragon pup left not long ago. How could it have matured so rapidly? Unbeknownst to him, his hands trembled slightly, a testament to the immense impact Sarro's transformation had on him. Esteemed one, this is the domain of monsters, and outsiders are not welcome, Anya stated. Sarro smiled. I am no outsider. I am the Abyssal Dragon King, the king of backstabbing. The Void Thief, the sovereign of the Dragon Abyss Chamber of Commerce, and the nemesis of the Kingdom of Char. Sarro. At that moment, Cheel resigned himself to reality, recognizing that his hypothesis had not been erroneous. He stepped forward and declared to the others, he is indeed one of us. He is Sarro, the very one I spoke of recently, whom I once saved from the clutches of Duke Rosemont. He battled against the Holy Sand Legion. Anya gasped in disbelief. This cannot be. Was the dragon not but a mere hatchling? Indeed, this is impossible. Such power. How could Cheel have been the one to rescue him? Even Duke Rosemont would not dare pursue such a colossal dragon. Other monsters chimed in, acknowledging Sarro as the true dragon they had heard of. Yet the tales they knew did not portray him as so formidable. In summary, they found it difficult to accept. Cheel clenched his fists, his expression solemn as he affirmed, this is the truth. A faint smile graced his face. In this extraordinary world, is it not quite normal for such incredible talents to exist? Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the crowd. Ha ha ha. Cheel, it has been far too long. It seems we now have the opportunity to assault the Kingdom of Char. Do you harbor any thoughts of joining the expedition? Sarro descended gracefully to the ground. In terms of size, he was among the most colossal beings present, causing nearby monster masters to instinctively withdraw, wary of approaching him. Cheel's expression turned peculiar. You intend to attack the Kingdom of Char as well? Sarro, oblivious to the prior discussions among the monsters, was struck by a sudden realization. You have gathered here with intentions to assault the Kingdom of Char? He inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. Cheel nodded affirmatively. Indeed, divine relics have surfaced in the Silva plains of the Kingdom of Char. and we plan to seize them while annihilating humanity. His animosity towards humans was palpable, and even a mere mention ignited a terrifying aura of murderous intent. Ha ha ha, how fortuitous. I share the same ambition. Sarro laughed heartily. Anya proposed, then let us unite our efforts. With your inclusion, the strength of the monster realm will undoubtedly amplify. Sarro readily agreed, of course. Let us act swiftly. I am eager to commence. We too are eager. A multitude of monsters revealed bloodthirsty smiles. Adjacent to Thunder Town lay the territory of the Dragon Abyss Chamber of Commerce. After finalizing their plans, Sarro and Anya hastened their flight. The atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant and bustling, marking this as the Dragon Abyss Chamber's first official stronghold, bearing extraordinary significance. Harlan, the architect of this establishment, aptly named it Dragon Abyss Town. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the immense dark golden dragon soared from the horizon. A dragon? How terrifying. We shan't be devoured, shall we? The residents of Dragon Abyss Town were thoroughly alarmed. Within one of the grand houses, Harlan emerged, gazing upward at the towering dark golden dragon. Like Cheel, he failed to recognize Sarro and hesitated to acknowledge him. Welcome back, Your Majesty. As most creatures remained stunned by Sarro's arrival, a series of wolf howls echoed from the outskirts. Hakani, the dragon wolf, possessed sharp perception, keen hearing, and a swift response, quickly identifying Sarro by scent and the distinct features he bore. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Welcome back. In quick succession, Harlan too regained his composure, exclaiming with excitement. Internally, he felt a pang of regret. Curse it. Those curs recognized him before I did. I, a fool, failed to acknowledge His Majesty at the first opportunity. What a dereliction of duty. Yet, how swiftly he has grown. He must now be a legendary master being. No, I must strive harder. I cannot lag behind His Majesty. I, Harlan, will not become mere dust beside him. I shall be His Majesty's right hand. Harlan resolved firmly. Humans possess a tendency for blind conformity, and monsters exhibit this trait as well. Initially, the number of calls was scant, yet within mere seconds, those who were bewildered instinctively joined in the chorus. Their multitude created a resonant uproar that reverberated through the structures of Dragon Abyss Town. Ha ha ha, Harlan, Hakani, you have done well. Sarro descended, landing beside Dragon Abyss Town. Harlan, leading a group of extraordinary beings, hurried over, while Hakani, being nearest, arrived first. With a rustle, the pack of wolves knelt in reverence. To earn your recognition is my honor, Hakani declared, visibly exhilarated. Regarding the formidable Sarro, he was indeed quite pleased. For the greater the power of his master, the better life would be for his subordinates. Sarro's ostentatious appearance this time indicated his desire to no longer conceal his strength. Henceforth, they could freely invoke the esteemed name of the true dragon. With a determined spirit, Sarro expelled a few drops of dragon blood, bestowing them upon Hakani. One of these droplets was notably thick, akin to essence, while the remainder was rather ordinary. This essence is for you. The rest can be allocated to your chosen subordinates. For you remain somewhat lacking, Sarro advised. Thank you for your generosity, Hakani expressed with delight, though internally he felt a twinge of guilt and awkwardness. Despite his recent toil, he had yet to achieve any notable accomplishments, rendering him somewhat unworthy of such a reward. Ha ha ha, you pitiful creature, your lack of ambition is truly disheartening. Why the tears? As my vassal, you must exhibit strength, Sarro chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. Yet, Haroon, defiant in his sorrow, continued to weep. Your Majesty, I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Please allow me this indulgence. Sarro shook his legs, dispelling Haroon's lamentations, as his form rapidly diminished to a small dragon of about 5 meters. Show me this town, Sarro commanded. He had little patience for Haroon's theatrics. As you wish. Please follow me, Haroon replied, wiping his face and leading the way. Upon entering the town and traversing the streets, the local inhabitants appeared uneasy. Sarro's presence loomed large, rendering them restless. Your Majesty, this is East Street, primarily dealing in clothing and food. Haroon provided a brief overview. Before long, they arrived at a modest palace at the town center, a residence constructed specifically for Sarro by Haroon. A cadre of monstrous chefs, clad in aprons, approached, bearing an array of sumptuous dishes. Your Majesty, I have prepared a feast of fish and meat. I have recently learned many culinary delights from humans for your enjoyment. The portly dog-headed head chef murmured, seeking to impress. Indeed, this is quite satisfactory, Sarro acknowledged, nodding in approval. He opened his mouth and expelled a copious amount of ordinary dragon blood, interspersed with a droplet of essence. Using the wind to transport the blood, he presented it to Haroun, saying, "The essence is yours. The remaining blood you may distribute as you see fit." "Generous Majesty, I humbly thank you for your gift." Haroun bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude as he retrieved an empty vial to collect the dragon blood. The rotund head chef, upon witnessing the dragon blood, gleefully approached Haroun. "Esteemed leader, I have contributed. You must grant me a drop of that dragon blood." Haroun nodded. "Rest assured, I shall be fair." The chef beamed with satisfaction. Sarro refrained from involving himself in the distribution of the dragon blood, considering it a trivial matter. He began to indulge wholeheartedly, for after incessant battles, he required a respite. Haroun, eager to please the dragon, not only procured exquisite delicacies, but also presented a variety of beautiful maidens, both human and half-beast, along with an assortment of precious jewels and gold. The spectacle was undeniably extravagant, yet Sarro, in his current state, found little value in such wealth. Nonetheless, he appreciated Haroun's thoughtful gestures. As night fell, having feasted to his heart's content, Sarro dismissed everyone, preparing for a deep slumber. However, scarcely had he closed his eyes when a series of notification chimes disrupted his peace. Startled, he retrieved a compact communicator. "Sarro, please come to Thunder Town," came the voice of Chier. "What is the matter?" Sarro inquired with curiosity. "It seems we are discussing our forthcoming actions," Chier replied. "Very well, I shall come at once," Sarro resolved, forcing himself to shake off the drowsiness. Today, the masters of the monster territory were mobilizing their influence to summon the creatures within. Additionally, some unfamiliar monster masters had been invited to join the fray. The entire monster territory resembled a colossal machine, gradually gearing into action. However, gathering a sufficient army of monsters would require considerable time, a luxury they could scarcely afford. The astute monster masters were concerned that the Charles Kingdom might unearth significant treasures from the trial grounds, thereby augmenting their strength. At the heart of Thunder Town, over a dozen monster masters convened. "We cannot afford to waste any more time," declared the golden skeleton giant, exuding a grayish-white aura of death that commanded attention. "Let us first lead an elite group into the Silva Plains." Sarro, newly arrived, interjected, "I concur." "So do I. Let us slay." The gathered monster masters, all exhibiting a propensity for violence, were stirred by the golden skeleton giant's fervor and offered no objections. "If that is the case, then let us proceed." The witch Anya nodded. "Next, I will create a teleportation array to transport everyone to the Silva Plains. However, due to time constraints, I cannot guarantee precise locations. You may find yourselves scattered across the plains." Sarro's eyes sparkled with delight. "I had not anticipated your ability to set up a teleportation array. This is splendid news. As for the randomness of our locations, it poses little issue. We can regroup at the magic crystal mines afterward, ensuring minimal delay." The golden skeleton giant mused, "Indeed. Random teleportation is not a significant concern. Now, everyone step aside. I shall commence." Anya unleashed a slight repulsive force. This exertion was inconsequential to the masters, yet they prudently withdrew to grant Anya space. While time remained, the masters summoned their elite subordinates, ensuring they would accompany them in the teleportation. This way, once they seized the trial grounds, they would not need to wait for the others to catch up. "A wise suggestion," the Ape King noted, prompting nods of agreement from the gathered masters. They busied themselves, while Sarro remained leisurely. After all, he had no subordinates of such extraordinary caliber. Chapter 55. The Outbreak of War on the Silva Plain. More than an hour later, beams of white light streaked across the sky from all directions, descending upon various locations. The magical crystal mines, after a day's time, saw an influx of extraordinary beings, predominantly warriors, alongside a select few talented youths summoned from across the nation. The number of extraordinary masters in this area had significantly increased. However, given the vastness of the kingdom, it was impossible for King Charles IX to dispatch all the masters to ensure the realm's stability. The presence of Prince Sandy and Charles VII was sufficient to counterbalance the might of 10 ordinary extraordinary masters, thus diminishing the necessity for additional reinforcements. Simultaneously, the news of the recent slayings of several extraordinary masters spread, sending ripples of shock throughout the kingdom of Charles. Many citizens were taken aback, especially those closely connected to the deceased, who were engulfed in grief and disbelief. Additionally, 2 warrants were issued by Charles IX, disseminated with utmost urgency. These warrants were aimed squarely at the fearsome dragon known as the demon Sarro. In an instant, the notoriety of these 2 figures soared, yet they also garnered immense animosity. Nevertheless, Sarro and the dragon were indifferent to such sentiments. I just witnessed a fresh batch of noble prodigies being sent into the mountains. What is the true nature of the divine trial grounds left behind by the gods? It is said that one genius emerged with a 5-star combat technique, while a down-and-out young baron astonishingly acquired a 6-star extraordinary weapon deemed a national treasure. Rumor has it that King Charles bestowed upon him a fortune of hundreds of thousands in gold and elevated his title. What sheer luck! Soon, it will be our turn. Let us hope for a stroke of fortune that grants us great treasures, leading to promotions and wealth. There is a foolish duke's son who, upon obtaining a vial of potion, planned to hoard it for himself, inciting the king's wrath and resulting in his demise. Though the defenders remained vigilant, some extraordinary warriors engaged in fervent discussions. The revelations regarding the divine relic trial grounds could no longer remain concealed. As more individuals became aware, the information spread like wildfire. Those extraordinary beings stationed here were no exception. They had caught wind of the opportunity to partake in the trials, igniting their excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, an observation was made as someone gazed skyward. What is that radiance? A miracle? No, it is a light of transportation, and it is abundant. I sense impending trouble. The previously idle chatter ceased as an air of tension enveloped the defenders, who stood on high alert. Meanwhile, at the mountain summit, a grand table adorned with a plethora of delectable dishes and fragrant wines was set. Prince Sandy sat before it, indulging in the luxuries laid out before him. Behind him stood several high-ranking warriors, silently vigilant. Has anyone cleared the 4th trial? Prince Sandy inquired, sipping from his goblet. From behind, a voice replied, not yet. The best performance thus far comes from the 3rd prince, who reached the 4th trial but ultimately failed. Prince Sandy sighed, indeed. The trials left by the gods are most formidable. It is said that each young contestant faces unique challenges. Otherwise, the trials would be considerably easier. He then noticed the subtle glimmers of white teleportation lights appearing from all directions, mingled with an ominous, malevolent presence. Some of the newcomers are rather brazen, showing no intent to conceal themselves. Suddenly, Prince Sandy sprang to his feet, his demeanor shifting to one of intense vigilance. The enemies approach. I can sense the foul stench of the monsters leading them. Curse that underground black market for leaking information to the monster den. Or perhaps a wicked dragon or demon has exposed the secrets of the divine relics. Prince Sandy understood that time was running out for the kingdom of Charles. The true trials were about to begin, and with the passage of time, they would only grow more arduous. Though he was reluctant to concede, he possessed the wisdom to recognize the impending defeat. The entire kingdom of Charles shared this foreboding sentiment. However, the monster den, their long-standing adversary, was not yet worthy of forcing his surrender. In the southern region, beams of light descended upon the earth. As the radiance dissipated, a 20-meter-long giant serpent emerged. Oh, what a marvelous world! I can already smell the scent of humanity. The Serpent King turned his gaze to the right, his sight traversing over 10 miles to a small village. Drip, drip, saliva trickled down to the ground. Before I reach my destination, I shall indulge in a little snack. Not only he, but most of the monsters that arrived here, upon encountering humanity, whether extraordinary beings or mere mortals, would deliberately engage in slaughter. In an instant, countless humans perished. Alas, my luck seems to be lacking. I am quite far from the magical crystal mines. On the western edge of the Silva Plain, Sarro looked around with suspicion, realizing that this area was unfamiliar to him, as he had never ventured here before. Utilizing the art of metamorphosis, he concealed himself and wandered nearby. Before long, he spotted a small town. There were no master-level beings here, so he brazenly entered the town, interrogating several nobles to ascertain the local situation, confirming his location and the subsequent route. In the process, he also pilfered a considerable amount of wealth. Sarro departed with a sense of satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a distance of over 100 miles. Suddenly, an intense aura of death emerged from several miles away. Sarro turned to investigate. It seemed to be the presence of a golden skeletal giant, known as Sauron, suspected to be a 6th-level master. Since he had encountered this entity, it would be prudent to form an alliance. Sarro shifted his course and flew towards the source. In mere minutes, he arrived at a small town enveloped in a mist of death. Ah, monsters! Skeletons! Help! Great God of light! Descend upon us with divine retribution and eradicate these vile creatures. The town was now in chaos, with undead and skeletons roaming freely, hunting the indigenous people. Those slain were swiftly assimilated into evil undead monsters through the power of the golden skeleton. Sauron, what a coincidence! Sarro appeared above the town, surveying the hellish scene below. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no disturbance within. After all, he had once been human. Even now, the human race profoundly influenced him. In ordinary circumstances, he would typically disregard these common folks. Perhaps his malevolence would inadvertently affect them, yet he seldom engaged in deliberate slaughter. However, this was indeed an alternate world, and he was no longer human. Thus, despite his discomfort, he did not intervene in Sauron's actions. Solaru, this is my hunting ground. The golden skeletal giant glared at Sarro like a vigilant wolf guarding its territory. Chapter 56. Subduing Yalongpu, I have no intention of competing with you for prey. So do not adopt such an attitude towards me, Sarro remarked with a smile. Otherwise, I might become displeased. Though his words seemed light-hearted, the power within him surged forth, emanating a dragon's might that enveloped the small town. Sirin, too, found himself within the reach of this suppression. His skeletal form quivered momentarily, and he withdrew his hostility, apologizing. I'm sorry, I was too sensitive. Sarro continued to smile. No worries, it's all trivial. Please, do hurry. After all, we are not here to slaughter mortals, but to seize the relics of the gods. Give me 10 more minutes, Sirin replied. Very well, I can wait. However, since you have time to spare, assist me in gathering some wealth, Sarro pressed further. Sirin fell silent, feeling somewhat irked. He was not Sarro's subordinate. Yet, contemplating Sarro's formidable strength, he reluctantly nodded. Fine. Remaining upgrade points, 190,000. Shortly thereafter, Sarro's upgrade points surged once more. Now, he was nearing 200,000, a fact that thrilled him. He could not simply hoard them. Although he could not yet enhance his extraordinary realm, he could still augment his extraordinary abilities. This would, in turn, bolster his combat prowess and survival capacity, Sarro mused. He began to allocate his points. Ding. Metamorphic Art Level 10 Ding. Upgrade points -19. 000. Current Metamorphic Art. 4-star Level 1 Ding. Silent Art Level 10 Ding. Upgrade points -19. 000. Current Silent Art. 4-star Level 1 Ding. Radiant Art Level 10 Ding. Upgrade points -19. 000. Current Radiant Art. 4-star Level 1 Ding. Holy Light Art Level 10 Ding. Upgrade points -19. 000. Current Holy Light Art. 4-star Level 1. Remaining upgrade points, 114,000. Sarro swiftly elevated all 4 of his magical arts to 4-star Level 1. His speed had dramatically increased, and his stealth capabilities had significantly improved. Notably, the Holy Light Art proved to be the most impressive. He could hardly contain his excitement to utilize it. A faint golden divine radiance enveloped him, and his severed dragon wing began to regrow at a visibly rapid pace. In a few minutes, I shall be restored to my former self, Sarro smiled. Suddenly, Sirin gasped, shielding his eyes and retreating frantically. Simultaneously, the deathly energy and undead nearby appeared to encounter their nemesis, beginning to dissipate. Clearly, while the Holy Light Art was primarily a healing technique, it was also quite effective against malevolence. Holy Light Art, why would a malevolent dragon like you wield such a technique? Sirin exclaimed in shock. Coughing awkwardly, Sarro replied. Though the Holy Light Art may not align with us, it is undeniably useful. I think you should consider learning it when you have the time. Sirin quickly shook his head. Am I seeking my own demise? Currently, Sirin felt a sense of restraint from Sarro, which only heightened his discomfort. Let us hasten. If we delay, the extraordinary beings of the Charles Kingdom may be slaughtered by others, Sirin urged, eager to depart. Sarro naturally did not refuse. With a whoosh, the two soared into the distance. As they approached the magical crystal mines, they encountered an increasing number of human extraordinary beings, as well as a growing multitude of monsters. Merely 5 to 6 minutes later, Sarro encountered a familiar figure. In the distance, upon the horizon, there was a dark yellow dragon with sharp double horns. Moving on all fours, Yalongpu? Sirin exclaimed. What a coincidence, encountering a distant relative, Sarro remarked. Sirin, you may leave now. I wish to converse with Pu. Sarro, ever the one to seek novelty, unceremoniously abandoned Siren. The latter nodded eagerly. Very well, I shall take my leave. Farewell, and may we meet again at our destination. Siren was quite pleased, increasing his speed as he departed. Sarro turned to Pooh, Great Dragon. Pooh, being a type of Yalong, felt an intense pressure in the presence of a true dragon. In simpler terms, true dragons had a natural advantage over Yalongs. While some Yalongs were powerful enough to consume true dragons whole, Pooh was not among the fortunate. Sarro diminished his size and descended, perching between Pooh's horns, a position that felt rather comfortable, akin to sitting in a chair. My lord, I am the overlord of the monster domain, Pooh grumbled, visibly displeased at being treated as a mount. He was an extraordinary master, after all, and had his pride. Yet, his resistance was feeble. He dared not act against Sarro, merely expressing his discontent. Sarro remained unfazed, comfortably settled, and showing no intention of leaving. He inquired, Pooh, are you not merely a level 3 master? Pooh's nostrils flared, exhaling hot air, revealing his growing anger. Yet, he could not afford to act against Sarro's evident strength. He replied coldly, indeed. Sarro remarked meaningfully, so weak. You should follow me henceforth. Pooh outright rejected, I am perfectly fine as I am. Irritated, Sarro kicked Pooh's head, producing a resounding thud as blood oozed from the injury. Ouch! Pooh winced, unable to contain himself any longer. Sarro, I grant you the respect due to a true dragon, but that does not mean I fear you. Do you wish to fight? Humph! Sarro's form rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal being over 10 meters in length. He pressed his foot down on Pooh's head, forcing him into the ground. With a thunderous crash, Pooh became embedded in the earth. You have gone too far, Pooh bellowed, struggling with tremendous force that shattered the nearby ground. Yet, Sarro remained steadfast, unyielding. As he tightened his grip, the sharp tips of his claws pierced Pooh's skull. Pooh felt as though his head were being crushed. The disparity in their strengths was staggering. With Sarro's current prowess, dealing with extraordinary masters below level 5 posed no challenge. Of course, those with remarkable speed or ample equipment were exceptions. Regrettably for Pooh, he lacked both speed and equipment, his existence being rather primitive. Furthermore, Sarro's sudden assault had prevented Pooh from unleashing his full potential. In summary, Pooh's defeat felt somewhat unjust. Those who are weak must embrace their role. Today, you shall submit. Otherwise, I shall extinguish you and feast upon your flesh, Sarro declared ominously. Pooh's voice trembled as he uttered, We are allies. Anya and the others would never allow this. Humph, you dare to disregard my authority? Sarro was indifferent, intensifying his grip. Crack, crack. Pooh's skull emitted mournful sounds, teetering on the brink of destruction. I submit. I vow to submit. Please, do not kill me. Pooh's resolve crumbled in fear. Ha ha ha, that's more like it, Sarro laughed, releasing his foot to liberate Pooh. From this day forth, you shall govern the monster domain and uphold my Dragon Abyss Merchant Association's authority. Beyond that, you shall have no other tasks. Sarro believed it impractical for him to remain stationed at the Dragon Abyss Merchant Association, thus securing a master-level ally for the organization. In the future, when the Chamber of Commerce encounters difficulties, the formidable prowess of Master Pool will undoubtedly serve to intimidate the adversaries. This notion appears rather effortless, bringing a considerable sense of comfort to Pool's heart. Chapter 57. The tension escalates. Sarro was rather kind to his subordinate. After solidifying their relationship, he felt a twinge of concern for Paul's injuries. With benevolence, he initiated a healing spell. A divine, pale golden light enveloped Paul, who was mostly afflicted with superficial wounds. This miraculous, holy light spell, capable of regrowing severed limbs, restored Paul to his former state in mere seconds. This feels wonderful, Paul mused, basking in the warmth, experiencing a sensation of purification by the holy light. Unfortunately, Sarro soon withdrew the spell, depriving Paul of further enjoyment. Employing Shrink Spell, Sarro transformed into a diminutive dragon, measuring only 3 to 4 meters in length. Come, let us proceed to our destination. He plopped down on Paul's back. Paul, feeling rather embarrassed, reminded him, My lord, didn't you ask me to oversee things? Why must you ride me? The thought of being seen in such a predicament was mortifying. Sarro, displaying impatience, replied, I bestow upon you a drop of my essence as compensation. Surely that suffices. With that, Sarro expelled a drop of thick, potent blood, suffused with draconic might, right before Paul's mouth. In recent days, He had lost a considerable amount of dragon blood, particularly the precious essence, which greatly drained his vitality. Without the holy light spell, he would have been reluctant to engage in such an act. Wow, what a generous true dragon. I am grateful for your gift, Paul exclaimed, eagerly opening his mouth to consume the dragon blood. As the blood entered his system, a dramatic chemical reaction ensued. Paul's body trembled violently, his exterior transforming to a dark golden hue, intricate magical patterns emerging upon his scales. His physique expanded slightly, while his spinal structure morphed and his hind legs thickened. He involuntarily straightened up. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted forth. Ah, what good fortune! It seems I have ascended to the 4th level master. Had Sarro not reacted swiftly, he might have been unseated. Now, Paul exuded an imposing aura. If only he had a pair of dragon wings. He would be indistinguishable from a true dragon. Am I on the verge of evolving into a true dragon? Paul pondered, feeling as if he were in a dream. He had not anticipated that such a single drop of Sarro's blood could wield such power. In that moment, he felt not a trace of resentment towards Sarro. Rather, he was filled with gratitude and relief. Truth be told, as a half-dragon, he felt like an outcast among his kin, perpetually vulnerable to the bullying of true dragons. In his youth, Paul had endured hardships, even leaving his homeland to seek refuge in the realm of monsters. In this land devoid of dragons, he found a measure of comfort, and after ascending to the rank of extraordinary master, his situation improved further. Yet, his half-dragon status remained a source of discontent. Now, however, that burden seemed to dissipate, filling him with joy. Your potential is commendable. Perhaps once I attain the rank of master or even legendary, I shall grant you another drop of my essence, allowing you to fully transform into a true dragon, Sarro said with a smile. My lord, I fervently hope for your future generosity with dragon blood. I shall remain obedient and protect the Dragon Abyss Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, I will incorporate the forces and territories I have amassed in recent years into the chamber, ensuring its strength and facilitating our trade beyond the realm of monsters. Paul replied eagerly. Very well, I shall await the results, Sarro advised. Paul nodded. I promise I will not disappoint you. From this day forth, I shall be your most loyal vassal. Your will shall be my guiding light. With that declaration, Paul took off running. As an extraordinary master, his speed was formidable, and he moved like a gust of wind, leaving the ground beneath him in disarray. Sarro observed his surroundings with a calm demeanor, adopting a stealthy guise to diminish his presence, wary of any shameless beings that might attempt to ambush his companion. After approximately half an hour, Paul caught sight of the magical crystal mines, while over a dozen monster masters lurked in the vicinity, with numerous high-level monsters gathering around. Their eyes fixed hungrily on the human extraordinary beings below. Who is that? A foreign entity attempting to take advantage of the chaos. Shall we drive him away? One monster suggested. Let him be. We require more powerful forces, another countered. Paul's appearance had altered significantly, rendering him unrecognizable to the other monsters. However, as they were all non-humans, there was little resistance. Paul quickly conveyed his identity through telepathy. Brothers, it is I, Paul. Lord Sarro has granted me dragon blood, enabling my evolution. What? Is this possible? Sarro is so generous? Can I also receive dragon blood? The revelation shocked the other monsters, who could scarcely believe the transformation. Silence. We have more pressing matters at hand, Saren interjected impatiently. The others fell silent, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. Prince Cindy, if you're wise, you will withdraw from the mines. Anya, a rather ostentatious witch, proclaimed, floating openly in the sky and addressing the magical crystal mines. A formidable pressure, surpassing that of a mere 10th level master, radiated from her, spreading outward. In the skies, the weather transformed dramatically, lightning crackling ominously, creating a spectacle of power. Concurrently, the monster masters, aware of the brewing conflict, gravitated towards her. Prince Cindy, brandishing a demon-slaying spear, soared into the fray. A legendary witch? Humph. You monsters lack the qualification to drive us away. If it is battle you desire, then let us engage. Humans fear nothing. We are eternal and indomitable, while you non-human beasts shall forever remain mere shadows beneath humanity's glory. 5 additional human masters soon emerged from the mountains, hovering behind Prince Cindy. Fight! 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 They rallied, fervently supporting him like soldiers, their voices resonating through the heavens, their will stirring the very skies. The multitude of human extraordinary beings on the ground echoed their battle cries, amplifying the human presence to an explosive magnitude. The monsters, vastly outnumbered, appeared weak in the face of such fervor. "You humans are unbearably arrogant," Saren, the golden skeletal giant, growled in frustration. He stepped forward, unleashing a powerful roar. A tremendous wave of mental energy erupted, transforming into an overwhelming storm of psychic force. Endless waves of death energy surged from the ground, shrouding the area in a fog of despair. Necromantic cataclysm. Saren produced a gray skeletal flag from seemingly nowhere, waving it towards the sky. With that, numerous undead manifestations appeared, alongside the resurrected dead from the earth, rising as undead monsters. This scene was nothing short of magnificent and terrifying. Roar! Kill! 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 The Ape King bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury, accompanied by several high-level bloodthirsty demon apes, who echoed his roars and pounded their chests in rhythm, creating a thunderous sound that resonated through the air. This is the innate skill of the Blood Demon Ape Clan, Blood Surge, capable of temporarily enhancing combat prowess. Without further ado, let us charge forward together. The other monster masters also erupted into action. An ominous pressure swept toward the human faction. Anya was not the type of woman to squander time. She was the first to rush toward Prince Sandy, declaring that retreat was not an option. Death awaited otherwise. Those who heard her words, whether masters or lesser transcendent beings, felt dizzy. With a thunderous roar, Prince Sandy, possessing remarkable self-control, was only mildly affected. He gripped his demon-slaying spear and launched himself forward. 5-star level 7. Phantom Fireflies. Anya did not evade and instead collided head-on. Yet, in the instant of their contact, Anya's body astonishingly disintegrated into a multitude of black fireflies. The demon-slaying spear missed its mark, and Prince Sandy himself nearly wrenched his back. Chapter 58. Chaos. The air was filled with the sound of swift movements, as numerous black fireflies spiraled frantically around Prince Sandy. The ominous aura of curses, weakness, dark sorcery, and slowing magic emanated from the fireflies, coalescing into a writhing cloud that enveloped him. Within this sphere, he felt his strength dwindling, darkness encroaching upon his vision, and his body becoming leaden. Amidst these afflictions, countless other bizarre traits manifested, leaving Prince Sandy in a state of discomfort, though not in mortal peril. With a mighty swing of his demon-slaying spear, he cleaved through the air, dispersing the swarm of fireflies. Yet, Anya remained undeterred, continuing her relentless assault. Suddenly, a hand formed from shadows appeared silently, striking him on the back. A radiant shield materialized, enveloping Prince Sandy's form, offering him a momentary reprieve. "Ha ha ha! Humans, perish!" roared the Serpent King, charging into the fray like a freight train. "Your doom is at hand," proclaimed the middle-aged man with purple hair, Master Jinwei, as he descended from the heavens, rallying a cadre of extraordinary warriors to encircle the Serpent King. "Arrogant humans," the Serpent King sneered as he lunged forward. "Undead, advance," commanded the golden skeletal giant, Salon, leading a horde of undead into battle. The bloodthirsty demonic apes erupted into the crowd, wreaking havoc, while a flaming phoenix soared overhead, unleashing torrents of fire upon the earth. The monsters launched a frenzied assault, but the humans stood resolute, unleashing cannon fire upon the abominations and forming military formations to counterattack. Supported by a legion of extraordinary archers raining arrows from the rear, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. The magic crystal mine trembled, and the earth cracked beneath the chaos. "Paul, it's your turn to shine," Sarro instructed as he dismounted from Paul's back. "My lord, let us stick together for our safety," Paul replied cautiously, reluctant to part ways. Sarro shook his head. "Just look after yourself." With that, he vanished into the fray, leaving Paul to fend for himself. "Very well. I shall rely on my own strength," Paul resolved, unleashing 2 beams of gray light upon the distant foes. Though he often appeared as a mere steed under Sarro's command, in this battlefield, he was among the elite. With powerful strides, he barreled forward, obliterating everything in his path. A formation of hundreds was caught off guard and scattered. Paul clenched his dragon claws, unleashing fireballs in every direction. "Foul dragon, do not dare to assert your dominance," a wizened, extraordinary being declared as he approached. "Spirit of the army, gather," he called out, summoning thousands of extraordinary beings to channel their power into him, augmenting his strength to that of a master. Not only here, but in other locations. Extraordinary beings activated the 5-star level, army spirit, gather. This was humanity's advantage, as they possessed a vast number of warriors, whose true purpose was to serve as conduits of power for the extraordinary beings. This is why the humans felt unafraid against the greater numbers of monstrous foes. How bountiful is the essence of humanity, Sarro mused as he glided silently through the battlefield. Everywhere he passed, be it the living or the deceased, they vanished without a trace. He soon arrived in the vicinity of the Serpent King, who found himself in dire straits. Targeted by Master Jin Wei and besieged by numerous human warriors, the Serpent King bore visible wounds, yet he had taken many lives in return, leaving a potent venom in his wake that tormented the humans. However, the preparations of the Kingdom of Charles had been thorough. Despite losses, new waves of warriors continued to converge. Monster, I shall soon bring about your end, Master Jin Wei smiled, believing the sacrifice of some expendables to be a worthy exchange for the Serpent King's life. Bah! The Serpent King spat, releasing a torrent of black venom. Master Jin Wei swiftly dodged and reappeared at the Serpent King's side, delivering a powerful strike that left a significant dent in its form. Yet, the serpent's supple body withstood the blow without breaking. With a swift motion, the serpent's massive tail lashed out. This time, Master Jin Wei lacked the time to evade. But a blue shield appeared before him, absorbing the impact, though the force sent him flying. As the Serpent King sought to pursue, the waves of expendables swarmed in. Detestable human pests. The Serpent King seethed with rage. Coughing up blood, Master Jin Wei realized, without my subordinates, I would be no match for him. These monsters possess formidable vitality. Nevertheless, he did not falter, retrieving a potion to revitalize himself. In an instant, he felt invigorated, brandishing 2 daggers and charging back into the fray against the Serpent King. Little reptile, allow me to rescue you this time. Sarro smiled as he stealthily approached Master Jin Wei's position, moving swiftly and discreetly, unnoticed by ordinary masters who were preoccupied with the battle. Master Jin Wei, adept with his dual daggers, danced through the air, creating a dazzling rain of light that struck the Serpent King's back, shattering its resilient scales and causing a torrent of serpent blood to flow forth. How infuriating! The Serpent King raged, thrashing violently, turning his massive form into a whirlwind of destruction. Mountainfall formation. Master Jin Wei commanded his soldiers to shift their formation. With a thunderous boom, an inexplicable pressure descended from above, weighing down upon the Serpent King and slowing its movements. I shall systematically sever your serpentine heads, Master Jin Wei declared with a smile. Panic surged within the Serpent King. Could I truly fall to this horde of humans? No, that is impossible. His heart raced with anxiety. Cursed on ya. You have led me to this perilous fate. He cursed, directing his frustration at both foes and allies alike. Chapter 59, Continuous Betrayals. The Thunderous Great Formation. Chapter 59, a series of betrayals, the Thunderous Array. Just as Master Jin Wei was about to strike a fatal blow, he found himself involuntarily spitting blood, his body stiffening. With great difficulty, he lowered his gaze and saw a gaping hole torn through his back. Who could it be? Master Jin Wei uttered with great effort. It is I, the king of backstabbing, Sarro. Sarro, a benevolent dragon, bore no malice and sought only to fulfill Master Jin Wei's last wish. Yet, shortly thereafter, he too met his demise. Ding. Experience points, 32,000. The remains of Master Jin Wei were absorbed into the system by Sarro. Alas, Master Jin Wei has been slain. Cursed creature. Vengeance. The warriors on the battlefield, momentarily stunned, soon erupted into fervent cries. Well done. The monstrous side rejoiced immensely. The Serpent King was especially elated, having narrowly escaped death. The demise of Master Jin Wei instilled fear among the nearby human warriors. Sarro opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of 100-meter gust composed of countless tiny wind blades. The surface was stripped away, and the humans caught within the gale were left in disarray, resulting in the swift demise of over 100 individuals. Sarro continued his onslaught, turning to adjust the direction of the wind to sweep across the surroundings. Ah, it hurts. I don't want to die. I have children. I just got married. If I perish, my wife, remarry and take care of yourself. Oh God. This wave of destruction left the human warriors in despair and chaos. With the pressure lifted, the Serpent King felt free to move, gnashing his teeth as he charged forth to tear and devour. He also consumed some of the extraordinary beings slain by Sarro, which proved intolerable for Sarro. Filthy serpent, get away. You shall not feast upon my prey. Sarro snapped back, halting his assault. No, no, no. I intend to devour these wretched humans. The Serpent King disregarded Sarro's command. You seek death. Sarro, incensed, flew over and struck the Serpent King on the head. Thud. The Serpent King collapsed, creating a dent in the ground. Sarro, cloaked in illusion, enlarged his form and seized the serpent's head, delivering 5 or 6 relentless punches. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds, the serpent's head was battered, resembling a deformed loaf, blood spurting forth. Do you understand your error? Scum. Sarro had no intention of killing the Serpent King and soon ceased his assault. We are allies, and yet you dare to strike me? The Serpent King ground his teeth, appearing quite fearsome. His body spiraled towards Sarro, attempting to ensnare him. Do you truly wish to die? Sarro's murderous intent surged. The Serpent King's body stiffened. He sensed the overwhelming malice and understood that Sarro would not hesitate to end him. Reluctantly, he swallowed his pride. I was wrong. I shall no longer consume your prey. Sarro released the Serpent King, satisfied for the moment. Furthermore, I saved your life during this encounter. You owe me wealth amounting to 50,000 low-grade magic coins, or your life may be forfeit. That is far too much. The Serpent King exclaimed, visibly agitated. I can only offer you 40,000. He quickly produced a spherical space item, proclaiming, this is all my wealth. I truly cannot provide more. Very well, I shall spare you. Sarro did not press too hard, but made a request. However, in the future, when you encounter my Dragon Abyss Trading Company, you must offer some consideration. Consider it a compensation for the difference. This was not too burdensome, and the Serpent King nodded in agreement. After reaching an accord, the Serpent King fled as though he had seen a cat, seeking other human extraordinary beings to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Sarro wasted no time, swiftly absorbing the nearby corpses into the system and continuing his hunt. Soon, the human side began to panic. Their extraordinary beings were falling, much like Master Jinwei, silently betrayed and slain. Even 2 extraordinary masters met grim fates. All thanks to Sarro's handiwork. The collapse of the human elite sent them into despair. Conversely, the monstrous side gained notoriety, their momentum soaring. A closer look revealed the human side slowly retreating, constricting the battlefield. The monsters pursued relentlessly. Initiate the 6-star level, thunderous array. Just as they approached the foot of the mine, Prince Cindy's voice echoed through the skies. Instantly, an endless cascade of violet-blue light erupted from the mountaintop, soaring into the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the rumble of thunder, the skies transformed as dark clouds gathered, unleashing a torrent of lightning that spread unchecked, enveloping a 30-mile radius in mere moments. Then, as if guided by unseen eyes, the lightning descended, mercilessly bombarding the nearby monsters. Each bolt, while seemingly of average 2-star magical potency, was overwhelming in number. Ah, it hurts. The monsters wailed, shivering in agony as their bodies became searing hot, numb, and uncontrollable. Those with insufficient defenses suffered grievous wounds. A splendid opportunity. Activate the magical cannon and obliterate them. Archers, unleash your ranged magic without reserve. Initiate the 4-star perception technique to locate the invisible backstabber. The remaining extraordinary masters, witnessing this scene, were filled with elation. Without hesitation, they commanded their warriors to deploy long-range extraordinary weapons against the monsters. My lord, save me. An extraordinarily powerful, bloodthirsty demon ape, having endured several waves of attack, lay battered and nearly lifeless upon the ground. Alas, everyone was preoccupied with self-preservation, leaving no time for rescue. TSK, humans should not be underestimated. Sarro nimbly maneuvered, evading attacks as he approached the human legion at the mine's base. Suddenly, several beams of red light swept towards him. Target acquired. A few human extraordinary mages, aided by various formations and magical artifacts, finally discerned Sarro's location. Die. The cannons were redirected. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of shells capable of threatening extraordinary masters were fired in his direction. With a tremendous explosion, the earth fractured, and flames and shockwaves surged skyward. The chaos and terror rendered the outside world oblivious to the events unfolding within. That monster is surely hit. He is doomed. Several extraordinary leaders rejoiced. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the remnants of the explosion. Brilliant golden light replaced it, revealing a nearly 15-meter-long dark gold dragon. Its exterior bore several ruptures, exposing crimson flesh. However, under the radiance of holy light, the flesh rapidly healed itself. You think a mere superficial wound will deter me? Humans, do not embarrass yourselves so, Sarro declared with overwhelming authority.